I am the protagonist template. Invincible Chapter 301 to 320. Chapter 301. The Ultimate Volt Thunderbolt. I smash myself. This is. Baizi frowned slightly, and it was true that he couldn't understand the operation of the guardian deity of Melamel Island. But he was not entirely without guesswork. Because in the Sun and Moon chapter of anime TV, the patron saints of Alola who made such actions usually give away the protagonist group in addition to congratulations. But now he and Kapu Mingming have met for the first time. Maybe it's the first time we meet in different time and space. Even if Kapu Mingming is a fun god, he won't congratulate him on the first meeting, or give him a hang, right? After all, he's not the protagonist. Wrong. According to the worldview of the special chapter, he who has the title of the judge also belongs to the protagonist group, and he is also the owner of the illustrated book of one of the most powerful protagonist groups. Thinking about it this way, if Kapu Mingming really wants to give himself a hang, that is also quite in line with the basic law of protagonist. So Baizi thought to himself in his heart, not without a joke. And right now, Kapu Mingming's dance accompanied by the crisp sound of Ching O2 also stopped just in time. I saw it stretched out the shell that wrapped its body with both hands, lifted it up, and handed over the sharp black right arm, a diamond-shaped, golden-yellow spar with black lightning patterns. And a white-backed stone bracelet that looks like gold but not jade, displayed in front of Baizi. This is, for me. Baizi pointed to himself slightly hesitantly. Click tilde. Kapu Mingming nodded immediately, and once again used the power of electromagnetism to push the Z, crystal and Z skill bracelet of the electric property in the direction of Baizi. This Nima. Shouldn't it really be the protagonist treatment? Baizi's expression was a little strange. But it's a bastard to take advantage of it. What's more, in the face of the kindness of a moody logician, he didn't want to refuse for no reason and cause unnecessary trouble. After all, the powerful elves in the realm of the gods are basically not around. With only one Zeraora in the Heavenly King domain, he has no confidence to fight against a second-level peak god. Again. People are kind enough to come over and hang up, why would he refuse to be idle? Then I'll be disrespectful. Thank you, Kapu Mingming. Baizi reached out and took it, and took advantage of the situation to put the Z bracelet on his right wrist, and embedded the Z pure crystal of the electric system into the groove on the front of the bracelet. Kacha, a crisp sound, it fits perfectly. Not bad. And feeling the abundant electric property factor in the Z bracelet after being inlaid with the electric Z pure crystal, Baizi couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. With Z pure crystal and Z bracelet, then just learn to dance. Ah no, it should be that only by learning how to channel this power, he can use this Z movement. He remembered the general purpose Z movement of the electric attribute, it should be Ultimate Volt Thunderbolt. Pity. Although there are quite a few Z moves with the electric attribute, Zeraora lacks the exclusive electric Z moves. Except for Ultimate Volt Thunderbolt, it cannot use any other electric Z moves. Was thinking. Click tilde. Kapu Mingming on the side saw that after Baizi put on the Z bracelet and the electric Z pure crystal, he directly compared the action of Tai Chi hugging the watermelon in midair, and reminded him directly. Seeing this, Baizi immediately twitched the corner of his mouth. This Nima, is he going to teach me the ultimate awkward dance technique right away? Although no one is around. But I always feel a little embarrassed. However, looking at Kapu Mingming staring at him with a burning look, he always maintained the gesture of Tai Chi hugs the watermelon. Baizi had to sigh, raised his hand and surrendered. Okay, I'll learn it now. Cough tilde. Licking his lips, Baizi imitated Kapu Mingming in a slightly awkward manner, compared to a Tai Chi hugging a watermelon posture. Not to mention, the physical coordination ability brought by master-level kicking skills, let Baizi learn these movements with ease. Electric Z moves, a group of 13 dismantling moves were learned by him in one go. Then, under the signal of Kapu Mingming, Bai Zi, above the 1,000-meter altitude, cooperated with Ka Pu Mingming, and officially started his first Z movement use. So, shall we begin? Click tilde. Okay, let's go, Ka Pu Mingming. Bai Zi, who seemed to be aroused by his hidden soul in the middle school, felt a little ashamed when he learned an action, but at this time, he also took the initiative to add a slogan one by one. This is our whole body. Wholehearted. With all our strength. Tilde as Bai Zi started to cross his arms in front of him, a golden yellow lightning pattern phantom appeared in front of Bai Zi. And then, accompanied by the smooth movements of Bai Zi and Ka Pu Mingming that are completely one. The energy streamers shining with golden rays of light spread out from the pure crystal of the Z bracelet in Bai Zi's hand, and instantly linked to Ka Pu Mingming's body. And quickly integrated into it, and in the void in front of Ka Pu Mingming, a golden quaint imprint representing brilliant was printed. Next second. Ultimate Volt. 433. Crazy Thunder Flash. Ka tilde. Along with Bai Zi's passionate roar, Ka Pu Mingming also roared. Then, with Bai Zi's huge backswing, the front part of Ka Pu Mingming's arm, which also hit the sharp black right arm. A golden electric sphere turned into a flying thunder column. With a turbulent momentum, it rushed straight to the 9 heavens, completely shattering the layers of clouds in the path. For a while, Yu clarifies Wan Lai. But he didn't wait for Bai Zi to sigh. The pillar of thunder that flew for 9 days suddenly turned around and smashed down in the direction of Bai Zi at an unimaginable angle. Nani? Could this Nima be? I smashed myself. Bai Zi, who was instantly submerged by the galloping pillar of thunder, only had time to give birth to this idea. P.S. In the next chapter, the eldest wife Rusamine is going to appear, square root tilde. Chapter 302. The Unknown Land, the girl chased by the evil Eater King. For full order. When Lei Guang approached, Bai Zi almost subconsciously burst out with all his power. But this seemingly vast thunder is just a look. Bai Zi didn't even have time to use the brilliant king's sword sealed in his left hand, just the thought force poured out, and the thunder beam that drowned him was like a bubble phantom, and it collapsed at the touch of a touch. What the hell is this? The thunder dissipated, and Bai Zi, who was standing on a sandy beach, looked stunned and dazed. Not only Ka Pu Mingming's sudden attack, but also the unbearable intensity of that ultimate volt lightning flash, and even more doubts and incomprehension about where he is now. It was clear that Ka Pu Mingming was sending him off, teaching him, and cooperating with him to use the Z movement. And also, Tang Tang's peak second level God's Z move, even his skin has not been scratched, and it also has the ability to transfer space. What sent him to speak? Where is this coming from? Thinking of this, Bai Zi immediately raised his eyes and looked around. The black clouds overwhelm the city. This is not an adjective, but the sky above this piece of sand, although the scorching sun hangs high, the pitch-black stratus clouds are like a curtain. The same shade blocked the sun, making the whole world appear very dim. And not just dark. The whole world gives a sense of boundless silence. The sea behind him was ups and downs like stagnant water, and Bai Zi couldn't sense the slightest breath of life. Going forward, the beach is completely barren except for a few dilapidated thatched cottages, except for a few vaguely man-made piles of stones. The whole land, as if it had been plowed over by something, was flat and monotonous. In addition to sand and stone, there is only sand and stone. Simply, it is like the doomsday scene after all things wither. What the hell happened here? Also, I won't be transmigrating again, will I? It still seems to be an apocalyptic world. Bai Zi frowned, and while he was thinking about it, suddenly, when he noticed that the pokeball at his waist was trembling, his expression suddenly eased. Clap, sound. In the dazzling white light set off by the dim sky, a golden upright big cat shone with electric lights appeared beside Bai Zi. Oh tilde. As soon as Zeraora came out of the pokeball, he was quite alert. Lightning flashes and thunder echoed in his claws, and he looked like he would attack at any time. Okay Zeraora, don't be so vigilant, accompany me to the thatched hut in front to check it out. The words should just fall. Boom! A very distant roar, accompanied by tremors, came from the soles of the feet. Vizi and Zeraora glanced at each other, and immediately put aside the dilapidated thatched hut not far away. They made a wrong footstep. Under the impetus of psychic power and electromagnetism respectively, they hurried away in the direction of the tremor and roaring sound. Quite far from the coastline, in an abandoned city in the southeastern part of the island. A cluttered street full of ruins. A group of 5 people, led by a long-haired girl with golden waterfalls wrapped like a curtain, constantly relied on the terrain, and with the help of their respective elves, ran wildly towards the periphery of the city. Behind them, accompanied by a roaring stomping sound, a huge behemoth with a height of nearly 6 meters was chasing after everyone. Its main body is black and spherical, supported by a pair of sturdy short legs, with yellow gear-like markings on the knees, each with a corresponding claw below. And the most striking thing is the yellow abyss mouth in the middle of this guy's body. It occupies almost 2/3 of the body. The wrongly divided yellow and black teeth have a thick and long split tongue with huge black jaws protruding from both sides of the lower jaw, which can be used as a second arm in addition to the claws on both sides of the top of the head. Besides, it also has small bat-like wings that are completely out of tune with the body, and another small conical head above the head of the main body inlaid with yellow gemstones. This monster with a strange and terrifying shape is a kind of extreme beast that is quite common in the ultimate space. It belongs to the double line of Evil and Dragon, and is code-named UBO5, King of Big Stomach, the King of Evil Eaters. Captain, we must find a way. One of the young men with black curly hair glanced at the monsters that were getting closer and closer, constantly swallowing everything along the way, and shouted in a deep voice. Yeah, if it goes on like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before we will all be buried in this guy's belly. The yellow inch-headed man on the side also reminded anxiously. Hearing the words, the other people also urged them to look anxiously at the blonde girl in front of the waterfall. The soldiers are divided into 2 ways. You bring the supplies back first. The girl looked calm, glanced at the evil eater who was getting closer and closer behind her, and threw the backpack directly to a team member next to her. Dressed bear. Obviously not a pair, the white and blue flat shoes wrapped around the slender feet exerted force for a moment, and with the help of the momentum, they directly moved sideways and floated into a fork on the right side, which was obliquely blocked by the beam. The waist that Ying Ying could hold suddenly folded, almost rubbing the beam above and drilling over it. And at the same time, "Hey Tilda!" A sharp chirping sounded, and the clothed bear who originally followed the girl's side also moved with the sound, striding forward, and swaying the energy rock condensed in the raised hands in the direction of the King of Evil Eaters. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of breaking wind sounded one after another. The hissing sound of the rock formation piercing the air represents that the strength of this bear is absolutely good, right? But face the blow. The King of Evil Eater just opened his mouth and sucked, and then swallowed all the dozens of energy rocks that came in a row. Not to mention the reaction, the King of Evil Eater didn't even burp. But this attack with energy, which has been very rare so far, made it appetite, and it was immediately attracted by the wearing bear. Clumsy switching directions. 2 long split tongues clamped the beam blocking the road, and when they broke it, they were divided into 2 sections and stuffed into the huge mouth of the abyss in the abdomen. Then, with a roaring stomping sound, following the direction of the girl and the wearing bear, Bang Long chased and killed. Chapter 303. Rusum and I, the hero saves the beauty. What should I do? The black curly hair carried the backpack thrown by the girl just now, and looked at the Evil Eater King who was drifting away, with a hesitant expression. What else can we do? With our strength, rushing up will only slow down the captain's speed. A tan-skinned man looked ugly and said solemnly, "Let's go back to the base first, and then go to the edge of the city to meet up." Captain. For a while, everyone was silent. In vain, as senior members of the Ultimate Patrol team, in the end, not only did they fail to protect their hometown. Now, I have to rely on a girl who is less than 20 years old to come forward. This kind of humiliation is even more uncomfortable than killing them. But no. As a special unit against the ultimate alien beasts in the Alola region, it is not a matter of being able to expel the king of evil eaters who destroyed the city. If the people and elves of the hometown cannot be preserved, even if they were dead, they would have no face to see the seniors of the ultimate ranger who passed away first. Don't be discouraged one by one, cheer up. Send the supplies to the base as soon as possible, and then set off to meet the captain. In response to the harmony, a few people quickly packed their bags and ran towards the outskirts of the city. The man with the tan 433 complexion clapped his hands and cheered. As long as we stay for a while, wait for the voyage to return and transport the last batch of islanders and elves, we can get away from here and welcome a new life. Okay, let's go. Yes, got it. The scene fell silent, except for those who passed the streets and alleys circling from the ground, rolling up scattered debris and dust. Ba-da! The next moment, the crisp footsteps rose, trampling the tornado of that inch. The slender boy with white hair and blue eyes, a pair of round sunglasses on the bridge of his strong nose, put one hand in his pocket, pulled down the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose slightly, bowed, and looked at the two rubbing shoe prints in front of him. Drift turns sharply. It's a beautiful move. The movement analysis ability brought by master-level kicks allowed Baizi to dismantle the movements and postures of the masters of the footprints in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Subsequently, he looked around again, and the camera-like memory and computing power also allowed him to quickly deduce what happened before here. Then, the brainstorming started. There are Haruga's footprints in it. Obviously, I am still in the world of elves. And according to the general judgment of the traces, it should be a team of trainers, chased by a huge unknown elf with 2 legs and tails, and then divided into 2 groups here. He was not very interested in the other pair. He is very interested in this trainer who has attracted the unknown elves by himself and has considerable skills. Intuition also tells me that this direction has the answer I need, and some kind of fate. Interesting. Naturally, Baizi would not ignore this inexplicable whim, because according to Nazi, it was a precursor to the ability to predict the future and one of the prerequisite abilities in the awakening superpower. Involving predicting the future, of course, cannot be ignored. Let's go. Swipe greeted one by one, and in the next second, Baizi's figure appeared on a tall building 1,000 meters away. Immediately afterwards, Zeraora, who was wrapped in lightning, was also driven by electromagnetism and followed closely behind. The other side. Lightly and proficiently traversing the ruined city lanes, Lusa Manai, who was gradually trying to throw the king of evil eaters a little distance away, didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Next second, a forward somersault went through the 2 steel bars, and used the ray to retrieve the bear-wearing Rusamine. After landing, her complexion suddenly changed. ACBH because in this dead end, above the manhole cover of the sewer entrance leading to the outside of the city, there is a concrete block more than 3 meters high. And then, the bang followed by an explosion, and the wall composed of steel bars behind him was instantly crushed. The huge and bloated body of the evil eater king suddenly blocked his way. 2 separate tongues, like claws, fluttered. One of them suddenly lifted. Whipped down like a heavy hammer. Slammed wildly. The strong wind blew her face, and the pretty face of Lusamine turned pale. Am I going to die at the hands of the evil eater too? In desperation, her waist suddenly tightened, as if she was being dragged into a warm embrace. Bang one by one. The roar was blown from the back of the head with energy. Lusamine opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a fairly well-defined jawline. Then there are thin, slightly curved lips. And the azure blue eyes that vaguely gather and disperse like a cloud in the gap under the sunglasses. It's so beautiful. There was a hint of fascination in Lusa Manai's eyes. And outside, holding the blonde beauty in his arms and using his psychic power to avoid the tongue-splitting blow of the evil eater king, Baizi, who retreated in the air, also turned his attention to the ultimate alien beast that roared under him one by one. Elf. Evil Food King. Attribute. Evil Dragon. Characteristic. Alien Beast Upgrade. When hitting the opponent, the highest ability of oneself will be improved. Level 3 God Elementary, level 90, 0/100. Potential, Champion. HP, 223, Attack, 101, Defense, 53, Special Attack, 97, Special Defense, 53, Speed, 43. Skills, Hiccup, Wide Area Defense, Destruction of Deathlight, Heavy Crash, Charge, Dragon Wave, Bite, Crazy Swing, Crazy Rolling, Crushing, Stomach Juice, Big Character Pyroblast, Heavy Crash. Genetic Skills, Swallow, Dragon Claws. Props, Harmony Orb can adjust and integrate heterogeneous energy and even secondary law power. You need to use the spiritual power hook to use. Wearing it can also produce some weak effects. Status 4, Unconscious, Energy Level Overloaded. Introduction. After swallowing countless lives and substances, with the help of the Harmony Orb, he forcibly raised his level to the realm of God, but he also lost consciousness because of this, and acted by instinct. Chapter 304. The Same Body, the Lucamanai who gave welfare please order all. So strong. After confirming the strength of this evil eater, Baizi didn't hesitate at all, and the layers of thought power burst into his body and flew towards the distance. Zeraora, the wind is howling. With his current combat power and a vicious food that has entered the realm of the three gods, the king fights. Although he is confident enough and is used to defeating the weak by the weak, he is not confident enough to use only one Zeraora in the realm of the heavenly king to defeat the ultimate alien beast that has set foot in the realm of the gods. He is used to defeating the strong by the weak, but he is not to call him a mayfly, shake a tree. It's not running yet. Do you still keep it for the king of evil eaters to improve his meals? Slip away stab. Yzerala also did not hesitate, and with a flash of lightning, he disappeared directly in place. The king of evil eaters, who roared in rage after losing his meal. By the sea, in front of the thatched hut not far from where it landed before. Baizi hugged the blonde girl with amazing hair, and slowly descended from the sky. Sighed. The thorns flashed away one by one, and the handsome golden upright cat also appeared. Sure enough, it's Allura from a parallel world. Putting down the blonde girl in his arms, seeing that the other party was still a little stunned, Baizi directly grabbed the other party's softweeds and walked into the courtyard of the dilapidated thatched cottage in front of him. He had read the Sun and Moon chapter, and with the comparison of his absolute memory ability, he quickly recognized the dilapidated grass and treehouse in front of him. It was the treasure located on Mellowmile Island in the Sun and Moon chapter of the TV anime Dream School. In the normal course of time, it is obviously impossible for Pokemon School to be so broken. Therefore, this is very likely to be the 100th episode of the TV anime Sun and Moon chapter, titled, Lightning That Cuts Through the Wind. It's called Zeraora, Allura in the parallel world. Of course, there may also be another parallel world that is similar, or, from that world, another time period. Baizi looked around, thoughts flashing in his eyes. But what is certain is that, whether it is the parallel world in the TV anime or not, it must not be the same time period as the main world. He turned his gaze to the girl beside him. That unique, waterfall-like long golden hair like a curtain of layers, and the jasper pupils with firmness in the softness are still a little dazed at this time. But the pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes embellished on the beautiful face gave people a charming feeling. Although it's still a little green compared to her, in the anime, there is no doubt that this girl is the mother of the heroine Lily in the Pokemon Sun and Moon chapter, and the parallel world equivalent of Rusamine. At this time, she walked around the ruins of the Pokemon School in this world with the naturally dull Rusamine. Returning to the courtyard, Baizi suddenly turned his head, leaned forward slightly, and pulled down some sunglasses. The blue eyes like clouds and mist and the girl's miniature jasper eyes met each other. Even if you pretend to be stupid, you have to have a degree. After so long, could it be that you treat me as a fool? Baizi finished his words. Lushaman eyes, dazed, eyes suddenly sharpened, and she wiped her free left hand from her waist, while the soft weed, held by Bai Zi, clasped her back. Climb up Bai Zi's shoulders. Then, his slender and round legs twisted from Bai Zi's neck. At the same time, the suspended figure suddenly leaned back. Abdominal force. It is necessary to use the power of the lever to overturn Bai Zi to the ground. And at the same time, with the touch of Lusamanai, several flashes shot out, wearing bears, minas, beautiful flowers, dream demons, Pixie. A total of 5 elves surrounded Zeraora. The strength of each of these 5 elves should not be underestimated. Even if the power of Bai Zi has not been used to investigate, Bai Zi can recognize at a glance just by the momentum. These guys, without exception, are all at the stage of the king. Step out of a powerful role of not shallow level. However, Thorn, even if it was 5-on-1, Zeraora easily turned into a lightning bolt, passed through the encirclement of several elves, and swept in the direction of Lusamine and Bai Zi. 0. For flowers. But halfway through, boom, accompanied by the roar of the air, the shocking omen that suddenly hit the back of her head made Zeraora, who was still walking in the courtyard, jump in her heart. Suddenly squatted down. In the next second, I saw a straight punch that swept across the top of the head, causing bursts of howling wind. There was a flash of fighting intent in Zeraola's eyes, and his half-squat body suddenly bounced up, kicking his left foot in the sky, hitting the bear's chin directly. Close combat. And the next performance of wearing a bear also made no resistance at all, and Bai Zi, who let the beauty on his body twisted by the snake, couldn't help but light up. After all, people were rushing to give benefits to those lying down, why did he refuse? Anyway, it can't hurt him. And this moment. In the face of Zeraora's counterattack. Wearing the bear did not panic at all, the straight punch he swung before suddenly pulled down, making a slash, and met the sole of Zeraora's foot. Split tiles. And the vacant left arm suddenly swung out of his arms and hit Zeraora's waist. Arm hammer. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive collisions sounded. At the last moment, Zeraora, who had blocked the electric claws in front of her waist and abdomen, was attacked by the huge force that was transmitted one after another. Shoe scratches, just stood firm. Hey Tilda. The wearing bear was also hidden by Zeraora on his claws, and the impact force contained in the plasma lightning fist, which was a unique trick of zero distance, made the blows back a dozen steps. This wave of attacks from rabbits and falcons made Bai Zi, who was watching the battle secretly, couldn't help but patted the calf wrapped around his neck, and shouted hello, it's not bad, it's a wonderful duel. Several. Chapter 305, Another Race King. Intimidate. For full order. ###. A hint of embarrassment could not help but rise on Rusamanai's face. Her legs tensed, her waist and abdomen exerted force again, and even the light-colored blue veins burst out on the swan's neck that was bent back as far as she could. But a pity. The man under him is like a pine and cypress. No matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't move. Didn't you have enough to eat? Use some force, it just so happens that my neck is a little sore recently. Even Bai Zi still had time to tease Rusamine, and he didn't seem to be affected at all. He turned his head easily and faced the wearing bear who was leading the other 4 elves to confront Zeraora. In the eyes, the unseen brilliance suddenly flashed out one by one. Elf, wearing a bear. Attribute, normal fighting. Characteristics, furry, heart of fist. Exclusive characteristics, the power of the 4-3-3 fighting type and contact type tricks will be strengthened proportionally. Level, Heavenly King Advanced, level 68, 85/100ths. Potential, Tripolar God. HP, 120, Attack, 125, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 55, Special Defense, 60, Speed, 60. Exclusive Skill, the Slaying Fist. The Slaying Fist, learned and comprehended from the Karate King, can gather the strength of the whole body in one point, causing the ultimate destructive power. Skills, Binding, Impact, Staring, Round Pupils, Tits for Tits, Dancing and Beating, Tappets, Striking Forces, Slamming, Crazy, arm smashing, sharing the pain, clashing with oneself, brute force. Inherited skills, energizing, rounding. Status, poor, hungry. Introduction. A natural racial king, with a powerful physique that surpasses his own racial value. He is a natural martial arts master with double power and speed, and has an extraordinary talent in close combat. Good guy. The potential reaches the three-pole god, the king of races. Is that you? Kapu is roaring. Except for his own giant gold monster. This is the second racial king elf that Baizi has seen so far. And so talented. And gorgeous panels. He had to make Baizi think of the Alola area in the main world, the bear god who was omnipotent in the sky and into the sea, wearing a bear. Therefore, he has every reason to believe that the wearing bear in front of him is the different world isotype of the Kapu bear in the main world. Alola was thinking. Tilda suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the back of his head, and then Baizi felt the girl's tense calf soften. Then suddenly it slipped off his shoulders. Baizi hurriedly stretched out his hand and took the unconscious girl to his front. Surging mental power flowed out of his body. After some investigation, he was relieved suddenly. It's just hunger and a moment of anger, and the body is weak and fainted. However, I really didn't expect that Lusamanai from another world is still wearing a thin figure. Tisk tisk. Baizi shook his head, his expression aftertaste. Not that he deliberately took advantage. It's just that the scanning of mental power is too detailed, and the subconscious modeling of absolute memory ability. Therefore, Lusamine can be seen directly. So, alas, helpless. JPG the moon is bright and the stars are rare, and the light penetrates the clouds with difficulty. Before the bonfire, a slender young man sat cross-legged, propped his chin in one hand, and rotated evenly in the crock pot with a spoon in the other. The heat was accompanied by the firelight, and the young man's silver-white hair fell into a hazy and mysterious look on his handsome face. Surrounding him were the upright golden cat that confronted him wearing the bear, and his elves. At this time, they were holding bowls and chopsticks one by one, and they were eating deliciously. In particular, Minos, even in the face of his own master, is rarely overly intimate on weekdays, and it seems very cold. Now, he actually wrapped his slender body in a circle and carefully folded it into a reclining chair, so that the teenager could lean on it. His head was resting on the crooked legs of the boy who sat cross-legged. Small mouthfuls, enjoying the food that the boy hand feeds when he prepares the soup. One by one, when Lusamanai woke up again, she struggled to get up from the comfortable big bed she hadn't enjoyed for a long time, and after she got out of the tent, what she saw was the scene in front of her. These unscrupulous. The corners of Lusamine's mouth twitched uncontrollably a few times. Just when I was about to say something. The voice was louder and the long belly rumbling sounded again. Lusamine. Looking at her group of elves, and the collective attention of the boy and the big cat, Lusamanai suddenly caught her breath and almost couldn't help but want to get into the tent. Awake. Come over and eat some. Baizi greeted with a flat expression. At this time, he already knew the general situation of this world from the mouths of Minos and the others. Or, it should be the general situation of Mellowmile Island in the Alola region at the foot. Including the time background, the reason, the origin of the evil eater, the current situation of the survivors on the island, and some information about their owner, Lusamine at this time. Of course, it's not that Lusamine's elves are easy to deceive, or that Baizi's charm is high. Well, his charm is indeed high enough, whether it is for the opposite sex of humans or elves. But really trust them. Especially as the leader wears the bear's trust. Still relying on Baizi to hold a knife in one hand, to stimulate the brilliant king's sword stored in his left hand to lock in the threat, and a heart-to-heart Baizi's power to soothe each other's hearts, this completely overwhelmed the group under the hands of Lusamine in the other world. Proud soldier. 1.7 is not bad. Is the arrogant soldier. Excluding the racial kings who are already very close to the peak of the heavenly kings wearing bears, the remaining four guys, Pikesi, Minos, Mehua and Mengmeng, or all middle-level heavenly kings. Such strength, excluding the Kanto region, is enough to hold the position of the 4 heavenly kings in any regional alliance. And to the fierce reaction of Rusumanai before, he can roughly guess the reason. Chapter 306. Rusumanai, really fragrant. When the order collapses, the preciousness of the human heart can be revealed, but the horror in it is equally shocking. They have seen each other more than once wearing bears for the sake of life and death for a piece of bread. There are even some scumbags, in order not to get hungry, they even do things like eating their own elves. In such a hell on earth. If you can't be vigilant. I am afraid. Rusamine doesn't even know how she died. And what about Baizi? Dressed brightly, with a ruddy complexion, no matter how he looked, he didn't look like a person living in a hell on earth with such a scarcity of materials. Originally, Lushamanai was going to pretend to be a fool to probe Baizi's bottom. But who knows, people have already discovered it. Under the stress reaction, Rusumanai took action almost instantly, preparing to subdue Baizi and the electric cat before questioning. But who knows? The guy in front of him is not only physically strong and looks like a human being, but he is also extremely embarrassed and fainted from hunger in the process of fighting. Thinking of this, Rusumanai almost wanted to die. And this moment, facing the soup handed over by the young man, although Rusumanai refused, the hunger in her stomach and a little dizziness told her that if she didn't replenish her energy, he might faint again soon. But how come these unscrupulous people don't know how to come over and give themselves a step down? Looking at the elf companions who were working hard, Lusamine felt indignant in her heart, and couldn't help but secretly slandered, "Isn't it just a bowl of soup? Even the owner didn't even care about the food. It's delicious." On the other side of the bonfire, Lusamine devoured her food with a gesture that was no different from her elves, and let out a vague admiration. "Eat slowly, and no one will rob you." Baizi smiled lightly and comforted, his eyes patrolling the body of Rusumanai. Beautiful yet introverted, charming and stubborn. To be frank, the Rusamina in this world is the most unique and complicated woman Baizi has ever seen. In addition, Rusamina is an absolute beauty. With the addition of temperament, it gave Baizi a wonderful feeling of Gone with the Wind. Perhaps this is the unique charm that experience has given to this world, Rusamine. Thinking like this, Baizi also took advantage of the situation to fill himself a bowl of soup, took a sip, and raised his eyebrows. Mellow without any miscellaneous taste, fresh and sweet. Well, my craftsmanship is still as good as ever. After eating. Thank you. Hey Tilda. Woo Tilda. Rusumanai and the other elves immediately thanked Baizi sincerely. On this island that was devoured by the king of evil eaters, and the supplies were extremely scarce, giving food to others was an extraordinary kindness. You're welcome. Baizi waved his hand, but didn't take it too seriously. Although the large space bag was not carried, the supplies in the small space pocket were enough for Baizi and Zeraora to survive for several months. Supplies, for the time being, he is not lacking. However, Baizi's topic changed. Next, should we clear up the past? Huh. Rusumanai was stunned when she heard the words. Huh. Baizi rolled his eyes. Why, it makes sense for you to repay your kindness and revenge, so it makes sense to eat and sleep for nothing. Rusumanai was suddenly speechless. Stingy man. She was sullen in her heart, but in the end, she really did not take care of this matter, and Rusumanai didn't plan to deny the account. Tell me, what do you think? Don't worry, I only have 2 small requests and some simple questions to ask you. Baizi stretched out 2 fingers and chuckled. Tell me about it. Rusumanai responded without letting down her guard. Don't worry, it's not difficult. The voice fell. Baizi disappeared in front of her eyes, but before she could react in the next second, there was a sudden feeling of oppression in her legs. When he lowered his head, he met the eyes of the boy who was lying on his lap. The first request, a lap pillow. Baizi stretched out a finger before Lushamanai could react. After all, I ran all the way yesterday to save someone with no conscience. I was quite tired. My request is more than a life-saving grace, but score. The two looked at each other. Good half sound. Only then did Lusamanai take a deep breath, and said with a sweet chuckle, it's not too much. Baizi twitched the corner of his mouth and stretched out his second finger. The second request is even simpler. Before, I was severely restrained by your two long legs, and now I am still a little dizzy and hypoxic. So. Baizi put on a natural look. I want the initiator to massage the brain to relieve the symptoms, so there should be nothing wrong with it. 433. Of course. Sweetly, she pressed her finger, and with a crisp sound, Lusamine's cold fingertip touched the skin of Baizi's temple. The expected strong force did not come. Although I can feel that the movements are very green, the strength of the force is quite moderate, even gentle. Baizi raised his eyebrows in surprise, and looked up. Under the bonfire, the girl's blue eyes, confusion and weakness, flashed away. Next second, those beautiful Danfeng eyes returned to a cold and incomprehensible look. When he lowered his head, he asked as if everything had been a phantom before, the request has also been raised. Now, let's talk about your question. But before that, shouldn't you introduce yourself? My name is Lukamina, a native of Ol, and now a member of the Ultimate Ranger on Melamel Island. How about you? Chapter 307. Rainbow Rockets. Dark Super Dream. For full order. I really didn't miss the chance to inquire about my information. Baizi smiled secretly in his heart, but he had nothing to hide, and said bluntly, my name is Baizi, I am from Junshin Town in the Kanto region. Of course, it is. It's a real new town in a parallel world, has not been finished yet. Kanto. Rusamanai suddenly interrupted with a look of surprise. You actually come from the Rocket League. Kanto. Rocket League. Baizi's expression was indescribably strange. Yes. Lushamanai frowned slightly, nodded and said, except for Alola, which is far away from overseas, not all of the 4 places of Kanto, Chengdu, Fangyuan, and Shanao under the original Elf Alliance were already under the leadership of Team Rocket 4 years ago. Is the Rocket League under the rule of Itaki? Rainbow Rockets. Baizi immediately thought of this organization that is the most powerful organization in the Pokemon worldview. Led by Team Rocket Banmu, Team Lava Team Kai Yansong, Team Ocean Team Shui Wadung, Team Galaxy Kairi, Team Plasma Kuisichi and Team Flare Fratally, the bosses of these successive evil organizations, formed a super evil organization, Team Rainbow Rocket. But soon. He denied this. Because according to the original plot in the game, although this organization is high enough, the members are also unusual. But this so-called Rainbow Rockets. In the final analysis, it is still just a declaration of conquest of the world, and then around the brand new Alola and the brand new mythical beast Necrozma, and then let the brand new protagonists brush a wave of experience one by one. Finally. Still can't escape the inherent routine. The goal is lofty and the ending is bleak. But at this time, the Rocket League mentioned by Lushamanai has already occupied the 4 places of Kanto, Chengdu, Fangyuan, and Shanao, and has been successfully included in it for 4 years. What the Rockets and Banmu in this world feel a bit fierce. Sigma, C. Just. With the size of the Elf Alliance, how did the Rockets resist the huge base of civilian trainers and the countless powerhouses born from it, the champions of the 4 heavenly kings? With such doubts, Baizi once again questioned Lusamanai. Lushamanai obviously didn't understand why Baizi, a Kanto, indigenous, would ask such a question that everyone knew. He frowned slightly. But Rusamanai still followed the agreement and told all the information she knew as detailed as possible. Because of the long distance, I only have a rough idea of the specific event process. The cause seems to be the current rocket the big league's Longplanks have created a pitch-dark elf that resembles a humanoid and feline-like figure. And the Dark Elf army led by this elf, after the Rockets announced the uprising, severely damaged the main force of the alliance composed of champions from various regions. Furthermore, due to the defections of nearly half of the alliance leaders and the 4 heavenly kings in Guandu, they directly occupied the Guandu continent, and then pursued the victory, winning Fang Yuan, who had almost lost their high-end combat power because of the previous battle. Shanao and Shanao have successfully formed the Rocket League, and they have formed a confrontation with the remnants of the Elf Alliance who are now retreating to the United States and have continued to this day. Dark elves whose images resemble humanoids and felines. Bai Zi's eyes flashed. Such an image. It is man-made again. As far as he knows, there is only one elf that fits this description. Super Dream. No. The color matching of the orthodox Mewtwo will not be so deep. According to the description of Lusamanai, this elf is very likely to be a strange Mewtwo. Pitch black. Is it a dark Mewtwo? At this time, Bai Zi didn't know how to describe his mood. It's okay to be confused by the time ripples of Shirabi and travel through time and space. Just after arriving at Alola, which is unknown at what time period, he was teleported to a parallel world by Capper Mingming, one of the local patron saints, using an unknown method. At last. After rescuing the counterpart of another world, Rusamine, she has not had time to think about how to return to the original time. But I was told that the world I came to was a worldview background that was occupied by the Rockets and formed the Rocket League. Moreover, this rocket team also has a dark super dream that is likely to be a heterogeneous version, as well as a dark army whose intelligence is unknown, but its combat power must be quite terrifying. Wipe. This, good news, is really wave after wave. Now you have to tell me that Arceus, the creator god of this world, is also a blackened version, and I am not surprised at all. This is really... Bai Zi didn't know what to say for a while, and while holding his forehead a little, he also sorted out the information about the Dark Super Dream in his heart. Dark Chaos Dream, this is not a character from the anime, manga or even games of Pokemon True Story. In the arcade game, Pokemon Tekken, published by Nintendo, the strange Mewtwo is a brand new form of Mewtwo evolved from being bent over by the Dark Resonance Stone. Speak up. The original Mewtwo's image was borrowed from Frieza in Dragon Ball. And the image of Dark Mewtwo, especially when it releases the exclusive trick called Dark and Nova, is almost no different from Frieza's release of the Planet Destroyer bomb. And, like the positive version of Mewtwo, Dark Mewtwo also has two super evolutionary forms of X and Y. And in the CG animation of Pokemon Iron Fist, the Dark and Nova, in the Dark Super Dream, but it directly blew up the planet. Even if the power of Dark Mewtwo's skills is not so abnormal in reality. But just based on what Rusamine said, even if this Dark Super Dream is not stronger than the peak period of the original Super Dream, I am afraid that it will not be weaker. P.S. In the end, the big boss will appear, and Bai Zi's crossing is also an introduction to the exchange and conflict between the two worlds. Chapter 308, Hoping for a Miracle. The four gods of Alola, who have entered extinction. For full order. A way back to the overworld must be found ASAP. At this moment, a sense of urgency arose in Bai Zi's heart for no reason. This is not just a fear of the Dark Super Dream. It was a strange premonition that suddenly emerged from the depths of my heart. If he really stays in this world for too long, I am afraid it is very likely that he will face the Dark Super Dream. As for how to say. In fact, Bai Zi is not clueless. According to his own situation, combined with the original plot in the anime TV Sun and Moon chapters, it can be inferred that he was sent to Mellowmile Island in this parallel world by Kapu Mingming. It is very likely that it is similar to Xiaoji's experience, and he wants to let himself help solve the disaster on Mellowmile Island in this parallel world. That is 1. Defeat the Evil Eater. This is really... Bai Zi, who came to this conclusion, suddenly pinched his eyebrows with a bit of a headache. A headache. To know. The Evil Eater entrenched in the ruins of Mellowmile Island is not an ordinary character, but an extreme beast that has set foot in the realm of the gods. Even according to the data panel of the probe feedback, this Evil Eater King was not promoted in an orthodox way. There are many defects 433, and even the consciousness cannot be maintained. But no matter what, they are also real three-pole gods. The huge energy level difference alone is enough to crush the vast majority of trainers and elves, of course, including today's Baizi. After all, he didn't have all the hands in his hands. With just a Zeraora from the Heavenly King domain, he really didn't have the confidence to face an evil eater from the Tripolar God domain. Of course, he wasn't helpless either. The more time-consuming is to use the rapid upgrade of the Heavenly Reward system to slowly raise the level of Zeraora to the level of the three gods. In this way, he naturally has the confidence to completely defeat the Evil Eater King, expelling or even subduing it. But it can be expected that the world will not be too short. Even if he has the blessing of the Heavenly Tao reward system, it will probably not take too long to elevate Zeraora from the Heavenly King to the three-pole god. In normal times, with Baizi's cautious personality, he might have chosen this one. But now, in order to avoid what can happen in the hunch, this one, obviously ACBH, is not suitable. After all, whether or not, without enough power, Baizi doesn't want to fight with the Dark Super Dream at all. This is obviously the idea of the abnormal Super Dream face with the template of the villain's big boss. And exclude this. The only way to defeat the Evil Eater in a short period of time is to hope for a miracle. Baizi's eyes were deep. A thought moves. After opening the personal attribute panel, I focused my attention on the secondary page of System Warehouse. There is also a reserved destiny reward that is not used. 1 Forced Luck. It can bring miraculous help when you desperately want to accomplish something. By the way, didn't you say you're from Junshin Town? Why are you still asking me these things? Rusa Manai suddenly asked with some doubts, interrupting Baizi's contemplation. Baizi regained his senses and shrugged, without any intention of concealing. Because I am from the parallel world Kanto Junshin Town, naturally I don't know what happened in this world. So that's how it is. Rusa Manai nodded casually, then reacted suddenly, confirming with a look of surprise. You are from a parallel world. Not bad. Baizi rubbed the back of his head against Rusa Manai's thigh, and gestured with his eyes to stop Lusamine to continue the massage. Then, as concisely as possible, he explained what happened to him and Rusamine. Is that so? Rusamine blinked, her expression changed, she pressed and rubbed the acupuncture points on Baizi's brain, and asked, then you can't go back. That won't happen. Baizi shook his head. According to the information I know, the Kappa Mingming over there should react with the electrical energy of the Kappa Mingming on your side, and send Mita to this world. Hearing this, Lusamine's expression suddenly became a little strange. Baizi didn't find out immediately, but continued, and the reason for sending me here should be that I can solve the root cause of this world's disaster, King Evil Eater. After speaking, she felt Rusa Manai's fingers didn't move for a long time, and he looked up immediately. Why, don't you believe that I can defeat the King of Evil Eaters? Huh? Rusa Manai was stunned for a moment, then returned to her senses, met Baizi's gaze, and said with a hesitant expression, it's not about the King of Evil Eaters, it's just. Just what? Baizi's heart suddenly felt bad. Hunch. Just. Lusamine gritted her teeth and finally said, it's just that Kapu Mingming, the patron saint of Melamel Island, or the 4 patron saints of Alola, all died together 4 years ago. Death. Baizi sat up suddenly. Rusamine nodded and said with a reminiscence in his eyes, I remember it very clearly, because it happened to be the gala party that ended the celebration of the islands 4 years ago. Suddenly there was a violent explosion in the sky. Afterwards, the sky seems to have raised curtains, and all the trainers who have Z bracelets have found that the Z pure crystals on the bracelets, without exception, have lost their color and cannot activate Z moves. Then, under the leadership of the island kings of each island, everyone was near the altars of the patron saints of the 4 islands and found the shells of the patron saints standing in the center of the altars. Unable to move, but also all signs of life lost. Quote. Hearing this, Baizi's complexion seemed to be condensed. Glancing at his wrist, as expected, the electric Z-pure crystal above was dark. He got up quickly, and took advantage of the opportunity to pull up Rusamine, and said solemnly, Lusamine, I want to go to the altar where Kapu Mingming is located, please. Chapter 309. Remnants of War. Remains, Battle of Alola. For full order. Mellow Melody Island. Central. Remnants of War. This is it. In the past, there were special guards stationed at the ruins, but now. Speaking of which, Lusamine pursed her thin lips and sighed. Condolences. With a soft reassurance, Baizi went straight past the somewhat sentimental Lusamine and walked into the cave at the end of the mountain road in front of him. The caves are very simple, and they are basically built by hand with civil and stone blocks. In the front direction, there are wooden inclined ladders on both sides of the boulder altar engraved with diamond patterns. When you go up, you will see a huge coconut leaf ornament like a peacock opening screen. Among the octagonal wooden altars below it, a black wooden shell shaped like a bird's crest and a chicken head with an orange and white pattern stands in the center of the altar. It was covered with dust, and the charm was lost. It seems that, as Lusamine said, Kapu Mingming, one of the guardians of the Alola region in this different world, has already passed away. But, without really using Baizi's power to find out, Baizi would not easily draw conclusions. But when he was about to use the power of Baizi to probe, Stabla 1 suddenly shot out an electric light as thin as spider silk from the top of the cave directly above the altar, hitting the pure electric crystal on the bracelet on Baizi's wrist. Immediately, scenes of images were transmitted into Baizi's mind like a slideshow. An endless army of dark elves. The 3 leading black beasts. Find. Go to intercept. Fight. Confrontation. And finally, that unhesitating decision and sacrifice. Baizi, are you all right? After a long time, Baizi woke up from the shouting of Lusamine. Open your eyes slowly. Chaolu Shamanai chuckled and shook his head, then took 2 steps back slightly, bowed, and gave a deep salute to Kapu Mingming's remains in the altar. In that slide-like memory image, Baizi understood the cause and effect of the incident. Life was lost in the Kapu Mingming area. Including the other 3 patron saints of Alola, on that day 4 years ago, they returned to solitude, entered extinction, and dedicated their last lives to Alola. 4 years ago. In addition to the well-known Battle of the Silver Mountain, where nearly 70% of the high-end combat power of the Elf Alliance was destroyed in the first battle. At that time, the rockets of the Major League Rockets had not yet been officially formed. Actually at the same time, another battle is launched, the Battle of Alola. Led by the 3 holy beasts of the origin of darkness, the Black and 3 holy beasts under his command are the backbone, as well as countless water and flying dark elves. Across the sea. A surprise attack on the Alola Islands. But unlike most of the regional beasts, the patron saints in the Alola region are a little weaker in rank, but their connection with the living land is not comparable to other regions at all. Therefore, Team Rocket's partial division had not yet approached the border of the Alola Sea area, and was intercepted outside the sea area by Kapu Mingming and 3 other guardian legends of the Alola area. The war broke out without warning. That's right. It's war. There is no doubt that the 3 sacred beasts of the origin of darkness are low-ranking legends who have set foot in the realm of gods. After darkening, they will not be weaker than Kapu Mingming them. Plus the outstanding people in the group and the large number of dark elf legions. The battle was not fair from the start. And Kapu Mingming, they are also worthy of the honorary title of the patron gods of the region. The combination of the skills of the 4 occasions can be turned into an almost real attack field. Not to mention, the natural wrath of the 4 attribute energies is like a heavenly punishment. Generally, he even independently inspired his exclusive Z movements and turned into an attribute giant with self-respect to the sky and the earth. But when manpower is scarce, the Dark Elf army is almost endless. Even after death is turned into powder, the remaining dark aura can be absorbed by the Black and 3 holy beasts to heal wounds and replenish energy. Under the dark sky, the unknown war continued for a day and a night. Subsequently, as if receiving some order, the 3 blackened holy beasts took the lead to leave the battle group, and led the Dark Elf army with most casualties to withdraw from the area of the Alola Sea area, and confronted the 4 guardian legends of Alola headed by Kapu Mingming. 0. Ask for flowers. But just as Capper hummed, they were about to take a breather for a little grooming. Skyrim. A large number of flight-type Dark Elves rushed to the battlefield under the leadership of the Blackened 3 Holy Birds. Although the 3 headed by them are slightly weaker than the Blackened 3 Holy Beasts, there is no doubt that they are all low-ranking legends who have set foot in the realm of the gods. See this scene. Kapu Mingming, Kapu Dai Dai, Kapu Mu, Kapu Finfin, these 4 Alola patron saints with different personalities just looked at each other. They turned into streamers and evacuated from the battlefield. This sudden, fleeing, seemed to startle the guy who secretly commanded these Dark Elf legions. Therefore, there was no time to order the block. While leaving the battlefield, the perspective of the picture shifted to the body of an elf named Kapu Mingming. It used the fastest speed to linger in the sky above Maromul Island. After watching the crowd and elves in the celebration, it went to the war ruins without saying a word. Retract the body into the shell. Landed in the very center of the altar of ruins. The body, attribute energy and power of authority in the shell were all sacrificed by it in an unknown way. It turned into a golden beam of light soaring into the sky. It collided and mixed with the other 3 streams of light pink, blue-green, and blue-violet in the sky above the Alola Islands, turning into an invisible huge curtain, completely encompassing the entire Alola region. P.S. The last few chapters are necessary introductions, and the King of Evil Eaters will be solved soon, abducting the parallel world Lusamanai, and meeting the Dark Super Dream, and then I will go back to Alola in the main world to perform my show operation. Hey hey, a few. Chapter 310, Mysterious Elf Egg, the God of War in the Future. For full order. The 4 gods of Alola sacrificed their lives and guarded this rare pure land. But unfortunately, although the Sky Curtain temporarily prevented the intrusion of the external Dark Elf army, the unique manifestation of Alola, the ultimate hollow, was not under the defense of this Sky Curtain that isolated foreign enemies. And originally, as the ultimate alien beast in the ultimate space, it will only stay for a few days at most before being automatically sent back to the hometown of the ultimate space. But at the same time, there are also very few individuals who resist the attraction of the ultimate space and are forced to stay in the Alola area of the main space. A calmer temperament, like the Iron Fire Kagaya in the original TV anime. After passing through the ultimate cave, I directly found a place to bury myself. I didn't eat or drink, and I didn't move. Open black lens bracket. Ling. Long. Close black lens bracket. I don't know how many years I have lived. And the 3 who are a little more violent are like this evil eater who was entrenched in the ruins of the city on Melomel Island. The whole island was almost destroyed by it. Perhaps his arrival was the reason why Kapu Mingming's last remaining will was guided. But the same Baizi is also very clear. Although the Kapu chirped, the veil they made by sacrificing their lives resisted the invasion of Aurora by the Dark Elf army 4 years ago. Let Aurora obtain a commendable 4-year peace. It can stop the Dark Elves, the Blackened 3 Holy Beasts and the Blackened 3 Divine Birds, but it may not be able to stop the Dark Super Dream. Although it is not clear what the Dark Super Dream is stumbling on. But once it let go of its hands and feet and came to Aurora in person, Baizi really didn't like this curtain. How long could it stop it? Not to mention, it doesn't matter if the 3 god bird groups are blackened. After all, their relationship with the Lord God, Lugia clan is not very good. But the 3 holy beasts are subordinate gods made by Ho-Oh himself. The King Feng is the king. Close relationship. Baizi didn't think that Ho-Wang would be indifferent as his subordinates were blackened. But they are still blackened. Thinking about it like this, the meaning contained in it is simply creepy. But in any case, Kapu Mingming and their decision and sacrifice are worthy of Baizi's salute. Although Rusamine, who followed behind, did not know as much about the inside story as the immersive Baizi, but in the respect of an Allura person for the local patron saint, she also gave a gentle salute. Li Bai. Rusumanai looked at Bai Zi with a puzzled look on her face. You are. Let's not talk about the King Evil Eater. Why do you think the Alola region has been spared the war? You must know that the Kalo region, which is farthest from Guandu, is inevitably involved. Bai Zi shook his head. The eyes are deep. What do you mean? Rusumanai is not stupid. She was only in the middle before, but now that Bai Zi is a little bit, she naturally understands it instantly. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Looks like you guessed it. Bai Zi's eyes had already stopped on Kapu Mingming's remains, and he said softly, Kapu Mingming, they are worthy of the title of the patron saint of Alola. Is that so? There was a flash of confusion in Lushamanai's eyes, as if recalling something, which finally turned into relief and determination. And Bai Zi has withdrawn his gaze. Glancing at his wrist, it seemed that the electric Z on the fully charged Z-band had been reactivated. Then he raised his head and turned his gaze to the direction above his head. Although the incident happened suddenly before, Bai Zi still saw clearly that the electric light that lit the Z-pure crystal and let him receive the images of the events before and after the Allura Sea battle, by the late Kapu Mingming came from overhead. As predicted. At the top of the cave directly above the altar, a brown-black sphere emitting a faint golden light hangs in a hanging basket with a diamond-shaped imprint. As soon as Bai Zi's thoughts moved, the burning white thought force rose up and took it down from the top of the cave. Holding it in his hand, Bai Zi immediately raised his eyebrows. Elf egg. The top is narrow and the bottom is wide in an oval shape. It's not an unknown elf egg. Bai Zi's interest suddenly increased. To know. This is the elf egg left in the war relic where Kapu Mingming's remains are located. Moreover, it can also emit lightning that lights up pure crystals. This has nothing to do with Kapu Mingming. Bai Zi is unbelievable zero. But just when he was about to use the power of Bai Zi to investigate, Kacha, accompanied by a crisp sound, a white light suddenly appeared on the brown-black elf egg, and soon the shadowy golden light on the elf egg was covered. Soon, as the light gradually extinguished, a little guy about the size of a palm, with a long orange crown and lower limbs, and a black body, each arm covered with half a coxcomb wood ornament, appeared in Bai Zi's palm. Ka tilde. The tender voice sounded, and this little guy with a small sleeve saw Bai Zi at a glance. Afterwards, with a cheer, as if with an infinite amount of foam, he pounced on Bai Zi's neckline, rubbing, and Bai Zi's chin tickled as the swaying crown swept away. This is Kapu Mingming. Rusumanai on the side was inexplicably shocked, her mouth slightly opened, as if she could swallow half of the ham in one bite. Good. This little guy who suddenly hatched from the Pokeball is Kapu Mingming. Or to be more specific, this is a different colored Kapu Mingming cub. Bai Zi really did not expect it. Kapu Mingming even left such a big gift for himself. A newborn heterochromatic juvenile. Race. Kapu Mingming, Black Flash. Attribute, Electric Fairy. Characteristic, Electrical Maker, Heart 1.7 Inspiration, Monty. Level, Newborn, Level 5, 0/100. Potential, Level 2 God, Extreme. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Job, War close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Condition. Good close black lens bracket. Introduction. When the previous generation Kapu Mingming had an epiphany at the time of his life and death, and half a foot stepped into a first-level god, the second-generation individuals left behind are one step closer to their qualifications, and have the fighting experience and the legacy of the previous generation Kapu Mingming. A brand new position of duty created by the mutation, the future god of war. Chapter 311. Don't worry about the future. A future god of war. Bai Zi, who swiftly took out a pile of elf care products, skillfully carried out the nursing work for the little Kapu Mingming, while scanning the attribute panel in front of him, his eyes were strange. Different from the chief struggle of Kapu Mingming in the main world. War is one of the manifestations of struggle though. But the meaning it represents is more cruel and heavy. Since ancient times, it has a very direct and important impact on the safety of human beings, the rise and fall of a nation, the survival of a country, and the progress and regression of society. In the myths and stories of the major races in the previous life, the gods related to war, or all gods among the gods. Therefore, the little card Pu Mingming, who has inherited such a priesthood, is afraid that the future will be limitless. Thinking like this, after finishing the external cleaning, Bai Zi simply crushed the little guy's remaining eggshells into powder, and heated it with high-quality fresh milk in a large milk tank. Looking at the little guy holding a bottle about half the size of his body, the tun cow drank cleanly. Then, "Oh too," hiccup tilde. Mengmeng burped, and the little guy immediately lay down on Bai Zi's palm with a troubled expression on his face, rubbed his little head, and fell asleep so quickly. "Good night." With a gentle smile, Bai Zi took out a luxurious ball and gently placed it on top of the little guy's head. The stored light flashed and put it into the pokeball. "Congratulations." Rusumi Nai stepped forward with a complicated look and said, but it wasn't because of jealousy. It was just a little weird to see the patron saint of her belief since childhood being subdued. "Thank you." Bai Zi nodded with a smile. Subsequently, he stared at the pokeball in his hands, which showed no signs of struggle, and put it away. While reading the images left by the previous generation Kappa Mingming, he also learned the reason for his arrival and the method of leaving. Indeed, as he thought at the beginning, it was the remaining will of Kappa Mingming from the previous generation that connected with Kappa Mingming in the main world, and sent him here as a savior to end the disaster. "I really look up to me." Bai Zi shook his head in his heart. "Sending myself, who only has the power of the Heavenly King, to a parallel world to deal with an ultimate alien beast of a three-pole god is more than worth it. It is so worthwhile." However, another piece of information learned from the video gave him a way to get out of this world without defeating the King of Evil Eaters. You only need to ask Xiao Kapu Mingming to use AZ movement to react with Kapu Mingming in the main world, open the electronic cavity, and return to the main world directly. That is to say, at this moment, Bai Zi has no worries. Although the little Kappa Mingming has just been born, it is a natural electrical user, plus the fighting experience of the previous generation Kappa Mingming. The use of electricity is almost a natural command. At this point, it can be easily seen from the fact that it can use the electricity containing the ultimate aura to light up the electric Z-pure crystal that has been extinguished by Bai Zi according to the residual will of the previous generation Kappa Mingming before it was born. It stands to reason that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. But Bai Zi finally decided to be a little headstrong. Just as it is, for the grace and gift of the previous generation Kapu Mingming. "I have a decision in my heart." Bai Zi immediately turned to look at Rusumanai. "Rusumanai, now I have a brand new Kapu Mingming, I have no worries and can return to my world at any time. But I've decided to try and help you drive the evil eater from Melamel Island. Next, I'm going to try the quality of this evil eater first." Bai Zi changed the concept to helping you, intentionally or not, and then asked, "How about you?" "Of course I am." Rusumanai almost subconsciously prepared to go with her, but she suddenly thought of the companion waiting for her in the base, so she swallowed the words that were almost out of her mouth and sighed. "I need to go to our survivor base and report to us. Peace of mind." Before she said that, her eyes suddenly lit up. "How about you go to the base with me and get to know the matter? How about I accompany you to the ruins of the city to investigate the details of the King of Evil Eaters?" "It's not that good, let's split our troops." Bai Zi directly rejected Rusumanai's proposal. Forget about Rusumanai, he himself has bad intentions. Some coveted, and some offenses can naturally be ignored. But he doesn't have that much patience with the other guys. It is almost foreseeable that at a time when order is collapsing, a suspicious guy like him will naturally be questioned and doubted. But Bai Zi doesn't want to waste time on unimportant people. After all, his time is very precious now. Well then. Seeing Bai Zi's resoluteness, Lusamine was not good at forcing it. After the two agreed to meet in the old place, they parted ways directly at the entrance of the 433 War Relics. War Remnants Cave. Looking at the back of Baizi, who was speeding westward all the way, Lucimine's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. Go for a moment. She withdrew her gaze and released a huge pink-black giant shadow from the Pokeball. Wearing a bear, I'm going to trouble you again, take me back to the base. Hey Tilda. Wearing a bear, he patted his chest, looking like there was no problem. He probed with one hand and hugged Lucimine into his arms. After Lucimine tied her long hair with a rubber band headband. Even if the legs are bent. Next second. The entire bear flew straight into the sky like a rocket, heading towards the southwest coast. Between the ups and downs, it quickly disappeared into the sky. The path in front of the cave of the War Relics fell into silence again. P.S. Single ponytail big wife Tilda. Chapter 312. Base conflict, battle around the city. For full order. What? You want to stay with a guy of unknown origin to fight against the evil eater on Melomel Island? Lucimine, I absolutely won't allow this. In a base on the coast to the southwest of the island, a burly blonde man in a white coat roared loudly. His tone was intense, and his expression was extremely excited. His name is Moen, and he was a famous scholar in the Alola region, especially in the study of the ultimate space and the ultimate alien beast, with a considerable degree of attainments. After the disaster, he was supposed to be the first group of scholars to evacuate, but for some reason he insisted on staying at the base and became the temporary head of the rescue base. In fact, everyone knows this reason well. It's just that King Chong is intentional and the goddess is ruthless. For a long time, Lucimine turned a blind eye to Morn's favor, and put all her focus on rescuing the trapped islanders and elves. Today, Lucimine, who had been missing for nearly half a night, returned safely, plus the news that the ferry would arrive in the early morning. It was originally a double happiness. But why? Why is it that after only getting along for such a short time, the always slow-moving Lucimine is so gullible with a stranger who has known each other for less than a day? And, still a man. Morn couldn't figure it out. Jealousy burned his sanity even more, making him unable to maintain his usual gentleness and elegance, and vetoed Lucimine's decision in an almost commanding tone. Lucimine frowned, and for the sake of her colleagues, she finally explained, Researcher Morn, as I said, this decision is the result of my careful consideration, and I just came to inform everyone. I don't really need you to decide for me. I hope you understand that. Researcher Morn. Moen's face flushed immediately, as if he was stimulated, and he said, Anyway, I will never allow you to find any wild man. Hall, see, take down Lucimine for me. Today, I just want to tie her up and take her away from Melomel Island. As soon as the voice fell, there was silence in the field. One by one, the team members either looked up at the sky or lowered their heads to count the ants, but no one responded. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Can they not know the strength of the captain? Still one. Just relying on the strength of a few of our most talented gymnasiums to win a trainer with almost full hands. Are you crazy or we are crazy? You. Seeing that no one answered, Morn suddenly became anxious. And Lucimine didn't bother to talk to him anymore, she just wiped it on her waist. Dream Demon. Yohu Tilda. The purple elf in the shape of a witch hovered in midair, without needing what Lucimine said, facing Morn, she chanted softly like a magic spell. In an instant, Morn rolled his eyes and fell directly to the ground. Leader Morn. Boss Morn, are you all right? A few people were startled and hurriedly surrounded them. Don't worry, the dream demon just made him fall asleep, let's just leave it alone. After saying that, Lucimine turned around and walked towards the gate of the base. The players behind him hesitated. But haven't spoken yet. Then I saw the dream demon whose eyes were glowing with red light, with her back to Lucimine, making a shush gesture in their direction. Suddenly, a chill suddenly rose. And after seeing a group of the Ultimate Patrol team members who kept silent, The dream demon showed a satisfied smile. With a swirl of his body, he slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After leaving the rescuer's base, Lusham and I did not rush back to the old place, agreed with Baizi, but instead went to an abandoned manor on the east coast of Melamail Island. The ruins are broken, but it can be seen from the only remaining ruins that this is supposed to be a luxurious manor with a considerable area. This manor is the former site of the mansion of Rusa Manais. Since the death of her parents in the King Eater incident, in order to avoid the situation, and to find a way to expel or even kill the King Eater wholeheartedly, Lusha Manai has been trying her best to avoid returning here all these years. Originally, she had a little bit of grudge against Kapu Mingming, the patron saint in her heart. It is believed that it has failed to fulfill its duty as the guardian god of the island. The power of King Evil Eater made her feel powerless in the depths of her heart. Just under his nose, she had to do her best to survive, so what about revenge? But now, everything is different. The teenager who claimed to be from a parallel world not only resolved her resentment towards the Patronus, but also brought a glimmer of hope. In the remnants of the war, I will not talk about Yais and the little Kapur Mingming who obtained the previous generation of Kapur Mingming. More importantly, facing the calamity of King Evil Eater, which made her feel hopeless, although Baizi had troubles in her eyes, it was more of a belief in victory that seemed to be integrated into her bones. It's as if, for him, defeating the strong by the weak is completely a basic operation. Maybe. No, he definitely can. Lusamine bit her lower lip, and finally glanced around the abandoned and collapsed manor, turned around suddenly, and strode towards the gate with only 2 square stone pillars of different lengths left. At the same time, in the middle of the ruins of the city of Howell, on the broken wall of a department store ruin, Baizi squatted slightly, and in his blue eyes, a burning white halo of psychic power shone brightly. Taking himself as the center, madly surging in all directions. Actually, before Lusamine arrived at the rescuer's base, Baizi had already come to this ruined city one step before, and quickly found the evil food in the corner of the city, unconsciously eating. King. And when Lusamine was in memory of the ruins of his manor, he was already in the ruins of the city with Zeraora and the Evil Eater. After playing several thrilling battle royale games of, Come After Me, Chase Me, Let You Hee Hee Hee. At the same time, in this thrilling process, Baizi not only took the opportunity to collect all the specific numerical kills in the destructive power, reaction speed, induction sensitivity and other aspects of the current Evil Eater. In this, Battle Royale, game, I learned a rather interesting discovery. Chapter 313. School Meeting, Plans, 2 Major Problems. This guy ran after us all over the city after eating your 100,000 volts, but it's not close to this place in the center of the city, Zeraora, what do you think? Ow tilde. Zeraola froze when he heard the words. Of course there is something strange, what else can you think of it? Ha ha. Baizi, who was caught by the stock, couldn't help but let out a long laugh, got up straight, and jumped towards the hole under the broken wall. Since there is something strange, let's go to the bottom. Zeraora was a little confused about Baizi's emotional changes for a while. But seeing that Baizi had already jumped down first, he quickly turned into a lightning bolt and flew down. Da! The sound of a light stamping sounded, and Baizi, who fell to the ground, slightly bent his knees, which relieved the impact. Just took 2 steps forward. The thorns, Zeraora followed by a lightning bolt fell on his side. Baizi had no time to pay attention to Zeraora. At this moment, he was completely attracted by the scene not far away. Dark underground, a circle of twisted annular voids are embedded in the void. The periphery is an electron-like vein pattern, and the sunken part of it exudes a dark halo. This thing is a phenomenon unique to the Alola 433 area. The ultimate void. Now Baizi finally knew why the King of Evil Eaters avoided here. It seems that King Evil Eater is instinctively afraid, which can send it back to his hometown. Boom. Before Baizi's words were finished, accompanied by a roar, a swaying feeling like the shaking of the earth suddenly came from under his feet. And the broken wall of the remnant house, which was not solid, suddenly collapsed. Countless stones fell one after another from the top of the head, towards the place where Baizi and Zeraora stood alone. One by one, scorching white arcs appeared, rendering Zeraora's golden fur into a bluish-white color, and Zeraora, who turned into a thunderbolt, clenched her fist and struck the sky. The majestic electric arc rose and turned into a white beam of light, evaporating the falling rocks within a radius of several meters. Then, Baizi only felt a flower in front of his eyes, and he was already in an altitude of dozens of meters, stepping on a piece of electric property, spar, condensed light jade. A loud bang followed. With the hot wind blowing up, Baizi lowered his head. Then I saw that the abandoned department store had been blasted into a white field. On the steaming scorched black ground, apart from the evil Eater King, who frantically danced his two tongues and gnawed on everything that could be gnawed around him, there was only the stubbornly fit in the void. The ultimate cave. It seems that I guessed wrong. The king of evil eaters is not afraid of the ultimate emptiness, but just resists. However, in this way, it is more beneficial to me. The corner of Baizi's mouth raised a smile. Okay, let's go back, Zeraora. Glancing at King Evil Eater one last time, Baizi lightly patted Zeraora who was hanging beside him. Next second, the spar under Baizi's feet instantly gasified into a on, forming a sphere, wrapping Baizi and Zeraora itself, and blasting away toward the south. Speeding all the way. Under the millimeter-accurate electrical property control ability of Zeraora in the thundering form, Baizi hardly felt any bumps. Just feel the scenery on both sides fly by. In no time, Baizi only felt that the scenery suddenly swayed upwards, and then, like a daze, he had returned to the thatched cottage at the previous Pokemon school ruins. By this time the sky will be bright. In front of a bonfire that is fading out. Rusumi was leaning on the body of the wearing bear sitting cross-legged. Under the light of the fire, her cheeks with a slightly hazy expression seemed to have a layer of blush on her cheeks, and the originally glamorous temperament was suddenly added a bit. ACBH Zhao actually looks a little cute. Hey Baizi, you're back. Sensing the noise, the clothed bear and Rusmini raised their heads together and forgot to come, and Rusmini's eyes were filled with obvious anticipation and apprehension. Hesitant to speak, Baizi chuckled, and naturally knew what Rusumi wanted to ask. Immediately without pretending, he nodded and said bluntly, I have almost figured out the details of King Evil Eater, and I already have a way to send it back to my hometown. Really? Rusumini's tone was excited. Although she was only expelling instead of killing, she was already content. After all, even if it was just a chance to expel it, she had waited too long. Of course. Baizi gave a positive answer. Afterwards, he revealed his plans and details. In simple terms, it was to use the characteristics of the evil eaters, gluttony, and use attribute energy to guide it to the vicinity of the ultimate void. Then, use the ultimate ball that Baizi got from Dr. Ogi to find a chance to put it into the ultimate ball, and take advantage of the gap between the King of Evil Eaters to break free of the ultimate ball, and throw it into the ultimate hole. Middle. However, in this plan, there are two difficulties that need to be solved. Baizi stretched out two fingers and stated, the first one is how to successfully incorporate it into the Pokeball. The ultimate ball has a very strong binding force on the ultimate alien beast, but first of all, I only have this in my hand. That is to say, there is only one chance. Secondly, it is not an easy thing to successfully hit the King of Evil Eaters. Although I have enough confidence that as long as I hit it, I can briefly incorporate it into this ultimate ball, but it is still a big difficulty to break through the two tongues of the Evil Eater. This, Rusumi frowned. Undeniable. Baizi's plan is quite feasible, but none of the problems he raised can be easily broken through. Moreover, this is only the first difficulty. Baizi, what about the second difficulty? After thinking about it for a while, Rusumi frowned and asked Baizi, who had no idea for a while. Since there is no way to solve the first difficulty for the time being, it is better to throw out both problems and think about it together. Maybe it can be negative or positive. Chapter 314. Rusamina is numb, everything is ready. For full order. The second one is how to close the ultimate hole after success. Bai Zi said sternly. This is also the difficulty that really troubles Bai Zi. Although there is a bottom card, Cheng luck, but relying entirely on luck is not Bai Zi's behavior. At least. There must also be a general direction to resolve this matter. Relying solely on strong luck is too insecure for a cautious character like Bai Zi. But unexpectedly, when Rusamanai heard this, her eyes lit up. Close the ultimate cave. As she carefully took out a square device similar to a remote control from her close-fitting waist bag, she said, if it is to close the ultimate hole, I happen to have a device for closing the ultimate hole. This it was left to me by my father, the only thing left. Just. A flash of nostalgia flashed in Rusamanai's eyes, and then she frowned slightly. It's just that this device was damaged in the disaster when I got it. I tried to repair it, but the wiring inside is too complicated. I dare not go too deep, so as not to cause further damage. It has been delayed until now. With that said, Rusamin handed the device in her hand to Bai Zi. Bai Zi took it. Ningmei looked at the device in her hands, then raised her head and asked, since you have tried to repair it, that means you still have a certain understanding of it. Well, Rusamin nodded. I still have a little foundation in academic research, if not. Speaking of this, Rusamin's expression became low for a moment, and then shook his head with a wry smile. Maybe I will also embark on the path of an elf researcher. Rusamin's words are actually modest. Xiao also showed her excellent academic talent when she was just an adult. In addition to not having a decisive research result, in terms of knowledge reserve alone, Rusamin is actually not inferior to the general elf doctor. Is that so? Bai Zi nodded, played with the ultimate hole-closing device in his hand, and suddenly said, Rusamanai, I need to trouble you with one thing. Quote. I need you to tell me everything you know about fixing this device. Having said that, Bai Zi has dismantled the casing of the device on his own, and began to look carefully at the complicated transistors and circuit boards. And, I took out a small toolbox from my pocket. Open gently. Spread it out in front of you. And tell me, he's quite a master craftsman. Do you still repair technology? Rusamanai also brightened up and said in surprise. 1. Repairing a four-wheel drive vehicle should also count, right? After thinking about it, Bai Zi nodded and said indifferently, I have a little practical experience. Okay. Rusamina lifted her spirits and clenched her fists. I will tell you everything I know. So, where do we start now? Let's go. Bai Zi remained indifferent. By the way, is the route a line of fire? Rusamin. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. Rusamanai was indeed speechless by Bai Zi at first. I even thought that Bai Zi was joking with her. But soon. She knew that Bai Zi really knew all the 10 or 9 of mechanical repairs. Basically, he didn't know anything. This made Rusamanai a little crazy. But things had come to this point, and with Bai Zi's persistent insistence, she had no choice but to try it out, and simply began to explain basic electrical engineering knowledge to Bai Zi. But what happened next completely left Rusamin stunned. Because she found out. Bai Zi's learning speed is so fast that it can be seen with the naked eye. This is not an adjective, but you can really clearly see the speed of his knowledge with the naked eye. Even, from time to time, there is a leak-type understanding, like a self-taught without a teacher, and all the knowledge points of a stage are instantly understood. You have listened carefully to the teaching of Rusamanai, and you have a little understanding, triggering the basic discipline, line, proficiency +10. You have carefully listened to the teaching of Rusamin, you have a little understanding, trigger the basic subject, electronics, proficiency +10. Open black lens bracket. You are careful. Close black lens bracket. Ding! You have comprehended comprehensive skills. Mechanical science, current level, beginner, 0. Ask for flowers. By listening to the explanation, your skill proficiency in mechanical science plus 10. Through observation and deduction, your skill proficiency in mechanical science plus 20. Pass the proofreading test, your skill proficiency in mechanical science plus 30. From the most basic line identification, to the comprehensive skills in mechanical science that integrates and comprehends later, relying on concentration and the assistance of God for diligence, Baizi started from the shameless questioning at the beginning, and then left Rusamina with his own practical understanding, a total of took almost 20 hours. It was only then that the skill of mechanical science was upgraded to an advanced level. During this period, Rusamina also went from shock to numbness, helping Baizi who was sleepless and forgetting to eat, and clumsily taking care of Baizi's food and drink, adding firewood for Baizi and putting on a blanket to keep out the cold at night. Until the setting sun rises the next day. Kacha, Baizi just put the last screw on, straightening his waist slightly, making a crisp bone-thumping sound. The ultimate cave closure device has finally been completely repaired. And in front of him, there are mechanical parts all over the place. These are all the wrecks of elf bracelets and notebooks that are used as accessories and dismantled for practice. Finally done. Sighing slightly, he worked with high concentration in one breath for more than 20 hours, but at this moment, he didn't seem to be tired at all. On the contrary, there is a fire burning in the chest, and the spirit is excited as if it has rested for 3 days and 3 nights. Turning his head to the side, looking at the pretty face leaning on his shoulder, so close at hand, Baizi's mouth suddenly raised a smile. Looking towards, gradually climbing up, sweeping the rays of light and expelling the dark sun. In his eyes, a ray of light flashed. I'm really crazy to try to challenge the 3 gods with the power of the King of Heaven. Having said that, but the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more arbitrary. Chapter 315. Blessed by the enchantment, thunder and lightning, Jinbai Yang Yu. For full order. Afternoon. Baizi personally cooked a sumptuous lunch. After eating and drinking, the 2 of them took a good afternoon nap. They simply cleaned up and set off together to go to the ruined city, Aula City. Because King Evil Eater followed instinct and left the direction of the city center. So after searching and finding it needs to be lured back to the vicinity of the ultimate cave again. This time, Baizi did not act alone, but negotiated plans and routes with Rusamine in advance, and prepared to take turns to guide the King of Evil Eaters to the vicinity of the ultimate cave in the city center. Although they didn't get along for a long time, he still sensed Rusamine's hatred for the King of Evil Eaters. Therefore, even after adding Rusamine, it may not be as easy as coming alone, but Baizi still counts Rusamine. After all, it is necessary to give people a sense of participation. But what he didn't expect was, in the process of feeding the King of Evil Eaters by taking turns using attribute moves, Rusamine and herself cooperated quite well. With almost no twists and turns, they led the King of Evil Eaters to the city center, which was already a white area. The original site of the department store. The existence of the ultimate emptiness always seems to stimulate the chaotic mind of the Evil Eater, dancing wildly, and roaring violently from the big mouth shining with blue and yellow light inside. Shake the air out of the ripples. Roar loudly. Withdraw. Not daring to pick it up hard, Baizi and Zeraora dodged away immediately, and Rusamine also ran away under the bear hug. Immediately. Like a substantial ripple, the air was swaying, and it smashed a 100-meter building that was thousands of meters away in front of it. For a while, the sound of collapse and vibration continued. The smoke screen rose, accompanied by the wild wind, a scene of doomsday. Zeraora, feed me, Rusamine, you're ready, almost only once. Just as he stood still, Baizi took off his magic ceiling sunglasses. While reminding loudly, he threw off his 2 long legs. Under the blessing of mind power, he evaded the aftermath of the action of the Evil Eater with difficulty and agility. He couldn't avoid it too far, otherwise, he would not have the success rate that is too high will drop a lot. Out tilde. Zeraula's expression was cold, and with a wave of his arm, he transformed into a white thunderbolt. Leaping into the sky, a giant thunder and lightning battle axe that penetrated the sky and the ground quickly condensed on the claws of the empty grip, and the high concentration of electrical energy factor immediately attracted the attention of the evil eater. I know. Naturally, Lusum and I did not dare to be careless. After retreating to the edge of the battlefield, the dream demon cast a phantom to cover her figure. Then Zhao Ko, who didn't dare to delay for a moment, ordered, "Wear a bear, a sure kill straight punch, get ready." Hey tilde. Wearing a bear, he slumped his waist and immediately closed his fists in his abdomen. Layers of white energy and red-brown fighting attribute energy layered on top of each other continued to emerge, and quickly solidified into a circle of rings, one after another, put on and compressed on the closed right fist in the bear. And at the same time, in Baizi's eyes, a halo like a cloud and mist circulated between the blue pupils. After several months, in different time and space, he finally used the ability that he had not yet fully mastered, weakness insight. The splendid spectacle reappeared in his eyes. All things in the world. Once again, it is covered by countless dotted lines and dots that seem to be unreal. And the center of the small cone-shaped head above the main body of the evil eater, who constantly uttered a drooling roar towards Zeraora above the midair, was a virtual point no more than the size of a pinhead, but it looked like a headless fly. It is constantly swaying, completely unable to form a fixed point. Sure enough, this thing is not so easy to save. He murmured a little helplessly. Baizi is not the temperament of Ink. He can't do anything, and of course he won't hold back his cards. System, use, force luck. In an instant, Baizi felt an inexplicable feeling. Blessing appears on oneself. Seem. The attack that was originally uncertain has become a surefire shot. And the next moment, just when Zeraora suddenly felt a sense of sympathy, he slashed with the axe like a consonant. Kacha, a thunderbolt from the blue sky. A golden light that rose for no reason suddenly fell from the illusory curtain that appeared in the void, and instantly merged into the thunder battle axe in Zeraora's hand. Render it golden and white. Out tilde. Zeraora's blue veins burst out. Feeling the battle axe that suddenly became heavy in his hand, he shouted violently, and slammed down the axe that had turned into a scorching sun. Thunder and lightning, platinum Yangyu. Boom. The scorching sun-like axe turned into a beam of light, bombarded straight down, and headed towards the head of the evil eater with a heavy hammer. Roar tilde. The king of evil eaters also seemed to sense a sense of crisis from this blow, but his reason was absent, and his gluttony nature prompted him to choose to devour the mutated blow that was enough to cause him damage. Swallow. In the roar, the king of evil eaters turned his inflexible body upside down, and all those who came would swallow the turbulent blow. Boom tilde. A dull roar came from the confinement mouth of the evil eater king. A few wisps of black smoke rose from the corner of the mouth. The ground was even shaken by a circle of dust and smoke from the aftermath, spreading out in all directions. This blow obviously made the king of evil eaters full, but it also made it unstable. The small sub-brain above its main body happens to fall right below the ultimate void. It's now. Baizi's eyes lit up. Is this the help of miracles? But at this moment, he obviously couldn't allow him to think too much. He hurriedly roared loudly, and at the same time stepped on his feet and disappeared in place. Next second, Baizi appeared in the sky less than a few meters away. Completely ignoring the two left and right tongues that followed closely, he gently discarded the unlocked and enlarged ultimate ball, posing a volley in midair. Whoosh! Boom! In a hurry, Shenruo's 1.7 figures threw out from his side. Out tilde. Wear the bear and fight it off for me. Accompanied by cold chants and urgent calls, the golden cat in its original form and the pink and black giant bear or fist or claws slammed the two gnawing tongues directly to both sides. The evil eater king suddenly opened the door. Go on. And Baizi, who had already been prepared, hit a golden hook upside down in the cry of Lusamine, kicking out his most wonderful volley so far. P.S. Luca Mina and Little Lily Tilda. Chapter 316. The person who captured it, Faramite. For full order. The angle, precision and speed of Baizi's shot can be compared to the Crystal, who has not yet appeared in the special chapter. The King of Evil Eaters is now slumped to the ground, and the two tongues used as protection have been hit by Zeraora and the Wearing Bear, respectively. The empty door is wide open, almost inevitable. This blow. It was supposed to be pretty sure. But accidents often happen in an instant. Baizi never thought that under the state of the strong luck buff, this can be said to be a sure hit. It will fail. It wasn't a problem with himself or the Evil Eater, but when the ball was halfway through, a slender white figure suddenly appeared in the cave of the ultimate that had been calm. Straight into the ultimate ball. And very coincidentally, the energy node was hit by the storage key of the ultimate ball. The so-called energy nodes are the nodes and acupuncture points of the path of the elf's body when the attribute energy flows, and it can also be understood as the points, seen under the vision of Baizi's weakness. The energy node is hit. No matter what kind of elf it is, there will be an irresistible moment of stiffness. This is also the secret of the crystal's ability to hit every ball and get it with one ball. It is precisely because of this talent that she is called a captured person by Dr. Ogi. And now, with the agile skills brought by master-level kicking skills, coupled with the ability of weak point insight, Baizi can be said to not damage the crystal known as the captured person in the slightest. That's why the unknown elf, who could only vaguely see the slender figure of clean white, was taken into the ultimate ball without any resistance at the touch of a touch. Baizi, Rusumanai, the two of them were dumbfounded for a moment. After all, this opportunity that was created with great difficulty was ruined by an uninvited guest, and whoever replaced it would be dumbfounded. How is it possible? Rusumanai even had a collapsed expression on her face. You know, when Baizi hit that ball, her joy in her heart didn't have time to rise, and she was ended with such a funny accident. Under the great joy and sorrow, Lusamine only felt a dizziness in the brain, and the whole person collapsed on the ground with some instability. Baizi's expression was even more ugly. What's so special, called strong luck? He cursed inwardly, but Baizi had an amazing mind in the end. Seeing his defeat, he waved his hand to inexplicably quieted the air, and grabbed the ultimate ball without any struggle. Just about to teleport away. However, he found that the Evil Eater King, who fell on the ground, was slowing down, and after repelling Zeraora and the Wearing Bear with his split tongue, he did not attack himself who was close at hand. Instead, a split tongue was raised, aimed in the direction of the collapsed Rusamine, and opened its jaws. Only air vibrates, and an orange light spot is constantly condensing and magnifying. It is the destruction of death light. Not good. Baizi's color suddenly changed, and he disappeared in place with a swoosh. Next second, he appeared beside Lusamine, and with a direct pounce, he pressed her to the ground. Whoosh, Lusamine subconsciously struggled, and just as she was about to say something, she saw an orange beam of light that nearly wiped Baizi's back above her body, and slashed across. Humph tilde. A suppressed muffled sound rang in her ears, and Rusuminai quickly recovered, and immediately picked up Baizi, who was pressing down on her body. But at the touch of a warm and sticky touch immediately smeared on the palm of your hand. This is... Lushamanai's pupils trembled violently, and she was a little flustered when she realized what she was touching. Hey tilde, don't move. The corner of Baizi's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath and quickly stopped Lusamanai's movements. Afterwards, he used his superpowers to activate his superpowers, and he carried Rusamine again to the top of an abandoned garp several hundred meters away. Next second, Stinger Zeraora arrived in the electric mansions, and fell to the ground like a cannonball wearing a bear. Ow tilde. Baizi, how are you? Looking at the nervous expression of one person and one pet, he turned his gaze to 1,000 meters away, the king of evil eaters who roared wildly and ravaged everywhere because he lost the trace of his prey. He looked at the quiet ultra ball in his hand again. After a while of silence, he said hoarsely, "Leave here first." Race, Pheramite. Attribute, bug fighting. Characteristic, alien beast upgrade, exclusive beast. Level, quasi-god peak, level 89, 99 100ths. Potential, tripolar god. HP, 71, attack, 137, defense, 37, special attack, 137, special defense, 37, speed, 151. Skills, feint attack, high-speed rotation, staring, fast defense, kick down, double kick, triple spin, stampede, high-speed movement, bounce, insect call, butterfly dance, flying knee kick, hell thrust. Open black lens bracket status, perfect close black lens bracket. Law comprehension, fighting 0.95%. Introduction. Officially embarking on the road of comprehension of the law, the ultimate beast that is marching toward the realm of God, possesses innate agility and speed, and has a strange charm that transcends the boundaries of race and gender. 433 inches in the school building, with her upper body naked, she let Rusamine, who was carefully helping herself with medicine, work behind her, and Baizi, who was sitting on the stone bench like a pine, looked at the ultimate ball in her hand inexplicably. In the eyes, no one can see the ambilight temporarily extinguished. Although it's unclear why the pheromone inside didn't come out, obviously, it couldn't hide the power of Baizeji's detection. As for if it can't come out, Baizi doesn't believe that a mere ultimate ball can trap a player that is close to reaching the limit of the champion's realm, and only a little bit of comprehension of the rules can be advanced to the Philomelody, the god of three extremes. Therefore, Dong I tapped twice on the ultimate ball like a knock on the door, and Jingliang expressed his goodwill in a calm tone. Philomero, although you entered this ultimate ball was just an accident. But since you are willing to stay, you must have no ill will towards me. If that's the case, why not talk frankly and openly? What do you think? Chapter 317. I conquer an extreme beast with my looks. Wu tilde sauce tilde. There was almost no gap. Baizi's words fell, and in front of the two of them, Baizi, a slender figure covered in white, touched the ground as sharply as high-heeled shoes. The humanoid figure is slender and slender like a model, occupying almost two-thirds of the length of the long legs and the joints of both arms, with bright yellow, metal-like knee pads and arm pads attached. The upper body is a four-layer umbrella-like structure similar to a skirt, and a pair of shorts is linked below the last layer of the skirt. There is also a bright yellow metal crown on the slightly flat head, and two long tentacles extend from the two raised corners at the top. The gauze-like substance on the back of the head is as thin as silkworm wings, as if a light gauze spreads down to the wrist. Have to admit, although this pheromone has many similarities with insects, it is enough to be called beautiful, and it is no wonder that the code name of the pheromone in the ultimate beast is UB02, beautiful. Baizi was about to open his mouth, but in the next second, he felt a pile of cold sharp claws hold up both sides of his cheeks. And the face of Pheromero, who was still a few meters away, was also close to him. What a great speed! Baizi's pupils shrank slightly, and his dynamic vision was far superior to ordinary people with the support of various forces, and it is no exaggeration to call him, eagle eyes. But around like this, he still didn't even notice the opponent's movement trajectory. Let alone the trajectory, he didn't even see the afterimage. It was almost like teleportation, directly crossing a space of several meters and arriving in front of him. Followed by Rusamine and Zeraora, who reacted a little slower, also suddenly changed their expressions. Small. I'm fine, take it easy. Before Lushamanai was about to blurt out her actions, Baizi held her palm, and at the same time signaled Zeraora not to act rashly. The situation is stronger than that of people. With his current strength, if he is tied with Lushamanai, he is afraid that he will not be able to withstand the 3 punches and 2 kicks of this Philomelody. He is not the kind of stunned young man, and he naturally knows to admit when he should admit. Not to mention, according to the feedback of his ability to distinguish between good and evil with the power of Baizi, the pheromone in front of him is not only without the slightest malice, but full of kindness towards himself. Only, is there something wrong with this? Goodwill, direction. _R. Looking at the small face in front of her, the big eyes of Kazilan that shone with obvious possessiveness, and the corners of Baizi's mouth twitched slightly. Mad, why does she feel chaste and unprotected? But in any case, since there is no malicious intent, it is obviously the object of communication. Think about it. Baizi carefully spread out his mental power, and slowly linked to this slender beast full of strange charm in front of him. Wu Chan tilde. Pheromero obviously sensed something and tilted his head, but he didn't resist, letting Baizi establish telepathy with himself. But before Baizi could speak, a clear and clean female voice suddenly sounded, huh. This is the power to link the mind. Not bad. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly, trying his best to maintain his usual tone. This is for the convenience of communication between us. I use the spiritual link created by spiritual power. Is that so? La 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 la. Hee hee, it's funny. It's fine if you don't resist. Baizi chuckled lightly and was about to nod his head when he suddenly realized that he was being held in the face by the other party, and quickly said, by the way, Philomero, can you let me go first? Hee hee, no way, your eyes are so beautiful, I must appreciate them. Philomero shook her head, her voice was clear, like a little girl who met her beloved, and Kazlan's big eyes also flashed with a fascinated look. It's so beautiful, it's even more beautiful than the most crystal clear insect crystal in our place. Miles. Thank you. Baizi was about to thank him, but the murmur-like words of Pheromero immediately caused a chill in his heart. I really want to dig them out for collection, but you are also very beautiful, and if you dig them out, shouldn't it be so beautiful? Feeling Baizi's stiff body, the pure white shadow suddenly smiled and said, hee hee hee, you are so funny, I lied to you tilde. Ha ha, is that so? Baizi laughed dryly. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that after returning to the main world time and space safely this time, the two top legends, he will definitely stay with him for a moment. At the very least, he must always keep one by his side. This feeling of powerlessness, he doesn't want to experience it anymore. You won't. Are you angry? Seemingly aware of Baizi's mood swings, Philomero suddenly withdrew his hands weakly and carefully looked at Baizi's expression. I'm really just joking, you are so pretty, how could I hurt you? Also, I'm willing to enter your capture device without resisting at all. I'm really sincere. You must know that in our world, the ultimate people have to go through a series of domestication before they can make the beasts obediently stay in the capture device and become their pets of war. Although it's quite comfortable to stay in your capture device. But I didn't struggle when I went in. It's really good for you. Good guy. Really, is it good guy? At first, Baizi thought it was a black-bellied and perverse pheromone, but after a long time, it was a handsome dog pheromone. He didn't even hand in a flat A, but his mood fluctuated, and the other party directly handed over to the University Plus flashed. This is obviously the same meaning inside and outside the words. Pretty boy, I voluntarily let you capture it, you must not ignore me. Under the spiritual link, Baizi can naturally sense the other party's true feelings and intentions to kill. What is this? I conquered an extreme beast with my looks. Chapter 318. Completely absorbed, promoted to Philomelody in the realm of gods. Confusedly, he subdued a Yan dog, Philomelody that almost reached the limit of a quasi-god, and Baizi once again recognized the ability of the buff of forced luck. Because compared to wasting an ultimate ball and the fortune buff, only the evil eater will be expelled back to the ultimate space. It is obviously more profitable to get a powerful and extreme beast that is near God. To know what this Philomeloid comprehends is the law of the fighting system, and now he happens to have a crystal of the law of the fighting system in his hand. Although this fighting law crystal was only rubbed by the Holy Pillar King with his bare hands, it was incomparable to the evil law crystal that was manifested by the death of Dark Lugia before Zoroark. It was even used by the elves for a round. But no matter what, this is also the top-level law fetish. Not to mention the promotion of Ferromero to the top subordinate god, second-level god, level in one breath, but there is no problem in successfully promoting Ferromero to the realm of the gods. In this case, you still need to count the farts. As long as Philomelos is promoted to the tripolar god, is he afraid that he will not be able to defeat a pseudo-tripolar god Evil Eater who is incompetent and insane? Thinking of this, Baizi didn't hesitate at the moment. After Lusha Manai bandaged himself, he casually put on a t-shirt and greeted Philomelody, who was dancing and entertaining himself not far away. Waved. Wow sauce 450 tilde. It was still an amazing speed, but in the blink of an eye, before Baizi's hand could be put down, a slender white shadow appeared in front of him. Blinking his big eyes, he looked at Baizi with a beautiful face. To be frank, this guy's personality doesn't look like an extreme beast that is close to the realm of the gods, but rather like a naughty little girl. Well, she's still a little girl with a serious tendency to face dog. Philomelos, you should know how to use this thing. Baizi took out a spar that was slightly lighter in color and in the shape of a brown diamond, and handed it to the Pherombus. Wu-chan tilde. Philomero tilted his head slightly suspiciously, but after sensing it for a while, he nodded his head again and again with bright eyes. Just as he was about to swallow it, he suddenly stopped. What? Baizi blinked and asked suspiciously, is there any problem? Wu tilde tilde tilde. Philomero was hesitant. Seeing Baizi set up telepathic questions again, he said, this is the first gift you gave me, Baizi, it would be a pity to use it like this. ACBH. Quote. Hearing this, Baizi was dumbfounded. Seeing Philomero looking like a little daughter, holding the spar of the fighting system law, he was reluctant to let go, and suddenly aroused his wit and said, if you cherish it, then integrating it into your body is not equivalent to one with my heart. Wu tilde tilde tilde. Philomero was startled, and two suspicious red clouds suddenly appeared under Kazilan's big eyes, and then she gave Baizi a shy look. After moving a few hundred meters away, he raised his head and swallowed the fighting law spar in his hand. In an instant. Wu tilde 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 sauce. Accompanied by a long soft moan, Philomero's body suddenly rose up with invisible energy for no reason. Qijin smashed the nearby air, causing waves of turbulent air ripples to spread out. In the end, it turned into a tornado and completely wrapped the pheromone inside it. This is, what's the matter? Lusha Manai asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Metamorphosis. Baizi's words were concise, and his eyes were fixed on the inside of the tornado where the breath gradually rose. Call out, call out, call out. At this moment, the tornado turned faster and faster, until the figure of Pherometis gradually faded away, leaving only a gray-black silhouette. Gollum, Gollum. A few minutes later, a series of brown flames suddenly appeared on the surface of the tornado that gradually calmed down, annihilated one, and then a new one emerged, faster and faster, and one after another. Before long, these tan flames completely covered the surface of the tornado. When turning it into a brown flame tornado, a pure white slender figure suddenly broke the envelope of the flame curtain and leapt out in the scattered streamer. Clap, light landing, crisp sound. On both sides of the tightly closed eyes, a stream of tan light flashed, and the beard and hair were raised high as if there was no wind. A few seconds later, along with the slender eyelashes of Philomelody, a pair of brilliant purple pupils appeared. In an instant, a fierce and heavy aura suddenly spewed out. Behind Philomelos, there appeared a behemoth sitting on a stone chair, supported by one arm, like a mountain. Pillar King, Regichkas. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he whispered out the name of the existence manifested by the phantom. No one can understand the shock in my heart. He has also seen many top legends. Huan Lugia Encanto, Dark Lugia, the Devil of the Sea, the Image of the Future Cheomong, the Black Flash, the Sound of the Sky, the Dream. Without exception, these guys can be said to be the best in the top legends. But the feeling they brought to Bai Zi actually made him inexplicably have the illusion that he was slightly inferior to the other party when he faced the phantom of the Holy Pillar King Regichkas. This is so special, even the peak first level gods are slightly inferior, so how strong is the Holy Pillar King Regichkas? Half-step creation field. Even. Creation god. But then. As the phantom gradually dissipated, Bai Zi quickly restrained his thoughts, looked at the brand new pheromones walking towards him, and after a slight glance, the corner of his mouth twitched. Congratulations, Philomelis tilde. Race, Pheromite. Attribute, bug fighting. Characteristics, enhanced beasts, preemptive, exclusive. The first strike has absolute priority. Level, tripolar god intermediate, level 95, 51/100ths. Potential, level 2 god. Open black lens bracket race value, slightly. Close black lens bracket. Exclusive skill, extreme speed combo, the power of the next blow will be enhanced for each kick, and there is a certain probability that the opponent will be in a state of stiffness. Open black lens bracket skill, slightly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket status, perfect close black lens bracket. Law comprehension, fighting 59%. Introduction, the ultimate beast that completely absorbs the crystallization of fighting laws and sets foot in the realm of the gods. Chapter 319, Dark Super Dream, interesting. Please complete order. On the balcony of a high-rise building not far from the ruins of the city center, Bai Zi and Lusamine stood side by side. Bai Zi, is there really no problem with this? Rusamina looked at Philomena, who was leisurely below, walking towards the sleeping king of evil eaters, and asked worriedly. Problems. Bai Zi, whose expression was almost the same as Philomero, was stunned when he heard the words, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, with Philomero's current power, the king of evil food will not even have a chance to fight back. It's not that he looks down on evil food king. Don't say it's hanging like this now. Even if it doesn't lose its consciousness, it will only be passively beaten in the face of the reborn and astonishingly fast Philomelody. After all, not to mention the huge gap between level and law comprehension. With the exclusive characteristics and unique skills possessed by Philome Roaches alone, once the first mover is lost, any existence of the same level may be directly beaten tilde no temper. Look, this fight will be over soon. Bai Zi made a shush gesture, smiled mysteriously, and then put it on Lusamine's slender waist and looked at Philomelody below. Lusamine's face turned red, but she didn't struggle. Suddenly, the corner of Bai Zi's mouth evoked a fleeting smile. Stepping down below, after approaching the king of evil eaters 30 meters away with a model-like pace, Philomero stopped. Although in front of Bai Zi, he is black-bellied, charming, and has no bottom line, but as an extreme beast that lives in a dangerous place like the ultimate space, and successfully entered the realm of the gods. Philomena is not really just a silly white sweet. As an ultimate alien beast, it is not lacking in vigilance and combat literacy, and it can even be said that it can grow to this point. Its combat literacy is definitely the best among the ultimate alien beasts. This distance. It's the best distance that won't arouse the opponent's vigilance. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, especially the ultimate alien beast. For them, the vast majority of battles revolve around just two things. Prey, and being prey. These 2 points, whether active or not, are a battle between life and death. Therefore, the battle between the ultimate beasts has never been the habit of keeping hands. Between the lightning and flint, Bai Zi only had time to see the pheromone's feet like high-heeled shoes. Next second, that slender figure like green onion and white bamboo appeared above the head of the evil eater. Wow sauce tilde. Accompanied by a silent murmur, the bamboo-jointed long legs, which occupy almost 2/3 of the height, raise the splits high, and then smashed through the air like a sharp blade, and suddenly fell down. Swish! Juyi's terrifying downward slashing speed pulled the atmosphere, with a piercing screeching sound. In the terrified look of King Evil Eater, as if he was suddenly awakened by a nightmare. One kick hit the center of the small head above the main body of the Evil Eater. PFF'd, the flesh and blood were instantly shaved off, and a pothole the size of the mouth of a bull suddenly appeared on the top door of the deputy head of the Evil Eater King, small. Even the two short sharp corners on the left side of the deputy head were directly cut off by the knife foot that crossed the path. Roared Tilda. The King of Evil Eaters let out a terrifying scream, but before it could react, the Philomelody, which had been slashed with one foot, spun in the air, put on his right heel, kicked forward, and stabbed the King of Evil Eaters. Left eye. Extreme combo. Next. Just as Baizi admired it, Philomero began to abuse the King of Evil Eaters under the stunned expression of Lusamine. Good. It's bullying. Philomelody is like a dancing butterfly, constantly circling around the Evil Eater King, with blood and blood flying. However, in just a few dozen breaths, the breath of the bruised King of Evil Eaters has already begun to fall at a rapid speed, and the complex energy of the attributes in the body seems to have no restraint and swell up. This is. Baizi's complexion changed, and there would be dozens of breaths at most. Relying on the rough-skinned and thick-blooded Evil Eater King, he would definitely die under the extremely fast combo of Philomelody. But before that, maybe the King of Evil Food has exploded because he can no longer restrain the conflict of the chaotic and complex attribute energy in his body. The explosion of the three gods. I am afraid that this Melomale Island will be directly shaken, Lu Chen. Fee. Baizi just wanted to remind. But the Pharamite was one step ahead of it. Sauce. Accompanied by a low voice, the Pharamite suddenly turned and fell like a spinning top, and continued to touch the ground with one foot, twisting and spinning like a compass. With the help of the rotating centrifugal force, he swept his foot heavily on the chin of the Evil Eater. Bang! Like a huge flying football, the swollen Evil Eater rolled across thousands of meters, with an extremely precise angle, straight into the ultimate cave in the center of the ruins, thousands of meters away. 0. Ask for flowers. Baizi also immediately made a decisive decision, took out the repaired ultimate void closure device, and pressed it from a distance. Immediately, the hole of the ultimate shrank quickly visible to the naked eye. But when the ultimate hole was reduced to a hole the size of a thumb, roared Tilda. Accompanied by the tragic wailing sound like before death, the extremely dull roar suddenly resounded, and a laser-like impact suddenly shot out. It went straight through countless buildings and flew into the distance. A long time. There was no rumbling sound. Baizi and Lusamine looked at each other, looking at the turbulent space in the void that was twisted into a ball, but gradually calmed down, unable to speak for a while. This blow, I am afraid that it has already flown out of the island. 0. Your Pharombus killed the Evil Eater King, gained a little, experience value +5, high-speed movement proficiency +1, extreme speed combo proficiency +3 just now. Accompanied by the system, Rusamine's slightly hoarse voice sounded. It should be the self-destruction of the Evil Eater that caused the short-term space turbulence. Under the squeeze of the space, it caused the amazing laser just now, right? Baizi guessed. That is to say, the King of Evil Eaters is dead. Yes, there is no dead body. Lusha Manai didn't reply. She clenched her teeth tightly, and 2 lines of clear tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. You. Baizi was stunned, and was about to comfort him. Thank you. Lusha Manai, who was half reliant in her arms, suddenly raised her head, closed her eyes slightly, and took the initiative to bring the delicate face of Pear Blossoms and Rain closer to her. Fragrant, slightly astringent, and a place on the sea surface that was separated by an unknown number of seas. Superior. Huh. The dark super dream that was chasing the 2 slender phantoms suddenly raised his head slightly as he was controlling several purple-black energy spheres with one hand. His eyes flashed purple. The orange-red laser that broke through the waves and divided the sea suddenly stopped in front of the void that was just a short distance away, as if it had been stopped by time. Interesting. Several. Chapter 320, Strong. Facing the dark dream. After the words fell, the laser in front of him was suddenly silently annihilated. And it was this slight distraction. Those two slender figures who seemed to be chasing after the purple-black energy balls suddenly burst out. Buzz. The blue spiritual energy surged out like a tsunami, turning into two huge energy spheres, colliding and blending, and bursting in the next instant, drowning everything around them in this rolling energy turbulence. As if the sea is facing overturning, everything in Haitian is crumbling as far as the eyes can see. And this blow is obviously not only a vast scene, but also quite powerful. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. The aftermath of the energy grinding disk covering thousands of meters pushed the sea horizontally hundreds of feet away. Directly prevent the backflow of the ocean. The generated sparse energy flow even knocked the nearby air out of black lightning cracks. 450. This is the manifestation of space, propped up by high-density energy. The outside is still the same. The fierce conflict generated inside the energy grinding disk is even more conceivable. But this energy grinding disk has just turned, attracting the super energy factor in the surrounding air, even before the peak of energy has been reached. The mental power that seemed to make the air fall into still time again rose again. Everything around. It's like being printed into a black and white photo, and it freezes in an instant. A few moments later, the thick purple-black energy of hum suddenly expanded from the frozen energy mill, turning into a huge energy ball to completely encompass it. The next moment, this ball of energy with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer shrank again. It directly squeezed the energy grinding disk inside, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a fist-sized purple-black glazed bead. Inside, the vortex-like blue nebula was spinning like a disk. It was held in the palm of a dark palm composed of 3 spherical bodies. It is the unscathed dark super dream. Under its feet, the turbulent sea water suddenly filled the backflow with overwhelming force. But at this moment, the 2 unknown elves whose destructive power was in no way inferior to the first-level divine superpower tricks, seemed to have disappeared here by taking advantage of the gap created by this blow. Humph. Dark Cheomung's eyes flashed a gloomy color, and the right palm that held the energy sphere slowly clenched. And with the constant virtual grip, Kacha, the vain energy sphere above the palm was compressed by an invisible force, and quickly condensed into a spar-like shape. Then, when Mewtwo suddenly clenched, it turned into pieces of droplets and scattered in the air. Drop by drop. At this moment, a series of electronic prompts suddenly sounded on the body of the Dark Super Dream. Dark Super Dream frowned slightly. Although he was a little dissatisfied with the noise of disturbing his hunting interest, he thought that there was only one man who could use this to contact him, so he finally raised his left arm. Dab lightly on a circular chip the size of a coin that fits snugly on your wrist. Immediately, a 10-inch sized virtual screen appeared directly above the circular chip, in front of the Dark Super Dream. On the screen, a shrewd man in a black suit was holding his chin with his hands, sitting behind a mahogany, and said slowly in a low tone, "Darkness Super Dream, next week I will officially confront Hajong. Soldiers, you should be back." Oh. Dark Cheomung's expression suddenly became excited. Is there any interesting opponent for me this time? Absolutely, it will make your appetite. That's good. The corner of Dark Cheomung's mouth cracked a brutal arc, and then, as if something sounded, "By the way, I have one more thing to do before returning. Just be happy." Sakagi has always given the greatest degree of freedom and trust to this supreme masterpiece, which possesses absolute power and is in perfect harmony with his own beliefs. In the same way, Dark Mewtwo has never let him down, that's all. Hang up the communication. Dark Cheomung slowly tilted his head to the left. Click, twist to the right again, click. Then, look for the location. Chirp, a violent air whistling sound suddenly sounded. Dark Cheomung's figure shattered like a flower, and changed into a slightly bent, starting, posture. Soon. This figure gradually faded until it dissipated, and the waves on the sea seemed to have been delayed and exploded. Mellow Melody Island, South Shore. Manor Ruins. Lusamanai, who was taking the knot off her heart with a brighter expression, walked hand in hand with Baizi, who was in memory. Suddenly her expression tightened, and she stopped in place. What's wrong, Baizi? Rusamin looked up with a puzzled expression. I have a premonition that disaster is imminent. Baizi tried his best to calm down his suffocating heart palpitations, and his expression was condensed. Rusamanai, I'm sorry, I'm afraid we can't stay here for a long time. You really want to? I'll go with you. Rusaminai interrupted Baizi's inquiry and said seriously, I don't have any lingering in this world anymore, I'll go wherever you go. Okay. Baizi Zanyan smiled and kissed Lusamin's forehead lightly. Hold me tight. Saying that, Baizi held Lusaminai tightly in his arms, and simply released little Kapu Mingming from the Pokeball. Kapu Mingming, let's get started. Kao tilde. The little guy also seemed to feel Baizi's solemnity, and instead of acting coquettishly, he and Baizi folded his arms and stretched forward. In an instant, a quaint mark of thunder and lightning condensed from the void in front of Xiao Kapu Mingming. Then, the electric lights of each other gathered together with the dancing of one person and one pet, turning into a surging electric light, rising into the sky. Kacha, the electric light connected the sky and the earth one after another, as if reaching a certain frequency, and soon, a light circle of light slowly emerged from the center of the thunder. Go away. Recalling the little guy who was unwilling to return to the Pokeball and stuffing it into the collar, without the slightest hesitation, Baizi stepped straight into the 1.7 aperture. The front foot just stepped in. Immediately, a splendid wonder came into Baizi's eyes. There was a gloomy and dark sandy field in the back, but the sun was shining brightly in front, and the clouds were rolling. And right now, it was like an icy lightning bolt suddenly shot up from his back, causing Baizi's scalp to go numb. The body could not help but froze. Suddenly turned back. Then he met a pair of icy purple pupils. P.S. Can you guess what the two elves who were crushed by the dark super dream are not? W tilde. Elf. I am the protagonist template. Invincible Chapter 321 to 340. Chapter 321. I caught up, but I didn't catch up completely. Please order. The body is almost the same as Cheomung, but it has a dark and low tone. Above the left shoulder, there is an orange spar protruding, as if it was artificially inlaid, and the end of the long tail is also gradient. Orange color. Such a form is the most well-known dark Mewtwo among the alien Mewtwo's. At this moment, this alien Mewtwo with an ugly face stopped in front of the curtain that appeared to be stimulated. Seeing that the space where the line of sight intersects is shrinking, and now there is only a space crack the size of a grinding disc, the complexion sank. Clearly it has caught up, but not quite. I don't know how the curtain in front of me was formed. It just rushed down, but it failed to break through it. Of course, it is impossible for this thing to stop it, and the Dark Super Dream has this confidence. But the current situation. Even if it breaks through the curtain, I'm afraid it won't catch up with the shrinking space crack in the curtain. It really makes me unhappy. Dark Cheomung looked at the human who was staring straight at him without hesitation. A gloom flashed in the dark purple pupils, and the corner of his mouth suddenly cracked into a smirk. Raising his right arm and holding it with 3 fingers, the purple-black energy particles O2 quickly condensed in the palm of his hand, turning into a dark energy sphere and rapidly expanding. Just in the blink of an eye. Next moment, a huge energy sphere with a diameter of hundreds of meters was suddenly smashed by Mewtwo. Dark End Nova. It was as if a lead ball hit the balloon and fell deeply into it for a few seconds. The curtain on the periphery of Melamel Island suddenly shattered like a bubble. And the final dark nova that broke through the curtain fell on the ground with almost no loss. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded in an instant, and its vast impact instantly drowned the entire island. The final scene of the closing of the space-time rift. It's like space is stretched. The line of sight was lifted up infinitely. Under the impact of the purple-black energy, the entire Melamel Island was torn apart like a shattered puzzle. The ground was raging, the tide was overflowing, and it was a doomsday. Baizi's pupils trembled violently. He subconsciously hugged Lucimine's head and buried her in his arms, not letting her see the last scene. The scene of destruction in the hometown of Melamel Island. Darkness is super dream. I remember it. The cold light in Baizi's eyes flashed away. Although he doesn't have any special feelings for Melamel Island in another world. But here. After all, it is the hometown of Rusumanai and little Kapu Mingming. With such an obvious provocative demonstration of dark super dream, he couldn't pretend to be like a shrunken turtle and pretend that nothing had happened. This account, sooner or later, he will find the dark Cheomung to figure it out. But, just as he guessed, this alien dark super dream from another world. Super strong. Race. Dark Mewtwo original form, Y form, inactive, X form. Attribute. Super evil. Characteristics. Pressure, tension, Monty. Level. Level 1 God limit, level 119 to 120. Potential. Creation blessed by Dark Resonance Stone. HP. 106. Attack. 110. Defense. 90. Special attack. 154. Special defense. 90. Speed. 130. Exclusive skills. Final Dark Nova. Spirit Break. Skills. Provocation, trickery, deception, sharpening, mind power, immobilization, high-speed stars, primordial power, spiritual blade, mysterious guardian, instant amnesia, wave missile, spiritual strong mind. Prop. Dark resonance stone. Open black lens bracket condition. Good close black lens bracket. Law comprehension. 100% super energy, 100% evil. Introduction. Combining dreams, countless elves, and the dark resonance stone from alien planets, the extremely evil gene elves have long been in the field of creation, and they can break through at any time. You. In his mind, he recalled the data panel that he had obtained when he glanced at it before, and Bai Ziwei's blue pupils flickered for a while. No doubt. This dark super dream is the strongest he has ever seen. To be honest, Bai Zi at this stage, even if he reassembles all his handheld, legendary combat power and some friends, he is probably not the opponent of this dark super dream. After all, reaching the level of the top legend, every step forward is a world of difference. Not to mention the dark super dream, this is almost a leap across the class. Moreover, he finally understood why the rocket team in the other world was able to suppress the entire Elf Alliance by itself. Bai Zi guessed that the reason why the Elf Alliance in another world was still able to form a stalemate with Team Rocket. I'm afraid this is also the power of other legends. Moreover, at least there are multiple high-level legends, even top-level legends. However, once the Dark Super Dream officially breaks through the creation field, I am afraid this fragile balance will be broken. At that time, who can stop the Dark Super Dream? The full body of the glorious god Nekroz Ma. Wuji Tai that completes the Dark Night. It's still the creator god of the elf world, Arceus. I was pondering in my heart. Suddenly, 450 was accompanied by a weightless feeling of falling and the sound of whistling in his ears, and the scene in his eyes also evolved into a blue sky and white clouds. Bai Zi quickly restrained his thoughts and wrapped his white thoughts, turned his body, and headed towards the corner of the familiar and unfamiliar island below. Is this the world you live in? With a reddish face, Rusumanai broke free from Bai Zi's arms, stroked the hair around her ears, and asked around. For some reason, the scenery of this southern country always gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It can be said yes or it can be no. Bai Zi touched his chin and replied uncertainly. Ah. Lushamanai was suddenly confused by Bai Ziyuan. Yes, no, there is no way to say yes or no. Seeing Lushamanai's confused appearance, Bai Zi smiled dotingly and was about to explain. Susu, behind him, the sound of trembling grass and trees suddenly sounded. Who? Chapter 322. Perception Sharing, Different Bodies Concentric. Yeah. It seemed that he was frightened by Bai Zi's loud shout. The person in the grass was not able to stand firm. He staggered forward 2 steps, and then fell to the ground and bowed at Bai Zi's feet. Bai Zi. No, girl, why do you have to give this gift? Yes, this peeping person hiding in the grass is indeed a girl's family. The long blonde hair that is very similar to Rusamine is tied into a ponytail and scattered behind the head, and the exposed jade ears are slightly red. Well, it seems that she is also deeply shy about her voyeurism. Bai Zi glanced at the blonde girl who was kneeling down and bowing in a big salute, and saw that the other party was trying to curl up as much as possible, but she just refused to get up. Somehow. Suddenly, the bad taste of wanting to make fun of the other party arises. Be flat, he said. However, Bai Zi's words had just fallen, and Lusamine, who was beside him, gave Bai Zi a sullen look, and took the initiative to step up to help the woman who suddenly appeared, but she had an inexplicable affection for her. Are you all right? Also, you. At this point, Rusamine couldn't speak anymore. Beneath the light golden ponytail with astonishing volume, is a delicate and attractive face, with slender eyebrows and jade-like pupils complementing each other. Although his face was stained with a bit of gray, he looked pitiful like an ostrich. But this is clearly what she looks like. You. Lusha Manai's mouth was a little dry. Although she was told that she was going to a parallel world, she never thought that soon after arriving, she would meet herself in a parallel world. Interesting, did you meet another Rusamine directly? And Bai Zi looked at this with a smile and looked at this and himself. Rusa Manai, the cute version of the cute girl who had undergone the apocalypse and had a completely different awe-inspiring attitude, and a smile raised at the corners of his mouth. She looks exactly like the cold and glamorous young woman in the future version, 2 people. Coastal estate, within the luxurious living room. Tilda. Looking at the various pastries and 2 cups of hot black tea on the opposite side of the long table, and then looking at the glass of white water in front of him, Bai Zi smiled dumbly. Unexpectedly, when Rusa Manai was young, she was quite vengeful. Guest, I'm really rude. The middle-aged gentleman with a tray beside him said apologetically, although he also felt that it was rude, but the eldest lady insisted on doing this, and it was not within his control as a housekeeper. It doesn't matter, I don't care about little girls. Bai Zi shook his head with a smile, and at the same time gestured with his eyes to the slightly wrinkled Rusamine eye. Well, his Rusamine is a little bit more restless. Okay, I think the 2 of you should have a lot of topics to talk about, so I won't bother, go out for a walk, and come back in a while. Bai Zi stepped forward, and under the shy and complicated eyes of the main world Rusamine, he kissed Lusamine's Ying Huang, and under the accusing eyes of the other party, he got up and walked out of the house. The main world Rusamine. Well, it always feels a bit confusing to call it that. The main world's Rusa Manai is just a few years younger than Bai Zi's Lusamine, so let's call it Xiaolu for the time being. Xiaolu subconsciously licked her tongue as if her mouth was dry, then she was suddenly startled, and hurriedly picked up the black tea at the table and drank it in one breath. Putting down the teacup, when he looked up, he suddenly met Lusamine's quiet eyes. Sister, elder sister, why are you looking at me like this? Lusha, I'll call you Xiaolu. Lu Shamanai held her chin with one hand, an invisible aura that made Xiaolu, who is a parallel time-space equivalent, sit up subconsciously. Xiaolu, although there is a special connection between you and me, Bai Zi is irreplaceable to me. At this moment, Rusa Manai's tone was serious and decisive. I am willing to apologize to him for what happened before, but I will not allow anyone, even myself, to do anything against him. If you really don't welcome to Bai Zi, then I'm sorry, our relationship can stop here. No, it's not like this. Xiaolu hurriedly stood up, waving both hands in veto. The family background is superior, and the appearance is good. Perhaps because she was too good. She had no friends of the same age since she was a child, and the people she knew were either scholars who were much older than her, or researchers who belonged to her father's research institute. For the first time, Rusa Manai, the the self in this other world, made her feel like a friend. Therefore, although they have only known each other for less than half a day, Xiaolu is quite concerned about Lusamine. That's why. Hearing the ultimatum of Rusumanai that was almost equivalent to breaking up the friendship, she seemed so panicked. She really didn't want to lose this precious and only friendship. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiaolu finally felt that she was telling the truth. Sister, when you were with me, didn't you feel any special feeling? Special feeling? Rusumanai was confused, and when she looked up, she found that Xiaolu's eyes were misty and her face was flushed, and the corners of her mouth twitched. He moved back a little calmly and advised, well, Xiaolu, although I don't discriminate against this special orientation, but I have no idea about this at all. I love Baizi very much, do you understand? Xiaolu suddenly got a question mark on her head. I said this, what does it have to do with your love for Baizi? For no reason, why suddenly sprinkle Duli's dog food? I have eaten very much. JPG. Xiaolu's brain was a little short-circuited, but soon, she came back to it, blushing, and the heat seemed to be steaming from the top of her head. That's not what I meant. Forget it, I'm telling the truth. Let's be honest. Xiaolu closed her eyes and said loudly with a shattered expression, I seem to be able to feel everything that happened to you. Embrace, hug, pick, kiss, whatever. This time, it was Lusamanai's turn to be dumbfounded. What is this? Perception sharing, different bodies concentric. Chapter 323. You are so rushing for business, does Karachi know? Please complete the order. Come out. Leaving the manor of little Rusumanai's family, passing through the dense forest, and standing in a clearing in the forest, Baizi put one hand in his pocket and shouted to the clearing as if he was defenseless. Next second, Zilla with a flash of lightning, Kapu Mingming's familiar figure reappeared in front of Baizi's eyes. It's you. Baizi waved his hand as if he was relieved, and with a rustling sound, a slender white shadow suddenly appeared beside Baizi like a teleportation. He tapped into the model-like high-heeled tentacles to separate Baizi and Kapu Mingming, intentionally or unintentionally. Don't worry, Kapu Mingming is not an enemy. I can get to know you thanks to him. Baizi stepped forward, pulled Philomelody behind him, and said with a sincere face. It would be a lie to say that there is no resentment in your heart. After all, you will be sent to another world to complete the mission, without saying a word. This seemingly trial-like approach, in Baizi's eyes, is to force the will applied to oneself. To the extent that Baizi was careful, he had long remembered this enemy in the small notebooks in his heart. Not reporting now. It's just because he can't beat the opponent. 450. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When I return to the original time and space and get back all my combat power, I will definitely find an opportunity to repay and report you. The careful Baizi secretly murmured in his heart, but his face still had a stern expression on his face, and asked, Kapu Mingming, you led me out, do you want to give me any reward? Kapu Mingming tilted his head, like it was the first time he had seen such a cheeky human being. Afterwards, it completely ignored Baizi's words, and in the sharp corner of the arm, it pointed towards a pokeball on Baizi's waist. Looking down the direction, Baizi suddenly felt a little surprised. He simply took off one of the luxury balls and turned on the button. The strange-colored little Kapu Mingming suddenly appeared in front of one person and one pet. The little guy was obviously in his sleep, when he was suddenly called out and wiped his eyes in confusion. After waking up, it first glanced curiously at Kapu Mingming, whom it wanted very much. Afterwards, after discovering Baizi, his eyes suddenly flew towards him. Begging for a hug. JPG. Baizi hugged the little guy in his arms, and skillfully took out an electric energy cube from his pocket and handed it to the little guy in his arms. Cuckoo. Xiao Kapu Mingming smiled happily, first rubbed Baizi's chin with his crown affectionately, and then took the energy cube, and bia na nibbled at it. Originally, Bai Zi thought that Kapu, Mingming would ask him about the origin of the little guy or something. But to his surprise, Kapu, Mingming just glanced at the strange-colored little Kapu, Mingming in Bai Zi's arms, and he looked like he had already decided something. He turned around and was ready to leave. Oh, wait. Bai Zi hurriedly stopped Kapu, Mingming, and after the other party stopped, he asked the question that he was most concerned about. Kapu, Mingming, I don't know if you know my origin, but can you see me as well? For the sake of doing you a small favor, help me find a pink elf that looks like this. Saying that, Bai Zi used his mind power to manifest Shirabi's form in midair. Kapu, Mingming turned his head. After looking at the Shirabi that Bai Zi made with his mind power, he stared at Bai Zi for a while, and suddenly threw something out. Subsequently, crack tilde woo tilde tilde tilde. Kacha, accompanied by a melodious and long shout, a thunderbolt from the clear sky suddenly resounded, and a burst of golden lightning illuminated everything around. Bai Zi subconsciously covered his eyes. When he came back to his senses, ACBH, the figure of Kapu, Mingming had disappeared. In the palm of his hand, a quaint pendant full of southern style and similar to a souvenir lay quietly on it. This thing is. Bai Zi looked at the simple pendant in his hand, flipped through it for a while, and his expression was a little confused. The main body of the pendant is a wooden structure composed of 4 colored triangles of yellow, red, pink and purple. The upper part is a knotted rope with 4 beads of the same color, and the lower part is 2 pairs of rope spikes. Among them, the yellow triangle painting and the beads of the same color seem to be painted with fluorescent light, exuding a faint yellow light. The other 3 pairs of painted and beaded strings are clearly contrasted and dull. This thing is undoubtedly left by Kapu, Mingming. He just asked a question, why did you leave this thing for me? Bai Zi scratched his head helplessly. To be honest, he hated riddle people the most. Good thing. Fortunately I have the most direct decryption method. With a confident smile, Bai Zi set his eyes on the pendant in his hand, and the brilliance that no one could see suddenly appeared from the bottom of his eyes. Speaking of which, since the battle of King Evil Eater, his ability to perceive weaknesses seems to have been obtained. Complete adaptation. After wearing the magic ceiling sunglasses for several months, I can finally take them off. Now, lying in his pocket. Closer to home. After Bai Zeji's investigation, Bai Zi soon got the information he wanted from it. The certificate of the island tour. Those who obtain this will complete the test of the island tour, and will receive the blessings of the 4 gods. Wish a tour of the islands. Bai Zi's expression was a little puzzled. He didn't know much about the Sun and Moon chapters, and most of them were limited to the chapters in anime TV. The Archipelago Tour. This is a test of regional characteristics that is analogous to other real gym battles. When do we need this so-called Island Tour certificate? And isn't the Island Tour the way to get the Z bracelet and the Z pure crystal? According to the information obtained from the investigation, there is still the blessing and wishing function of the beast. You guys are so stealing business, does Karachi know? Chapter 324. The King of the Islands Who Doubt Life, Seeking Full Order. Mellow Melody Island. Middle. Remnants of War. What's the matter? An old man with a gray pineapple head, white eyebrows and angry beard, an island-style blouse, shorts, sandals, and a heavy beaded rope wrapped around his waist, the old man who was sitting cross-legged under the altar praying. Expression. His name is Hara. He is a training specialist who is proficient in martial arts, and he is also the current king of the island, on Melamel Island. The so-called king of the island is a regional position unique to the Alola region, and is the supreme leader in charge of governing the island under his command. To put it simply, it is somewhat similar to the champions of the 4 heavenly kings in other regions, and also holds the position of the president of some alliances. However, these powers and functions are limited to the scope of the island. And the reason why Hara was so surprised was entirely because of the mutation of the altar he sat on. The stone sculpture in the center of the altar glows with a gleaming yellow light, and the wall of the ruins facing it is also lit up, reflecting the primitive lines similar to lightning. Stone statues blooming with light means that a new generation of qualified candidates to challenge the island tour has been selected, and the lightning, sacrificial pattern of the war relics is lit up, which means that the challenge of Melamel Island has been completed. Hala muttered like a plural, but her expression became more and more confused. Those who can cause the ruins to change must be the challengers who are personally selected by the Patronus for the archipelago tour. But I don't even know who the challenger is. How can the challenge of Melamel Island be completed? At this time, Hala looked suspicious of life. The final test of each island, from ancient times to the present, whether it is an ordinary tour of the islands or initiated by the patron saint, requires a certificate of the tour of the islands, and the true tour of the islands that can light up the ruins is all. The great trial of the elf battle with the island king and island queen who govern the island. But now, he doesn't even know who the challenger is. How come the challenge on this island has already been completed? Could it be that he is a fake king of the island? Hala suddenly fell into deep self-doubt. Unlike Hala, who fell into self-doubt, the island kings of the other 3 islands also learned about the changes in the ruins they guarded. They, who were not lit up with sacrificial patterns like the remnants of the war, focused their attention on this unknown challenger. After all, in addition to the inauguration test of the first island king of each island, the island tour initiated by the patron saint was the only one who, many years ago, in order to quell the anger of the patron god, the island kings of each island jointly participated in the challenge. One by one. And this time, Zero who is this sudden challenger to the archipelago tour. So, my archipelago tour challenge initiated by Kapu, Mingming is one of the few in the history of Alola. Leaning on the sofa in the living room, Baizi raised a single finger, gently rotating the island tour certificate as an ordinary pendant. His eyes flicked over to the 2 Rusamines who were like twins. When he came back, he found out that something he didn't know had happened between the 2 little girls. Anyway, the atmosphere was a bit weird. However, he didn't pay much attention to this, and as soon as he thought about it, he focused his attention on the challenge of the archipelago tour. After all, this matter is related to whether he can safely return to the original time and space. It is indeed a handful. Subconsciously avoiding Baizi's gaze, little Rusamine said as if she was studying. According to the records in the record of the tour, only the first island owner of each island can truly be considered to have completed the tour of the islands. And the rest are just tournaments with similar templates. Quote, even the challenge of the archipelago tour that quelled the anger of the patron saint more than 10 years ago was a challenge that the 4 kings of the archipelago combined with many trainers barely completed. So, this challenge is not only rare, but also difficult to complete. Quite a lot. Baizi raised his eyebrows. The king of the islands in Alola is almost equal to the seat of the 4 heavenly kings in other regions. Even if there is no formal alliance, the average strength may be weak, but no matter how weak, it is still the top elite trainer in a region. With the unique Z movement, it is not necessarily weaker than the general regional 4 kings. But even so, it is necessary to unite with many elite trainers to reluctantly complete the archipelago tour. It is conceivable that the difficulty of this island tour will never be like a playful test in anime TV. 0. For flowers. Interesting. Thinking of this, Baizi actually aroused his interest in climbing the peak as a trainer. With a flick of his fingers, he grabbed the island tour certificate into the palm of his hand. According to the records in the Chronicle of the Tour, the final, great trial, of each island in the tour of the islands is generally the easiest part of the tour, and the difficulty can be imagined. At this time, Xiaolu Samina also gave a positive answer. A subconscious glance. Huh. Doo-doo mouth, unhappy. JPG. Baizi was stunned when he heard the words, and looked at the only lit yellow part on the wooden sign, and suddenly he was a little stunned. Does the lit part represent the completed part? However, Kapu, Mingming, This is the experience in another world, counted as the part of the Melamel Island part of the island tour that it is responsible for. Baizi pondered in his heart. Immediately, he restrained his thoughts, stood up and said, "It's not too late, I need to finish the tour as soon as possible. Lusamine, please lead the way, let's start the second trial." "Ah, why should I?" Little Lusamine was stunned when she heard the words, and was about to refuse when Baizi pushed him back. "Thank you, I'm not calling you." In an instant, the pretty face of little Lusamine was instantly flushed. "If you don't go, you won't go. I don't care about it." Baizi replied with a disdainful smile. "A mere arrogant blonde, a blonde and a slobber, this is a basic skill." "Not going. If you don't go, I gnaw the skin of your feet." "It is so certain." JPG. Several. Chapter 325. The real difficulty of the tour test. In the end, little Lusamine still didn't give Baizi a chance to bite the skin of her feet. Facing Baizi's contemptuous gaze, he forced himself to argue along the way. "What? I didn't go to the parade at all. I just wanted to accompany my sister." "What? You can go, why can't I go? What? Akara Island is not your home," and so on. Lusamine was stunned for a while. Laugh. However, from the mouth of a shameless blonde dog, it was also indicated that the destination of this trip. It was Akara Island, which is located to the east of Maromel Island. Akara Island, located in the northeast of the Alola region, has the most complex and varied geographical environment in the Alola region. It is also an island with the richest test stage. It has 3 geographical locations, 4 or 5, where the Overlord Elves live, namely the Gurgling Hill, the Vera Volcano and the Shade Jungle. And the destination of their trip is the tropical rainforest located in the northwest of Akara Island, the Shade Jungle. With little Lusamine, a local rich woman accompanying her, everything was naturally much more convenient and quicker. After contacting the Island King of Akara Island in advance, he took the private aircraft in the manor directly. Within a few minutes, a few people rushed to the periphery of the shady jungle. Grandpa Carl. After getting off the plane, little Lusamine smiled and waved to the old man not far away. The contrast between the dark brown skin and the full head of hair is very strong. He is tall, at least 1.9 meters or more, and his upper body is full of peculiar lines. And the most striking thing is the red fiery hair on his forehead, temples, and eyebrows, like maple leaves. Gives an inexplicable sense of pride. He is the king of the island of Akara today, Carl. Also in TV anime, as a member of the protagonist group, Kaki, the late grandfather. This message, Baizi extracted from his mind the moment he saw the old man. Grandpa Carl. The subtle murmur sounded beside him. Baizi turned his head, looked at the slightly hazy expression of Lusamine by his side, stretched out his hand, and gently pulled up Lusamine's catkin. "Baizi, I'm fine." Lushamine's expression was clear. She smiled softly at Baizi, shook her head and whispered. In the apocalypse, she had long since cultivated a tenacious mind that was completely different from that of little Lusamine. "Haha tilde it's little Lusamine." Mr. Carl's heroic voice resounded in the 4 fields. After responding, he just opened his mouth and looked at Baizi behind the little Lusamine. "This one is the challenger who started the tour of the islands, right?" "Really?" Halfway through. Mr. Carl's tone was stagnant, his eyes widened. This. The old man looked at Lusamine next to Baizi, rubbed his eyes subconsciously, glanced again, and then inspected the 2 Lusamines several times. Only then did he swallow his spit, and turned his eyes to the little Lusamine who had a more familiar temperament. Little Lusamine, when did you have a twin sister?" Or a sister." She is." "Master Carl, I am the challenger this time, Baizi." Baizi took a step up and interrupted. "The parallel time and space is too much trouble to explain. He doesn't want to waste time on explaining and reminiscing. Can we talk about the old things later? I hope to start the challenge of the archipelago tour as soon as possible." "I'm sorry." Little Lusamine pursed her lips, blinked her eyes, and said nothing more. Mr. Carl caressed the back of his head and said with a smile, "Haha, that's what I said. It's really important." As he spoke, he looked straight, took out a wooden sign in his hand, and stated cherishly, "The test of the tour of Akara Island was promulgated by the patron saint Kapu deity. To be honest, if this test is handed over to I'm afraid I don't have a clue. And this is also a problem that has plagued this Akara Island, a historical problem for 100 years. Baizi's expression became solemn. To be able to deter an island king, and to haunt Akara Island for hundreds of years. I am afraid that this test is really not something that can be done easily. Master Carr, please say it. Mr. Carl nodded solemnly and said solemnly, "The test of the tour of Akara Island is to brew a sweet fruit wine that can contain all the fruits of the shade jungle, and attract the arrival of Kapu, Dai. Baizi blinked, seeing that Mr. Carl had put away the wooden sign, and suddenly asked in a little astonishment, "Then what?" Mr. Carl shook his head. "There is no then, that's all. This is really an interesting test," Baizi said dryly. "The historical problem that has plagued Akara for hundreds of years. He originally thought it was a big issue related to the ecological security of the entire island. Result. That's it. That's it. That's it. After working for a long time, with a serious look on his face, the result is just to make a wine. Even the so-called wine that contains all the fruits of the shade jungle, it only takes more time at most. It is used for collecting ingredients and matching debugging. Is it hard? It is indeed difficult. But the main difficulty is the complexity of the work 1.7 sequence, which is completely different from what he thought at the beginning." Baizi felt deeply deceived. Such a test simply blinded his sense of expectation. Mr. Carl also seemed to see Baizi's disappointment, and suddenly smiled. "Ha ha ha, don't underestimate this tour test. It's really difficult, but it's not about how to make wine. P.S. Excuse me, is the archipelago tour going to end quickly?" Chapter 326. The Special Wind Track, Kapu Dai. The difficulty of this tour test is indeed not above the link of brewing. As a senior cultivator with advanced cooking skills, the only difficulty in blending fruit wine is really only collecting the fruit of the entire shaded jungle, which obviously requires a lot of time to find and screen the hard work. But this Philomelas soon made him understand what it means to be charming and what it means. The power of licking a dog is infinite. In the core area of the green clumps, there is a field full of fragrant flowers. At this time, the Philomelody was sitting like a queen in a stone chair with obvious nicks, with her slender legs slightly upturned, enjoying the surroundings, headed by the local elf overlord Lantangwa, at least a dozen or so. The service of the pavilion-level leader spirit. In front of Baizi not far away, all the tree fruits of the shade jungle searched by these overlords and chief elves have long been piled up. With the help of absolute memory ability, Baizi quickly produced this fine wine, which is called 100 Fruit Brew, in Alola, in only a few trials and errors, using an accelerated fermenter. However, this mince brew is indeed intoxicating, but its unique volatile properties make it impossible for O2 to keep it for a long time, not to mention. Baizi looked at the amber-colored liquid in the wooden wine glass that quickly evaporated into mist and gradually emptied, and frowned slightly. What's more, the remains of life in the shade jungle where Kapu deity is located are almost dozens of kilometers away. Journey. It's almost like a fantasy to rely on the aroma of wine that can't even come out of the tree-shaded jungle to attract Kapu Dai. He thought so in his heart, but Baizi was not anxious and irritable, but calmly crossed his knees on the ground, spread out the tentacles of his mental power, and thought quietly. Since it is the content of the quest of the pursuit, trial, then there must be some way to achieve this. It's just that this method is a limitation of time and distance, or is it some hidden point that I didn't think of? Time passed by minute, and with the extension of Baizi's spiritual tentacles, he suddenly discovered an interesting phenomenon. Wind. In other words, the wind track above the shade jungle is quite interesting. Baizi opened his eyes. A pack of burning white thought power suddenly poured out, pulling it directly above the shaded jungle. Look around. Carefully feel the direction of the wind track over the forest. Sure enough. There was a smile on Bai Zi's mouth. Russian hectares. He descended again, looked around at the various tree fruits piled up into mountains, and waved to the white figure not far away. Philomelis, work. A high slope east of the shade jungle. Bai Zi looked at the group of elves who were orderly divided into groups, doing polishing, cleaning, peeling and juicing. It's so dangerous, I almost said what was in my heart. Wow sauce tilde. Philomena's face is taken for granted. It shows that with the charm of the old lady, it can call a group of licking dogs to do anything for it at any time. These are completely small cases. Bai Zi smiled and shook his head. With the help of a group of elves, a puree was prepared in an orderly manner according to the original proportion. After the fermentation accelerator is installed, Bai Zi turned his eyes to Philomelis beside him. Are you ready? Pharaoh nodded slightly. The method Bai Zi has explained to it in detail, and what it needs to use happens to be what it is good at. That's good. Bai Zi took a deep breath, and then, while spitting out a mouthful, pressed the switch button of the fermentation accelerator in his hand. With a humming sound, the viscous virgin juice quickly precipitated and metabolized with the sound of the machine running. Soon, in the circular stone pool excavated on the slope, the amber-colored wine liquid was rapidly condensed. The mist rises with it, like a hot spring in winter, and the rich aroma of wine drifts in the air. Next second. Wow sauce tilde. Philomelody appeared in the sky above the wine smell like lightning, and its slender figure turned sharply, turning into a spinning top. High-speed rotation. In an instant, a tornado appeared out of thin air. The alcohol that was spilling from below was wrapped up and brought straight into the sky above the shaded jungle. A gust of wind passed by. Immediately pulling the sweet smell of wine, at a strange high speed, he galloped away in the direction of the coastline in the south. Akara Island has a very special geographical feature. An island has several climates at the same time as if the 4 seasons coexist. The reason for this is the wind track trend caused by the special geographical features. Indistinguishable to the naked eye. But if you look at it from a mental perspective, you can see the intricate wind tracks flowing over Akara Island like a grid. It divides the climate of the entire Akara Island into several parts and coexists without interfering with each other. At the same time, a special cycle is formed, linking the entire island into a cohesive whole. Therefore, Bai Zechu made 450 whimsy. Since it is difficult to do it manually, is it possible to use this peculiar wind track and the power of nature to bring the aroma of this pagoda brew to the outskirts of Akara Island? Among the remains of life, mincemeat continued to volatilize, and Philomelis continued to use its high-speed rotation skills to pull the alcohol. But I didn't see the arrival of Kapu, Dai until the drinks were almost bottomed out. Bai Zi frowned. If this is not successful, he really has nothing to do for a while. Suddenly, a crisp cry suddenly sounded behind him. And, it's close at hand. Chatter tilde. The sound was pleasant, as if a naughty little girl was greeting her. Bai Zi's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head abruptly. He saw a lovely elf with a pink silkworm chrysalis-like shell and pink tentacle-like hair floating in the air, tilting his head and looking at himself. There was pure innocence in his eyes. It is Kapu, Dai. Chapter 327. Double the happiness. Success. He breathed a sigh of relief, but was stuck. Dai, who is staring at Bai Zi with innocent eyes like this, does not feel relaxed at all in her heart. The body tensed almost subconsciously. Kapu, butterfly. The elf's name. And Kapu. Mingming is also one of the patron saints of the Alola region, responsible for guarding Akara Island. But with Kapu, who is very curious but still a little measured. Mingming is different. Kapu. Dai's character is both innocent and cruel. Yes, naive, and cruel. This is not contradictory. Because of Kapu, Dai's heart is like a naive child, pure white, but because of this, she has no concept of right and wrong in her heart, and what she does depends on her own thoughts. Kill and rescue, completely arbitrary. This is undoubtedly scary. What's more, Kapu, Dai also has a powerful force that makes most people and elves irresistible. Elf, Kapu, butterfly. Attribute, super fairy. Characteristics, spirit maker. When entering the field, a spiritual field will be set up. Telepathy, hidden characteristics, read our attack, and dodge its move damage. Level 2 God high level 108, 5100ths. Potential, level 2 God. HP, 70, attack, 85, defense, 75, special attack, 130, special defense, 115, speed, 95. Exclusive skill, Wrath of Nature, superpower. Skills, spiritual field, fragrant mist, aromatherapy, black eyes, draining kiss, psychic power, mental wave, fantasy light, sweet scent, mental impact, supernatural power, moon attack. Open black lens bracket authority, pregnancy close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket status, perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. Kapu, who arrived in the realm of God. Butterfly, the luminous scale powder spread on the body will activate the body and have the effect of healing wounds or diseases, but once you touch these scale powder in large quantities, the body will not be able to tolerate the changes, so this is also a dangerous thing. Its desire to win is not strong, but it is unwilling to lose the game, and it is very good at making the opponent's state abnormal. As far as the panel is concerned, Kapu, Dai is weak in both strength and potential. Ring out. But the combat power that is close to the peak of the second level God is still not something he can deal with now. Fortunately, I have the experience of facing the dream directly before. Although Baizi was tense all over, he could still maintain a calm state of mind. His eyes were calm with Kapu. Butterfly looked at each other. Hey, factory tilde. There was a stalemate like this for a moment, and when Baizi was about to ask, Kapu. But Dai took the lead. I saw it suddenly narrowed its curved eyes. He tilde. Laughing, the light ribbons with pink stars flew up, quickly circled around Baizi's body, and then came to the wine pool. Reaching out his hand, the invisible mind force immediately summoned the remaining, pagoda brew, to him. Then he took a small sip, like a whale sucking, and drank all the wine that was at least enough to fill several tanks in one breath, and drank it clean. Every tilde. Lovely took a drink, and two blush Kapu rose up on his face. Dai was suddenly overwhelmed by alcohol, and fell back to the ground with a naive look. Chow Baizi smiled silly. Then, just like that, he shrank his head and shrank his body into the cocoon-like shell. Baizi was suddenly dumbfounded. After a while, after Mr. Carl and the two Rusamines approached, he spread his hands helplessly and said, Islander Carl, look, is this done or not? It was the first time that Mr. Carl saw such a situation, and he scratched his head a little. According to the regulations, it should be completed, but... Saying that, Mr. Carl pointed to the island tour certificate in Baizi's hand with a gloomy expression, but generally speaking, after completing the challenge, the Patronus will personally light up the island tour certificate. Baizi looked down at the pendant in his hand. Obviously. Cup-loving Kapu, Dai obviously didn't have time to light up the mark for him. Except for the only shining yellow mark, all other marks are in a dull state. Forget it. Looking at the worm cocoon, who was snoring faintly, and looking at the sky again, Baizi sighed softly. It's getting late, I'll be camping in the shady jungle tonight, waiting for Kapu. Dai wakes up, help me light up the mark, and then go to Lord Carr for your final, great trial. That's all there is to it. Mr. Carl opened his mouth hesitantly, then thought about it, and had to shake his head helplessly. After saying goodbye to Mr. Carl, Baizi immediately took out a square plastic box from his pocket, placed it in the open space, and with a single press, it quickly expanded into a large tent, complete with pillows and mattresses inside. Rusamine took the initiative to get in and started to pack up the bed. As soon as Baizi raised his head, he saw a certain blonde, arrogant, defeated dog looking at the tent that was set up with interest, with curiosity and desire to explore new things in his eyes. "Why haven't you left yet?" "Huh." The blonde dog was stunned for a moment. After hearing it clearly, his mouth suddenly bulged like a golden horn fish. "Why should I leave? Don't forget, you were on my plane just now. I'll let you sit back." Quote. Baizi looked at the little girl with bulging cheeks with a smile, and deliberately said, "There is only one tent. Are you going to keep us at night? Or are you going to squeeze and sleep together?" His flushed red, and he didn't know what he had imagined. After a short while, his eyes were hazy and he was about to stand unsteadily. "Why are you bullying Xiaolu again, really? Is it Li's?" "This is." Rusamine, who got out of the tent, interrupted Baizi's bad taste. She turned her pretty eyes slightly, stepped forward quickly, and hugged little Rusamine in her arms to comfort her. Baizi shrugged. It's not really his fault. Although the appearance is completely the same, it can show completely different emotions. A double happiness that a man can't refuse. What's more, he only teased her twice, but he didn't really want to show her 18. Amount tilde sinful sin. It's too thorny. Ahem, it's so evil. P.S. Short hair Rusamine tilde. Chapter 328. Dreamland, Sudden Attack. When night fell, Baizi finally failed to squeeze with Rusumi and the others cheeky. Well, if the little Rusumi from this time and space was not there, maybe he would really be able to take the opportunity to have sex with Rusumi. Nice squeezed. Even, not to mention squeezing, luckily, he can still sweat. Thinking about it this way, little Rusamine, the blonde loser, was a little annoying in Baizi's heart. Thinking about these and not, with the passage of time, the night is getting darker. Had dinner. After saying hello to Baizi, Rusamine was pulled close to the tent by little Rusamine. He also installed an electronic eye outside his tent on his own accord. Thinking of this, Baizi couldn't help rolling his eyes. Also randomly hit a floor. Full screen. Just like that, he was halfway close to Kapu. Next to the worm cocoon that Dai had transformed into. But for some reason, today's drowsiness seemed to be particularly intense and sudden. As soon as his head touched the ground, the intense drowsiness quickly disintegrated his consciousness, causing him to indulge in a peculiar dream. Outside world. The shady jungle was extraordinarily quiet tonight, and even some elves that were active at night continued to snore in their nests as if they were in bed. Under the moonlight. Kapu, the worm cocoon, 450 transformed by Dai suddenly burst into light. A wisp of pink streamer exuding amazing divinity suddenly emerged from the top of the worm cocoon. Subsequently, with a strong suction, Baizi and one of the tents, Rusamine, were taken in and turned into a pink light curtain that enveloped the two of them and hovered over Kapu. In the sky above Butterfly. The hazy moonlight penetrated the light curtain, reflecting the entangled, two black blurred images. Early the next morning. Ka-tilde with a crisp sound, a small pink head suddenly appeared from the closed, worm cocoon. Shaking his slightly dizzy nerves from the hangover. Next second. A strong sense of weakness and hunger rushed into my heart. Feeling that the body was hollowed out. JPG. This is not starvation, but the result of long-term use of its own breeding. And it seems that it is precisely because of this that it has a better grasp of the comprehension of its duties. Kapu. Dai quickly came to a conclusion. Looking around the messy scene, ACBH Kapu. Dai immediately understood what was going on. A little closer to the boys and girls wrapped together not far away. Curiously tilted his head. Feeling the sense of duty emanating from the girl's body, she happily shook her body and tapped the girl's forehead, and the island tour certificate scattered on the side. Next second. In the pink streamer, it disappeared without a trace. The shaded jungle fell silent again. Soon. The pale golden eyelashes trembled slightly, and the girl slowly opened the slightly confused blue eyes. When Baizi woke up again, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Counting the time, he slept for at least 10 hours. His temples were a little swollen, and his waist and abdomen were sore, as if he had worked hard in the fields all day. Here is. He opened his eyes in a daze, and in the gradually clear line of sight, the magnificent chandelier roof came into view first. Immediately, a familiar and beautiful face came down and filled his sight. Baizi, you finally woke up. Rusamine. Supported to climb up from the girl's lap pillow, the gentle power of Baizi circulated in the body for a round, after a little awake. Then he comforted Zeraora and Pherombus a little. Baizi rubbed his brows and tried his best to review the fragmented and illusory memory in his mind, and asked softly, Lusamine, what the hell is going on? I don't know the specifics, because I woke up no earlier than you, and as soon as I woke up, I was already in the guest room of the manor. Lusamine shook her head. And it's not just me, all my elves have fallen into a deep sleep almost like me, and only woke up not long ago. Is that so? Baizi turned his eyes to Zeraora and Pheromero, and after getting a positive answer, his brows suddenly became deeper. Neither herself nor Rusamine are ordinary trainers. The elves they held, the lowest ones also entered the realm of the Heavenly King. Not to mention the pheromone. It was a real beast that stepped into the realm of the gods, with a level of more than 90 levels. To be able to drag such an existence silently into the dream, I am afraid that at least a second-level god who is proficient in this way is needed. Kapu. Butterfly. Baizi and Rusamine almost spoke in unison. Immediately afterwards, Baizi also thought of another thing that might be able to check the cause of the incident last night. Do you remember the electronic eye that little Rusamine placed outside the tent last night? You mean? Lusamine's eyes lit up. We may be able to use this electronic eye to figure out what happened last night. Baizi touched his waist subconsciously, his eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Lusamine. Also, since we were all sent back before we woke up to the manor, then. Not finished. Suddenly one by one. Then tilde. Along with the knock on the door, a familiar soft moan also came from outside the window. Baizi suddenly turned his head and saw two Shirabi, one big and one small, one green and one pink, hovering outside the window holding hands. A green light circle spread out from the rabbi when his eyes were closed. And the pink little rabbi, who happened to meet Baizi's eyes, stuck out his tongue and smiled shyly at Baizi. A sudden attack again. Baizi's complexion changed, and he immediately threw his body towards Rusamine, who was still a little stunned, and shouted at the same time, Zeraora. P.S. Calvin wants to die, mainly because the original plot is not allowed to be written. I am very bald because of the re-architecture, so I am going to reduce the branch line and directly go back to the main time and space to start writing the plot of the Silver Mountain contest. There is only one chapter today, look at Haihan. Chapter 329, Where is Dad? By _ As Shirabi shouted, the surrounding scene became more and more transparent and distorted. The ripples of time and space point directly in the direction of Baizi. And before that, Baizi finally hugged Rusamine at this sudden and critical moment, and Kapu, who was sleeping in the Pokeball most of the time, except in the first sleepiness period. Mingming, his two remaining elves, Zeraora and Pheromero are all low-level legends known for their speed and reflexes. Although they were stunned, they all returned to the Pokeball just before the time-space ripples spread. Immediately after that, the increasingly strong space-time ripples swept the two of them around Baizi in an instant. In light blue ripples, Baizi, and Rusamine in his arms seemed to have been transformed, and they were also rendered by this light blue color, blooming with a ray of light, and gradually began to become transparent. White, sister. At this time, the person outside the door also seemed to feel that something was wrong, and suddenly pushed open the door and broke in. The pale golden ponytail swayed, and the pretty face was pale. It was Lusamine at this time. At this moment, the eyes of Baizi and Lusa Manai suddenly collided. Somehow, an inexplicable guilt suddenly rose in Baizi's heart, and he forced a smile, but only halfway through the smile, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed like a kaleidoscope. Next second, in this splendid bedroom, little Rusamine was left alone. Rusamanai froze in place as if someone had immobilized her. Her eyes were empty, her clenched left hand was loosened, and the disc-shaped electronic eye suddenly slipped from the palm of her hand and fell to the ground, dripping. The spun up, different time and space, parallel world. Rusamanai muttered to herself. Good half sound. It was like waking up from a nightmare, and recovered from a sudden chill. Just like that, did you just leave like this? You did something like that to me, and. After muttering a few words to herself, Lusamine fell silent, and gently, with an extremely complicated look, placed her palm on her lower abdomen. After waking up this morning, she found out that although she didn't know the reason, she could really feel that in her body, a little life that was bound to be born extraordinary. A few years later, the Allura area. Even Lusamine didn't meet her. The little life she gave birth to, her daughter would be so different. The gestation period was a full 5 years, and during this period, her belly did not change at all. If it hadn't been for the latest life detector to detect the life and consciousness fluctuations in the abdomen, Lusamine would even think that it was all just an illusion. 6th year. Wow! Accompanied by a cry, a pink-white streamer suddenly rose from Lusamanai's belly one night, and in the astonished eyes she woke up later, it directly turned into a little baby girl with fluffy blonde hair. Her skin was as smooth as white porcelain, not wrinkled like a newborn baby at all. It was inherited from her jasper eyes, faintly glittering with a cloud-like azure blue luster. It's like that guy's eyes. Rusamina, who exuded maternal brilliance, was slightly taken aback when she saw this, and she spread it out. Under the curtain-like waterfall of pale golden hair, her emerald eyes were slightly dim. That guy, my elder sister. His eyes flickered, but then, the reminiscence that had just arisen was covered by a strong paranoia. I definitely won't be like this. Rusamine's voice of self-convincing murmurs subsided. And right now. Accompanied by a delicate moan, a pink figure that seemed to be wrapped in a cocoon appeared in the bedroom among the pink light spots that suddenly rose. You are, Kapu, Dai. Kapu. Dai's eyes curled in response to Lusamanai, then raised her hands high, and a pink halo suddenly enveloped the newborn baby girl. This is God's blessing. A few years in the blink of an eye. Mom, why don't I have a father? Where is my father? The little girl who was clearly identified as Lily finally asked her mother this question for the first time. Wearing a white lab coat, Rusamanai, who had suddenly trimmed her hair into short hair for some reason, was shocked when she heard the words. Looking at the pale blue eyes that were gradually rendered by the blue, his eyes were complicated, and he was stunned in the same place for a while. It's really like, it won't take long, it will be exactly the same as that guy. Sorry, Lily, this question. Me too. Rusamanai was at a loss for words. She squatted down and gently kissed Lily's forehead and eyes. 0 inches. I still have some things to do. I will come back to see you after a while. Leaving this sentence, Lusamine stood up resolutely and walked out of the house without looking back. But Lily looked at her mother who had disappeared at the door. Her face was slightly wrinkled, she squeezed the Pippi doll tightly in her arms, and whispered the rest of the words in the empty room. Mom, you haven't been with me for a long time. It's time to eat. However, even the mother doesn't know the answer. So, is the father lost? Suddenly, such a thought rose in Lily's small head. If I find my father, can my mother be by Lily's side? And my father? At that time, there will be 2 people who will accompany Lily. The infection is deeper and brighter. Faintly, there is a cloud-like phantom, lingering in it. P.S. Because of some unspeakable reasons, the plot of Rice Bowl with Egg that one originally involved is impossible. In this case, In order to fit the age cute, I changed Lily's age, that's it. A few. Chapter 330. The overlord of the per capita Tianwang plus nanny group, Lily set sail. Just do it. The little girl quickly put on her shoes and socks, a white felt hat and a small backpack, and left a note one by one. Then, he rushed to the living room, looked around for a while, then pushed open the windowsill, jumped from the third floor, the bright white light lifted, and slowly fell into the backyard. On the lawn. Lily was born extraordinary and gifted. Since childhood, he has possessed motor cells that are far beyond ordinary people, and his slender legs can leap up the treetops in 3 or 2 steps. She also has a powerful telekinesis ability, as well as an almost explosive elf affinity. Especially the elf affinity. Rely on this. Lily, whose personality is quite different from the original book, has made a lot of good friends with Rusamina on her back. Through a hidden door in the corner of the backyard. 450s, walked through the forests and rivers with ease, and greeted the passing elves from time to time. Soon. Lily came to a large tree. Yes, it was large. The height of this giant tree did not exceed the surrounding trees by much, it was basically the same. But the diameter and width are quite astonishing, at least it takes dozens of people to hug to close. Its canopy is generally covered. Among the lush foliage, a delicate tree house is located in it. Hey Tilda, hey Tilda. The little girl jumped on the spot, grabbed a knotted rope that was drooping down, hummed, and climbed up a tree trunk that was almost 5 meters high. Standing on the paved wooden platform, looking into the distance, he wiped the sweat that didn't even exist on his forehead. Momo Tilda. Suddenly, Lily's backpack trembled for a while, and an elf with an ethereal mentality, a blue-violet body, and a face, eyes and nose like clouds, came out. Maymay stretched and yawned, then climbed to Lily's neck with her cotton wool hands, and rubbed it intimately. This little guy is Kapu, the patron saint of this island, shortly after Lily was born. Mingming, and Kapu who blessed her. Butterfly came to her and gave it to her, which was her initial elf. Because there is no signature in the existing materials, Lily named it Little Nebula, according to her appearance. He, it's so itchy Tilda. After playing with Little Nebula for a while, Lily finally remembered her business. She put Little Nebula around her neck like a collar, and followed the circular wooden walkway to the top horizontal cliff of the tree house. Enter a small wooden structure resembling a clock tower. Reach out and gently tug at the knotted rope. Immediately. The crisp wind bell rang. Jingle bell tilde tilde tilde. With the light sound, invisible fluctuations spread out. Soon. Lily had just jumped out of the tree house. Pong! The ground trembled lightly, the dust and smoke were torn apart directly, and a giant doll bear standing up appeared in front of Lily. Hey Tilda, we're a bear. Lily hugged the bear's calf and greeted with a muffled face. The arrival of the dressed bear seems to have opened the curtain. Not for a while. The ground trembled, the ice crystals were paved, the fluorescent light flickered, the shadows moved, the streams surged. The scaled dragon, the Alola mountain king, the orchid mantis flower, the mini Q, the weak ding skull. There were a dozen or so in front and back. The huge elves gathered together. If a somewhat knowledgeable trainer in the Alola region saw this scene, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop. Because these huge elves who came in a very short time, all of them are the top combat power of the islands in the Alola region, and overlord elves. To the end. Accompanied by a burst of pink streamer, as the patron saint of Akara Island, Kapu. Butterfly, also appeared from the light. Little butterfly Tilda. Lily greeted with a crisp voice. The surrounding overlord elves are also no different. The reason why some of them can come so quickly is also thanks to the help of this super-powered island guardian god. Everyone Tilda. After greeting the overlord elves one by one, Lily folded her hands and said with a straight face, I have decided to leave Alola and set off to find my father. So, I am here today and say goodbye to everyone first. Saying that, the little guy spread his hands backwards like a plane, and bowed deeply to the elves in front of him. Don't be sad, everyone, after Lily finds her father, she will come back to see everyone 1v1 . As soon as Lily finished speaking, the scene suddenly fell silent. Immediately, ow click squeaky. All the elf overlords shouted as if they were about to lose their cubs. Even if they didn't understand it, they could see that none of the elf overlords agreed with Lily's decision. But Lily, despite her young age, has a big idea. She looks completely unmoved. A group of overlord elves suddenly talked a lot. Although they are friendly in front of Lily, how can they not know that the weak and the strong are indispensable in the elf world when they become the overlords of one party? Lily is indeed talented, but after all, she is still too young. How can these overlord elves who treat Lily as their own children and nephews can rest assured? But it's not realistic to stop Lily abruptly. Let's not talk about whether they can harden their hearts, just the marshmallow-like elf in Lily's hand. Although in terms of combat power, it is almost useless, but that hand's momentary movement, even a mini-zero may not be able to stop it. Kapu, Lord Dai may be able to. But it has always left Lily's hands, let alone helping to stop it. It is a good thing not to help Lily. An overlord frowns. Finally. I have to insist that if I can't stop it, I will work hard on security. 1.7. Proposed by wearing a bear, Kapu. Dai recommended, and selected 8 elves, including wearing the bear herself, to form a nanny group, and go with Lily. As for the poke ball, it was Kapu. Provided by Dai. Then, Lily expedition, let's go. With a coquettish cry, Lily collected the pokey ball, boarded the fish boat, composed of deformed groups of weak dingies, and set sail. P.S. Little padded jacket Lily . Chapter 331. Return, summon the elves. When the image in front of Baizi's eyes became clear again. What catches the eye is Junshin town, the peaceful and familiar scenery. Have you come back? Baizi murmured to himself. This short but rich time travel came and ended suddenly, but in general, he still gained a lot. At the very least, not only did he gain a beautiful girl at the level of the 4 heavenly kings, but he also obtained the ultimate alien beast of the tri-pole god, Pharomerity, which is already an alien legend with no less potential, Kapu. Ming. But somehow. At this moment, Baizi always felt a sense of loss in his heart. And at this moment, a series of system prompts suddenly sounded in his ears one by one. Your Hornet Bee defeated and subdued 1288 bee colonies. The effective number of individuals defeated is 119, and the income is quite rich. The experience value is +515, attack +6, speed +8, skill proficiency is greatly improved, gauntlets, double needles, and high-speed movement are promoted to the profound level. Your Zoroark has deeply excavated his own potential with the help of evil law crystals, and his exclusive characteristic illusion has experienced substantial growth and transformation. He has been promoted to the champion field of O2, special attack +25, and the evil law comprehension has reached 89% 2-level god limit. Your Laplace ran long distance, broke through the barrier, HP +12, speed +10, ice law exceeded 1%, swallowed a lot of water attribute heaven and earth treasures, promoted to the limit of the king, and obtained the top attribute item. Ice Soul Heart greatly enhances the power of ice attribute moves. Your Wind Speed Dog has gained a little after a long journey, stamina +8, speed +4, smell detection, high-speed movement to upgrade to the mystery level. Your Giant Gold Monster has been meditating for a long time, controlling magnetism, swallowing ore, scanning with mind force, focusing on 4 uses, successfully mastering the quadruple spell casting, and relying on the double cycle of near-limit consumption and replenishment to successfully break through the championship field. Your Shanae duo was baptized by the dream and the tree of the beginning of the world, completed the transformation, his qualifications broke through the limit of the 2nd-level god, and he was comparable to a high-ranking legend. He received the teachings of the Super Dream, and the spiritual breaking skills were promoted to the mystery level, and the X form was successfully activated. Level +9 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. A series of more than 10 beeps, smashing, came, making Baizi a little confused. How long has he been gone? Why does it seem that all the hands have completed such a transformation without him knowing? Long rush. Long journey to Shinado and even to the World Tree and found Mewtwo. Although the experiences of the elves are different, Baizi can feel the efforts they have made for himself from the only information. Especially this guy, Lai Kongzai, in the system's prompt, he actually defeated Dialga, known as the God of Time, twice. These guys. The corner of Baizi's mouth raised a gentle smile. Then, just when he suddenly remembered, when he was about to ask Rabbi the specific time limit for crossing. Turning around, where are the traces of the two Shirabi? This look of absconding in fear of crime. The corner of Baizi's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for the fact that his elf bracelet had been disassembled before to repair the ultimate hole-closing device, he wouldn't need to ask Rabbi for the specific time. But now it seems. It is clear. The timeline of his return didn't quite match the time he left. I am just not sure how long it took. I hope I won't miss the quartz conference. Baizi sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. Immediately after. Like a summary after completing a stage, the familiar system prompt sounded in my ears again one by one. You have completed a time travel. Your adaptability to the power of time and space has been enhanced, and you will receive a special reward, the Bell of Summoning. Open black lens bracket calling bell. No matter how far you are, you can convey your thoughts when you ring the bell to all the elves that belong to you. Close black lens bracket. This thing is really just right. Baizi took out the rattle, shook it gently, and an invisible ripple overflowed from the sound of the rattle. Baizi, you are. Seeing this scene, Rusamina, who was looking around at Baizi's homeland, suddenly asked curiously. This is called the calling bell, which can call up elf partners scattered all over the world. Baizi responded with a smile and raised the delicate bell in his hand, but he didn't mean to hide it. The Bell of Summoning. Rusa Manello pondered and found that it was a name of a prop that she had never heard of, but her attention was not on the bell. Your elf, is it scattered elsewhere? It's to find my uneasy master. Baizi's eyes were gentle, and then he turned his attention to the direction of the Damu Research Institute. However, there are still a few guys who are staying in Junshin Town. Hey, look Tilda. He lifted his chin slightly and pointed forward. A cloud of jet black flames flew toward him and spread out the moment they landed. 4 elves with different shapes and expressions, all with excited expressions, appeared in front of Baizi's eyes. Zoroark, Gili Egg, Ibrahimovic, and, after the evolution, the Flaming Monkey. Gili Egg and Ibrahimovic rushed towards Baizi for the first time, and the Flaming Monkey even aroused a state of fierce fire, jumping up and down around one person and 2 pets. Only Zoroark, like a sculpture, stood not far from Baizi. His eyes were dazed, and there was a hint of disbelief in his anticipation, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Don't cry, I am fine. He soothed the tearful auspicious egg in his arms, rubbed Ibrahimovic's little head, and punched the Flaming Monkey who was holding back the excitement. Baizi raised his head and slowly stretched his palm to the bewitching upright gray fox. Zoroark, I'm back. A smile slowly appeared on Zoroark's face, as if he had returned to the Zoroha era. He squatted down gently, and with a long-lost moisturizing, put his head against the palm of Baizi's body. Sigh tilde. Chapter 332. The Rabbi Who Is About to Be Driven Crazy. The jingle bells are crisp and clear, and they are transmitted to all parts of the world with strange fluctuations. Kanto. To the east of the outer periphery of the core area of the vibrant forest, once again with absolute strength defeated the metal flash hornbees of an entire overlord-level hornet swarm. To this group of fellow clansmen, it issued its only instruction as the new queen bee. I only need you to do one thing, to find. Before he could finish speaking, Big Needlebee suddenly stopped. This is the master's call. Beard tilde. The high-pitched insect chirping suddenly came from the mouth of the big needlebee, and the breath of the near champion peak swept across all directions in an instant, and also stirred up several similar breaths in the sky above the eastern district of the vibrant forest, circling and colliding with each other. These are the overlords in their respective territories, proclaiming their own existence. The big stinger didn't pay attention to the vibrant overlords who had more or less collided with him. After calming down, it turned its gaze to the heart of the Viking forest. Every time it approached, it could feel a faint sense of threat from it, as well as that more intense fatal attraction. The big needlebee can vaguely feel that there is a power that has the same root and the same origin as the insect king orb in his body. Perhaps, it will be the catalyst to open it up to the realm of God in the future. But now, not yet. Without paying any attention to the overlord-level giant stinger bee group that it forcibly subdued, the giant stinger bee barely hesitated, and then flew straight into the air and hurried towards the direction of Junshin town. When the original leader of the overlord-level giant stinger bee comes back to his senses, will there be traces of their new leader? In the Vortex Islands, Laplace and Suicune, who were talking to a Lugia, suddenly raised their heads. On the north street of Yuhong City, the wind-speed dog who closed his eyes and searched in the high-rise building opened his eyes angrily. Aster Town did not pay any attention to the ghost-type elves that were entrenched all over the body, constantly playing with him, and the giant golden monster that moved inch by inch like a machine suddenly stopped. The turbulent thought power surged out, and instantly crushed the dozen or so ghost-type elves circling around into the air. Subsequently, pong, the whole Aster Town shook like an earthquake, and the giant golden monster suddenly turned into a rocket, pushing the layers of sonic boom clouds straight into the sky. Chengdu. On a mirror lake in the lush forest, a shirabi who was obviously smaller than an ordinary shirabi deftly avoided a small slash, then turned around and disappeared from the air. Annoyed, and the immature little cotton sound echoed in the air. Oops, I've said it all. I've already asked the clan to pick up the guy who was lost in another time and space. Why can't you sit down and talk and wait? Shirabi, I also said that as long as you are willing to take us to find him, I promise not to harass you again. Yayi, who was sitting on Kang Zhang's back, was unmoved at all. Her eyes were on the dial in her hand, and the empty space that seemed to have nothing was constantly patrolling. Her spirit was highly concentrated. This shirabi was found by chance when Yayi had traveled almost all over Chengdu with a loud noise. If she didn't see Bai Zi, she wouldn't let her guard down if she said anything. Shirabi was also a little angry. How many times have I said it? I am the shirabi who traces this time and space, and I can't get out of this time and space. You guys, why don't you listen? What? Furious. JPG. It is also really annoying. As a crucial individual in the shirabi family, although it can't traverse time and space indiscriminately, it can hide its body in the cracks of time and space, let alone a trainer. Even Dialga, who is known as the god of time, can't easily find them. This is their gift as an alternative embodiment of time. But this little girl in front of her has a strange instrument. She didn't know where she got it. She hides in time and space. Although the other party can't catch her, she can use the traces of time ripples to determine her position. I can't get rid of these two dog skin plasters that don't listen to me at all. Obviously, after it knew about it, it had already summoned the same clan to find people for the first time. Just so angry. Retire. Be sure to retire as soon as possible. Continue to work as a drawing point. Sooner or later I will encounter this kind of thing. The rabbi was indignant when he painted the dots. And here it is. The unique awe-inspiring female voice suddenly echoed from the air. I feel Bai Zi's call, so I don't have to continue to endure with this guy. Yayi didn't react for a while, and was stunned for a while, before she said with a slight trembling, King, Lord King Chong, you mean, Bai Zi has already back. King Zheng's voice was gentle, and during this period of time, he had fully recognized this seemingly weak, yet resilient little girl. It's great, it's great. Yayi's expression loosened. Without further ado. Sit tight. King Shang had already turned around and ran out of the forest. Moment. A sharabi who was no more than the size of a slap emerged from the air, patted his chest, and said with a look of joy, "It's gone. If it doesn't leave, its energy is about to run out, so it can only shamelessly call its kin for help. It's congratulations, congratulations." Clear Cliff, Shanae Duo, who was staring at the thousands of screens in the room constantly flashing their respective landscapes, was shocked. Without further ado, boom, directly transformed into a sassy gesture, breaking through the top floor, leaving only the scream of the air. Next second, a lilac figure appeared in an instant, and with a wave of his bare hands, the smashed gravel was fixed in the air. Looking at the hole in the roof, a low voice slowly sounded, "Are you back? Bai Zi." Quote. Ellipsis. On the other side, Junshin Town. Bai Zi leaned on the door of his own courtyard, looked at the sky full of stars, waited quietly, turned his eyes to his side, and checked the attribute panel of the flaming monkey that used himself as a torch. Open black lens bracket race, flaming monkey. 7th close black lens bracket. Attribute, fire fighting. Characteristics, fierce fire, iron fist Monty, exceptional, exclusive characteristics. When the will and the mind reach a certain limit, you can't make breakthroughs that ignore common sense, and even nirvana. Level, Gym Advanced, level 45, 95 100ths. Potential, Heavenly King, extreme, second transformation. HP, 76, attack, 104, defense, 71, special attack, 104, special defense, 71, speed, 108. Skills, Sonic Fist, grabbing, staring, sparks, provocation, random grabbing, fire wheel, fake attack, self-motivation, unreasonable trouble, close combat, and more. Genetic skills, Chi gathering, lightning fist. Open black lens bracket condition, good close black lens bracket. Introduction, one of the fire masters who has undertaken a fateful fate. The will in his heart is like a flame, and his hot heart is enough to cause miracles. He has extraordinary power and is an unquestionable hard-working genius. Chapter 333. If you don't achieve your goal, you will never give up. The strength has been regarded as entering the hall, reaching the high level of the gymnasium, and the potential has also transformed to the limit of the king. Coupled with the extra iron fist characteristics, the evolved flame monkey can be said to have experienced a reborn transformation once again. You know, the little fire monkey at the beginning is just a fire master with a potential below the average. Exceptional, feature is indeed terrifying. As expected of one of the main players in Xiaoji's hands, enough to be called an ace. Baizi's eyes flashed with admiration, and he couldn't help sighing inwardly. From the several regions that have official alliance conferences, there are several main elves that Xiaoji has grown up with, and each of them can be said to be gifted. If Baizi was born a commoner and has no golden fingers, it would be a considerable shortcut to cut off Xiaoji's main forces according to the plot. Of course. This is to assume. Really want to talk about the elf resources, with his current hand, it is definitely better than Xiaoji's. There is no need to sigh about the luck of Xiaoji in the original book. Was thinking. The sound of the wings trembled from far to near, and it rang in my ears almost in an instant. As soon as Baizi raised his head, under the moonlight, the needle-piercing worm with a dark metallic luster stood silently in the void. It has always been able to perform with ease, but at this time, it was slightly out of breath. The needle arm on the right is as new as the 450, but it is obviously much slender than the left arm. Bai Zitong's eyes flashed slightly. As the trainer of the Hornby, how could he not know that this is the difference that the Hornby's needle arm will have after it has been completely broken and regrown? The needle arm, has it broken? He made a judgment in his heart, but Baizi didn't point it out. Instead, he pretended not to know, and raised a familiar smile at the big Hornby, just like when they first met. Welcome home, big Hornby. Sizzling beer tilde. As if all the distractions were quickly cleared up, the big needlebee let out a soft moan, slowly flew up and landed on the fence above the courtyard gate. His gaze swept across Baizi, who was not far below him, revealing a faint smile. And it wasn't long before the giant stinger returned. Pulling a line of fire and speeding through the flames, the Suicune, Laplace, and little Lugia, who were traveling together with ice, pushed forward layer by layer like cannonballs in the air, a giant gold monster with amazing momentum. These guys showed their magical powers, and they arrived almost in no particular order. Baizi's body was immediately surrounded. Sujin lightly rubbed the back of Baizi's hand. Even Laplace, who never liked to be close to him in front of everyone, also wrapped his long neck around his giant golden monster, which he hatched since he was a child, and put it directly on top of his head, in a celebratory manner. Spinning. Little Lugia looked even more tearful, and fell directly into Baizi's arms, sobbing softly. By the time the little guy was finally coaxed, it was time for the moon to rise. Everyone was reluctant to leave, and even the Zoroarks in the house walked out of the courtyard, lying around, surrounding Baizi. As soon as his ankles tightened, Baizi lowered his head, but it was Machado's sluggish face that was still expressionless. This was the first time he had approached him so actively. "Welcome back, Marciado." Rubbing the other party's fluffy little head, Marciado seemed to finally be able to feel at ease, rubbed Baizi's palm back twice, and slowly sank into the shadow under Baizi's feet. "The only ones who haven't come back yet are Baizi tilde." A slightly hoarse vibrato interrupted Baizi's thoughts, and Yayi jumped off Kang Xing's back with a dusty face, wrapped in a jacket that could not be seen clearly. "Just landed." He staggered forward with his legs weak, and fell straight to the ground. "Be careful." Baizi's heart was startled, and he quickly took a step to take Yayi, who was about to fall down, into his arms. His sleeves tightened, and Yayi subconsciously held it in his hands. The next second, a slight snoring sound came from his arms. Baizi's eyes flickered, gently trying to pick up the person in his arms, but found that the clasped white palms were tugging at his sleeves. It was like a life-saving straw, making it difficult for him to break free. "Sleep." He whispered a word, and then smiled at Kang Shang, who stepped forward, without any extra words, and simply returned to the secret ball. The fetters of each other and Kang Zhang's mind have been made clear. And at this moment, as if sensing something, Baizi suddenly turned back. In the light, Shinado, who had withdrawn from the super-evolutionary state, slowly fell to Baizi, as if nothing had happened, smiling like a flower. "Welcome home, Baizi." Baizi was stunned for a moment, and with a smile, he unconsciously pulled the corner of his mouth and replied softly. "So far, except for Lai Kongzai, all the elves have returned. But, Lai Kong sits." Baizi can be sure that Lai Kongzai has received his message, and that no one can stop Lai Kongzai, who wants to leave, unless Arceus goes off in person. Judging from the sound of the system, Lai Kongzai went to Shanao to find Dialga Luca's trouble. And, it has always prevailed. But Dialga is not a top legend as an independent individual. It is interdependent with Palutena, who is in charge of the space latitude, and Giratina, who is the Lord of the Inverted World. Although most of the time they don't get along with each other, they still fight with each other. Dialga and Palutena even often play a dog's brain because of territorial reasons. But once Dialga is really in danger, maybe Palkia or Giratina would join the fight. And Baizi is also well aware of the nature of his shining black seat, and he will never be afraid to move forward. As for hearing Baizi's call, will he give up the fight and come back? Judging from what Baizi knew about her, I'm afraid, in addition to the joy, it will inspire her fighting spirit even more. Headache rubbed his eyebrows. I hope my guess is wrong. Baizi prayed in his heart, but unfortunately, Lai Kong sat, exactly as he expected. P.S. Shinado Chapter 334. Dialga, who was beaten out of pride, please order. Shanao, Tiongguan Peak, Pillar of Spears. Roar. In the roar of the dragon's roar that shocked the world, the dark dragon head slowly protruded from the huge cavity formed by the surging frantic airflow. The crimson sharp dragon eyes stared at the blue four-legged dragon beast in the shape of a sauropod dinosaur 100 meters away. The light blue stripes spread like veins on the body's surface. The back of the head has a square cone protruding top, and the head, back, tail, feet, and even the front chest are covered with silver-white metal armor, protecting bags. At the very center of its breastplate, there is also a cobalt blue pentagonal diamond inlaid. This is one of the top legends of Chanel with the title of God of Time, Dialga. Dialga has the ability to control time. It can warp time to speed up, slow down or stop it. Even open the channel of the time gap and travel to different time points in the same space. And the cobalt blue diamond on its chest armor is really one of the cores of its power to control time. Therefore, Dialga also has the nickname of Diamond Beast. And this time. In the center of this iconic artifact, which symbolizes the incarnation of the power of the God of Time, Dialga, an incomparably conspicuous crack is attached to it. Moreover, from time to time, it seemed like there was an electric leakage, and the sparks shot up, causing Dialga's face to have a painful look from time to time. In this battle, Dialga was at a disadvantage. In fact, in terms of rank, Dialga Luca wants to overwhelm Li Kongzai. After all, it is a top legend preserved from ancient times. The accumulation is not comparable to a little girl who is less than 500 years old like Haishan Li Kongzai. But it didn't expect anything. This can only be slightly inferior, but the combat power is still faintly pressing against the black Li Kong sitting on the front line, and the shot will be so sudden and decisive. So much so that after it was awakened from the time gap, the moment it crossed the latitude void, it faced the finishing touch of the other party's all-out effort. Above the time diamond in the center of the ribcage. If it weren't for its thick skin and high blood, this time, it would be completely covered. Then, the craziness in front of him was chasing after the victory, constantly stabbing it back and forth with the finishing touch. Repeated stabs, and repeated requests. Let yourself help find a trainer who travels through time. Wipe. Is there such a thing as begging people? Beating me to death for making demands. Do you really think that my dignified time dragon god Dialga is a soft persimmon made of ooze? If you beat me, I'll give in. Dialga's eyes were deep, and the cold telepathy echoed in the air. Li Kong sit, I have said many times, without Arceus's permission, I can't travel through time at will. If you want to catch people, you should go find the rabbi. It didn't lie. Although it is called the God of Time, it usually cannot travel through time at will. Unlike Shirabi, who was born by time, he is a mythical elf who was created by the creator god Arceus and occupies the role of time. Usually play time acceleration, time deceleration or time pause is okay to say. Once you want to travel through time, then we can only use the power of the director to open up the passage of the time gap, so as to descend into the past or future timeline. And without any reason to call time as one of the cornerstones of the world. There is no need for Arceus to come down and clean it up. The disturbed Felucia and Giratina will definitely make it run away. It's a bit embarrassing to say. But it doesn't matter, Groudon, the god of the earth, can't fly, and Alola's alien beast Solgaleo, the god of the sun, is still weak. He is a god of time. What's wrong with crossing the timeline? It's not that you can't wear. Good. Dialga had already made Shang Likong softly and secretly. After all, anyone who has been beaten to death for more than a month will be subdued. To know. The two of Feng Yuan's elf world will be turned upside down when they wake up. Flightless and fat-headed fish, at most they can sit on the hands of primordial Likong for 3 or 5 days at most. It will be beaten back to the prototype, and obediently return to the crater and underwater cave to continue to sleep. Groudon, the idiot, said nothing. One of the stubborn old antiques like Kyoka has learned to change after repeated beatings, and began to make phantoms, and let themselves be freed in the seas of the elf world. 0. Ask for flowers. As far as it knows. What disguised as a mutant roaring whale king begging for food from the passing ships, deliberately restraining his breath to provoke the grumpy ocean overlord, and then bursting with divine might to scare the opponent half to death, and even deliberately being caught by the descendants of the human, water people. That play can spend. Its Dialga has been able to stand firm for more than a month and still not let go. It is already a role model among gods, and it is a legendary example. Thinking of this, the little bit of shame in Dialga's heart immediately dissipated, and even a little bit of pride was born. Lycongza naturally didn't know what Dialga was thinking. Generally speaking, in the face of an opponent who has no intention of fighting, and after confirming that he cannot find the breakthrough he needs from it, Ritsukongza will end the useless battle very simply. 0 But as Baizi expected, Baizi's message was confirmed. Lycongza was relieved, but in addition to his joy, his fighting spirit was stimulated. Or to put it bluntly, Lycongza, who finally put down the big stone in his heart, wants to find a punching bag to vent the annoyance that has been suppressed in his heart these days. And this goal. 6 Lycong sat silently and slowly stretched out the dragon's body, and the crimson dragon's eyes slowly swept across Dialga's body. In the end, it was fixed on the cobalt blue diamond above the opponent's chest. Speaking of which, Dialga Luca's time diamond may prevent Baizi from being affected by the time ripple again, and this is also a good gift. In an instant, Dialga's heart froze. Next second, chirp, the air screamed, and a rich green arrow light filled its entire field of vision at once. Sit in the air. Dialga's eyes widened angrily, and the red and black pupils were full of accusations of sneak attacks. Not about martial arts. A few. Chapter 335. Time Diamond, a message from Dr. Damu, please order all. It wasn't until Chen Yang was born the next day that the slightly embarrassed Lycongza returned late. I'll take this with me from now on. Crimson eyes patrolled around Baizi's body, and after throwing something away, he sank straight into the starry sky ball around Baizi's waist. It's so tiring. Dialga Luca is also a top legend without any temper, and its combat power is not really inferior to it. Lycongza hit his mind on the power crystal at the core of others. This is forcing the opponent's dog to jump over the wall. In this case only a little embarrassed. To be honest, this performance is already amazing enough. The reason why Lycongza can press the opponent from the beginning to the end is that he still has the first mover advantage at the beginning, and every time he wins a staged victory, there will be inexplicable feedback to supplement its ability. Class 450 is also for this reason. In the face of the old and top legends with strong background, in the protracted battle, Lycongza became stronger and stronger. It's no wonder that Dialga was beaten so badly. Anyone who faces an opponent who is getting stronger and stronger in Vietnam will feel powerless. Such a change seems to have started when he officially became Baizi's elf. This guy is really a bunch of secrets. Lycong sat pondering in his heart, and after returning to the starry sky full of ozone, he felt the breath of Baizi's closeness, and he fell into his long-lost sleep. Outside world. Baizi took the crystal thrown by Lycong sitting in a daze. The Diamond of Time contains the power of the source of time, and can be immune to the power of time ripples to a certain extent. This guy. He shook his head with a chuckle, touched the starry sky ball around his waist, and raised the corner of his mouth. Welcome home, Lycong. Sit down. The return of Lycongza marks the return of all Baizi's hands. In the past few days of the renovation of Junqin town, he also generally understood the current time period and the situation of the elves. As he expected, the time period when he traveled back was indeed a little delayed. It had been more than a month since he left. There is less than a week left until the opening of the Quartz Conference. Because of this, there are few people left in the entire Junqin town. Because they had followed Dr. Damu to the venue of Baiyan Mountain a few days ago, ready to cheer for several participating trainers in Junqin town. As for Chihong and the others, they had already set off for Baiyan Mountain as early as half a month ago. It is said that because of the large number of participants, this time the Quartz Conference Specifically, it should be the renamed Silver Mountain Alliance Conference, which will have a preliminary screening mechanism. About this point, Dr. Ogi made an explanation before leaving, and reserved an email video for Baizi in his research institute. At this time, Baizi was on his way to the Oki Research Institute. Speak up. This time he suddenly disappeared, and many of his hands have been strengthened to a considerable extent. Not to mention the racial value, the changes are mostly mentioned in HP and speed. Namely the growth in strength. Some of a large needlebee has successfully been promoted to the high-level champion, and the double needle, high-speed movement and gauntlet have all been upgraded to the mystery level. The superb speed battle honed in the vibrant forest, even Philomelus admits that under the same level, even it may not be able to keep up with the giant stingray. Zoroark is a little inferior, but relying on the crystallization of the evil law left by the fall of the Devil of the Sea, Dark Lugia in his body, he has also been promoted all the way to the middle-level champion, and his law comprehension has reached the peak of the second level of God. One by one, Shinado has been baptized and taught by the two top legends, Dream and Super Dream, and not only successfully awakened the super evolutionary transformation of X form, but also jumped up again. With the level of the peak of the championship, Baizi was firmly seated. In the team, the 6 main players hold the top spot. Speaking of which, because of Baizi's little wing, the plot of Mewtwo's counterattack, which was originally a theatrical version, disappeared without a trace. Moreover, I don't know how Mewtwo got out of the rockets. According to Shanai Duo, Xiaoming now lives in seclusion in a place called Clear Cliff, sheltering a lot of replica elves, and has also established a high-tech base with quite complete facilities. Presumably when leaving the rockets, there were many, robbing the rich to help the poor. Yifeng Speed Dog's scent detection skills have also reached the profound level. How should I put it? To give a simple example, its detection range now covers almost a city, and it can even determine the opponent's race and general strength by smell. The skill has reached the mystery level, and it has almost reached the point where it can be inherited as a gene. 1. The giant golden monster was also promoted to the champion level, and even more so, he realized the special combat skills of 4 uses, 4-fold spellcasting. It can be said that it has completely evolved from a battle tank to an artillery battle tank. 1. Laplace and Suicune visited Lugia in various sea areas this time. Among them, Suicune did not receive gifts from the Lugia ethnic group due to his status as a vassal of King Ho, while Laplace, but in this incident, he deeply understood the importance of strength. Therefore, no one refuses to come. With the help of a large number of water attribute treasures, he has completed the same, eating to prove the Tao, as the giant gold monster, and has been promoted to the peak of the king. It is finally held with the other 5 wall-mounted main forces and pulled in. The difference in strength. Moreover, its 2 attribute items were also merged and transformed into a Kibao, Ice Soul Heart, by the god-level Lugia stationed in the Whirlpool Islands. It has a considerable bonus to its combat power, especially the ice attribute. As for the rest of the guys, little has changed. Among them, the most notable is that Ibrahimovic, whose strength has reached the peak of the Quasi-King, has begun to adapt to the attributes of the 4th form. This time it chose the evil attribute. Baizi deeply doubted that this guy chose this attribute for Zoroark's 1.7 reasons. Speaking of which, Lai Kong has also raised his level to the limit of a first-level god while sitting against the single brush of Dialuca, and has also realized the second attribute law, Dragon Element. I remember that the Dark Super Dream is superpower plus evil, and the dual law is 100% comprehensible. Maybe. It's time for me to give Lai Kongzai the blood of creation, in the seal orb. In his thoughts, Baizi came to the gate of Dr. Damu's Research Institute. Chapter 336. Strictly guarded, the pre-selection of the Silver Mountain Conference passes. Drops, swipe cards, push doors, climb stone steps. Baizi easily came to the Damu Research Institute located on the hill at the intersection of Junshin Town. It seems very simple. This research institute of the leading elf doctor in the entire elf world seems to be undefended. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. If you really think so, you are dead wrong. Others he does not know. Anyway, Baizi walked all the way, just from the courtyard gate at the foot of the mountain to the Big Wood Research Institute at the top of the mountain. At a distance of 100 meters, he at least felt 5 or 6 obscure gazes, and 2 or 3 mental scans that could be picked up at one touch. At least an elite trainer above the quasi-king level. If anyone says that the Damu Research Institute is not fortified, I will swell your face. Besides, with such a defensive power, Shaolin can actually steal a Yusan family like no one else. If there's nothing tricky here, I'll make a special trip to Fangyuan to find Groudon and mock it for not being able to fly. Baizi couldn't help but complained in his heart. Click, open the door. He came to the independent O2 office on the second floor, turned it on, entered the password, and retrieved the audio file. Next second, a familiar figure of Dr. Ogi appeared on the screen. There was no worry in his expression at all. On the contrary, he was eating and recording while holding instant noodles in one hand, and the relaxed freehand on his face was almost visible to the naked eye. Baizi, although I'm not sure if you can catch up with the quartz this time. Oh, it should be called the Silver Mountain Alliance Conference, a rare event, but I believe you will be able to return safely. So without further ado, let me explain the specific competition time and rules for this competition. The start time is exactly 9 a.m. on October 15th. What's different from usual is that this time the League Conference has set up a new selection system and added qualifiers. First, let's talk about the qualifiers. On the screen, Dr. Damu drank the last sip of the noodle soup, gudong, wiped his mouth with his sleeve without any image, and pushed back a step. Immediately, a virtual bird's-eye view of Baiyin Mountain appeared on the screen. The lush top view of the huge mountain range spanning the 2 places in Guangdu is marked from top to bottom with 8 lines linked by several red dots. These lines are distributed at 8 points on the periphery of the Baiyin Mountains in an octagonal shape, and finally all converge in the direction of the main peak of the Baiyin Mountain. It's different from the pure ring battle in the past. Dr. Ogi continued, with a clear smile and admiration in his tone. This time, I don't know if it was the suggestion that came up. The primary competition system was set to a wild survival plus arena challenge style competition system. Players need to enter the entrance at the foot of the Silver Mountain to complete the report, and then use the staff's pointer to pass through the harsh environment of the Silver Mountain, arrive at the nodes in turn, and complete the challenge, that is, defeat another training who also arrived at the node. Home before entering the next node. Quote, when you pass through all the nodes in a path and reach the top of the Silver Mountain, it is the real venue for the finals of the Alliance Conference. Dr. Damu's tone was obviously excited. To be honest, if I were a few decades younger, I would never miss such an interesting event. Oh, by the way, the battle method of nodes is determined by the challenged. Make sure, 1v1, or 6v6 full battle is alright. Also, on the way to each node, the contestants must not exceed 3 elves for self-defense and use. Once violated, they disqualified from the competition. Baizi, there are a lot of powerful elves in the Silver Mountains, and the environment is quite vicious. When you choose the protection elves, don't be too careless. After exhorting one sentence, Dr. Damu's figure reappeared in front of the screen. Okay. The main change of this Silver Mountain League Conference is the pre-selection mechanism. The competition after climbing to the top of the Silver Mountain is no different from the previous year's league competition. The competitions before entering the semi-finals are all 3v3 random field arena matches. The 3 battles after the semi-finals will be 6v6 full battles. Quote, Baizi, Xiaokai and I are in the Silver Mountains, waiting for your arrival. Dr. Omu gave a thumbs up to the video with an old urchin face, then the screen went black and retracted to the file state. Is it the Battle of the Silver Mountain qualifiers? Interesting. Baizi folded his chest and arms, touched his chin, and revealed a slight smile in his murmur. Baizi knew the dangers of Bayan Mountain without Dr. Damu's special reminder. After all, this is one of the main habitats of the quasi-god group Bangira. Among the 6 known quasi-god families today, Alola has no relationship with the Alliance for the time being, so the swollen head dragon does not count, and the same is true for the Kalal region, which is too far apart and is highly autonomous. Except for hypertrophy and slime Meluranosaurus. One counts as one. All of them are tyrannical lords. And the elves that can survive in the main habitat of the quasi-god group Bangira must have enough strength or uniqueness to protect themselves. It is not easy to get to the node through the territory of these guys. You must know that 450. The elves who survive in the wild are not joking about their importance to their territory. Careless. That is the fierce fighting of your life and death. If you want to rely on the 3 elves to safely reach the node area through these areas, strength, agility, and even wisdom are all indispensable. However, in this way, those trainers from the academy will suffer a big loss. Not sure, not even a single one who passed the preliminaries. With a sneer, Baizi quickly restrained his thoughts, turned off the equipment, and left the Damu Research Institute. Today is October 12th. He should also prepare, and officially set off for Bayan Mountain to participate in this rare event. Crimson, Turquoise, Little Yellow, Alice. Maybe there will be other surprise guys coming. Such a big fight. Just thinking about it makes people feel a little. The blood is boiling. P.S. Quasi-God Group Collection Tilda. Chapter 337. If the spear hits the realm of transformation, the slaying of the gods is also in the palm of your hand. In 3 days, from Junshin Town to the Bayan Mountains at the junction of Kanto and Chengdu, it will naturally not be too rushed in time. Therefore, Baizi was not in a hurry to leave immediately. Instead, he was going to take advantage of the gap in the past few days to hold hands with his own group, and then run in. After all, although he has found out the data panels of all elves, there are some things that he can't make a 3-dimensional judgment and understanding without personally demonstrating and feeling it. After all, there is a saying in Sun Tzu's Art of War, know yourself and your enemy, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. Knowing oneself, but also before knowing the enemy. So it can be seen. France is the #1 reason for no danger in 100 battles. Moreover, Baizi wouldn't set foot on the field in a hurry. The situation of Zoroark and the others is almost the same. The only thing left is Shineido's new super evolution. Thinking of Shineido's rare expression of, I want to show you alone, Baizi couldn't help laughing. Soon. When he got home, he said hello to Mei and Lusha Manai who were helping him pack. Baizi went out again. Go to the grove to the south of the house, take out the Pokeball with Shineido, and throw it gently. Sana tilde. In the white light, a slender and graceful lilac figure in a black dress appeared on the grass of the forest, with a light swirl, like a princess. Shineido, let's get started. The eyes full of admiration glanced at Shineido, and Baizi chuckled lightly. Shineido nodded. Immediately. Slowly bowing his head, he crossed his hands across his chest and placed them on his shoulders. Sha tilde ni tilde tilde tilde. A melodious and graceful long chanting sounded, and at this moment, Shineido's body burst into an unprecedented splendid light. This is the light of evolution. Baizi's eyes were full of anticipation, and he took a fancy to Shineido's constantly deforming body in the white light. Soon, the light dissipated, and the brand new Shineido appeared in front of Baizi. And the previous Mega Evolution Y form, the luxurious posture like a princess is completely different. Brand new Super Xanadu X its image. More like a warrior, or a majestic female knight. The fluffy long skirt is no longer. The whole body is wrapped by a layer of dark war skirt similar to armor. The shoulders and waist are similar to the cloak and the hem is a material match. Above the head, there is also a headband in the shape of an inverted trident. Under this layer of cold and solemn upper body armor, there are 2 slender and white legs that are exposed. Compare with that. In the ferocious pitch-black gauntlet, two chain spears with similar shapes were held on the left and right, exuding a purple-red halo. From the outside, there is a fatal crisis and a sense of charm. And under the complex atmosphere, the awe-inspiring gesture of Ruo Aoshui Hanmei instantly hit some kind of XP of Bai Zi. Is this what Super Xanadu looks like? An undisguised surprise flashed in Bai Zi's eyes, and he exclaimed, "It's really dazzling." The words fell, and the brilliance flashed in the pupils. Race, Super Shinado Purple Flash, X form, Y form. Attribute, Super Fairy. Feature, Fairy Skin. Level, Quasi-God Elementary, Level 80, Times Form Temporary Amplification, Champion Peak, Level 79, 25/100ths. Potential, Level 1 God. HP, 168 Attack, 180/100ths, 65 Defense, 110/100ths, 65 Special Attack, 135/125 Special Defense, 110/100ths, 115 Speed, 180. Exclusive skill, Spirit Break. Materialize the magical wave to attack the opponent, inflicting physical damage. Skills, Charming Voice, Cry, Shadow Clone, Mind Power, Hypnosis, Draining Kiss, Teleportation, Illusion Light, Life Water Droplet, Coquetry, Meditation, Spiritual Power, Healing Fluctuation. Genetic skills, Black Eyes, Farewell Gifts. Open black lens bracket status, Perfect close black lens bracket. Props, Super Orb Bracelet, World Tree Seed, contains powerful life healing power. Introduction, Leloras, with extraordinary aptitude, is gifted with extraordinary talents and possesses a powerful spiritual power far beyond that of his family. He perfectly integrates the genetic sequences of the two great legends of Dream and Super Dream, thus gaining power and ability beyond the limit. Contains the ultimate power of super evolution. There is no doubt that with the help of super evolution, the evolutionary power that is enough to break through the limits of the race. Shinado broke through the cage. In this way, he directly stepped into the power of the quasi-god realm. Super evolution. It's really a miraculous force enough to cause change. Bai Zi sighed. He didn't mean to exaggerate at all. Just judging from the degree of strength increase of Shinado, once the super evolutionary power is announced, if nothing else, the strength of the top trainers in the entire elf world will surely usher in changes. Just think. The two champions who were originally on the same level, one of the ace has the power of super evolution, then this strong increase will directly widen the gap between the two. And such a gap will be difficult to make up, because unless the other person's ace also has the potential for hyper-evolution, is it possible to train another ace that can use hyper-evolution? If you do, it's almost starting from scratch. Even if you are experienced and able to quickly develop combat power, as the saying goes, one step at a time, the gap will only widen with the passage of time. Bai Zi, don't you look at the new strength of the concubine. At this moment, Shineduo's elegant telepathy suddenly rang in his ears. Bai Zi raised his head. Looking at Shinado, he suddenly laughed lightly, then let me take a look. I'm also curious, what's so unique about these two psychic spears? Without further ado, Shinado suddenly showed a ferocious smirk, spread his palms, and the psychic spear with red-black electric light wrapped around his palms tossed and spun. Afterwards, the body was half spread, catapulted out like a female leopard, and rushed forward like a streamer. Waist twist. A pair of spears were slammed into the void. A humming sound like a vibration of the air. More than a second. Boom. The roars came one after another, and the sudden burst of purple beams of light broke through the clouds, illuminating the entire forest. If the gun hits the realm of transformation, the slaying of the gods will only be between the palms of the hand. Spiritual break. Gun version. The ultimate hit. P.S. The image of Super Xanadu X, I designed it by combining Heijun and Skaha. This Heijun, in the next chapter, puts Skaha tilde. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the picture. Chapter 338. The game begins, the championship declaration. Baiyan Mountain, located at the junction of Kanto and Chengdu, is a forest mountain range with abundant resources. Among them, there is not only the largest group of quasi-gods in the elf world, the Bangira ethnic group, but also the magical hot springs with healing effects. There are all kinds of heaven and earth treasures, and there are countless powerful and precious elf races. In previous years, most of the area of this treasure was under blockade, unless it was an excellent trainer recognized by the Alliance, or a person with a high reputation such as Dr. Damu. Ordinary trainers will not be authorized to open at all. Of course, such a treasure land, it is obviously impossible for those hyena-like elf hunters to turn a blind eye. Even if the Alliance has set up layers of interception and patrols inside and outside the Silver Mountains, it still cannot stop these desperados from flying into the flames. After all, the oil and water of the big fat meat of the Silver Mountains is too much. Even just a sip on the periphery is enough to fill an elite hunter's stomach. Closer to home. Today, it is 8:40 a.m. on October 15th. After Baizi completed the registration, he came to the number 6 entrance of the Baiyan Mountains, which was randomly assigned and crowded with people. Because Mei and Lusha Manai were not contestants, they boarded the cable car early and went to the top venue of the Silver Mountains to join Dr. Ogi and the others. The entire square in front of the 6 gates is completely paved with 450 turquoise stones. It can be seen from the fine sand and stones oozing from the surface that the completion time is not long. Looking around, there are densely packed figures. Baizi glanced at it roughly. There are at least 1,000 contestants in the number 6 entry. There are a total of 8 competition areas in the Silver Mountains, and there are almost 10,000 contestants. With such a number, I'm afraid it has swept away the trainer opportunities of the younger generation in the entire elf world. Tisk tisk tilde Baizi was speechless. Elves are worthy of being the eternal main body of this world, but the elf eggs, the descendants of the parents of the 3 champions, can attract such a sensation, attracting 70 to 80% of the young trainers in the elf world. It really has to be breathtaking. Poor guys, let's run with them. I hope you won't be beaten by those monsters, and lose your self-confidence. Baizi prayed, in his heart without sincerity. Time passed, and soon, it came to 9 o'clock in the morning. Beep, with the square light on. The cannon rang 3 times and the fireworks ACBH bloomed. On the big screen, dressed in a tuxedo, riding a well-known event commentator of the Union's Royal Self-Exploding Magneto, Caesar appeared. The golden explosion was ahead of schedule, and it is no exaggeration to say that Caesar, who looks strong and powerful, is a fighter. But as the saying goes, people can't be seen. Caesar did not become a fighter or even a trainer, but chose to embark on the civilian commentary path. He has always been observant and has outstanding ability to analyze the battle situation. Became the only 2 male gold medal commentators. Girls and gentlemen, I'm your ace commentator who never tires of watching. Caesar, the guests present, and the audience friends in front of the TV and the computer, let you wait. Caesar shouted loudly. I announce that the special event hosted by the Kanto Alliance and jointly provided by the champion Adu and the champion Miss Sharona, the Silver Mountain Alliance Conference, officially opens at this moment. In an instant, cheers pierced into the sky from the audience. Silver Peak, in a VIP room on the 3rd floor of the venue. It started. With the sound of Dr. Ogi's prompt, Ash's mother Hanako, Qinglu Xiaomo's sister Nanami, Mei and Lusha Mina all turned their eyes to the back of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the VIP room. Where, there is a huge screen divided into several copies, playing the scene of 8 entrances. I remember that Xiao Kai was the number 1 entry, Xiaoji was number 6, and Xiaolu and Xiaomao were number 3 and number 8 respectively. They were basically separated in the preliminary round. Hanako will report what she knows. Afterwards, he turned his head and asked Yayi who was sitting beside him, by the way, Xiao Yayi, what number is Xiaobai getting into? Xiaobai. On the side, Rusa Manai looked strange. She really couldn't associate the name, Kawaii, with Baizi. On the other hand, Mei Yi, who has been in contact with him a few times, already knew something, and said honestly, Aunt Hanako, Baizi is also the number 6 candidate. Then isn't it possible to meet Xiao Baizi? Said Dr. Damu, who was sitting alone not far away. Hearing this, Hanako sighed lightly. If we really meet, with Xiaoji's level, I am afraid there is no hope of reaching the top of Baiyan Mountain. No way, Aunt Hanako. With a slightly hesitant expression, Yayi said, as a person like Brother Baizi, you shouldn't take the initiative to eliminate Xiaoji, right? Of course. Seeing this, Hanako burst into laughter and said, can I not know Xiaobai's character? Even in my face, it is impossible to take the initiative to eliminate Xiaoji. My main fear is that our Xiaoji saw Baizi and took the initiative to run up and be eliminated. Ah, this. Mei Yi blinked. She, who is not familiar with Xiaoji, did not know why Aunt Hanako made such a judgment. But there must be a reason for knowing the child, Mo Ruamu, to judge this way, right? On the other hand, Dr. Damu nodded after hearing the words, Hanako is right. According to Xiaoji's character, I am afraid that the first time he sees Baizi, he will go up to challenge. That's why. Hanako sighed and shrugged. And at the same time. Silver Mountain. Number 6. Just as Baizi followed the crowd and slowly walked towards the mountain passage where the fence was removed, a familiar shout suddenly sounded from behind him. Oh, Brother Baizi. Wearing a peaked cap, shoulders against Pikachu, and wearing a blue-gray summer dress, Xiaoji ran towards Baizi's slightly surprised eyes. One click on the brim. Afterwards, he loudly shouted the declaration of winning the championship. Brother Baizi, this time I will definitely defeat you and become the champion of this competition. In an instant, countless attracted attentions bet on Baizi and Xiao on the body of the two of them. Baizi. Why do I think so, and I have eliminated this unfortunate child now. Chapter 339, Qualifiers. No, it's a copy of Silver Mountain. This is, of course, a joke. Although Baizi doesn't like to attract attention for no reason, with his current strength, he doesn't care too much about the search or hostility in the eyes of others. Or, since he chose to participate in this event, isn't it right that he is attracting attention? Then, you should work hard first, stand in front of me and talk about it. Saying that, Baizi gave Xiaoji a head scratcher in front of him, and when the other party called, ouch, ignoring all the sights betting on him, he stepped straight into the Silver Mountains. As a trainer, the pursuit of the strongest and the pinnacle is the wish of almost everyone. And if you say that Han wearing a hat is just outspoken. Baizi's indifferent response gave them an inexplicable sense of looking down. This sentence is like saying, those who can't stand in front of me are not qualified to win the championship. Close black lens bracket I dare to say. At this moment, almost everyone in the number 6 venue remembered Baizi, this amazing silver-haired boy. As for Xiaoji, looking at the face of the other party, no one would think that this would be a rival. Therefore, he quickly ignored his existence and focused on Baizi. And the same. Compared with the other 7 entries, they entered the arena step by step. The small commotion at the entrance of number 6 naturally attracted the attention of the director, who focused the camera on Xiaoji and Baizi. Oh, someone at the number 6 venue has issued a declaration of champion and victory. Let's take a look at their basic information. With Caesar's enthusiastic host voice, the big screen above his head was divided into 2. The appearance and basic information of Baizi and Xiaoji emerged respectively. The basic information is displayed separately. Baizi, a true Newtown native, the initial elf Bumblebee, a rookie trainer, the first time to participate. Xiaoji, a native of Junqin Town, the initial elf Pikachu, a rookie trainer, first time participating, so these 2 players are from Junqin Town. After discovering that he was a player from his own area, the host Caesar's voice was much more subconsciously kind. According to the data, players Baizi and Xiaoji are both rookie trainers who only started this year. In other words, they have been less than 9 months since they became trainers. Being able to complete the challenge of 8 gym badges in the first year of debut, obviously these 2 players are quite good trainers, but unfortunately, Caesar's words were not finished, but everyone present, including the audience in front of the TV and the computer, understood the unfinished meaning of the host's words. Although these 2 players can be called excellent, this time the game covered ages under 25 years old. At most, nearly 10 years of training time can be added. Under such a gap in time accumulation, even if these 2 rookie trainers are excellent, they are still too tender. Thinking of this, many audience members couldn't help but talk about it. After all, most of the audience at the venue were local Kanto audiences, and the genius of their own trainers would be bullied by veterans from other regions. Thinking about it, it was somewhat unpleasant. The noisy discussions gathered together and suddenly turned into boiling noises. When Caesar, the host, saw this, he quickly changed the topic loudly and said, "Speaking of which, this BZ player is really a talent. He has a bit of style like when I was young, don't you think?" With his words, the director winked and put BZ's makeup photo on the big screen. It looks like a perfect face carefully carved by a skilled craftsman. The soft and fine silver hair is slightly swaying, and the blue eyes that are revealed are like hazy clouds overflowing. I have to say that this appearance alone quickly attracted the attention of most people and made the scene quiet a lot. And then, Shish 1-1. Huge boos came from above the venue. BZ naturally didn't know that his photos would be used as a tool for the host to save the scene. At this point, he has entered the competition area through one of the channels of the entrance. On the right wrist, it is tied with an electronic device similar to a wristwatch. The thing in his hand is a special device that integrates positioning, calling for help, and protection. Every contestant will be given one. The configuration of this thing is very simple, a quick screen, and the red button below the screen. The blue triangle on the screen represents his own position, and the red dot represents the first node he needs to reach. Just reach the first node and complete the challenge to light up the second node. And so on, after all the nodes are lit up, and the venue at the top of the Silver Mountain is reached, the preliminaries will be considered complete. And if you press the button, this seemingly inconspicuous little thing will release an energy shield that is strong enough to resist the powerful attack of the Quasi-King. And, release the signal to call the Union staff on standby to go to the rescue. Of course. Pressing this button also means that this game, you have chosen. Abstain. Come out. After a little thought, BZ released Zeraora. Then, quite purposefully, he walked towards the mountain forest on the left. If you look at the display of the electronic map of the watch, BZ completely deviates from the direction towards the node. He was not wrong. Trying to avoid trouble and consumption, reaching the node in the shortest time is indeed the best option for the vast majority of contestants. 0. Ask for flowers. But for BZ, the large number of high-level elves that exist in the Silver Mountains is a fairly high-quality leveling point. Zeraora lost more than a month of training and improvement time because of traveling through time and space with herself. So that the level was surpassed by the other members of the team again and again, and BZ saw all the boredom and unwillingness in his eyes. The system notification sound caused by sneaking up late at night to train and fight could not be concealed from BZ. Not to mention, back then, Crimson and Qinglu secretly competed with him, and ran out to find legendary elves and phantom beasts. This is the embodiment of unyielding. Again, it's a challenge. They are all guys who are unwilling to fall into the hands of others. If BZ can do it, they will force themselves to do it too. When it comes to the arena, it is to use phantom beasts against phantom beasts, legends against legends. This silent challenge, needless to say, BZ is well aware of it. 0. Whether Qinglu can find the Eudemons and subdue it is irrelevant. But the Crimson Deoxys had already reached the level of the pinnacle of Heavenly Kings more than a month ago. And to this day, it is very likely that he has broken through the realm of the king and has been promoted to the champion level. In a total of 24 hours, we need to upgrade from the elementary heavenly king to the champion rank, and we have to find time to light up the nodes. There is a long way to go. Having said that, there was no sadness on Bai Zi's face. After all, in addition to the heavenly Dao rewards system, he had already made all preparations, and he also specially equipped Zeraora with a special piece of equipment. Speaking of which, I'm not cheating, right? Muttering, Bai Zi glanced at the flight monitor flying towards him not far away, and exchanged glances with Zeraora. In the next second, one person and one pet rushed into the depths of the jungle. Although he has made plans to show most of the elves one by one in the arena, there are some things that he is not ready to expose in front of everyone. The thorns seemed to be leaking electricity, and the flight monitor, which was about to catch up according to its positioning, suddenly burst into a burst of smoke and electric sparks. Soon, it staggered and fell to the ground. Without waiting for the second monitor to fly, in a blink of an eye, Bai Zi, with a fox-like smile on his face, emerged from the woods again. P.S. Xiaogang and Xiaosha were ignored in the last chapter. Sorry, everyone just pretended that the two of them were in the box. A few. Chapter 340. The winner is, the red of the true new town. Zeraora, use Thunder Fist. Somewhere in the depression of the Silver Mountains, Zeraora flew up, saving money like a bow, leaping down like a thunder, punching heavily, hitting a copy of the green mosquito-repellent Frog King. Kwa Wa, the mosquito-repellent Frog Emperor was heavily knocked out dozens of meters away, and after a while, he climbed up from the silt. You command Zeraora to leapfrog to defeat the mosquito-repellent Frog King. Gain a little, battle +5, Zeraora's experience value +3-5, lightning fist proficiency. Thank you for your hard work, Mosquito Coil Frog Emperor. With the sound of the system prompt, Bai Zi suddenly smiled, waved his hand, and sent a special water attribute energy cube in the direction of the mosquito-repellent incense Frog Emperor. This is the energy cube promised to you, please keep it. 450, quack tilde. The mosquito-repellent Frog Emperor rubbed the charred marks on his stomach, but there was no anger on his face. The baby took the energy cube, chewed one in his mouth, and immediately narrowed his eyes with a look of enjoyment. Sure enough, this method is used correctly. Bai Zi's mouth twitched, obviously very satisfied. Wild elves. Especially the wild elves who rarely see human trainers, the battles between them are almost all life and death battles. Therefore, rushing to fight is very likely to eventually evolve into a desperate battle. Although Bai Zi is not afraid of the battle of his life. But not necessary. He is just to gain experience, and he doesn't have to spend time and effort with these elf overlords who live deep in the Silver Mountains. Wouldn't it be better to negotiate the conditions in advance and achieve a win-win situation? And the special energy cube made by him, no elf can refuse. Dragon King crooked his mouth. JPG. Goodbye, Mosquito Coil Frog King. Wow tilde. Mosquito Incense Frog Emperor. Remember to come often if you need it tilde. After saying goodbye to the reluctant Mosquito Incense Frog Emperor, Bai Zi glanced at Zeraora beside him. This is already the 5th battle. Among them, the weakest is a middle-level Boscodora, and the strongest is the mosquito-repellent Frog King just now. It is the lord of this depression, level 69, and is only one step away from being promoted to the champion. 5 fights in a row. And it's all about, the weak wins the strong. But at this time, Zeraora did not show any signs of fatigue, and his body was even more unscathed. And the reason for this is entirely due to the spar armor it wears. This thing is the power amplification device that Bai Zi asked Shabo to use the power core spar in his hand to create. The function is very simple. Amplify the electricity in Zeraora's body, so that its strength bursts into a power close to the champion level in a short period of time. Perverted enough, isn't it? But that's all in exchange for the lifespan of the item. The powerful power boosting effect will deplete its main, power core spar, every minute and every second. Bai Zi roughly estimated. It will probably be able to support Zeraora to fight for 7 or 8 hours, and the power supply of this spar armor will be exhausted. And this is just a bonus to combat power. At the neckline of the spar armor, in the drop-shaped groove, there are seeds exuding green light, which are embedded in it. This is the World Tree Seed, temporarily borrowed from Shinado, which has powerful healing properties. It is another great guarantee of Zeraora. Next, underscore. After leaving the Mosquito Incense Frog Emperor's territory, Bai Zi, who was about to use his superpowers to search for the next sparring, was suddenly stunned. Your Ibrahimovich defeated Onplus's Great Sword Demon, and gained a little experience value +1, lightning flash proficiency +1. With the sudden system notification sound, Bai Zi raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at the empty right wrist, and chuckled. It seems that Zoroark is also doing well. Let's speed up too, Zeraora. Ow tilde. A low hum followed. Soon, in a valley about several kilometers away from this place, a blue thunderstorm erupted in an instant. Time passed by minute. Evening. Just when Bai Zi was sitting alone in the Silver Mountains and brushing the dungeon, 0. After a day of competition. The vast majority of the scumbags have been eliminated. There are only less than 1/10 of the remaining trainers who are still moving forward. Same. The gold, hidden in the gravel are gradually blooming, each showing their own style. 1. The fifth node. Pika tilde Chu. Accompanied by the cute cry of Ruanmeng, a yellow-skinned mouse curled up in midair, and a surging thunderlight instantly linked to the thundercloud above the battle platform. Click, 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 thunderbolt. A thunder beam with a diameter of several meters suddenly smashed down. Boom! After the deafening muffled sound, the temporary ring, which was completely paved with bluestone, was immediately chopped in half. At the center of the lightning strike, a pit that was several meters deep was cut out. PFFT tilde. On the opposite side, the hot monkey standing next to the pothole could not see any violent temper. He was completely trembling and looked like he was walking on thin ice. And the trainer behind it was equally sluggish. Until the moment when he accidentally met the indifferent young man with dark red eyes on the opposite side. 1.7 inches awe. In an instant, he ran away, hugging his head and crying as if he had seen a ghost. Afterwards, the hot monkey who was awakened quickly followed, as if it were escaping. So terrifying tilde the trainers who watched the battle were also frightened. The referee as a staff member couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat that did not exist on his forehead, and announced with a trembling voice, "Victory, the winner is, the Red of Junshin Town." I am the protagonist template, Invincible Chapter 341 to 360. Chapter 341, The Monsters That Stand Out. Division 2, the 7th node. Stop struggling, under the power of my dragon, any resistance will be futile. In a burst of energetic but passionate female voice. On the field, boom, the strange force that has always been known for its strength, but at this moment, under the claws of an upright dragon and beast wearing green armor and a pair of sharp teeth like an axe, he was pinned to the ground, unable to move at all. This is a 2-axe dragon. Just by looking at it leisurely, you can tell that it is not serious at all. Elves do. Its trainer is no different. He even had some free time to desert during the game. With a carefree look, he turned his head, his palms made a trumpet, and shouted to another ring not far away. "Xiao Huang, I'm about to finish the fight, if you continue to grind and chirp. I'll go to the top of the mountain to find that guy and tell him you have a crush on him." PFF'd, it was obvious to the naked eye, the face of the ponytail girl with a weak face instantly flushed red, and vaguely, it seemed that steam was rising. You, anxious. But seeing the dark-skinned girl simply beat her opponent with O2, updated her position, and looked like she was about to run, she was in a hurry. Chucho. Accompanied by the tender drink, it was as if a warm wind blew across the arena. Next second, the galloping lightning flashed suddenly, and the female Pikachu with a small red flower pin to her left ear dashed back several meters in an instant. After dodging a vine whip, he seemed to have completely changed into a mound. At a speed that is completely indistinguishable from the opponent, it slid close to the rear. A steel tail violently slammed into the flank of the wonderful frog flower, which couldn't react at all. With a bang, it shot it directly into the air, spanning dozens of meters, and smashed heavily on the rock wall at the edge of the arena, embedded in it. Spike. What? Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the trainer of the wonderful frog flower didn't even react. It was obviously indistinguishable, no distinction was made. How could he lose in a blink of an eye? After a long time, like waking up from a nightmare, the man recovered from a shudder, and when he turned back, the two girls were nowhere to be seen. Win the championship. At only 24 years old, a quasi-celestial king, the famous genius trainer in Chengdu has a bitter corner of his mouth. It turned out to be a single blow. In the end, which big family force cultivated a monster? Ellipsis. Division 3, the fifth node. Intersection. A young man with brown hair and a spiky head leaned on the back of a wind-speed dog, folded his arms and closed his eyes. Come over for a while. One by one, it was like a red lightning flashed across. The whole body was covered with crimson armor, and the giant pincer mantis with two pairs of translucent worm wings on its back stopped in front of the boy. The right arm is stretched forward, in front of the breastplate. The boy then opened his eyes, took off the electronic watch on the right arm of the giant mantis, and glanced at the refreshed nodes on the screen. The sixth. Let's go. Yu Luo turned over to the dog, and walked towards the next node. Division 4, the fourth node. Fire-breathing dragon, dragon claw. Roar tilde. A fire-breathing dragon with a metal inverted triangle neck brace on the neck responded loudly under the command of a young man with a blue two-ended fried woolen scarf wrapped around his neck. It rushed forward like a high-speed train, and slammed the claws wrapped in bright green energy on the ears of an iron palm warrior. Then, with a twist, he actually grabbed the head of the iron palm warrior, threw him behind his back, and fell heavily on the ground. Moment. The referee who checked the state of the iron palms announced loudly, "The iron palms are incapacitated." The winner is Alan from the Carlos region. Division 5, between the fourth and fifth nodes. Field. In the jungle. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm not a bad guy. To be precise, I was the one who rescued this little guy from a pack of wolf dogs just now. Surrounded by a group of pouched beasts, the hooded boy wearing a red jacket and yellow cropped trousers raised his hands in an attempt to calm the opponent's anger. At his feet, there is a purple kangaroo baby that is only knee-high and looks confused. However, simple words obviously could not calm the mood of this group of kangaroos. Seeing the other party getting closer, the hooded boy with a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead hurriedly rolled his eyes, gently kicked the pouch next to him with his foot, and reminded, Hey, Taro, help me with a word. Oh tilde. The baby kangaroo tilted his head, thinking that the human who saved him was playing games with him again, and immediately learned what he was like before. He fell to the ground in a funny look, and rolled around. It looked like a poor little boy who had been beaten badly. Boy in windshield. I shouldn't play this game with it. 1_1 tilde as expected. The expression of the group of pouches suddenly changed. Ouch! In the roar of the leader of the bag beast with an empty stomach, all the bag beasts charged in the direction of the young man. Really? Faced with this, although the boy's face was distressed, he was not afraid. He picked up the puppet baby and said to the hot beast who was eager to try, I'll leave it to you, Bakutaro, remember to tap lightly. The firestorm beast nodded silently and circled around the neck. The flame-like hair burst into flames, and the fighting intent just rose on its face. Pyla, use hypnotic powder. A crisp voice suddenly sounded from behind. The hooded boy turned his head suddenly. Only 450 saw a girl in hot pants with a prominent, W-shaped blue hair standing on top of a big tree. And the mushroom spore-shaped pilast next to her quickly followed the instructions, releasing colorful powder and blowing it towards the pack of beasts. In an instant, a strong sleep-inducing effect acted on these pouched beasts. In no time, all fell to the ground under hypnosis. What a powerful hypnotic effect. The boy in the windproof cap was secretive, and he didn't blame the other party for being nosy. He raised a smile and said, "Thank you, my name is Ajin, from Rui Town in Chengdu, how about you?" Huh. The girl seemed a little surprised. "My name is Crystal, you can call me Crystal, I was born in Rui Town tilde." Quote ellipsis. Huh, such a coincidence. There was no serious, Bai Zi, in Division 6, and Xiaoji and Xiaomao in Division 8 did not perform too prominently in comparison with the veteran geniuses in their respective divisions. And in Division 7. Soon, because of a trainer's shot, it instantly caused a sensation. And all eyes were focused on him alone. Chapter 342, Divine Beast Man. A battle without technology, seeking full order. This year's Silver Mountain Alliance Conference really gave all the audience a lot of surprises. Originally they thought, this extravagant event, which may or may not be held in the future, will be the stage for those young trainers who have been famous for a long time and have made their name in various regions. After all, no one would think that those rookie trainers who have only debuted for a year or two can completely ignore the accumulation of nearly 10 years and beat those veteran talents. The truth is simple, you are a genius. Those of them were in their youth, and who is not a genius? To know. Even Yulongdu, known as the invincible dragon messenger, in Guandu, officially emerged in his 20s. Although he emerged as a star, he directly swept away many veteran Tianwang-level powerhouses in the next year's Tianwang Hegemony Tournament, successfully breaking the minimum age for the alliance to become a Tianwang, and the one who took office was the 4 Kanto kings who could be called monster groups, that's all. But Yulongdu is Yulongdu. He was born in the royal dragon family of the Guandu family, and others may not have the royal dragon family. In addition to his own talent, there is no shortage of various resources. Normal person. What do you compare to? However, the truth is such a truth, but sometimes, some people are born to break the cognition of the general public. 1. Division 2, Division 3, Division 4, Division 5. In most of the competition areas, there were performances that did not lose at all, and even crushed the old and talented young trainers, which made many spectators who stayed up late at the arena or in front of the screen hooked. After all, how can there be a sudden dark horse in an unchanging event? It would have felt like a worthwhile trip. But did not expect. Originally, there was no outstanding dark horse, and the number 7 division, where the footage gradually decreased, was a guy who did not perform particularly well. After being crushed by opponents 1-on-2. In the third battle, a legendary Pokemon was released. Time advances by half an hour. Division 7, the fourth node. Giant marsh monster, split tiles. Noisy tilde. Following the order of the sturdy trainer, a giant marsh monster far exceeding the size of the same clan raised his knife and struck hard, slashing at the neck of a fiercely biting land shark. The strong force drove Levite Lu Shark's body to fall to the ground, smashing the arena directly into a deep pit. Bite the land shark loses its ability to fight, please let Dactyl players release the third elf. The referee quickly went up to make a judgment and said, this is a 3v3 battle. Although the elves released by this player named Dactyl are very rare, a giant golden monster and a fierce bite land shark are all treasured elves with the title of quasi-god. But without exception, they all drink hatred under the giant swamp monster fist of the opponent in front of them. Even, it failed to cause too effective damage and counterattack. Tisk tisk, quasi-god, this guy's family affairs are definitely not ordinary, but I didn't expect it to be so wasteful. Who says it's not? All the orders are direct attacks. I even suspect that these two quasi-gods were not cultivated by him. So what? It's not that people have no temper at all. Many onlookers were talking about it. And these harsh words made Dactyl, who has long gray-blue hair, look more gloomy. Ordinary elves really have limits. He expressionlessly retracted the unconscious Lai Bite Lu shark, muttering to himself, and soon, he took out a unique-looking elf ball from his waist. Purple, the letter M, the compound eye decoration. This is a master ball. And as he threw the master ball, the light shines. A strange figure like the fusion of ghost fire and rags appeared on the battle arena. Darkrai. The voice of the famous host Caesar, who acted as a commentator, was transmitted to the venue, the competition area, and every household watching the game through the sound. Or, maybe someone doesn't know. Caesar's voice trembled slightly. The third elf released by Dacto is not an ordinary elf, but a legendary treasure known as the Nightmare God. Dream, Darkrai, the legendary Pokémon, was silent for a moment. Next second. Wow, the venue, and even all the trainers who were concerned about the event, and even ordinary people, were instantly stunned, and then, there was an uproar. Too outrageous. There is actually a trainer of the legendary elves of the Imperial Envoy. As this guy called Dacto. From Shanao, it's okay to have two quasi-gods. Now even the legendary elves have been released. I'm afraid it's not the son of the president of the Alliance. Grandson. Can Roger survive it? I'm afraid it's very difficult. Although Roger is the most outstanding young trainer in our Fanyuan in recent years, in the face of legends. Everyone was talking about it. And this time, it didn't go beyond what most people expected. Although it is still a non-technical, dry instruction. But this legendary elf Darkrai, known as the Nightmare God, easily disintegrated Roger's 3 elves with a 100% hit black hole plus dream-eating trick, and completed the reversal and sweep. And that is the beginning of the evening of this day of Lee's. Legendary Pokemon Trainer, Divine Beast Man Dacto, and Nightmare God Daclay. These 3 hot words have made it to the top 3 hot searches on the local elf network in Kanto. Stay high. Next. Almost everyone's attention was on Dacto's body. And in the next schedule and battle. Relying on Darkrai, Dacto swept all the way, and almost came from behind, becoming the 3rd trainer to arrive at the Silver Mountain venue after Alice and Xiao Huang. Time flies. This qualifier is coming to an end. Chapter 343. At the last moment, the seriously injured Zeraora. Time, 8:30 a.m. on October 16th. There is only half an hour left until the end of the qualifiers. The league's qualifier time is actually very abundant. This point in time, the contestants have either completed the challenges of all nodes and reached the Silver Mountain, or they have withdrawn from the competition earlier. But this time, this is only half an hour before the end of the preliminaries. There is also a player who has not been eliminated, and has not reached the endpoint after all nodes so far. What the hell is going on? That guy, shouldn't he fall in a place like this? In front of the gate at the entrance of the venue, Qinglu, who closed his eyes and pondered, finally couldn't help it. He opened his eyes and spoke first with a slightly irritable tone. This stage. This is the stage he has been looking forward to for a long time. If that guy is really missing, even if he reaches the top, it will not make him feel happy at all. You think so too, don't you? Red. Subconsciously turning his eyes to the side, dressed in a red and white trainer suit, the Crimson standing silently seemed to notice the green eyes. He didn't respond, he just pulled down the brim of his hat and covered Shen Ning's red eyes. But how can I not feel that Qinglu, who has been playing since childhood, is a rival who is not good at 450 words, and it is almost obvious to him that the low pressure. No. At this moment, some fierce tone suddenly loudly retorted, Brother Baizi will never fall here. Qinglu turned her head. Simple dress and pure face, with a golden ponytail. Qinglu remembers that this girl who is younger than him is called Xiao Huang. The identity seems to be Baizi's. Fangirl. Green can't remember clearly. Although his memory has always been good, from childhood to adulthood, there are only good enough guys who can make him look at him differently, or who can be seen by him. The reason why this little girl named Xiao Huang was able to leave him a little memory It was mainly a piece of news that he learned from his grandfather before. It seems that it is a trainer named under the name of Junshin Town. Little Yellow. Alice clenched the palm of her best friend's hand with some worry. After being with her for several months, she didn't know what the position of Bai Zi, who had never seen before, but was already, like thunder, in the heart of the other party. Even the motivation to stand in this arena is because of that guy called Bai Zi. Hello Tilda. As if thinking of something, Alice suddenly turned her head and said to the trio of Ash who were whispering together, "That stupid guy, aren't you from the same competition area as Bai Zi? Do you have any information?" Ji looked left, looked right, pointed to herself, and saw Alice nodding. Only then did she determine that the stupid guy was calling herself. "Where am I stupid?" he murmured, but he answered honestly, "Brother Bai Zi has always been ahead of me. I remember seeing his name on the promotion list when I finished the last node." "Say, is Brother Bai Zi the last node challenge completed before you?" Xiao Mao, who was beside him, immediately asked with determination. "Yeah," Xiao Ji nodded. When several people heard the words, they became even more confused. After the last node is completed, there is only a stone ladder of no more than 1,000 meters left. You can get lost while walking, right? Doubt in mind. Seeing that the time was getting shorter and shorter, Xiao Huang finally couldn't bear it any longer. "Come out, Archaeopteryx. Just take out the pokeball and release a colorful feathered bird and beast. Xiao Huang will jump up and go down the mountain to find Bai Zi." For her, this game is just a test to prove that she can stand in front of the opponent. But if the object of proof is not there, this game means absolutely nothing to her. Little Yellow. Alice looked anxious, but she didn't know how to stop Xiao Huang for a while. The red and green on the side turned their attention to the Archaeopteryx beside Xiao Huang at almost the same time. Such a strong predator. The thought flashed across the red and green minds at the same time. And Qinglu, for the first time, also looked squarely at this girl who looked soft and weak, and was named a trainer in Junshin Town. Step, step, step one by one, the sound of crisp footsteps suddenly came at this time. Everyone subconsciously turned their attention to the direction of the sound. Next second, a slightly tired familiar figure appeared from the corner, facing the rising sun, dragging a long shadow and stepping into the towering huge stone gate. One by one electronic sound. It means that he successfully completed the challenge of the qualifiers at the last minute. Open black lens bracket 8 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds close black lens bracket _______. Open black lens bracket 56. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 57. Close black lens bracket. I looked at the huge clock hanging from the main entrance above the hall behind the stone gate. Looks like the time is just right. With a light smile at the corner of Bai Zi's mouth, he took his eyes back and waved to the boys and girls who looked at him with different expressions not far away. Yo Tilda. Next second. Boom, a long bell sounded from the inside of the venue. From the internal measurement of Shimon to the hall and both sides of the venue, rows of virtual lights and shadows instantly lit up. This is the makeup photo of the trainer who was successfully selected in the qualifiers. On the left side of the gate of the venue, the first virtual image almost in front of Bai Zi's eyes was himself. Open black lens bracket 200 close black lens bracket. This is the number above his image, which also represents his qualifying ranking. The 200th. It's really a lot. With a casual smile, Bai Zi didn't care about this ranking at all. After all, the real battle has just begun. And his purpose has been achieved. Yes. After spending 24 hours, and at the cost of completely scrapping a priceless power core spar, Zeraora has finally completed another leap in strength. Zeraora. Champion Elementary, Level 70. 0-100ths, seriously injured, recovering. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 344. The opening match, Bai Zi vs Dacto. Brother Bai Zi. With an exclamation, Baizi only felt the fragrance blowing towards his face, and the next second, a petite figure rushed into his arms. Long time no see, Xiao Huang. Baizi was slightly stunned, and casually rubbed the little head buried in his arms. Tilda chuckled. A muffled voice came from his arms. Immediately, as if he noticed something, Xiao Huang quickly got out of Baizi's arms, looked at Baizi with shy and pure eyes, and quickly averted his eyes in shame. Fool! Alice on the side rolled her eyes suddenly, and said if she liked it. What's the use of secret love? However, this guy, he seems to be very cool. The scorching flames of war flashed in Alice's eyes, trying to suppress the urge to challenge directly. Not only this guy, but Xiao Huang, and... Alice swept her eyes across the red and green, and the corner of her mouth subconsciously evoked a tyrannical grin like a dragon. This trip is really the right time. Qinglu, who was about to leave immediately, suddenly stopped, and swept past Alice's body with his peripheral vision as if he had noticed something. The prototype of the situation. Really, it's getting more and more interesting. With a flash of light in his eyes, Qinglu walked directly towards the venue with a more and more arbitrary smile. Crimson pressed down on the brim of her hat, her eyes and Baizi were closed in midair, and she just turned and left without saying a word. Behind him, Pikachu, who was stabbed with tiny electric lights on both sides of his cheeks, looked at Baizi's waist and the open space beside him. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand on his neck and made a throat-cutting motion, and then turned around and chased after the faraway Crimson. Seeing this, Baizi suddenly burst into laughter. After a while, when there was a voice on the broadcast calling the contestants to go to the corresponding reception hall for the preliminary draw, Baizetsahi bid farewell to the reluctant Xiao Huang and Alice. Brother Baizi, see you on the field. Xiaoji also pulled Xiaogang and Xiaosha away with a slap in the face. Until this time, a little Mao who was hiding in the corner stepped forward. Brother Baizi, thank you. Also, in this game, I will let you see my growth. Okay. Looking at Xiao Mao, who was much calmer, Baizi showed a sincere smile and stretched out his fist. I'm looking forward to it. Hey Tilda. Xiao Mao's composure broke for a second, rubbed his nose, and punched Baizi. Brother Baizi, please look forward to it. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand vigorously and strode towards the venue. This kid. Baizi lightly smiled and shook his head. Although in front of a guy like Crimson, Green, and Green, he seems to have no sense of existence. But it can be seen from Xiao Mao's imposing aura. Since the last time he left in Lamperkey, Xiao Mao has gained considerable experience and growth. And compared to it, this guy, Xiaoji, was hit on the same day, but up to now, he has not seen any changes at all. Forget it. Baizi didn't think about what was there or not, but turned his head and said to the air around him, it seems that you have been discovered, Zoroark. The words fell. Next second, Zoroark's figure emerged from the air, his eyes dignified, and immediately, without a word, he returned to the dynamic of the red Pikachu in the Pokeball just now, clearly discovering Zoroark who was hiding beside him. At this point, for Zoroark, it was a big blow. Because this is the first time that someone other than a few elves under Baizi's command has so easily penetrated its illusionary disguise. To know. Today, it has been able to deceive electronic images to the extent that it is a mere yellow-skinned mouse. Baizi felt Zoroark's little emotion. However, in his view, this is not a bad thing. Now, Zoroark's development and excavation of hallucination properties also seems to have entered a bottleneck period. As the so-called no shame and then brave. Maybe after this incident, Zoroark will make another breakthrough on the Phantom way. It's better to reach it as soon as possible, and even surpass the ability of the 5th Division Captain in Reaper, the Zanpakudo, Hyoka Suzuki, of Yusu Kaisen. Time flies. After Baizi finished the selection of the battle cards for the preliminary round, and reported the safety to Mei and Lusha Manai who were in the main venue, he went to the individual player's room assigned to him without stopping, and called out auspicious eggs to the already basic players. The healed Zeraora will do follow-up conditioning. After all these things have been dealt with, the time has come to 2:30 p.m. After simply dealing with a late brunch, Baizi has time to surf the internet and check the list of preliminary matches that should have come out. There is no doubt that today's Genie.com has been completely swept away by the same thing. Open 2 entries at will. Click on the official video report. In the picture, a shadowy body, the face is constantly surging like a white mist, and the neck is wrapped in a red scarf, revealing only a one-eyed humanoid ghost body. 0. Ask for flowers. With the trend of pulling dry and destroying the rot, he overturned the 3 main forces of a trainer who was obviously not weak. Without exception, all of them were taken away by a wave of black holes plus eating dreams. Darkrai. In front of the computer, Baizi, who recognized the identity of the elf, turned his attention to the Darkrai trainer as the screen turned. Gray-blue long hair, red robe, half-covered yin-looking face. As this guy, the divine beast Mandacto. Baizi touched his chin, his eyes were meaningful. Did you even attract this guy? The divine beast Mandacto. This is only Guhao and Ilan, the third guy who is remembered. I won't say anything about the dog who has already experienced the wonderful life of the mouse. If Ilan is there, it will be very interesting. Zero smiled casually, but Baizi didn't take it to heart. Open the exclusive page of Silver Mountain Alliance Conference. Enter your own serial number. Immediately, a secondary page marked with the competition sequence popped up from the screen. Open black lens bracket A-101 close black lens bracket. The first venue in the first round of Group A. Wait. Opening game. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. There are 200 people in the preliminary round, divided into A, B, C, D. To H, there are 8 groups with 25 people in each group. When the top 4 of each group are determined, the total 32 people will go to the central venue for this competition. Before that, the games were basically placed in the simple arena outside the central stadium. There is only one exception. That is the opening game as a warm-up. This game will be held in advance at the central venue before all the preliminary rounds. Generally speaking, for the sake of attention, there will be more controversial and interesting opponents. Watch. Baizi has a vague guess. To say that the most eye-catching player in this conference is undoubtedly only one person. Mouse click. Next second. Sure enough. Under the blue light of the screen, Baizi's eyes flashed with clarity. A first round. Opener, Yi Baizi vs Dacto. Interesting. A few. Chapter 345, a foil. The only condition that can be achieved. Before evening. The news of the roster for the first opening game quickly spread to several regions including Kanto. Such a speed of dissemination is entirely due to Dacto, the trainer of the legendary elf who was revealed to everyone for the first time. Many good people, mainly the residents and trainers of the Sheno area, are honored. I can't wait to say that Dakota has nothing in the sky, nothing on earth. What is the man of the gods? What is the messenger of nightmares? What is the legendary leader of the future? All kinds of bizarre titles are dazzling. A time. This contest hosted by the Kanto Alliance attracted a large number of Shinao netizens to come over the wall. At the same time, because there is no way to find out the specific origin of Dakuto, I only know that he is a registered trainer of the Shinao Alliance, so there are good people, are fans of Dakuto, and he pressed a hidden button for him. The noble son of the world's name is 450 inches. All in all, thanks to the popularity of the explosion of Dakota, the already good popularity of the Silver Mountain Alliance Conference has also surged again. It can almost be said that it is not too much to compare with the top world-class events. Same as the protagonist, this time, the opponent of Dakuto's opening match, Baizi also came out a little. Of course, not a good reputation. His performance and actions in the qualifiers were also picked up by those netizens who seemed to be fine. The championship declaration, arrived at the main venue at the last moment of danger, and finished the qualifiers with the last place. Comparing the two, this is simply an example of two poles. A rookie trainer who speaks wild words, but disappears in the crowd, barely finishing the preliminaries. And another. It is the first time in recent years that he has been exposed to the public, hidden from the world, and a blockbuster legendary trainer. It can be said. Totally heaven and earth. Almost everyone has concluded that this is a game whose ending is known before it even begins. And this result is known. Game. What they want to watch is only the appearance of the nightmare god Darkrai in the hands of Dacto. Most discuss whether there are any other legendary elves in Dakoto's hands. Most people think no. After all, it is said that the elf is a precious Pokemon that is even more difficult to meet than a quasi-god. It is a fluke to get one, and no one will believe that someone can conquer multiple legends. Of course, this does not prevent netizens from enjoying it. As for ByZ, in the minds of most people, it's just a background board that acts as a foil for Dakoto. Ellipsis. At the same time. West End. In room 003 on the top floor. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Dacto held a glass of red wine and jumped at the vast night view of Bayan Mountain below. On the low table at his feet, the laptop screen in operation glowed blue. I have read all the information on the internet. Have to say, this feels good. Growing up in a nearly closed environment for a long time, facing the world of flowers for the first time, countless people sought after and praised him, all of which made him intoxicated. A Darkrai surprises you so much. There was an obvious sense of superiority in Dactuo's voice, shaking the glass lightly and taking a sip. If I have more. Ding dong tilde, a crisp sound interrupted Dacto's words. Is it coming? He immediately turned his head and put down the wine glass, and came to an indoor teleportation device in the corner. Boom 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 boom. With the continuous flashing of the indicator lights, several specially made gray iron-shaped elf balls rolled out from the entrance of the machine. On the other side, the top of Silver Mountain. A group of Alliance staff headed by the Ice King Kona, one of the four kings of Kanto, waited quietly on the high platform of the brightly lit square. Soon. Phew, phew, with a screech of air, a tiny black dot galloped along with the moonlight. The speed of the black spot is very fast. People have only just discovered its image. Next second, the strong wind whistled, carrying a ring of air around it. Wait for the energy to dissipate. In the center of the square, surrounded by the crowd, a strong-bodied, fierce-biting loose shark with an astonishing sense of oppression stood proudly. The body size is far more than 2 meters, at least 1 head taller than the normal fierce-bite land shark. It had no gaps in its dorsal fin and was apparently a female stinging land shark. And this body is far superior to its peers, and the fierce-bite land shark is full of amazing oppression and bends slightly. Immediately after, Pa-tilde, accompanied by the crisp sound of high-heeled shoes stepping on, a gorgeous black robe with amazing charm, a blonde woman with a strong sense of presence jumped off the back of biting land shark. This sense of presence, even the fierce biting loose shark beside him, is faintly dwarfed. Welcome, Champion Sharona. Kona stepped forward first, stretched out his right hand politely. His eyes wandered around Sharona, feeling the potential that gradually spread out and blessedly bite loose shark. Chuckled. I didn't expect Sharona the champion will come overnight, and even use the mo in order to hurry. It seems that he is very interested in the rising stars of your Shinao region. You are welcome, King Kona. Sharona reached out her hand to return grip, and the two parted at one touch. Afterwards, the originally inspiring Shinao champion suddenly tilted his head, and his expression completely contradicted her royal sister's temperament. Take the news for a moment. This. Sharona shook her head, and then, with one hand around her waist and one hand on her chin, she just stood there and pondered. He immediately gave people an intellectual and literary atmosphere. Moment. Sharona raised her head and said seriously, well, I'm sure, I really don't know. Kona. What's going on with this goddess? The aura is volatile, sometimes awe-inspiring, sometimes cute, and sometimes intellectual. It's like having multiple personalities. Forget it. Kona shook his head, since Champion Sharona doesn't want to say. No tilde. The charismatic blonde girl shook her fingers, took out an incubator with blue spotted elf eggs from the back of Blue Shark, and lifted it up. I am indeed because of someone, but it's not a rising star of Shanao. But a promise. 1.7 At this moment, a dazzling smile bloomed on Sharona's face. This elf egg is the gift I brought him. This is not. Kona frowned slightly, but halfway through the conversation, the words "are there prizes for the top 3" could no longer be asked. Because, from Sharona's eyes at this time, she saw an incomparable certainty. And want to get 100% as one of the top 3 prizes in this competition, this champion's parental elf egg provided by Hyrna herself. Then there is only one condition. A champion. P.S. Sharona's wife Tilda. Chapter 346, Nightmare God. It's just a fake. Elvish year 359, October 17th. 10 o'clock in the morning. View _ accompanied by colorful fireworks in the form of Pokemon, the Silver Venue, this huge and quaint arena that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, is full of seats at this time. And the warm cheers turned into a sky-high sound, resounding through the sky. The incident unfolded overnight. At this moment. At the scene, obviously there is no need for any hype. Because the atmosphere is already warm enough. It can be compared to the hottest one in recent years, the World League Championship Tournament, that established the uncrowned king of Yulongdu. Kona, one of the 4 local kings in Kanto, Sharona, the current Shanao champion, and Dr. Ogi, also attended the competition as guests. Let the atmosphere of the scene, once again warm 3 points. After all, any champion of the 4 heavenly kings is an undisputed top class in the world of elves. And Dr. Damu is a household name and a legendary figure written into textbooks. 10:30. Dong, the bell of the game is officially tolling. As a well-known commentator, Caesar appeared again. He stepped on his royal car and exploded the magnetic monster, and came to the sky above the center of the venue. Oh 2. At this moment, Caesar's mood is actually not good. As a professional commentator, there should not be any bias, and his professionalism will not make his commentary biased. But as a native of Kanto, I'm about to witness and explain a game where outsiders bully my own family, and I will not feel too comfortable. Welcome everyone to the opening game of the Silver Mountain Alliance Conference. I'm your old friend Caesar. In midair, Caesar, who was not in a good mood, cheered up and started the announcement with a passionate tone. The sound spread throughout the arena through the microphone in his hand. Not much gossip. I believe that this opening match is what many people have been looking forward to for a long time, then. Quote, 8.5, 6, 1, 0, 9, 7.8 inches, 2 feet. Opening square bracket dot. Ling, long. Let's invite the Dacto players from Shanao, and from Guan. Caesar's words were not finished. Wow. The violent noise and shouting had completely overshadowed his next words about Baizi. And with the stage of the Dakota speed limit. The thunderous applause and the cries of Dakato that have gradually gathered together have left the venue without a trace of reverberation. This. Caesar frowned. The worship of the strong in the elf world has existed since ancient times. At this moment, Dakato, with the high popularity gained as a legendary trainer, abruptly turned this opening match into his home court. Originally, the other players' gods were not high, and now facing such an away battle, I am afraid it will be even more difficult. With this thought in mind, Caesar turned his worried eyes to the other side. But the next moment, he was stunned. Silver hair, black clothes. The handsome boy did not know when he had already stood on the battle podium, standing silently, playing with a pokeball with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The frenetic and noisy atmosphere around him seemed completely unable to affect him at all. A movement and a stillness are like being divided into two parallel worlds. At this moment, the young man seemed to have noticed his gaze, and suddenly raised his head. The bright, but hazy blue eyes showed a smile, and nodded slightly towards him. Caesar's subconscious salute, and then suddenly. But next second. It was as if the annoyance in my heart was instantly relieved, and somehow, I had a thought that even I was a little startled. Can win. Even if the opponent is a trainer with a legendary elves, the final winner will definitely be this boy. At this time, the cheers gradually subsided. The commentator, Caesar, who also acted as the referee, also returned to the high platform at the edge of the audience in the self-exploding Magneto. Immediately on the big screen, the fixed makeup photos of Baizi and Dacto, as well as the shadows of the three Pokeballs under their respective names, appeared. The opening match is 3v3. Then, the ground trembled slightly. Between Baizi and Dacto, who are hundreds of meters apart, a huge metal disc is cut open. There are mountains and water on one side, and a field with lush trees slowly rises. It is a forest field. Please confirm the battle spirit for both parties. Caesar, who acted as the referee, then opened his mouth to remind, and after both sides took a Pokeball and held it in their hands, he suddenly waved the flag and shouted, "Then, the game. Start." The whistle sounded all over the field. With one hand in his pocket, Dacto, who looked relaxed and freehand, took the lead in throwing the Pokeball, and in the black mist, Dacly revealed his figure. The place was noisy again. Baizi habitually glanced away. Huh. Suddenly, the data panel displayed in his eyes made him, who was about to lose the ball, suddenly raise his eyebrows. Race, Darkrai clone. Attribute, evil. Characteristic, nightmare exclusive. Inflict damage to the opponent in the sleeping state. Level, Elementary King of Heaven, level 60, 0/100. Potential, none. HP, 70, attack, 90, defense, 90, special attack, 135, special defense, 90, speed, 125. Exclusive move, Black Hole. Skills, Strange Wind, Immobilization, Lightning Flash, Hypnosis, Surprising Strike, Nightmare, Shadow Clone, Black Mist, Trick, Dream Eater, Evil Wave. Status, Origin missing. Introduction. The biological weapon produced by the reproduction and ripening of the Darkrai gene mined in the ancient battlefield has no thinking, weak intelligence, and has a lifespan of less than 5 years. Re-engraving, ripening. So it's just a fake. While muttering to himself, Baizi's eyes suddenly darkened. Next second, his breathtaking gaze pierced Dacto's direction. The ultimate blue 450 colored ball in his hand was immediately thrown straight out. You don't need to keep Philomelus, this time, I'm going to leave a deep impression on him. Oh sauce tilde. After Philomelus appeared, he let out a gentle low cry at Baizi, his eyes curved into crescent moons. The humanoid body is slender, wrapped like a skirt's coat tissue, and it is slim, fully revealing the excellent temperament of Philomelody. She is beautiful and has a natural charm. Let this charm be infinitely magnified. The extremely noisy arena suddenly became silent. So people were fascinated by this fascination. Next second, Pheromero stood upright, and aimed his gloomy eyes on Dacto, who was also charmed behind, darkly. It was this person who made Baizi unhappy. This was full of savage and pure killing intent, which made Dactuo suddenly shudder and wake up from the state of charm. What kind of ghost is this? Cold sweat broke out. Even more embarrassed, Dacto's face suddenly sank, and he took the lead in launching a rush attack. Darkly, use the black hole. Chapter 347. Pure physical strength, in an instant. With the order of Dactuo, Dacly's hands suddenly raised their hands high, and quickly created a pitch-black energy ball, and threw it in the direction of Pherombe. This sphere of pure evil energy disappeared into the void instantly after it escaped from Darkrai's hands. Next second, A pitch-black hole suddenly appeared from the foot of the pherome. Just like a huge mouth of an abyss, it directly engulfed the slender white figure, and was imprisoned in a pitch-black translucent sphere. No. Almost subconsciously, almost everyone present exclaimed in unison, and the huge sound seemed to shake the air. The corners of Daktuo's mouth twitched. These guys, obviously they were fanatical fans before, but now, they rebelled so easily. But then, there was another sense of relief in Dakota's heart. This is the inferiority of human beings. What's more, he is not a generous guy at all, and he has no sympathy for this unknown elf who stole his limelight and showed his murderous intentions. Therefore, Darklay, eat the dream. Black hole plus dream eater, this is a set of combos. It uses the effect of the instant sleep suppression of Darkray's exclusive trick, Black Hole, and then applies Dream Eater to drain the opponent's mental energy. If the level difference is not big, and the opponent's willpower is not firm enough, it can almost be said to be a set of kill combinations that can directly take the opponent away. And at the next moment when Dakto ordered, Woo tilde. The whistling sound like a specter came out from Darkray's body, and immediately, a purple phantom rushed out of its body, penetrating the black translucent sphere composed of black hole skills in an instant, and swept past. I won. But just as the corners of Dakato's mouth were about to rise. Pop, like a bubble bursting. The pitch-black translucent energy sphere instantly shattered and dissipated, but inside it, the figure of Pherometis, who had lost the ability to fight, did not appear inside it, as Dakto had expected. Rather, nothing. How is this possible? Duck's eyes widened, and he, who was not an outstanding trainer, seemed to be in a state of astonishment after the 3 axes. Without Dakato's instructions, Darklay also hovered in the air like a ghost. Until. Wow sauce tilde. Like a teleportation, the slender and white figure of Pheromerad suddenly appeared behind Darkrai, and his slender, bamboo-like right leg was raised and split, and it continued to split like a sharp blade. Swish, the terrifying downward slashing speed seemed to make the air tremble, and a violent scream followed. In an instant, Darkrai's entire body seemed to be adrift, and bounced off the ground of the forest, smashing the trees along the way and smashing the ground. With a phantom-like speed and impact, it smashed straight in the direction of Dakto. Bang! Hum! The dull impact sound was accompanied by the humming sound of the energy protection device in the arena that was impacted. The light red, honeycomb-shaped energy shield suddenly appeared in front of Dakto's eyes, blocking the galloping Darkrai's body. The swept gust of wind turned into a tornado, and Darkrai, who had lost consciousness and was overflowing with black energy, flew straight away like a leaking doll. And then, Kacha, in the crisp sound, an obvious crack appeared on the energy shield that was close to Dakto. Gudong tilde. Daktuo, whose pupils were constricted, swallowed a mouthful of spit, and a chill surged up, causing him to lean back subconsciously, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. The entire venue was silent. From the appearance of this charming elf, to Clay's shot, to the opponent's counterattack, which knocked Clay out in seconds, all this happened too fast. It's almost like they haven't responded yet. It's almost that they haven't even calmed down their worries, and they haven't even had time to be shocked. Everything, it's over. That one just now was just a simple cheating, right? In the guest observation room, Kara said hesitantly, she could not see it wrong with her eyesight, but it was because of this that she seemed a little unbelievable. To know. The safety devices and specifications of the Baiyinshan venue are configured according to the level of the Tianwang Hegemony tournament. It can ignore the aftermath of the Tianwang level battle and effectively resist the impact of champion strength skills in a short period of time. And the energy shield generated by this level of security protection device almost couldn't withstand a pure body attack from an elf that did not carry the slightest attribute energy. This is so. Could it be that this elf is a champion? Even, beyond the championship field. Well, it shouldn't be a skill, it's pure physical strength. Dr. Ogi also gave a positive answer. As he said that, he touched his chin and said with a sigh, speed, strength. In terms of physical fitness, it is almost completely comparable to the elves in the championship field. Quote ellipsis. Sharona's beautiful eyes flowed, but she didn't speak. For a while, the three people with different thoughts in the observation room fell into an inexplicable silence. And until now. The audience at the scene just woke up like a dream, and suddenly there was a loud noise, and the netizens who were watching remotely through the live broadcast also exploded in an instant. Fuck, fuck, fuck. What's the situation? I shook my head, and in a blink of an eye, it was over. Me too, I really just blinked. Same as above, I was just about to shout out because of Darkrai's sneak attack, but in the blink of an eye, swish, swish, Darkrai was killed. This, swish swish, is very vivid, Doghead JPG. It's not me who said, this Dakoto, and his nightmare god is really enough. Before the war, it was hyped up, but this is the end. It's also big enough by Z. This is called a boss. It should be called Dad, funny. Oh, by the way, the elf of Big Brother by Z's name is Faye. What is Faish, is it Lee's? Pherometis. Okay, now I announce that Philomero is my new wife from now on. Your wife is so beautiful. Your wife is so beautiful. +1 inch your wife is so beautiful. +2. Your wife is so beautiful. +10,086. And more. Ignore the heated discussions online. At this moment, the Silver Mountain venue. Standing still, Baizi completely ignored the sudden changes in the atmosphere and the voice of discussion above the venue. The voice came out indifferently through the loudspeaker device on the battle podium. Next. P.S. Kona tilde. Chapter 348. One wears 3, the eternal winner. Baizi's words also reminded Caesar, who was the referee, and hurriedly announced loudly, Darklay is incapacitated, please release the second participating elves. I don't know if it was an illusion. Baizi always felt that there was an obvious sense of excitement in his voice. Damn. On the other side, Dakduo, who got up from the ground, looked gloomy, fell from heaven to hell, was directly killed by the other party, and was so frightened to the ground. To be honest, such a huge gap and humiliation made him almost mad. If it weren't for the attention of everyone, Dakdo even had the idea of despite everything and directly calling the elves to attack the opponent's trainer. But no. It's not just reason that's holding him back. The almost crushing battle just now also made Duck understand the strength of the opponent. With just one blow, he killed his own Darkrai in one blow. This is one of the re-engraved legends with the best genetic stability at this stage that has reached the realm of Tianwang. The other guys. I'm afraid it won't be that guy's opponent. Where the hell did this shit come from? The re-engraved legend of the king level, can't even take a single blow. Dakdo growled inwardly. But under the repeated urging of the referee, he had to restrain his thoughts and release the second elf. Come on, Latios, use the cleansing light. Oh tilde. In the lifeless hissing sound, Latios turned his indifferent gaze at the pheromone who was dancing and picking vegetables and leaves in the forest. The upper body stood upright, and in front of the water droplet-shaped pattern on its forehead, 3 dark spherical energy burst out, rapidly twisting and expanding in midair, turning into a spiral 463 ray, and hitting directly in the direction of the Pheromite. In a flash, he rushed to the side of Pheromeroch. In the face of Latios' attack, Baizi didn't care, and even had time to look at this dragon, super dual-line legend of the same race as the water gods. Bird-like, jet-like wings and fin-like tail feet make it look like a small blue plane. Latios and its female counterpart, Latias, both have the title of Infinite Dragon God, and are classified as infinite Pokémon on the Pokédex. Speak up. Latios and Latias are both rare and mega-evolved beings among the legendary elves. It is good at flying, can be invisible, and has the protective ability of superpower attributes. To be honest, this is the best flying mount in Baizi's mind. And their unique ability is the ability to show each other with images of what they see and think, and they are also good at reconnaissance. But the Latios in front of him is, without a doubt, another legendary clone with a genetic re-enactment, Latios clone, the origin is missing, the first level of the king. And the other side. Facing the spiral ray that was close at hand, with his back facing the attack, the Philomelody who was preparing something suddenly slashed backwards with his bare hands. Boom! The void is awe-inspiring. The atmosphere seems to have pulled out a crescent-like piece of training, directly smashing the ray of light that rushes to the shortcut. And without losing his momentum, he crossed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and slammed directly on La Acbh Dios. Oh tilde. With a deep cry of pain, Latios was directly knocked out. Bang! Its energy even continued to push the opponent's body, hitting it heavily on the honeycomb-shaped energy shield that reappeared on the edge of the field, and then gradually dissipated. Latios's eyes turned white, foaming at the mouth, and his body twitched slightly and slowly slipped down from the energy shield, as if he had lost his ability to fight, and passed out. Instant kill. Wow sauce tilde. Philomelos glanced casually, and then stopped paying attention to it, and continued to work in the center of the forest grounds, taking care of herself. The venue was silent again. In front of the podium. Looking at the energy shield that was split open again and slowly healed in front of him, Dacto, who took Latios back, was frowning. Intentional. This is definitely intentional, right? Back to attacking in his direction, so blatantly intimidating. This guy, are you sure he is a regular Alliance trainer? And also, what the hell is this elf in front of him? Just with a simple physique, he can kill a legendary elf who has set foot in the realm of the king, and he won't say anything. But what is the situation now? Even the vigor swung with his bare hands can instantly kill Latios, who is not weak at all in Darkrai. I'm still hitting a hammer at this NM. Dakatuo's mentality was really broken, his palms trembled slightly, and he grabbed for a long time before the third elf was lined up. Not too much beyond Baizi's expectations. This is still a replica of a lower-ranking legend who has set foot in the realm of the king. The Sidolane, known as the god of fire and steel. With the steel attribute, Sidoran is the one with the most outstanding defense among the three legendary replicas. But in the face of a huge power gap, Sidoran's exit was even more straightforward than Darkrai and Latios. Because this time, Pheromero, who seemed to have completed the task at hand, took the initiative to launch an attack, and the next moment Sidorlane appeared, he suddenly attacked. His long legs were raised high, his eyes were cold, and he stabbed straight into the empty space on the left side of Sidorlane. Is it crooked? The thought just arose. Next second. In the suspicious eyes of everyone. Shoo! An extremely sharp air-breaking sound suddenly erupted, and many spectators near the stadium couldn't help but sink their heads, and a strong sense of dizziness and discomfort suddenly came. In an instant, it was like a stress response. The honeycomb-shaped energy shield that served as a safety device in the venue burst into a dazzling light. Snapped. Boom. But then, the thick energy shield shattered instantly, and the energy fragments flew, followed by a violent roar, soaring smoke and wind pressure. The entire arena seems to have ushered in the epicenter of the earthquake of magnitude 7 or 8, and it began to spread from the battlefield to all directions. Many spectators and staff at the scene were overturned on the spot. Almost most of the audience were like rolling gourds, rolling around in the violent wind pressure, vibration, and smoke, and they were so dizzy that they couldn't find the north at all. Lucario, waveguide protection. Miss Lips, mind power. At this moment, two coquettish shouts sounded, which calmed down a lot of the panic-stricken spectators. The bright blue semicircular waveguide covered the entire arena that had lost its energy shield, and everyone in the auditorium lifted it up with a slightly lighter psychic force. It's Lucario, the champion of Hyarna, and the lip-smacking sister of King Kona. Even so, although no one was injured, they were all disgraced at this time. And wait for the smoke to clear up. The scene in the venue was finally revealed in front of everyone's eyes. In the second half of the forest venue, near the direction of Dacto, the entire ground was completely lifted, and the long ravine directly extended to the direction of the battle command platform. And the battle podium made of superalloy and the player's tunnel behind it are like being penetrated by a huge javelin, leaving only huge holes with smooth cross-sections and opposite pairs. Hush one by one. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. If their memory was not wrong, it was just a volley poking at the foot that caused such a scene. The venue suddenly fell silent. And the next second, fanatical cheers and applause resounded throughout the venue like thunder. As for Sidoran, who was rolled into the corner by the aftermath, and Dacto, who was unfortunately affected by the innocence, and buried in the earth. At this point, no one paid attention at all. Since ancient times, only the winners deserve to enjoy applause, flowers and honors, and the losers have to retire sadly. That's why I never want to be a loser. Baizi glanced at Dacto's direction, took the bracelet made by Philomelody, rubbed the other side's small head bent close, turned around, and walked towards the corridor behind him. Moment. The passionate referee's voice came from behind. Dacto players all lost. The final winner of this opening match is Baizi player from Junshin Town. 0000 one by one. After a short while, the sound wave was raised again, and in an instant, it broke through the sky. P.S. The big chapter is a bit slow, mainly to allow everyone to watch the opening game in one breath. Hope for understanding. Thank you. Chapter 349. Still let people live. 1 hour after the opening game, it is the official preliminary selection. But at this time, everyone is obviously still immersed in the aftertaste of this unforgettable opening match. Where is there any spare time to pay attention to the preliminary selection? Could it be that there are more trainers with legendary Pokemon? Or, a monster as powerful as Baizi? Do you think such a guy as Little Rada, everywhere in the world, must not be able to? I swore an oath. JPG. Soon, the game video and various text and voice commentary reports will be released. 1 Where 3. The legendary Pokemon is so vulnerable. Shock. The novice trainer who debuted for less than a year actually did this kind of thing with his glamorous elf at the opening match of the Silver Mountain Conference. Close double angle bracket open double angle bracket deeply decrypt the mysterious unknown elf Feromero. As a brand new legendary elf, the possibility. How strong is the mysterious unknown elf Ferombe after breaking the safety device with one blow? And the major website forums, Video Barrage, etc., also immediately launched a heated discussion around Baizi and Philomelis in this opening match. I'm a darling. What is Pai Nian? This is Pai Nian. I'm an outstanding person in Guangdong. What kind of legendary trainer? In front of my boss Baizi and Philomero, there is only one word, kneel. There are many words upstairs, and everything is right. Go. Wait a minute, allow me to report first. 10 years old fan, come uninvited. Good guy, I'm 20 years. 30 years. 40 years. 50 years. Break the queue. Seriously, are you saying that the elf called Philomelis is a legend? Also, has its strength really reached the championship level as stated in the broadcast? I think it should be. Like the beauty god or something. There should be no doubt about strength, right? Isn't there a popular comment post that said that the safety devices at the venue are almost the highest level, and they can effectively block the impact of the skills of the champion level? The champion level is only for Phylome. The lower limit evaluation of the Mantis, you must know that that kick was not hit directly. That can't be above the championship, can it? For a while, the barrage was full of colons. Less than a year after his debut, he is already amazing enough to hold a championship-level combat power. Champion, that is already the pinnacle of what ordinary people know as a trainer. Above the championship. No one dared to think about it. There is constant discussion on the internet. Same. Philodendron. This charming elf has also officially landed on the Elf Network and is temporarily classified into the World Illustrated book. And in a short period of time, it quickly rushed to the top 10 positions on the World's Most Popular Elf and the Most Beautiful Elf list. To know. Both lists have been in existence for several years. The top 10 votes have been accumulated over the years. Philomena was able to make it to the top 10 in less than a day. From this, you can fully see the huge popularity brought by the opening game. Of course, the power and beauty displayed by the Pheromeria itself is the key reason why it can transform the heat and bless itself. Auditorium, West End. The two brothers Lacey and Shinji looked at each other, feeling a little dazed for a while. "Brother, are we still getting revenge?" Shinji asked suddenly. The revenge he talked about was naturally the one-shot revenge for the fiasco at the Light Red Gym. But the voice just fell. Pop. Lacey slapped his younger brother Shinji on the back of the head and rolled his eyes. "Fuck it. It's not enough for the two of us to tie up one piece. So what is the Dacdo to beat? What about the Dacdo? Okay, don't think about these unrealistic things. What you need to consider now is how to go further in this grand event. This will be a grand event that will go down in history. And what we need to fight for is to leave our name on a page of this history. The champion doesn't need to think about it, the top 3. At least to get to the top 8. By the way, who is your opponent in the first battle?" Lacey turned his head and asked. "I'm in the second round of Group B on the 18th venue. The opponent is Qinglu from Junshin Town." Shinji replied and asked, "How about you, brother? Is it such a coincidence?" Lacey laughed. "My opponent is also from Junshin Town, and the name should be called Crimson. Speaking of which, these two people, like that Bai Zi, are both rookie trainers from Dr. Damu's hometown of Junshin Town. Earth spirits are outstanding. I'm afraid they are not weak. Let's go all out," Lacey cautiously said. Hearing this, Shinji waved his hand nonchalantly. "No matter how weak, it's only a rookie trainer who just debuted this year. Could it be that these two guys can be as perverted as that Bai Zi? Shinji, as trainer, never take it lightly," Lacey reprimanded in a deep voice, and when he saw Shinji admit his mistake, he nodded with satisfaction, and gave 2 more words. After separating from each other, they each went to their own preliminary match battle area. But 0. Ask for flowers. Although he reprimanded Shinji, Lacey actually basically agreed with his younger brother Shinji's point of view. Trendsetters like Bai Zi are, after all, just an example. It is impossible for a lot of random games to appear, and it just happened to be met by the two brothers. If not, does that keep people alive? The disturbance from the outside world did not affect Bai Zi. The preliminary round is divided into 8 groups of 25 people each. Except for the lucky one who got the bye, everyone needs to play 25 into 13, 13 into 7, and the last 7 into 4. Only those who can advance to the top 32 semifinals will officially go to the main arena of Silver Mountain to decide the winner. Finish the opening game. The first 25 to 13 obviously has nothing to do with him. Nothing to do. He went to the rest area, called Mei and Rusa Manai together, and went to the competition area outside the arena to watch the game. Not to gather intelligence or anything. I just want to see, I will meet those acquaintances. And this event can almost be said to attract worldwide attention, and the region did not disappoint him. Evening. On the way to the dining area. You seem to be happy. Rusa Minami's eyes wandered, and she suddenly asked. Did you see it? Bai Zi was taken aback. Obviously. Rusa Manai shrugged and turned to look at Mei on the other side. Sister Mei should also see it. Yi repeatedly. After you came out of the competition area, the smile on your face never stopped. Is that so? Bai Zi reached out and touched his cheek, met the eyes of the two women, and chuckled lightly. The reason is very simple, because I have seen a lot, even me, an opponent who needs to be a little more serious under normal circumstances. Alas, Yi didn't understand. She tilted her head and looked at Bai Zi with a cute look. Why would you be happy if you meet a strong enemy? Bai Zi rubbed the other's head with a light smile, and the words were like an answer to the question. The fun of climbing high and looking into the distance lies in this. It is too simple to climb, but it can't really be. See, where the unparalleled beauty lies. Several. 350. Accidents come first. Ask God to torture the flaming monkey. The next day. At 10:45 in the morning, Group A, number 1 faces the battlefield. Coincidentally, Xiaoji and Baizi happen to belong to the same battle group, and they were also one of the players in the first battle in Group A. His opponent is named Zhang Ben, from the Chengdu area, a short and strong boy. Looking at his age, he should be at least 5 or 6 years older than Ash. In fact, this is the normal preliminary age range. A novice trainer like Xiaoji who has not debuted for less than a year has basically been screened out in the qualifiers. From this point of view, Xiaoji is not too big or not, and he can be regarded as a genius trainer. After all, he is also one of the very few rookies who have successfully made it to the Silver Mountain venue in less than a year after debuting. On the field. The game started soon. In the first battle, both sides very coincidentally dispatched 3 local grass-based imperial families to take the lead. Xiaoji's is a wonderful frog seed, and Zhangben's is a huge geranium, nearly 1 person, 433, tall. With just one glance, without even checking the data panel, Baizi decided the outcome of this round. Ash's frog seed is indeed talented. But lack of exercise, and unwilling to evolve, although the potential is high, but there is no way to convert it into actual combat power. On the other side, the guy named Zhang Ben is obviously planning to get ahead. This geranium is quite excellent in terms of appearance, luster, and breadth, and is obviously a battle-hardened main grass owner. Even, it may be the main force and ace in the team of Ben. And the result was not beyond Baizi's expectations. The battle between geraniums and frog seeds was no different from adults bullying children. It's just a combination of flying leaf knife plus poison powder that hasn't been finished yet, and the frog seed was simply kicked out of the field, poisoned, and lost its ability to fight. Frog seeds. Xiaoji screamed and ran up. And Baizi can clearly see the confusion and disbelief on Ben's face. Weird expression. Even geranium, and several other players in the same group around, showed strange expressions one by one. Obviously. The low limit shown by Xiaoji completely shocked everyone. This is a contestant of the Silver Mountain Conference who has passed the tests and completed the qualifiers. I also believe in the pure cute new ones who receive the initial elves. Baizi raised his forehead a little. And Xiaoji's next performance is still, eat dinner, as the second fire-breathing dragon. He gave Xiaoji a bite as soon as he came up, which shocked everyone. I almost thought it was the elf killing the master. Then he simply spread his wings and flew to the side of the arena, on top of a round stone pillar that was more than 10 meters high, and fell asleep. Xiaoji shouted and yelled for a long time below, but it was useless. In the second battle, he declared a loss. However, the pair of Ash and Pikachu are indeed emergency players. In the case of unfavorable attributes and relatively unfavorable levels, he just relied on various external tricks and astonishingly strong toughness, to 1 versus 3, to pick all the 3 main players who specialize in grass. Flip to the ground. Especially against the shield player, nut dumbbells that put Ben at the bottom. When it can't be attacked for a long time. That flash of inspiration combined the lightning strikes of thunder, flash of lightning, and Iron Tail, and even Baizi couldn't help but feel a sense of light in his eyes. Not bad, this compound trick at least has the energy level strength of a quasi-celestial king. Baizi smiled lightly and nodded with satisfaction. Although the frog seeds still refuse to evolve, the fire-breathing dragon is also not tamed by Ash. But at the very least, Pikachu's strength is far beyond the original. After all, in this time period of the original work, let alone a combination of tricks, Pikachu has not even a shadow of Iron Tail. As expected of the true new town trainer with the first surprise. You can't fight with dumbbells. The winner is Xiaoji from Junxin Town. Yeah. Very well, we've won. Following the referee's announcement, Xiaoji and Xiaoging Xiaoxia, who rushed down, immediately cheered and celebrated. Snapped Tilda. At this moment, Xiaoji's shoulders sank, and when he looked up, Baizi was already standing beside him at some point, pressing his palm on his shoulder. Hurry up and take Pikachu to the elf center at the venue. In the afternoon, you still have a tough battle to fight. Yes. Xiaoji woke up with a start, and hurriedly picked up Pikachu, who collapsed on the ground, and hurried to the outside of the venue. Xiaogang and Xiaoxia also quickly followed. Feng, Feng. The sound of wings flapping suddenly came. Baizi raised his head and looked at the orange-red dragon shadow gliding away. In his eyes, the brilliance flashed instantly. Fire-breathing dragon. Gym peak level 49, 99 100ths potential, champion. Old spray. Baizi was amazed. In less than a year, he has grown from an abandoned fire lord to an existence that is one step away from the quasi-celestial king. Such a growth rate is far from the white, yellow, red, and green of the color team, but for the average elf trainer, it is enough to frighten them to death. People. Tisk tisk, goddamn protagonist Halo. Ah, seems like me too, that's okay. In his heart, after Baizi, who was the second match player, came on the field, his opponent, a petite girl with a pink airplane head, had a bitter face and stood up to Baizi. Opposite. Of course she watched the opening game. With an opponent of that level, she doesn't think she has the slightest chance of winning. But fleeing without fighting is not her style either. What's more, in front of idols. Inhale tilde exhale. Taking a deep breath and then slowly protruding, the girl used the method of meditation to calm down. Then, she pulled her belt and bowed loudly to Baizi. Boss Baizi, I will do my best in this game, please don't hesitate to enlighten me. Ah, good. Baizi was stunned for a moment, but finally nodded and gave a simple response. However, when the girl saw this, she suddenly became a little excited. The boss is really amiable tilde W73. The number of elves that can be used by both sides is 3, and they can be freely exchanged during the battle. The party who loses all 3 elves in combat ability is the loser. The referee simply repeats the rules and then raises the flag. I announce that the second round of Group A, Li, the trainer of the Zun Gym in Shanao Curtain City, versus Baizi of Kanto Junshin Town, the game. After a few seconds of pause, the referee's flag suddenly waved down. Start. Discourse falls. Both hands threw the poke ball at the same time. What the quasi-do gym trainer girl named Ali released was a 4-armed, strong physique. Strange power, this is a trainer specializing in fighting, and almost everyone has one configuration. After all, the wrist strength is widely distributed and not uncommon, and the strange strength that eventually evolves also has a fairly good 1.8 show 6-dimensional race value, and an excellent skill attack surface. Naturally, it is deeply loved by martial arts trainers. This girl's strange power has been cultivated well, and it has reached the threshold of a gym intermediary, and the level is 39. And after the luxurious ball in Baizi's hand bloomed in the air. Boom, underscore. A flame rose up, and the thin figure wrapped in the raging flame slowly raised his head, turned his back to the crowd and the strange force, and pointed his finger to the sky. Yeah tilde. Baizi once said, I follow the way of flames, and I am in charge of the monkey of all fires. Baizi. No, I don't. P.S. Ali tilde. 351. There is only one reason for your defeat. Nima, regret not telling the bedtime story to that pooch. Baizi had a stomachache expression on his face. I think that the original flame monkey was still a hard-working and simple little fire monkey. He was taciturn on weekdays, and basically he was not training or fighting every day. It is to discuss the use of the fire energy factor with the fire element senior Feng Speed dog in the team. It can be said that the spirit of study hard and make progress every day has been brought into full play. But don't know from that day. Although this guy is still assiduous on weekdays, he always likes to pester him to tell some stories. According to his own words, it is a biography of a character with a strong demeanor. Strong style. This is really not too difficult for Baizi. He had read a lot of anime novels in his previous life, and he had a camera-like absolute memory ability, so he could find some compelling characters to polish it up. The elf version of Wukong Biography, Do Po, Death Aiden. And the Force King, Tiandao Zongji 25 in Kamen Rider, will be released in sequence. At first, Baizi was just a little fire monkey looking for some goals to motivate himself. But one day, the little fire monkey lost to Ibrahimovic in the team test, and shouted the sentence that made his mouth twitch at that time, 30 years Hidong, 30 years Hexi, don't bully the young monkey. Classic Language 21, recorded back. Only then did Baizi find out. It turned out that before he knew it, the Destiny Fire Lord in his hand had turned into the shape of a Forced King. At this time, Baizi's embarrassment is unknown for the time being. After all, if you don't get along day and night or have the special ability to listen to the voice of the elves, you can't figure out what the flame monkey said. But obviously, humans couldn't understand it, but the elves present heard the truth. Hey tilde cough. In particular, the strange power against the flaming monkey, the whole elf was on fire, and a fit posture appeared in the roar. One by one bodybuilding. In an instant, the muscles of Wei Li's body suddenly tightened, and the spreading energy turned into a layer of luster covering the whole body, enhancing its own attack and defense. Strange power. Ali also felt the emotion of forging ahead with strange force, and his heart was connected, and his blood rushed up immediately. As the gym owner of the Curtain Gym in the Shanao area, the daughter of Day, a well-known local martial arts master, has been fascinated by her since childhood, and Ali's eyesight is not bad at all. Although the flaming monkey in front of him has amazing aura, its aura does not exceed his own strange power by too much. It is obviously an elf at the same stage. Does Baizi want to train a new army? If I can defeat this flaming monkey, wouldn't I be able to make idols look at me highly? The brain circuit of a typical warm-blooded fighting trainer made Ali think of this, and immediately became more excited. Therefore, as soon as the game started, Ali took the lead in launching a rush attack. Strange force, sacrifice your life to collide. Sip _. The strange force sank into the waist in the horse, and the next second, an explosion-like vibration came from the soles of its feet, and the reaction force caused its body to be like the front of a galloping motor car. A deep pit was blasted on the ground, and it charged towards the flaming monkey, which was still facing its back. Immediately. Wait for the strange force to rush to the vicinity of the flaming monkey. Break by force. Mild tilde. The strange force suddenly roared, and the impacted figure bent down to the left, stretched forward with 4 hands, hugged, and went straight towards the slender waist of the flaming monkey. Dangerous Clash is a direct attack technique that can damage the enemy by 1000 and self-damage by 800. The damage is high, but it is not easy to hit. As for the fall by force, it is a kind of rear hairstyle, which is used for the ultimate trick of using force to hit. It is easy to hit in close combat, but the damage depends on the opponent's attack method and power. But at the moment, Ali combined these two moves, using the slam dunk as an explosive technique to enhance the short-distance explosive speed, and then using the force of the fall to transform his own strength. If this, collision hug and fall, is hit by, to be honest, with the body of the flaming monkey, I am afraid that it will be instantly killed by a direct cross-level. Excellent combo, Baizi secretly praised. Just. Although the personality of this flaming monkey is completely skewed, but because of this, it is addicted to all kinds of cool fire-type operations. In pairing skills. Especially in the manipulation of fire skills, he is a master. Flame wheel. Baizi didn't look calm, and ordered in a deep voice. Next second. When the bad wind hits. The flaming monkey, which had no movement at first, suddenly fell straight forward, and in an instant, the waist that was about to be buckled by the 4 arms of the strange force could be avoided by the slightest difference. Immediately. Twisting the body, propelled by the sudden burst of fire energy, the phantom of the flame-colored streamer passed through the gap between the arms of the strange force in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, he came to a blind spot behind the strange force. Snapped. The claws covered with flames buckled, and the shoulders of the strange force that could not be avoided were buckled to death. Next second, the raging flames spread from the top of the flame monkey's head to the whole body, and rushed forward. His feet also locked the waist of the strange force. In a burst of flames, the whole body, together with the locked strange force, turned into a burning wheel and quickly rolled on the field. Boom, 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 boom. Black smoke bursts, and small bursts of flames burst from time to time, and where the flame wheel passed, the ground was burned with dark marks. Hurry up and get rid of it. The strange force. Ali, who finally reacted to 263, hurriedly shouted. But unfortunately, the flaming monkey will not give this opportunity. And by this time, it was too late. Sip, underscore. Finally, in the last burst of sound, the steamer catapulted into the sky, and the two sides were thrown apart at the same time in the sharp turn in midair. Boom. In an instant, the charred body with strange force was smashed straight down. Like a ball, it rolled on the ground several times before it rolled not far from the feet of his trainer. 6 feet on the ground. Lying on the ground motionless, he passed out. The other side. After a few somersaults in succession, the flaming monkey eased its momentum and landed lightly on the ground not far from Baizi, still facing the fallen monster and Ali. The tone that pretended to be condensed slowly came out in the flames that rose and passed around like a spot of light. Yeah. Only one reason for your defeat. That is, being my enemy. Lonely. Words fall. The flames flew by, leaving a lonely and thin figure, raising his head and looking at the sky. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. 352. Are you interested in being my pet? Slap tilde. Baizi slapped his forehead. Even if no one understood, he would only feel embarrassed that he could use his toes to dig out a 3-bedroom and 2-hall on the ground. You commanded the flaming monkey to instantly have strange power. A little gain. Battle +5. Flaming monkey experience +15, flame wheel proficiency +3. After a while, the system's prompt sound was long overdue. Then, the referee's decision brought Baizi back to reality. We can't fight monsters. Please release the contestants from the second round. Sure enough, even if it's just a new army, idols are not so easy to defeat. Ali rubbed his little nose, but he wasn't too disappointed. This result is not to say that it has been expected, but it is true that it has been prepared for a long time. Lemon essence. On the internet who can't eat grapes and say the grapes are sour, Ali knows very well that the so-called, good luck to have the approval of a spirit like Philomelody, is completely invalid. Not to mention how the trainer itself is not good enough to gain the recognition of the powerful elves. Even if you're really lucky to get recognized. But the elves who have reached a certain level of strength are proud in their hearts. Even recognizes you as a trainer. But if you want to enlist them, your own level will not reach a certain level. There is a great possibility that you will face the same situation as the guy named Xiaoji just now. Elf, to the training. Turn a blind eye to the trainer's instructions. And Li, who had watched the opening match of Baizi with his own eyes. Baizi and his mysterious and unknown elf named Pheromena, the only thing I feel is like an arm and a heart. So, she has always recognized Baizi as a real powerhouse, and the sheer physical strength of Philomelody also makes her admire and admire. Exercise, tearing the sky and the earth with fists and feet. This is exactly what a martial arts trainer the scene she has been looking for all her life. Clap tilde. Ali suddenly reached out and patted his cheeks on both sides. Come on, come on, come on. He snorted like self-encouragement, and soon, Ali was full of energy again, stretched his hand to his waist, took out a poke ball, and threw it straight. The light flickered. A humanoid elf with a very Ganges wind appeared cross-legged, floating in the air. Cherim, fighting plus superpower dual type, is a very sharp and sensitive elf. This Cherim is obviously also carefully cultivated, and its strength is not inferior to that strange power. Even because of the superpower attribute, it was quite slick, forcing the flame monkey, who was unwilling to fight the war of attrition, to directly carry out a covering fire attack before defeating the opponent. It can be said that at the gym level, it is impeccable. As for Cherum's defeat, Ali's final trump card also made Baizi's eyes shine. Known as the Waveguide Messenger, few of them are the same as Zoroark. They are not legends, but they have exclusive the theatrical version of the treasure spirit. Lucario. To be frank. Of handsome and powerful, the dog can almost be in the top 3 in Baizi's heart. He is one of the few elves who are quite subdued. However, Lucario is as rare as a quasi-god, or even worse, and Baizi has only caught a glimpse of it in the opening match yesterday. And then, it's today. Speaking of which, Ali's Lucario has also been cultivated quite personalized. The fighting method is basically to use the waveguide as a fist glove and a foot glove to enhance the power of close combat. Force. Simple, but practical. Compared with the previous 2 features an obvious emphasis, this Lucario is worthy of Ali's trump card. If it weren't for the flaming monkey hiding the fire energy factor of condensing the flames into reality, and disrupting the opponent's rhythm under the assault, I am afraid that this battle will not be fought until when. Right now, on the field. Sip_. As Lucario, whose eyes were white, fell to the ground, the flame monkey holding the flame stick was in a mess, and staggered 2 steps, but still forced himself to take 2 steps forward. With one hand, he supported Lucario's body, who was about to fall forward. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, it seems that I am stronger than you, a million little. Fingertip Universe. JPG. Looking at the monkey who was struggling to hold up Lucario, but was still talking nonsense with his gestures, Baizi couldn't help rolling his eyes. This guy is helpless. Lucario lost his ability to fight. The winner is Baizi from Junshin Town. Your flaming monkey defeats Lee. You get a little gain. Battle +8. Flaming monkey EXP +10. Flaming fist proficiency +3. As the referee announced the result, the system beep sounded. Then. Thank you very much. Ali bowed deeply to the flaming monkey, and then took Lucario back into the Pokeball. Yeah, The flaming monkey's figure was slightly blurred, but it still held on strong, slowly nodded to Ali, pondered for a while, and said something. Huh. Naturally, Ali couldn't understand, and tilted his head, just as he was about to ask. A red ray immediately covered it and retracted it into the Pokeball. Then, Baizi saw the little girl with the pink nose running over, choking, and bowing to him again. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Baizi. I will make good use of this experience and become very strong, and then come to you for advice. Don't be so polite. Baizi shook his head and chuckled. I also benefited a lot from this game. Saying that, Baizi raised his hand. It can be seen to the naked eye. The little girl's eyes immediately widened, and then a flush of excitement suddenly rose on her face. She wiped her hands on her clothes, and then she stretched out her hands and held his hands. Fingertip. Yes, it is my honor. I will definitely work harder. I look forward to it. Baizi chuckled lightly, and shook his hands directly, but he was very measured, and then he turned and left. But at this moment, Ali's stammering voice suddenly came from behind. Well, do you know what Senior Flame Monkey said to me just now? Baizi said, a meal visible to the naked eye. Quote. It praises you for your strength. Leaving this sentence, Baizi waved his hand without looking back, and walked towards the rest area. The consumption of the flaming monkey is not light, and he needs to go back to find Fufu for a cure. But winter. Recalling what Blazing Monkey and Ali said, Baizi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. A little girl, your strength is good, do you want to be my pet? So. I remember that I didn't tell the flaming monkey a story about a big black dog who was shameless. Wipe. 353. Tuco, the ideal or real dragon god. The final round of the preliminary round in the afternoon, 7 went to 4. The overall strength of Bai Zi's opponents was not enough for Li. Naturally, he was beaten to 3 cities by the Flaming Monkey, and he successfully won the match. Qualifications. With the help of the experience points gained from these 3 battles, the Flaming Monkey has also successfully advanced again, getting closer and closer to the realm of the quasi-celestial king. Want to say here is that Xiaoji happened to get a bye in this 7-4 draw, so he successfully entered the top 32 of this game. 7-4 in the 3rd round of this preliminary match happened to be the first match for Bai Zi. Therefore, after finishing the fight soon, on his way back to the rest area, he opened the Elf Pokédex and searched for the players who had been successfully selected into the top 32 during this time period. Sure enough, the preliminary round can't stop you guys. Several familiar names suddenly came into view, causing Bai Zi, who was walking and watching, to reveal a smile. Lounge area, top floor, VIP exclusive suite. As a super venue that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, even if the alliance is mainly to provide medical, food and accommodation for the contestants, the commercial value contained in it is naturally impossible set aside without developing at all. Therefore, in addition to the battlegrounds located on the north and south sides, on the east and west sides of the main venue arena, there are quite prosperous and well-stocked shops consisting of all kinds of shops. Industry Street. The accommodation and rest areas built around the venue also range from ordinary suites to V2631P exclusive suites comparable to 5-star champion suites. Of course, except for the special area for players, the rest of the rooms need to be paid for. The price of the VIP exclusive suite is naturally expensive. However, Bai Zi has always been reluctant to treat himself badly, and he has a lot of elves in his hands, so he moved out of the player area and settled on a room. _. Swipe your card and open the door. Oh woo tilde. Click tilde. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Zi saw 1 black and 1 white, 2 small figures leaping in his direction with joy. Bai Zi hurriedly stretched out his arms and hugged him. 1 to the left and 1 to the right, it was the 2 little fellows Lugia and Kapu Mingming. This is also one of the reasons why Bai Zi specially set up the exclusive VIP suite. The 2 little guys, Lugia and Kapu Mingming, are still young, so they can't be carried in the Pokeball for a long time. Come Lord. And the Baiyinshan venue is no better than the wild, allowing Bai Zi Shicheng to take 2 little guys to let the wind out. I needed a game, and I didn't want to be bored with the 2 little guys, so I ordered a VIP suite like an indoor garden, and entrusted the 2 little guys to Lusamanai and the others. Bud looks after. You're back. As soon as Bai Zi closed the door, Rusamanai, who was dressed in regular clothes, walked in casually. After skillfully changing the shoes and hats for Bai Zi, she welcomed him into the house. Looking at the 2 little guys who were rolling around in Bai Zi's arms and fighting each other, Lusamina couldn't help but rolled her coquettish eyes, and scolded with a smile. I was eating and playing with me all day, but as soon as you came back, you immediately turned your face and didn't recognize anyone. You are too little conscience. Ha ha tilde. Hearing this, Bai Zi chuckled lightly and looked around. He didn't see a certain pair of ponytails of vitality coming out. He suddenly asked curiously, by the way, where's Yayi? She was called downstairs not long after you set off to participate in the competition. It seems to be one of her fellow villagers named Tuzi. While explaining, Rusamanai made a pot of warm tea for Bai Zi, poured it with her own hands, and then handed the porcelain cup to Bai Zi. Tutor. Bai Zi took it casually, took a sip, and repeated the name with a slightly raised brow. Tuko, this is one of the heroines of the Pokemon game version. Like Mei, she is from the Hujong area and is from Wamu town. In Pokemon Black and White, she is not just a trainer with a protagonist personality. And at the end, it will also be chosen by one of the upper-level legends known as heroes in the Uzu region, either the ideal dragon god, Zekrom, or the real dragon god, Reshiram. As a hero who lives, ideal, or real. Is it an ideal or real dragon god? Bai Zi's eyes flickered. Just as he was about to say something. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the door. Baizi and Rusamine looked at each other. He handed the two reluctant little guys to Rusaminai and signaled to avoid them, then got up and walked towards the door. Who? CFED. On the other side, North District, number 22 faces the battlefield. Toriko, come on. On the viewing platform, Mei didn't care about other people's strange eyes at all, and cheered loudly for the little sisters in the field. And on the field, the beautiful girl with a light brown ponytail and curly hair, wearing a limited edition Alliance cap, and a hot suit, also completely lived up to her trust. With a powerful arm and a figure that is far superior to King Yanwu of his family, he used a double arm hammer to directly smash the opponent's last participating elf, King Nito, into the ground. Strikeout. The winner is the Tuko contestant from Wamu town in the Hujong area. Yes. With the sound of the referee, Tuzi jumped up and cheered, and gave a high five to King Yanwu, who bowed slightly and smiled. Slap, _. The applause was crisp. Thank you for your hard work, King Yanwu. Putting away King Yanwu, who showed no signs of fatigue, Tuzi turned and walked towards the viewing platform. Get into the stands. Tuzi, who was casually sitting next to Yayi and continued to watch the battle, looked at Yayi next to her. Her expression was a little weird. After a while, she always felt that the good girlfriends she used to get along with day and night seemed to have changed a lot all of a sudden. Just as she was about to ask. Toko. A slightly weak telepathy, like the warmth of the morning light, sounded from her ear. This little friend of yours, it's not easy. Lord Dragon God, are you awake? Tuzi's eyes lit up, and with the familiarity of the two sides, he responded in his heart and asked, isn't it easy? Are you talking about Bud? Well, I sensed other legendary auras from her body, more than one, and the one with the deepest entanglement, its aura is so strong, I am afraid that even when I was in my entire body, I would not dare to say it. This. Tuzi was stunned, and when he looked at Yayi again, the words came to his lips, but in the end he didn't ask any questions. After all, even she herself has an unknown secret at this time. However. Mei, do you want to have an elf battle? Huh. Mei was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, now. Not bad. Tuzi looked serious. Although she had decided not to explore and question Mei's secrets, she still cared about the changes in her best friend. And as a trainer, there is no better way to get to know each other than to fight. P.S. Guess which dragon god is carrying on the body? 354. 32x16, dream come true. So, you want to ask me to help Ash tame his fire-breathing dragon who doesn't want to follow orders. In the living room, Baizi crossed Erlang's legs, put his hands on his knees, looked at the trio of Xiaoji sitting on the sofa opposite him, and asked with a surprised expression. He didn't even expect that the trio of Xiaoji would come to help him. To know. This is during the game. But to be honest, they are still rivals with a competitive relationship. But, speaking of fire-breathing dragons, this is indeed one of the few types of Yusan that is not very easy to deal with. As a sub-dragon elves with dragon elements in their bodies, they were the same as most of the initial three families in the age of small fire dragons, with gentle personalities and good, commanding. It is also easy to play and get close to the trainer. But all this began to change after they evolved into fire dinosaurs. Their personalities would become aggressive, and the fire attribute factor that seemed to increase like a rock flow in their bodies also made the temper becomes impulsive and aggressive like a flame. It will look for an opponent to fight, and if it does not win, the blood will not calm down. At this stage, the arrogance that belongs to the dragon class in the depths of their genes has been highlighted, but as long as the trainer is not too naive, generally speaking, it will not be too reckless. Until it finally evolved into a fire-breathing dragon. The arrogance of the dragon, which is hidden deep in the genes, is almost penetrated into the marrow of the fire-breathing dragon, even more than the general Yulong species with dragon attributes. Even more. Once it feels that the strength of the trainer is not worthy of itself, then it will almost become normal to not obey the command, and it is not uncommon to directly abandon its own trainer. Baizi guessed that the dragon bloodline that can be inspired by the evolution of Mega may be quite pure and powerful in the distant ancient times. Compared with the same kind, Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon is not only gifted, but also because he was abandoned by the first trainer when he was a small fire dragon. Extremes must be reversed. This made this guy even more arrogant after he evolved into a fire-breathing dragon. It seems that he has completely forgotten the life-saving grace of Xiaoji and the deep bond between each other. I beg you. Suddenly, a heavy low voice interrupted Baizi's thoughts, and I saw that Xiaogang was already on the ground at some point. Mr. Baizi, maybe our request is too much, but I really don't want Xiaoji to have any regrets in this competition. Even if he can't go further, I also hope that Xiaoji can show all of himself in this competition without leaving any regrets, instead of leaving the stage with regrets. Please. Xiaogang. Xiaoji was stunned, although he usually acts a little heartless, but this does not mean that he is really an idiot. This is already the second one. Obviously it's his own business, but on the road to becoming a Pokemon master, he always needs others to push him forward. And he himself, although he shouted the slogan very loudly every time, it didn't take long for the old ways to germinate. Once again I fell into the cycle of cramping when things happen, and getting lost when nothing happens. At this moment, Xiaoji's heart was touched like never before. Huh. Baizi also seemed to feel Xiaoji's change. And right now. Drop drop. A short electronic beep broke the stagnant atmosphere in the room. It's my communicator. Xiaoxia raised her hand embarrassingly, took out the communicator and opened it at will, just as she was about to turn it off. Huh. Xiaoxia, who was looking at the screen, was suddenly stunned. Next second. A clear voice of a woman's announcement came out one by one. The selection list for the preliminary round has been completed, and the battle list has been released immediately. The Xiaoji players you are concerned about will be randomly arranged in the third game for 32 to 16 battles in this match. Open black lens bracket time. October 20th, 1 p.m. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket venue. Stonefield close black lens bracket. Competitor. In an instant, several people held their breaths. And the next second, the trio of Ash was struck by lightning at once. Opening square bracket ... Baizi contestant from Junshin Town. Good guy. This time, even Baizi was a little dumbfounded. ... Ask for flowers. After taking out the illustrated book and confirming that it was correct, Baizi's eyes narrowed for a moment, then suddenly stood up. Let's go, I agree. Ah, Xiaoji raised his head in a daze, obviously not recovering from the sudden message. It was Xiaoxia and Xiaogang. Hearing this, a surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. He looked at each other, and almost invariably patted Xiaoji's head. Thank you, brother Baizi. Slap, underscore. There was a crisp sound, followed by Xiaoji's painful cry like killing a pig. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Seeing this, Baizi couldn't help shaking his head in a funny way. The reason for agreeing to this request, on the one hand, is not only caused by sudden bad taste, but more importantly, it is a kind of dream fulfillment. As a memory that accompanied him growing up in his previous life, one of the most impressive regrets brought to him by the anime, Pokemon, is that Xiaoji was inexplicable at various alliance conferences. Wonderful failure. What? Water-storing fire-breathing dragon, golden healing shuriken, divine beast man, will not be mentioned. Inexplicable is inexplicable. But Xiaoji also tried his best to fight. But in the first quartz conference, when Xiaoji faced an opponent who was obviously much weaker than him, he had to stop at the top 16 because the fire-breathing dragon fell asleep. To be frank, when Baizi watched it, he was really aggrieved. Even if you send a strong enemy to defeat Ash and fire-breathing dragon head-on, that's fine. Do this, really. And now. Since he has the ability to change the situation, why not try it? After all, what kind of surprise can Ash and Fire-Breathing Dragon do their best to bring me at the conference? I am really looking forward to it. PS1. Dragon-type elves whose first attribute is not a dragon, such as desert dragonfly Chi. 355. Wholehearted, wholehearted, wholehearted. October 19th, evening. The direction of the mountain behind the Baiyinshan venue, north, 15 miles away. SIP_. In an uninhabited rocky valley, the flaming monkey, covered in red flames, flew up and kicked a thin fire-breathing dragon. Woo tilde. The blow that hit the next weak point caused the fire-breathing dragon's sight to be distracted for a moment. But then. Fire-breathing dragon, hold on. Double your return. Woo_. In an instant, the scattered eyes of the fire-breathing dragon suddenly opened in anger, and in the whimpering sound, it actually relied on the strength of its head and neck to kick its right leg against the flaming monkey and straighten its head again. Next second. It has already waved its claws and grabbed the right leg of the flaming monkey, spun it around with it, and smashed it to the ground in vain. Acrobatics. The monkey was in the air, falling at a very high speed, but it didn't panic at all. In a twist of the figure, he turned around and buckled, deftly like a bird, he locked the fire-breathing dragon's arm. Push harder. Click, 263. The bones were brittle, and the fire-breathing dragon subconsciously let go of his grasp in a groan. The flaming monkey pulled out its ankles in an instant, flew up, kicked on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and did some somersaults in a row, keeping a distance from the fire-breathing dragon. Yeah tilde. The flaming monkey, whose feet are not small or 8, but his right leg is slightly floating, has his hands on his back, showing the demeanor of a master. You. Not bad. Roar. Suddenly, accompanied by little sparks, bursts of low roars emerged from the tightly closed corners of the fire-breathing dragon, the nostrils came out, and 2 groups of hot air suddenly exhaled like sirens. Spray. Okay, that's it. Putting one hand in his pocket, Bai Zi, who was slightly tired, directly stopped Xiaoji's upcoming order. From the afternoon of the day before yesterday until now, it is said to be a day and a half, but in fact, Bai Zi spent nearly 50 hours in this deserted valley with Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon. Time. Just over 2 days. To be frank. In the past 2 days, Bai Zi has a new understanding of Xiaoji's old squirrel and himself. Let's talk about this old spray first. In terms of size, Ash's fire-breathing dragon is clearly underdeveloped. Thin and short. But what is completely contrary to its size is that this fire-breathing dragon is born with an extremely tough dragon body, and, which can be called unparalleled power, shoulder and arm strength. Arceus is opening a door for you, and repairing the window for you. Compared with the physique, this fire-breathing dragon is far from a talent for the power of the fire energy factor. Exotic, but also well above average. The only thing that is slightly weaker is that it may be less stamina. Otherwise, it's perfect. Then there is Xiaoji. The method for Bai Zi to help Xiaoji tame the fire-breathing dragon is very simple, just one word. Hit. Although the flaming monkey is slightly weaker than the fire-breathing dragon in level, combined with Bai Zi's powerful command ability, the fire-breathing dragon was ruthlessly crushed during the battle. Early stage. Being beaten by Bai Zi's precise tactics and the flame monkey's excellent fire element manipulation skills, he has no temper at all. In the end, in desperation, he had to rely on Xiaoji's power. White Pond. It is the intention to force the fire-breathing dragon and Xiaoji to run in with absolute high pressure. Awaken, or re-establish the bond between them. Originally, Bai Zi only planned to do it, and left the rest to Xiaoji and fire-breathing dragon to solve it by themselves. But what he didn't expect was, under his high-pressure training, not only did the fire-breathing dragon show his willpower and speed of progress, but even Xiaoji seemed to have shown astonishing learning, or in other words, his ability to imitate. With every strategy and tactic he used in the battle, after suffering a loss, Xiaoji quickly absorbed and transformed it into a fighting method suitable for him and the fire-breathing dragon. And, under Baizi's increasing pressure and force, Xiaoji seems to have entered a special state of epiphany. Fast, absorbing nutrients from Baizi, and growing up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course. With Baizi's temperament, even though both Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon showed changes that made him happy, Baizi was at most more attentive. But he will never be forced to spend more than 50 hours in this valley day and night with Xiaoji. What really makes Baizi so invested? In addition to this period, the flame monkey gradually improved to the level of the quasi-king with the help of the excellent experience package of the fire-breathing dragon. And also, it was he who constantly realized the waveguide that Xiaoji was gradually inspired by under the limit state, and gradually nurtured brand new abilities. And at this moment, the reason why he called to stop. It is precisely because of this new ability that it has been conceived and completed one by one. By constantly comprehending Xiaoji's waveguide, you have gained a little bit, and you have acquired a new superpower skill, synchronization. Synchronization, unity with the spirit of the elf to stimulate the current greatest potential combat power. However, although Baizi stopped, the fire-breathing dragon was obviously a little dissatisfied. Although it stood firm and did not admit defeat directly, but it was suppressed and beaten until now, and finally it was a bit evenly matched, and even when it was hoped to turn defeat into victory, you suddenly stopped fighting. How could this possibly satisfy it? Furthermore, today's fire-breathing dragon has vaguely felt that the bottleneck of the quasi-king is loosening. Perhaps it only needs another evenly matched death battle, and it can break through the bottleneck and reach the realm of the quasi-king. How can it easily let go of this ready-made whetstone in front of it? Roar. In the passionate dragon roar, in the open mouth of the fire-breathing dragon, a flowing flame rapidly spun and condensed, scorching and twisting the air around the corner of the mouth. Its terrifying high temperature is displayed here. But next second. Like a heavy hammer slamming on the brain under his skull, the violent and irresistible dizziness made the fire-breathing dragon unable to condense the fire element. The jet flame that was ready to go out in the mouth dissipated instantly, and the whole dragon also crooked and half knelt on the ground. The unfinished battle will be left for tomorrow. Glancing at the fire-breathing dragon who tried his best to spread his wings even when he knelt down, and protected Xiaoji behind him, the white psychic light in Baizi's eyes gradually extinguished, and at the same time he flashed a smile. He set the foundation. Tune. Subsequently, without waiting for a response from one person and one pet, he took back the blazing monkey who was about to talk, and released Shinado. Excuse me, let's go back. Sana tilde. Nodding slightly, in the next second, Baizi and Shinado disappeared in place. The valley fell into silence. Puff, The fire-breathing dragon suddenly pushed the golden mountain down like a jade pillar and fell to the ground on its back. Fire-breathing dragon. Xiaoji was taken aback and rushed forward, dragging a tired man, only to find that the fire-breathing dragon was breathing steadily, just staring blankly at the bright moon rising gradually in the sky, and he was relieved. Gas. Roar tilde. Suddenly, the fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, aimed his gaze at Xiaoji, clenched his right paw, and stretched it out in front of Xiaoji. Xiaoji was slightly taken aback. Immediately, as if he understood something, he wiped his nose and pointed his fist up. I knew about the fire-breathing dragon, so I used our whole heart, strength, and spirit to try. No, you must win. Roar. In an instant, a loud dragon roar resounded throughout the 4 fields. Next second. Boom, A scorching red flame beam suddenly rose out from the Taniguchi above. Defeat Brother Baizi. 356. Fire is Power. Male Dragon Romance. October 20th. Morning. At 10:30, the first game of the Silver Mountain Alliance conference officially started after the passionate speech of the part-time referee commentator Caesar. As the starters of this game, neither of them are the original characters that Baizi is familiar with. But, according to the introduction of the commentator Caesar, the two guys named Ziso and Xiaoji are both well-known genius trainers in the Hezhong and Shanao areas. All of them have won the semifinals or even the championship of regional league competitions, and all of them specialize in the flight department, and most of the main players have also been promoted to the field of quasi-kings. In this competition, it can be said that it is only the hidden monsters such as Baizi, the highest level of normal genius trainers. Big Build Bat vs Merc Eagle. Raven Head vs Owl Nighthawk. Soundwave Dragon vs Tanabata Bluebird. To be frank, this battle in the air, let alone the audience, even Baizi was addicted to watching it. Strategy, intensity, adversarial. These trainer elements are fully maxed out to 25. It can be said, this starting match was quite successful, and it completely heated up the venue. Finally, Hisoka defeated Xiaoji with a slight advantage, and successfully won the first round of 32 into 16 rounds of 16 qualifications. Next is the second game. This battle is not so close. Because of the two sides, one is the last champion who was famous in Kanto, and his strength is almost the elite trainer at the gym level. This is actually the average of most of the top 32 players. Level. The other one is the only 5 left on the bright side of the top 32. Well, now to be precise, it should be one of the 4 quasi-king trainers. Therefore, there is no suspense in this game at all. In less than 10 minutes, the champion of the last quartz conference was crushed by the direct push team. In the player lounge, the electronic beep sounded one by one. Open black lens bracket ding dong. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket athlete by Z go to the stadium to prepare, please. Close black lens bracket. It's my turn. Baizi got up immediately, stretched his body, opened the door with a light smile, and walked straight towards the corridor leading to the venue. Girls and gentlemen, there are also audience friends in front of the TV screen. What's going to unfold next is the third game of 32 to 16 in this tournament. The impassioned voice of the commentator Caesar reverberated on the field. Going out of the East Corridor is the first dark horse of this competition, with an unknown beautiful elves, and in the opening game, he beat the trainer who has the legendary elves, from Dr. Damu. Hometown, Baizi of Junshin Town. Words fall. Wow, underscore. Over the venue, enthusiastic cheers suddenly sounded, like a tidal wave. It wasn't until Baizi came on the court that he slowly stopped. And his opponent is a rookie trainer, Xiaoji, who also came from Junshin Town and started on the same day. Polite applause sounded, but the enthusiasm was obviously not at the same level. But Xiaoji obviously doesn't care about this kind of thing. Step onto the podium. After the referee announced the start. He couldn't wait to throw out his pokeball. Go on, it's up to you. Roar tilde. The dragon roared brightly, and the orange-red flying dragon spread its wings over the field of stone. And in front of Baizi, the light flickered. The flaming monkey wearing a flaming armor robe stands proudly on a raised stone mountain, with eyes like electricity, and it meets the fire-breathing dragon hovering in the sky on the opposite side. Moment. Fire-breathing dragon, rush up and use fly. Xiaoji took the lead in launching a rush attack. According to common sense, the fire-breathing dragon, which has the advantage of flying, can be turned into an air bomber, commanding a commanding height, and carrying out an air-to-ground superiority strike on the flightless flame monkey. But common sense is just common sense after all. During the 2 days of training and confrontation, Xiaoji and the fire-breathing dragon were very aware of the degree of manipulation of the fire element by the flaming monkey in front of him. Open the distance and play with fire-based long-range bombing. This is equivalent to playing a sniper match with a sharpshooter. Although Xiaoji is stupid, but he will not use his own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths. Therefore, it is natural to decide the outcome by melee combat. Combining the characteristics of his fire-breathing dragon and his sensitive estimation of the flaming monkey, if you want to get close, you must have enough speed and suddenness. Roar tilde. The fire-breathing dragon above the sky locked tightly on the flaming monkey, its wings spread flat, and in the next second, the whole body was wrapped in a light blue light curtain, and it plunged in the direction of the flaming monkey. This trick. Acrobatic, usage that he learned from the flaming monkey. With the help of the special state brought by the attacking skills, the flaming monkey can enhance the dexterity of the body to break free and double return. Xiaoji is using the flying skills power storage feature to enhance the acceleration of the fire-breathing dragon's dive. If Brother Baizi ordered to avoid it, then I will order the fire-breathing dragon to forcibly leave the energy layer of the flying skill, and then dash to the side of the flame monkey through the impact of the explosion of the energy layer, and use the dragon claws to hold it tightly. Crossing Qinkang secretly, this is what Xiaoji thought of in a flash before the battle. Its main purpose is to hope that such a two-stage attack can restrain the opponent's movements unexpectedly, drag the battle into the ground, and force the flame monkey and its own fire breathing. In the strongest field, the dragon is head-to-head. I have to say, this is a really good idea. It's the normal way to win. But it's a good strategy. Baizi shook his head slightly. In terms of pure power of 280, the flame monkey really sighed, but this does not mean that the flame monkey really does not have the capital to face the fire-breathing dragon directly. Flame can also be turned into power. His eyes flickered, and the next second, he ordered in a deep voice, "Flaming monkey, close combat." Yeah tilde. The flaming monkey jumped up immediately, and under Xiaoji's astonished gaze, layers of flame armor burst out all over his body, like a rocket propelled by the swirling flames, and he threw his fist at the fire-breathing dragon that slammed down. Go. He actually chose to attack the fire-breathing dragon head-on. Xiaoji Tongguang was shocked, but the oppressive growth in the past 2 days still made him react at the last moment. Use dragon claws. Woo. In the high-pitched dragon roar, the attached, flying, energy layer was immediately pierced, and the surging impact drove the dragon's body, and the fire-breathing dragon waving the bright green energy claws looked wildly. Strategy and tactics are not what it loves after all. Only by confronting it head-on and punching to the flesh is the romance of the male dragon. P.S. The main reason for the slowness of writing recently is to entangle the battles of the protagonists, red, green, and little yellow. Do you want to write them in detail? Please give me an idea tilde. 357. The power of the waveguide is in my heart. As if the atmosphere was torn apart, the bright green energy claws slammed it fiercely, bringing bursts of whistling sounds, and slapped on the bottom-up fist of the flame monkey. Sip _. The roaring sound of the twilight drum and the morning bell reverberated through the venue. Energy scatters and turns into a ring. The dragon claws under the blessing of flying collide head-on with the melee combat wrapped in flames. There is no doubt that, purely in terms of strength, the fire-breathing dragon has the upper hand. Although the dragon's claws under the blessing are short-lived, and the close combat fist wrapped in the flaming armor is frozen in midair. Mutual stalemate. But as the muscles of the fire-breathing dragon's arms knotted up, it continued to exert force. Click. On the armor that the flames condensed, 1, 2. Cracks spread from where the fists and claws meet. The back of the flaming monkey, and even the fist arms are constantly being bent. But right now. Yeah tilde. The fire-breathing dragon noticed that the drooping monkey head below suddenly lifted up, and pulled an inexplicable grin towards himself. Who _. Steaming hot air was exhaled from his nostrils, and the fire-breathing dragon felt provocative before he could react. Click. Flame armor shattered. Then, a surging impact suddenly came from the claws, with a surging explosion of fire, engulfing it completely. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, at the moment when the flame armor wrapped around the flame monkey shattered, the flame factor brewing in it instantly erupted from the fist arm raised by the flame monkey. With an unstoppable impact force, the fire-breathing dragon, which was still in the upper hand in the wrestling process, was engulfed and blown away like a smash. It exploded straight to a height of hundreds of meters before turning into a charred parabola, and fell down in front of Xiaoji's podium in embarrassment. Is this a close combat combined with a flame fist? Or is it a brand new fire-type trick? In the observation room, Korna pushed the rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose, and looked meaningfully at Baizi and the flaming monkey on the field. Speaking of which, this young man named Baizi once had a relationship. On the day of the Golden City Siege incident. That startling glimpse, the sight of being faintly worshipped by elves of all paths, she still remembers it fresh. It's not so much a move as it is the application of the fire attribute energy factor tilde. Dr. Damu interrupted Kona's reverie, took a sip from the teacup, and continued, and this looks like a punch, but it actually combines several processes. A flame armor that is wrapped around the body's surface, condensing energy and defending. An unknown method of blasting energy out at a fixed point. And the trick to dumping the accumulated energy at one time and igniting it so that it can explode without damaging itself. Therefore, it's not so much a punch, it's a combo. Dr. Damu talked at length, and after he finished speaking, he raised the teacup to moisten his throat again, and sighed, Baizi, the elf in his hands is really good. In the field. Baizi didn't even know that Dr. Damu analyzed the punch of the flaming monkey almost at a glance. The flame armor of the flaming monkey is a gauntlet trick that simulates the arrogant needlebee, and the methods of blasting and pouring energy are simulated wind speed dogs, Junyan, and scorching flame shock, respectively. These are indeed still unable to form independent and mature skills, but use the superb fire energy factor operation to achieve combined combos. At this moment, the first mover wins. He pursues without hesitation. Rock blockade. The flaming monkey, who turned over and fell back to the ground, immediately folded his hands, and immediately pushed forward with his palms. In an instant, countless energy rocks condensed from the void, turned into flying arrows, and the overwhelming will be completely submerged in the future. For a while, the smoke screen was everywhere, and the roaring sound continued. Fire-breathing dragon. Xiaoji woke up with a start, and couldn't help crying. No response. And then. Understand it. Sharp stone attack. Along with Baizi's cold voice, the flaming monkey held its hands out of thin air, and pulled out a sharp stone from the ground and suddenly shook. In an instant, the flames lingered, turning the sharp stone in his hand into a stick shape with a burnt pattern. Double-wielding over the top door, leaping up, facing the fire-breathing dragon locked in the rock, and slamming down on the head. Fire-breathing dragon. With a hoarse voice, at this moment, Xiaoji on the podium looked at the attacking blow that was gradually approaching, and his mind suddenly became blank. Going to lose. I didn't even do any damage to Brother Baizi's flaming monkey. It was still the same as the previous 2 days of training. The huge command gap made it impossible for him to exert the violent and powerful dragon body of the fire-breathing dragon. Obviously, the fire-breathing dragon had already worked so hard, and it was clear that he finally recognized himself again. Obviously, he had reached this point, but he still failed to fight with all his strength. It's going to be so embarrassing, is it over? Xiaoji's figure swayed, and a suffocating dizziness suddenly came, but the surging unwillingness in his heart rose more and more. Damn! His teeth were clenched, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Awake from a dream, Xiaoji's increasingly unwilling heart suddenly raised a doubt. Why does it seem like time has become so long? This doubt arises. Next second. An unwilling growl came from the bottom of my heart. Break free, break free, break free. I can't just walk away like this. Absolutely, cannot accept such a failure. This is the sound of a fire-breathing dragon. It seems that he understands this inexplicably, and Xiaoji's spirit is shaken in vain. Yes, how can it be like this, without any achievements, and exit the stage in embarrassment. The power of the waveguide is in my heart. Like a murmur inadvertently, Xiaoji subconsciously pressed his right fist to his heart. At this moment, an incomparably pure and vast power emerged from all over Ash's body, turned into a real blue light, crossed time and space, and connected to the monies trapped in the rock on a block of fire-breathing dragons. Next second. Boom. Like a real flame rising, blue flames mixed with red flowing flames spread and skyrocketed around the fire-breathing dragon. The stone exploded with a bang. Roar it. The fire-breathing dragon that broke out of the seal had ghastly eyes, its Chuji arms swelled up, turned its head sideways, and let the sharp stone attack hit the left shoulder. The right paw stretched forward, wrapped around the neck of the flaming monkey, and slammed down towards the ground. The ultimate impact. Click, click. Boom. The sound of bones shattering was overshadowed by the sound of roaring shocks. ... Did you win? 358. Battle of Brothers, Qinglu vs Xiaomao. Before long, the smoke screen cleared. Roar tilde. The flesh and blood on the left shoulder was blurred, and the fire-breathing dragon that had completely collapsed a few inches was soaring. Win. A pure smile appeared on Xiaoji's half-closed face, his eyes rolled over, and he fell to the ground on his back in a burst of exclamations. And at the moment when Xiaoji fell to the ground, the fire-breathing dragon in the field also fell down like a pillar of gold. A splash of dust. Wide guide. On the opposite podium, a smile appeared on Baizi's still calm face. Xiaoji, he actually replaced one of Baizi's elf. In the stands, Xiaomao held the railing tightly with both hands, his heart pounded, and he swallowed. Thinking too much. A sneer came from beside him, with a similar face and a spiky head. It was Xiaomao's twin brother, Qinglu. He leaned against the wall and glanced casually across the arena. Although Baizi is far from using his full strength, and he is not using the main force, it is not something that anyone can easily defeat. After all, that was the guy who defeated this uncle. But Xiaomao frowned and was about to refute. Can be followed. Another change on the field made the words he was about to blurt out in his mouth. Flaming monkey, with half of its body planted on the ground, suddenly exploded and dissipated like a foam. Next second. Snapped. A powerful claw rested on the edge of the pothole. Is a substitute. When? Of course, before being grabbed by the neck. As if knowing what Xiaomao was thinking, Qinglu spoke silently. Subsequently, he tilted his head slightly, and squinted at Xiaomao condescendingly. You don't have to feel sorry for that guy Xiaoji anymore. If you want to understand the gap, you can experience it yourself. Next, let me see your progress. Words fall. The images of two similar-looking teenagers with fixed makeup suddenly appeared on the big screen behind Qinglu. Immediately afterwards, the interface flashed, and two lines of subtitles suddenly appeared. The fourth scene. Damu Qinglu vs Damu Shigeru. Close black lens bracket. Qinglu vs Xiaomao, this is a match not to be missed. CFED. In the player's area, Baizi sighed a little after he assisted Gili Egg to help the flaming monkey heal the not-serious injury, and then put away the two elves. Speaking of which, I don't know if the Qinglu guy will show mercy. In battle, there is no mercy. The sound came from outside the door, and then, the door opened, and the green in uniform leaned against the door frame, with his arms around his arms, looking into the room. Oh, Baizi looked at Qinglu with a playful expression, then shrugged for a moment. So, why did you come to me on purpose? Next. A triangular object was waved over by Qinglu. Snapped tilde. Baizi raised his hand and caught the object that had hit his heart. It was hard in texture and light green in color. It seems a bit like the scales of the elf. Item: Bangira's plate armor. Bangira's plate armor. The light in his eyes disappeared temporarily, and Baizi looked up at Qinglu again and asked, "What do you mean?" This is a part of the plate armor that Bangira, the leader of our Damu family's deeded tribe, has taken off. With this item, you can go to the Spar Valley where Bangila gathers in the Azure Mountains to pick and take away one. Only by Kira Cubs. Quote. Qinglu's tone was indifferent, but after Baizi heard it, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. So-called contract ethnic group, as the name suggests, is the elf ethnic group that has signed a contract relationship with humans. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. The elves became stronger with the help of human trainers. After 100 years, the elves returned to the clan to live in seclusion, enhancing the strength and heritage of the clan. And human beings, also backed by the elves, can give their descendants an exclusive territory to obtain high-quality partners. Of course. To form such a contract, both the elves and the trainers themselves must be strong and excellent. Otherwise, it is impossible to promote a virtuous circle, so how can we form this mutually beneficial contract? One of the more famous ones is the contract between the Yulong clan and the Fast Dragon clan in the Dragon Cave, one of the largest gathering places of dragon elves in the world. Both parties benefit each other. For hundreds of years, the Yulong family has relied on the Kuailong, a dragon-type quasi-god clan, to stand at the top of the aristocratic family. Almost every member of the family has a Kuailong. The invisible strength is so strong that even the alliance has to give 3 points. The Rockets, who are invincible in both Guandu and Scruples, are also almost extinct in Yanxia City, the hometown of the Yulong family. Same. Over the past few hundred years, relying on the high-end combat power of the Yulong clan to rush forward, they could only be regarded as the powerful Fast Dragon clan, but now they have almost become the royal clan in the entire Dragon Cave. In other words, Dragon Cave. In this world's largest gathering place of dragon-type elves, there are more than one kind of quasi-god dragon-type paradise. Now, it can almost be said that it has completely become the territory of the Fast Dragon family. However, there are very few trainers who can achieve the contracted race, and the contract is from the family of quasi-gods. On the bright side, there is only the family of the Yulong family. Unexpectedly, the Big Wood family is also a family that signed a contract with the quasi-god family. Or the famous desert tyrant, Bangira. The contracted race and humans achieve each other, and the high-quality elf cubs within their race are far better than the wild races under the same conditions. A future desert tyrant cub. To be honest, Baizi was a little moved. However, the reason. Baizi shook the light green plate armor on his hand and looked at the green. I really want a Yukira, but he really wants a chance to go to the Silver Mountains to search for a circle. Speaking of which, Bangira, who was almost a loser with Zeraora before, was quite good. If it weren't for Baizi's preference for the feeling of cultivation, he would probably have thought of subduing. This is not a gift. Qinglu glanced at the plate armor in Baizi's hand, and the gentle smile on the corner of his mouth was fleeting. Thanks to the interactive evolution method you provided, the flying mantis guy can keep up with me. Today's footsteps. Anyway, you can take this as my uncle's thanks. He waved his hand. Qinglu got up immediately and walked towards the depths of the corridor. Please go to the venue to prepare for OGI Qinglu and OGI Shiger. The sweet female voice announcement also happened to sound at this time. Baizi raised his eyebrows, grinded the pieces of the Bangira plate armor on his hands twice, put them away, and also got up and walked towards the direction of the auditorium. Next. Silver Mountain League Conference. This game, 32-16. Fourth game. Coming soon. P.S. EDG, Champion. 359. Even if you know that the mountains are still standing, you should jump forward. The last Jedi outbreak of Shaoji and the absolute tactical crushing of Baizi have opened our eyes. Although the game couldn't be played for 3 rounds due to Shaoji's sudden coma. But without a doubt it was a pretty good match. In the venue, the commentator Caesar, who was standing on the self-exploding Magneto, sat down to summarize the stages. Suddenly, there was thunderous applause. Subsequently, he changed the subject. Then next, it's the fourth game. This is another matchup that can only be expected. The two contestants are still from Junshin Town, and they are the grandsons of Dr. Damu, the scientific leader of our Gwandu area. Speaking of which, there are quite a few late-stage talents in Junshinjun this year. All the rookie trainers who signed up for the competition made it to the top 32 of this competition. Next, the second top 16 contestant of Junshin Town will be born. As for who is it? Then let's take a look. Right now, on the field. After the passionate speech was over, the commentator Caesar performed his duties as a referee again. There are players from both sides, please enter. Wow, _. In the cheers, two similar figures walked out of the corridors on the left and right, and stood opposite each other on the podium. As twins, the two brothers look very similar. But as long as they are familiar with them, it is impossible to mistake these two. On the left is Cyan as the older brother. Black light-brimmed hoodie, tan canvas slacks, the forehead is always slightly raised several inches, and the arrogance between the eyebrows hangs on his face almost all the time. That strong sense of presence, even the very calm and capable Xiao Mao now. In front of him. Still like a supporting role that is hidden by the highlights and difficult to be noticed, there is no sense of existence. Sure enough, it's the same again. On the right side, on the podium, Xiao Mao looked down, clenching his hands tightly, and the tingling sensation in his palms kept coming. From childhood to adulthood, he almost thought he was used to it, that he was accustomed to this kind of neglect, always seems to be just an irrelevant addition, the feeling of living in the shadows of grandpa, father, and even brother under the dazzling green light. Another grandson of Dr. Oki. The youngest son of Chairman Zan Chun. Young Master Qinglu's younger brother. Just like. He's a guy who doesn't have his own name at all. Dream. That thing, originally in Xiao Mao's heart, did not exist at all. How about the elf scholar? Can he be compared to the grandfather of the world's top-ranked leader? Can't. How about inheriting the family business that was abandoned by Qinglu? Can the tentacles already spread across several regions go a step further? Nor can. As for being a trainer. As the brother of a compatriot, he is too aware of his brother's talent. That can be called monster level, especially after the departure. It seems that the general cultivation ability has changed again. It is not a mortal, and can reach and catch up. Therefore, although he knew what was right in his heart, he was still cynical, and he was even more of a luxury car beauty when he went out. He wrapped himself in a defiant performance to cover his vulnerability and sensitivity. Feeling inside. Until the reunion of Lamperchi and Bai Zhejuan. More restrained. But there is also a sense of presence that cannot be ignored. It's completely different from the strong sense of self-distraction of Qinglu. It is a kind of belief and will that is not confused at all, even if you know that the mountain is still up, but still firmly believes that you can jump and finally reach the end. Sentence, I recognize the gap, are you not ready to fight again? Is like a sharp arrow that penetrates the bottom of my heart. Battles are indeed the best way for trainers to get to know and communicate with each other. Xiao Mao. In the 3-game losing streak that night, we ushered in a transformation. Brother Bai Zi. While talking about the name, Xiao Mao raised his head as if he was aware of it. On the opposite high platform, the young Yingting with silver and white hair had a gentle gaze, and immediately caught his gaze, slightly smiled and nodded. Hey . Xiao Mao suddenly wiped his nose childishly, looked back, and calmed down inexplicably. Brother Bai Zi, he is really watching me. Then. Being cowardly before fighting is not the style of this young master. Xiao Mao's eyes shone like emeralds, like an inexplicable power blessing his body and mind. Ask for flowers. The strong will to leap forward even if you know the mountain is upside down, made many people present couldn't help but focus their attention on this somewhat neglected similar figure. Xiaomao has no time to pay attention to these. At this moment, his concentration is unprecedentedly concentrated. The moment the referee officially announced the start of the game, he threw the luxurious ball in his hand for the first time. "Come on, my vanguard general. Cammy tilde." As if feeling the excitement of the owner, the light flickered, and a huge bipedal turtle with a height of about 2.5 meters slammed to the ground and let out a bright and heavy roar. The overall dark blue, the front part of the brown tortoise shell on the back, and the two white gun barrels stick out from the shoulders. This is the final evolutionary form of the three families of the water system in the Kanto region. Water arrow turtle. Race, water arrow turtle, overlord form. Attribute, water. Feature, torrent. Level, Quasi-Tianwang Elementary, level 50, 5/100ths. Potential, King of Heaven. 1. Prop, mysterious water drops. Status, perfect. Introduction. With the help of the ultimate aura unique to the Alola region, the initial Overlord form has been completed, and it is a fortress-type fortress that focuses on defense. As the first battle a dwarf turtle, Baizi in the stance raised his eyebrows slightly, with a surprised expression. Also, he has already broken through to the realm of quasi-celestial kings. And the Overlord form. Speaking of which, Xiaomao's cousin, Damucheng, is also an elf doctor from the Alola area. I think he also has a share of the credit for the current overlord of the water arrow turtle, right? It's interesting. Although he still didn't think that Xiaomao could defeat Qinglu, Baizi was suddenly looking forward to it. Especially after seeing the first battle spirit released by Qinglu. This expectation. Even more intense. PS1, Chapter 127. Rewinding the line tilde begging. 360. Super battery. Suppress. Green tactical intentions. The whole body is blue, and it looks like a duck. It has slender limbs and stands as an adult. There are white footpaths on its feet, and a rather conspicuous red gem on its forehead. Obviously, this is a Gotha duck. Legend has it that the Gotha duck has the ability to move freely in rough seas, and its swimming speed is the fastest among the known elves. However, this time the two sides drew a wilderness sight. Dead wood, thorn bushes and uneven steps are the characteristics of this environment simulation site. Obviously, this is not suitable for swimming. And secondly, it is the strength of this elf. Even if Baizi's power is not used to investigate, with Baizi's current eyesight, it is easy to see that the level of this Gotha duck is at most similar to that of Xiaomao's water arrow turtle. Not to mention, on stage, this Gotha duck had more than 280 small movements constantly. You must know that green is not red, and what he advocates is a militarized management system. If an elf is under his hand for more than a week, it is bound to be obedient and completely turn into a turquoise shape. And the Gotha duck in front of him is obviously a guy who has not been conquered by Qinglu recently, or who has hardly received any training from him. Open black lens bracket race. Gotha duck close black lens bracket. Attribute, water. Characteristic, moisture. Level, Quasi-Tianwang Elementary, level 51, 41/100ths. Potential, Quasi-King. Opening square bracket ellipsis closing square bracket. Status, General. Introduction. He used to be one of the former leaders of the ethnic group living in the back mountain of the Damu Research Institute. He has entered old age and has rich experience, but his physique has deteriorated seriously. Sure enough. A hint of understanding flashed in Baizi's eyes, and then a smile rose. What else would you say? You won't be merciful. After a long time, you're not going to release water, but directly into the sea. This is naturally a joke. Maybe Qinglu didn't want to hit his younger brother too much, or maybe he wanted to try Xiaomao's true skills by lowering the level of the elves. Therefore, this Gotha duck was specially chosen. But pull the horizontal line down and pull the horizontal line. Want to let Qinglu release water on the battlefield? Baizi shook his head. With the pride of that guy Qinglu, it's impossible to do such a thing. At this moment, the wilderness field. After a brief period of mutual support, seeing that Qinglu was slow to make a move, Xiaomao immediately took the lead and decided to try it out. Water Arrow Turtle, the Waves of Water. As a civil war of the pure water system, the power of the water system has a bonus of 1.5 times, but the damage to the opponent is also reduced by half. Converting it, it will probably reduce the damage of the skill by 25%. Other words, the wave of water with a power of 60 has only a power of 45 for Gotha Duck. But Sprite Battle is not a rigid turn-based game. Using the water-based trick to hit the same type will indeed reduce the power, but the pair of jets on the carapace of the Water Arrow Turtle family has the ability to shoot out ordinary water, making it penetrate several centimeters of thick iron. The power of the board. And the accuracy is also quite excellent, can be described as a natural artillery hand. Not to mention, Xiaomao himself also specially carried out intensive training on this, so that the Water Arrow Turtle has made great progress in firing rate, power and even accuracy. Kami tilde. Following Xiaomao's order, the Water Arrow Turtle suddenly stepped over and leaned over, his eyes fixed on the direction of the Gotha Duck like a radar, and the barrels on his shoulders extended. Next second, 2 spiral water jets rushed out from the launch port of the gun barrel, hitting the Gotha Duck's foothold and above the top door. Water fluctuations x2. Do you want to force me to make Gotha Duck to the left and right to avoid? Shut up your feet and use your mind to avoid moving forward. Qinglu saw Xiaomao's plan at a glance, and immediately ordered in a deep voice. Ga tilde. Although he needed more complicated instructions due to his unfamiliarity, this Gotha Duck was indeed experienced enough. Hearing the sound, he quickly put away the pause that he wanted to move left subconsciously and lunged forward. Under the blessing of the power of thought, it was impossible to let go, and it passed through the mouth-shaped water formation formed by 2 spiral water columns on the left and right in midair. With a light leap, he landed on a raised pile of rubble. Boom! 2 roars in tandem exploded behind the Gotha Duck. If it really moved to the left or right just now, I'm afraid it will inevitably be hit by one of the cannons. Young turtles don't talk about martial arts. JPG. Gotha Duck subconsciously wiped off the cold sweat. With its body, it really wants to be shot, not to mention losing the ability to fight. I'm afraid it will take a long time. If this were to be supplemented with a few shots. Focus. Front left, the tail of the stream is advancing. Ga tilde. Gotha Duck dared to ignore Qinglu's instructions, and without even thinking, he jumped up, curled up in a ball in midair, and swirled up toward the left front with a euro-like stream of water. Snapped. Whoosh whoosh. Just like slapping the cow leather, the water splashed in all directions, and 3 spiral water columns in the shape of finished glyphs brushed past. With the strength of the water's tail, Gotha Duck smashed open, and once again successfully escaped from the continuous 4-way water fluctuations that formed the water array. But then, there was another straight water cannon with a diameter of almost mish, carrying terrifying potential energy, and once again, pressed against the Gotha Duck. For a while, Godard Duck is completely powerless to fight back. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of the various water-based skills such as the rapid or urgent fluctuation of various guns, the Water Arrow Turtles that have turned into fortresses are exhausted. Before long, the entire wilderness field was plowed upside down. Above the venue, there are large and small potholes and waterways, and it seems that the venue will be turned into a country. Have to say, the Water Arrow Turtle in the Overlord form is indeed full of energy and stamina. Even if he has been attacking as the main attacker until now, the Water Arrow Turtle is only slightly out of breath. And compared to it, the old 4.3-year-old Gotha Duck was already sweating profusely. His chest was up and down like a blower, and even his hands and feet were shaking slightly. In such a scene, it is obvious that the Water Arrow Turtle has the upper hand in this endurance showdown. But the green is still calm. And on the stand, after Baizi carefully looked at the shape of the field and the positions of the 2 elves, he suddenly sighed. If Xiaomao hasn't noticed Qinglu's final tactical intention, I'm afraid that he will lose. I am the protagonist template. Invincible chapter 361 to 380. 361. The hatched person, the game trend that has been seen through. Not necessarily. With the water arrow turtle's abundant stamina and innate strong double defense, even if the guy named Qinglu used the convenience of going on the court to counterattack, it would be difficult for him to be short-lived. Win this game in time. At this moment, a questioning voice full of familiarity came from behind. Or in other words, if the guy named Xiaomao is careful enough, the water arrow turtle can grind the Gotha duck to death. Bai Zi tilted his head slightly. I saw a boy wearing an aviator hat designed as a bird and leaned over to him. There was no shame in overhearing and interjecting on his face. Seeing himself looking at him, he immediately grinned, stretched out his hand with a bright smile, and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Ajin, I come from Rui Town in Chengdu, nice to meet you. You. Akin. Bai Zi raised his eyebrows slightly. It is naturally impossible for him not to know this second-generation picture book owner, a freak identified by Dr. Ogi as the incubator. Please allow Bai Zi to call this guy in front of him that. As the core figure in the second-generation protagonist group, his talent, will and mind will not be weaker than the monster group in the first-generation protagonist group. Especially his ability as a norm. Hatching. To be frank. The final battle in the third chapter of the Special Edition, Comic 25, Bai Zi even thought that this was the one with the most perverted monetization ability among all the picture book owners. Individual. One by one, the Pichu that was born by relying on his hatching power, could actually fight against Lu Bo's little boar in its infancy. That was Adu in the ruins of the God Capital and the special chapter. And Sakagi to fight against the monsters of the three gods. The created ice puppet could not be easily broken even by the three holy beasts, but was broken through by the so-called super rising sun electric shock of the newborn Pichu, later confirmed to be a volt attack, and destroyed Uncle Lu's hand. GS ball in. Moreover, the electrical strength of this Pichu is actually enough to drive Agent to fly, chasing into the gap of time. What kind of incubating person is this? He is clearly a person who opens and brushes the level. Open an egg in 1 second, and the level is plus 99999. He complained in his heart, but Bai Zi's expression did not show any strangeness. After a quiet self-introduction, completely ignoring Ah Jin's questioning to solve the mystery, he turned his attention to the field again. Instead of struggling to get the answer from me in advance, you might as well read it yourself. Hey, it's starting. On the field. As Bai Zi's words just fell. Looking at the embarrassed Gotha duck, who once again avoided a burst of water cannons, a gleam of light flashed in his green eyes. This distance is enough. Gotha duck, the tide is whirling. Ga tilde. He lunged forward again, and let off a water cannon that followed. This evasion action was already familiar to Gotha duck. Then, he jumped straight to the top of a small ditch dug by the water arrow turtle. Freehand shot. In an instant, long before you knew it, the stagnant water that was linked to each other surged from all directions, turning into a huge vortex of water, trapping the water arrow turtle in it. Water arrow turtle, break free. Xiaomao called out loudly. But it's a pity. The blue and green that have been arranged for a long time will not be given to Xiaomao, and the water arrow turtle has extra time to react. Let's go by. Qinglu gave an order in a cold voice, and in his pupils, a faint light flashed. The freezing wind continues. Godard duck followed the order, jumped straight to the front of the tidal whirl, and his abdominal cavity swelled. Next second. Call, _. With the exhalation of Gotha duck, a cold wind with a little flash suddenly whistled out, quickly reducing the temperature of the tidal current. It didn't take a moment for a huge vortex ice sculpture to appear in the center of the arena, sealing the water arrow turtle. Click tilde. Small cracks suddenly appeared from the ice surface. Obviously the water arrow turtle inside did not give up struggling. However, with the continuous delivery of the freezing wind from the Gotha duck, the ice cubes shattered but quickly condensed, and for a while, a certain balance was formed. I am careless. Xiao Mao looked annoyed. Although he was steady enough to fight, the Gotha duck, who had never fought back, made him unconsciously be brought into the rhythm of attack and target. So much so that he ignored the changes in the venue and the distance between him and Gotha duck. Inadvertently, being frozen in the tidal whirlpool, it is indeed a bit passive. But the water arrow turtle in the Chaoshuan ice sculpture. Water arrow turtle. Xiao Mao suddenly raised the volume. Use the broken shell. Ka-tilde-may. A dull roar came faintly. In the dazzling red light, a layer of translucent energy carapace emerged from the surface of the water arrow turtle, and it burst with ice cubes in an instant. Ultimate impact. Kick down. At the moment of breaking out of the shell, Xiao Mao immediately let the water arrow turtle launch a counterattack. The power of the ultimate impact is as high as 150, plus the unique skill of breaking the shell to sacrifice the double defense. Attack and speed increased. With this blow, Xiao Mao is very confident that he will kill the Gotha duck in one blow without any surprise. But unfortunately, the green on the opposite side seemed to have predicted Xiao Mao's command in advance. The Gotha duck, who released the cold air, curled up at the first moment, almost sticking to the fist arm of the water arrow turtle that almost smashed the air. He hit the shovel along the remaining ice path on the ground, and shoveled hard on the left ankle of the water arrow turtle, whose center of gravity was a little unstable because of the punch. Kicked down. The water arrow turtle, whose center of gravity was unstable, was immediately shoveled to the ground. Click tilde. The water arrow turtle made a painful muffled sound. The weight that was far greater than that of the same family gave it a heavier injury. But it's not over yet. Wonderful space. Godard duck put his hands together, and the red gem on his forehead burst into a dazzling light. The splendid and twisted illusory latitude wrapped the water arrow turtle in the air. Temporarily replaced it with the other party. Double defense. And the next moment. The end of 280. Shadowclaw. Qinglu slowly closed his eyes, under his final order as if announced. The Gotha duck with a ray of black light flashed in his eyes, and on the raised right arm. Hang. Shocking cracks emerged from the chest and abdomen of the water arrow turtle. Blood stains. The water arrow turtle fell heavily to the ground in a painful cry, and lost its ability to fight. The battle is over. The sharp, dark purple-black energy claws slashed down. Xiao Mao's face was heavy, and he looked at the water arrow turtle who was incapacitated for a long time and was speechless. Was it completely? Did you see it through? Wow! The audience's cheers and applause soon sounded at the scene. Although this battle did not have any intense special effects such as punching and thunder, but it was done step by step and in one go. The tactical strategy, but still let the knowledgeable audience can't help but admire it. It can be calculated to such a point. On the stand, Ah Jin, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help sighing. Looking at Qinglu, the gas war could not stop in his heart. Wrong. Ah Jin suddenly turned his head and looked at Bai Zi, who was still calm beside him. This guy, who was able to watch the fire from the other side, had already seen through the game at such an early stage. Are you going? P.S. Some of the protagonists tilde. 362. The gap opened. The last struggle. In the field. Xiao Mao, who was defeated in the first round, looked annoyed, but more of it was a summary and contemplation. First of all, the blue-green Gotha duck is obviously not the main force, maybe not even the second team. This point, although he does not have enough eyesight to see it directly, but in the battle where it was quickly identified. The reason is simple. The purity of this Gotha duck is too low. The so-called purity, of course, is not only just the grade, but also the cooperation between the duck and the green, and the completion of the instructions. It is too far from the main force he has seen. Even compared to his own water arrow turtle, there is a clear gap in physical strength and state. But even so, this duel ended with the defeat of his water arrow turtle. to its cause. As a trainer, he was completely crushed by the opponent in terms of tactical and strategic prediction and arrangement. Ignorance of the venue is the number one cause of failure. Ignorance of distance is the second cause of failure. And in the end, it is also the most important point. It is too easy to be introduced into the opponent's rhythm, giving up the advantages accumulated in the early stage of steady play. For the sake of the possibility of one-hit kills, I even desperately use the broken shell. I'm really dizzy. With a curse in his heart, Xiao Mao took out the second Pokeball. Although the water arrow turtle was taken away by one set because it was crushed by the opponent's tactics, the Gotha duck was obviously about to recover. Out of power. Get rid of this Gotha duck first. Xiao Mao's expression was certain, and he had a plan in his heart, and he issued an order as soon as he released the elf. Moon elf, black eyes. Malicious pursuit. Wow. With a smooth body, jet black fur, and a ring-like pattern shining with golden light, the moon elf, like the spirit of the night, aimed at the crimson pupils as soon as he broke free from the elf ball. Got a duck. A dim light flashed. The moment they looked at each other, Gotha duck froze uncontrollably, and was blocked in place by the dark purple energy that emerged from the whole body in an instant. Next second, the moon elf seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, passing by like a streamer in midair, directly in front of Gotha duck. Wow tilde. Like the low voice of a demon, the ferocious moon elf ejected its sickle claws like a spear like a sword, stabbed forward fiercely, and hit the belly of Gotha duck hard. Godard duck's eyes bulged, and in an instant, at the back, the energy that passed through his body burst. Moment. Wait for the moon elves to close their claws. Losing its support, Godard duck suddenly fell to the ground, his eyes circled, and he lost his ability to fight. Throughout the entire process, Qinglu, who was standing on the podium above, remained silent. Watching the Gotha duck being knocked down from the sidelines. Brother, Godard duck is incapacitated. There was obvious surprise in Caesar's voice. Mingming's previous battles showed amazing tactical use. How could he be killed so easily in this one? However, doubts turned into doubts. Caesar still performed his duties as a referee very well. After the announcement, he raised the flag and said, "Please change the elf to the turquoise contestant." Qinglu took the Gotha duck into a high-level ball according to the order. Subsequently, he took out a yellow and black elf ball from his waist and held it in his hand. He was not in a hurry to release it, but looked at Xiao Mao, who was a little surprised. I have a general idea of your level. Next, hold your breath. Keep your eyes open. Give your full attention. All right, see the world's unevenness. Then, do your best to catch up with me. The words fell, and the elf ball that was thrown straight out burst into light. And at the same time, invisible fluctuations emerge from the green body. It is a kind of like standing on the edge of the wilderness, seeing everything as prey, only surrender, or the power. Devoured, king. What's the matter, Alan? Quote. It's nothing, Mr. Frattley, I have something else to do, so let's not talk. In the North District, at the entrance of the corridor behind the auditorium, Ai Lan froze and pleaded guilty. After interrupting the communication, her eyes flickered towards the arena. What is this? What power? In the Southern District, in the shadows, a scorching flame of pure struggle rose up from the red and white figure in the corner in vain. But it has not yet been noticed by the nearby audience. Next second, as the red and white figure tapped the brim of the hat, the momentum dissipated in an instant, like everything but an illusion. What is this thing? In the Eastern District, Ajin arched his body like a frying hair, and almost threw all the Pokeballs out of his body without being agitated. It's potential, you'll understand later. Hatching person, who was frying around him, and refocused his attention on Qinglu, who was full of momentum in the field. Interesting. Is it this kind of potential? At the same time, Xiao Huang, Alice, Crystal, and Tuzi also reacted differently. But it has to be said. Beginning fish, that stirs the pond, That Junshin town has the deepest intersection with him. The red and green too, already, and perhaps not inferior to those in aptitude. The other, protagonists, have opened the gap. Right now, on the field. Boom, underscore. Dog wrapped in flames. ... Smash it. Ooh. In the long roar like a wolf's roar, the giant dog flew like a flame, and in the next second, it retreated not far in front of Qinglu. The hair on the temples is flying, and the flames are like stars. It is the wind speed dog. The moon elf has lost the ability to fight, please replace the elf with Xiaomao. Caesar swallowed. It was just a blow, the one who paid for it, and he didn't even have an order, obviously not weak. The elves lost their ability to fight. Also, what's with that aura on him? Such a horrible sense of oppression. I've only seen it on Lord Adu. Go on. The blue-green hands, who didn't restrain the momentum at all, put their hands in their pockets, and looked indifferently at Xiaomao, who was trembling all over. Do you see clearly? If you don't see clearly, then, come on, show me your last struggle. The gap between you and me, and the gap between your elf and the wind speed dog. P.S. Weekly asked, why suddenly no one commented. A little nervous. 363. Green, I have been offended. Above the venue, in the observation room. It's astonishing, Dr. Damu, that Ling Sun could smelt his own power at such an age. It's not the strongest gene in Kanto. Quote. Stunning. Kona's beautiful eyes flowed, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. How old is this little guy named Qinglu? 16. Or 17. You must know that she, who has been known as one of the ice for hundreds of years, was also 27 years old when she completely melted her mind, will and fetters into one, and mastered the crown of footsteps. Credentials above the army. Complete body, potential, plus this almost half-footed champion wind speed dog. The two are compatible. It is equivalent to saying that this little guy, who has been out for less than a year, already has the fighting power of a champion. Tisk tilde. Such a monster. I really have to sigh, the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves. Haha, it's an award, an award. Dr. Damu smiled and waved his hand, thinking where did he go? So strong, we really have 3 in the new town. However, he said with a ha-ha on his lips, by the way, King Kona, this tea is good, is it the dwarf tea tree that was shipped from the quartz plateau? Honestly, it's really impressive. If Dr. Damu 280 likes it, I'll find someone to prepare some for you. Hiss, then I'll be disrespectful. Where? Hot, chat between Dr. Ogi and Kona. Aside, Sharona looked at Qinglu's expression but was a little condensed. The reason why she insisted on providing the championship's parental elf egg for the conference. Its reasons. Surprise, promised and prepared when Bai Zi said goodbye before. When she wanted to come, a trainer with close to the championship's combat power, participating in a regional alliance competition, wouldn't it be a slap in the face and kill? And this elf egg is bound to have an inexplicable attraction to Bai Zi for some special reason. In this way. In her opinion, it is quite interesting to hand this surprise into Bai Zi's hands in a special way. But now, her surprise, with a certain degree of certainty, but suddenly there was a small leak. A wind speed dog with at least the level of a peak king, and even a freak who mastered the potential at the age of 16 or 17. I hope this wind speed dog is already his strongest fighting force. Otherwise, the elf egg she specially prepared for Bai Zi would probably miss him because of this. Thinking of this, for a while, Sharona couldn't help but feel annoyed. At this time, on the field. Looking at Xiaomao, who had been trembling with his head down, Qinglu frowned. What? Have you completely lost the will to fight? If that's the case, then take advantage of it. Early recognition. Hey tilde. A sudden laughter interrupted Qinglu's words. Xiaomao suddenly raised his head. At this moment, although he was trembling all over, and even stood a little unsteady, there was no sign of retreat on his face. Sure enough, you who can be regarded as an opponent by Brother Baizi are really strong. Qinglu frowned. He always had a weird feeling of being NTRED when he heard these words. What does it mean to be, you who can be used as an opponent by Brother Baizi? You are really strong. Is his blue-green uncle strong or not, and does he need others to set off to reflect it? Yes. He admits that Baizi, like the red guy, is a rival and friend he truly recognizes, but when did the Uncle Qinglu degenerate to the point where he needs to be recognized in order to reflect his value? Sure enough, this stinky boy is not only unsightly, but it seems that even his brain needs to be repaired. Come on. Feeling that Qinglu, who was offended, was too lazy to CFED his words, he directly hooked his finger at Xiaomao and said, "Ha call." Carrying the huge invisible sense of oppression, Xiaomao threw his last pokeball with trembling fingers. Stab, _. A perfect arc crossed, and along with the thunder, a golden figure nearly 2 meters high appeared in the field. Human standing, can vaguely see the appearance similar to the electric shock beast, the same golden hair with black stripes, but the body has become more sturdy and tall, with muscles on the arms and shoulders. Not showing a full sense of strength. And behind it, there are also 2 long black tails that look like detonators. At its end, blue-white electric sparks flickered from time to time. It was not too long ago. The Evolution House Research Institute, represented by Dr. Yamanashi from Masa Town in the Sheno area, and the Moore Group, which has some ties to Baizi, released the news that caused the entire elf time to shake. One of the elves listed in the research results, interactive evolution. A re-evolved version of Denchkiman. Electric shock monsters one by one. It turned out to be an electric shock monster. As a professional commentator, Caesar is very familiar with this. This is the latest release of the Shanao region, a new and re-evolved version of the electric beast, the electric beast. As expected of the grandson of Dr. Damu, it's only been a week since it was released, and he already owns it. Caesar, the referee and commentator, sighed a little. And on the stand, Baizi's expression became playful again, the way this electric monster was born. Really interesting idea. Race, electric shock demon. Attribute, electricity. Feature, electric engine. Level, Quasi-Tianwang Advanced, level 58. 15/100ths. Potential, champion. HP, 75, attack, 123, defense, 67, special attack, 95, special defense, 85, speed, 95. Open black lens bracket skill, slightly. Close black lens bracket. Genetic skills, explosive fist, thunder, acquired inheritance. Prop, leftovers. Status, good, power slightly overloaded. Introduction. The electric shock beast that has completed the evolution with the help of the electric amplifier specially made by the thunder of judgment of Thunder Lord. The electric organs in the body have undergone benign mutations, which can ignore the terrain and the sky chi, directly summoning thunderclouds, causing strong thunderstorms. 364. If wearing Lu Hao, the mayfly python shakes the tree. The Battle of Lu Mao ends. There is no doubt that the birth of this electric shocking beast must have a green handwriting. Perhaps, there is also the credit of Dr. Damu. After all, is not possible for ordinary people to create a electricity amplifier that matches the electric shock beast and makes it evolve safely. Enough to do tilde. So made. Even if this electric shock beast is cultivated as the main force of the champion, it is completely true. Baizi sighed softly and shook his head. It's a pity. This battle is not the stage where it shines and can express itself to the fullest. But it is about to face the most powerless defeat. Without a tragic defeat, you would not be able to recognize your inner self and truly grow. Welcome, Slaughter Field. A smirk appeared on his green face. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers. Pop 1. Crisp sound. Like pressing the start button, Most people just saw the wind speed dog bend his knees slightly, and in the next second, the wind speed dog was lost in the field. Immediately after that, the wind speed dog, who had reappeared in shape again, had already appeared behind the electric shock beast in the other half. Houndstooth. The large diameter of the blood basin opened straight to bite the thick hair wrapped around the neck of the electric shock beast. This is not a skill, it is just a simple hunting skill, a simple bite. But the previous lessons of the moon elf have already shown that even if it is just a simple bite, it is still the ending of a spike. Too fast. I can't hide, but I mustn't just be bitten like this. Xiao Mao's face turned fierce, and under the enormous pressure that would completely crush him at any time, his face flushed red, and he shouted loudly, "Lean back. Hold on." Alas. Feeling the trainer's resolute intention, the electric shock beast, which is always tense, has already subconsciously acted before his mind even started. Dajue exerted his strength, leaned back as if his body fell on his side, and the bright green shield suddenly rose, and hit the wind speed dog in the direction. Naive. Qinglu looked indifferent. And the sharp teeth of the wind speed dog also gnawed on the bright green shield that appeared on the shoulder of the electric shock beast in an instant. Click _. Just like wearing Lush, the defensive skill, which is a defensive magic skill, is completely unable to withstand the simple bite of the wind speed dog. After piercing the flesh and blood of the electric shock monster's shoulder. Blue tilde. A tinge of pain appeared on the face of the electric shock monster, and Xiao Mao's difficult low roar also followed. Lightning. Lightning flashes. Stab, _. A small thundercloud suddenly appeared above the electric shock beast, and the twin tails behind it like detonators were already connected to everything. Lightning burst. The surging electric mansions were conducted along the twin tails to the body of the electric shock beast. Next second, the electric beast seemed to be endowed with lightning speed by this falling thunder. It's done. Xiao Mao's face couldn't help but show a look of joy. The reason why the electric shock beast can explode so fast is entirely by virtue of the electric engine's characteristic of increasing the speed after being hit by the electric system. And the combination of almost instantaneous thunder and lightning flashes to achieve it. Now it seems that this is indeed a good displacement combination. At the very least, the electric shock monster successfully avoided the extremely lethal bite of the wind speed dog. However, Xiao Mao's idea just came up. On the field. Brush. The wind speed dog that bit the air suddenly swayed, and the speed phantom formed in the moment when the head swayed, made the wind speed dog seem to grow a head again from the neck. The sharp teeth staggered, and the long kiss suddenly protruded and bit the left arm of the electric shock beast. Shake your head. A sip landed in front of his feet. Alas. This back fall was really heavy, and the electric shock beast only felt that the entire back was no longer his own, and his brain was dizzy. Only the tearing sensation from his left arm prevented him from falling into a coma immediately. Past. But then, a thick sole with no sharp claws was already enlarged in front of its eyes. Boom. The ground collapsed, and the head of the electric beast that was knocked down on the ground was suddenly stepped on by the wind speed dog into the soil. Russian hectares. The wind speed dog raised the soles of his feet slightly. Stab. A sudden burst out of the pothole and hit the neck of the wind speed dog, who stood up leisurely. It was as if he hadn't noticed this weak electric shock, which was worse than a mosquito bite. The wind speed dog shook its soft side hair, and without even looking at the electric shock beast, he turned around and uttered a long chant belonging to the winner. Roar. There is nothing more humiliating to the elves than this. The heavy injury, coupled with this sullen breath, made the electric shock warcraft feel a tightness in his chest, and he fainted directly. ... Ask for flowers. Did you lose? The inexplicable pressure on his body suddenly loosened, but Xiao Mao seemed to have lost some kind of support, and slumped directly on the podium. To be honest, he was prepared to face defeat before the battle. Because he is very clear. The gap between himself and that monster-like brother. But such a disastrous defeat is like a smashing rot. No, it can even be said that it is like a cat playing a mouse. There is not even a precise skill, it is simply gnawing, throwing and trampling. And he and the electric shock beast really staged what is called the mayfly python shaking the tree. 0. Such a striking, yet desperate disparity. Even with Xiao Mao's mind that is far beyond the original period, he didn't feel a suffocation in his chest, and the feeling of suffocation like falling into an abyss also came to his heart. Electric warcraft lost its ability to fight. Xiao Mao's elves have all been defeated. The winner is Qinglu from Junqin Town. Caesar faithfully performed his duties as a referee. End green. After slightly frowning at Xiao Mao on the opposite podium, he simply turned around and walked towards the corridor behind him. Congratulations, successfully advanced to the top 16. Quote. A familiar voice sounded. Qinglu turned her head, looked at Bai Zi, whose arms were leaning against the wall, and raised her eyebrows slightly. What, is there something? It's nothing. Bai Zi shrugged slightly. I'm just curious why you have such a heavy hand on your own younger brother. Even using psychological warfare and situation, you are not afraid he was devastated, and has he bid farewell to the road of trainer? Shout. Qinglu was obviously not in a good mood at the moment. Can't you guess? He went straight past Bai Zi and walked towards the depths of the corridor. If he can't be tough enough, then he can only live in our shadow forever in his life. So, this is your unique way of caring as a big brother. Humph tilde. Qinglu didn't refute, and quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor under Bai Zi's eyes. Begging. 365. The Associates, Ah Jin's Wrath. On the way back to the venue, Bai Zi thought for a while, but edited a message for both Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji. After all, it is the younger brothers who have grown up watching. Although it is not necessary to look to the past for spiritual counseling and comfort, a little encouragement is still possible. Of course. He's not denying Green's approach. After all, what Qinglu said is right. If you want to continue on the road of trainers, you must face up to yourself, and there are unreasonable comparisons such as red and green. Without enough tenacity, it is indeed easy to fall under the shadows they cast. But Bai Zi also knows that there is a limit to everyone's psychological endurance. If you press it again and again, it is very likely to break the string. By then, let's not talk about the path of a trainer, it is uncertain, even people may just abolish. Ding dong. Ding dong. 280 inches at the elf center, just handing over the elf ball to Miss Joey, was trying to endure Xiao Mao, who was punching the chattering, consolation, guy in front of him, when he suddenly heard it was the communication sound of 2 consecutive pictorials. Huh. Feeling the vibration in his arms, Xiao Mao just took out the picture book when he heard Xiao Ji shouting from the opposite side, it's brother Bai Zi's message. Xiao Mao's spirit was shocked, and he quickly opened the communication interface. C_1. Open black lens bracket. As long as you are stronger than yesterday's self, then today's self is the strongest existence in history. Close black lens bracket. As long as you're stronger than you were yesterday. Xiao Mao repeated, the color in his eyes gradually brightened. Hey, Xiao Mao, are you alright? Xiao Ji's whirring sounded again, and Xiao Mao's mouth twitched, just as he was about to remind the other party to keep quiet. When he looked up, he found that the other party's big faceplate was almost close to him. Call. The warm breath hit his face with the sound of breathing, causing Xiao Mao's expression to turn black. Hash. The blue veins on his forehead couldn't bear it any longer. His whole body trembled slightly, and he suddenly punched Xiao Ji's face. So close to kissing him. Filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle hash. On the other side, Bai Zi returned to the stands in the East District. The main stage will be completed in 5 days in total. On the first day and the second day, there will be 32x16 upper and lower games respectively, with 8 3v3 contests each day. On the third day, 16x8, 8 3 volts 3. Fourth day, 8 into 4, 4 3 volts 3. The last day of the 6v6 full championship competition. Before entering the quarterfinals, the grouping situation was announced one day in advance. From the 8 into 4 to the final championship competition, the grouping was done by lottery on the spot. And such an honor naturally falls on the heads of Dr. Damu, the champion of Zyrna, and the king of Kona. All eyes are on. Guarantee justice, fairness and openness. At this moment, the two players in the fifth game are ready. Venue: Mountain Forest. One of them happened to be the familiar Ajin, and his opponent, named Zuoi, seemed to be an ancient ninja trainer according to the introduction of the commentator Caesar. Originally, Baizi thought that this would be an exhibition match belonging to Ajin, but did not expect. After Ajin's starting two-tailed monster defeated the opponent's two soluble beasts, which were almost indistinguishable from making up the numbers. As the third poisonous skeleton frog, at the moment of his appearance, he used his bouncing skills to perform a horizontal thrust on the ground, and the double peaks of the cross-poisonous blade pierced his ears directly, which made the fundamental counterattack. The two-tailed monster, who should not have reacted, was taken away directly. Poison Skull Frog, Poison Hand, Tianwang Elementary, Level 61, 25 100ths. Elementary Heavenly King. Baizi frowned slightly, and the radiance that no one could see in his eyes slowly disappeared. This guy named Zuaojing should be a companion. The so-called companion faction is a trainer who only selects, trains and uses an elf as a partner. Different from the current mainstream trainers, they advocate that all energy should be devoted to an elf partner. Only by focusing on it can you be strong. It has to be said that this is indeed a very effective method. Using all the resources and energy to cultivate an elf, its growth rate, under normal circumstances, must be far faster than the same period. Actually, trainers who have entered the realm of heavenly kings and even champions in the elf world will gradually cultivate their own strongest ace. But why didn't they do it in the first place? In the end, still a matter of concept. The companion faction, seems to be warm to the ears. After all, what a profound romance and fetters it is for one person to have one elf in his life. But what must be known is that even the children of the top aristocratic family like Yulongdu, there are children of destiny like Chihong who can be compared. In the process of their growth, from time to time, there will still be elf partners left behind, from first tier to second tier, or even completely unable to keep up with their footsteps as trainers. After all, not everyone has a system like Baizi. Not only can you check the exact qualifications of the elves, but also get 100% training feedback. So how can these companion factions ensure that the elves they choose will be able to accompany them to the end? The answer, in fact, is simple and cruel. The superior, the leftover, the inferior. The companions with sufficient strength and background will keep a large number of elves in captivity for intensive cultivation, and then select high-quality elves and cultivated excellent trainers as partners. This is actually a more humane way, but the space and cost required for captive elves are beyond what ordinary forces can achieve. What's more, there are a lot of. Therefore, the vast majority of the companions will play the casting the net set. Panning for gold in the waves, eliminating the best and the fittest, through continuous capture, replacement, abandonment. To screen out those who can accompany themselves the elf partner, who has finished his life. As for what happened to the abandoned elves, they don't care at all. This is indeed a cold and realistic method of nurturing. As usual, this is indeed a powerful shortcut. But a pity. The world of elves is not the world of fantasy and beast-fighting novels where the strong eat the weak. The bond between trainers and elves is the eternal theme of this world. Without true faith and love, we will never be able to set foot on the true peak. Therefore, from the beginning, they may quickly become stronger in the early stage, far better than the same period. But 4.3 will not have their place on the road to the strongest peak. Associate Faction. At this moment, in the arena, Akin looked at Zuo Jing and Poison Skull Frog back and forth, and then slowly moved his palm to the last pokeball around his waist. I don't feel any bond or connection. Sure enough, you are that, right? Ajin's expression was rarely gloomy. A guy who doesn't value comrades in arms, such a scum, is not worthy to stand on this battlefield where trainers and elves go together. Come on, Bakutaro. P.S. Bakutaro is a fire beast, which belongs to Akin's oral addiction. 366. Plant fear, benevolent punishment. White light flashed, accompanied by a dull roar, and what appeared in the field was a flaming beast slightly bowing and roaring. The raging flames that erupted from the shoulders were like a volcanic eruption. The breath is terrifying. It didn't hide that, almost as if the mountains and seas were overturned. The might of a champion. Champion. Observing the room, Sharona's pupils shrank, her sandalwood mouth opened slightly, and it took a while to spit out these two words from her mouth. This is really... Sharona didn't know what to say for a while. The high quality of this year's league competition really opened her eyes. Indeed, it was an eye-opener. Kona considers himself to be well-informed, but at the age of 16 or 17, it is scary enough to appear 1 or 2 champions. Now, it's been 3. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would really think it was a fantasy. It gave her a kind of self-doubt that the world is progressing so fast that she is about to be eliminated. Well, it should be a first-time champion, but it's amazing enough. The Golden Age. Compared with the King of Kanto, the champion of the 25th Olympic Games next to him, Dr. Damu's performance was much calmer, but he was slightly dumbfounded for a moment, sighed a little, and continued with a calm appearance. Have a cup of tea. Sharona and Kona on the side saw this, and they inadvertently admired him. As expected, Zhang is still old and hot, and Dr. Damu is indeed a well-informed senior. He is not surprised and admirable. It's just that they don't know what Dr. Ogi's inner activities are at this time. 16 or 7 touched the edge of the champion. What's so surprising about this? The main force of the entire team is all champion-level monsters, and he has seen more than one. That's it. It's not enough to make me Dr. Damu feel a little surprised. After all, I've seen a lot. Tactically lean back. In the field. No need for Agent to give special instructions. The firestorm beast, who had already been in the same mood with the other party, turned its cold and vicious gaze at the back of Poison Skull Frog as soon as it appeared. Step by step. Like the might of a volcanic eruption champion, even with the protection of a safety device, Zuojing couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the fire beast moved. With just one knee, the entire field swayed violently as if it were overturned. The Poison Skull Frog, which was like an enemy, suddenly jumped subconsciously and retreated towards the rear as if it was triggered by a stress response. The scenery around the corner of the eye galloped forward like a glimpse. But haven't waited for it to feel relieved. Accompanied by the sound of the wind breaking as if the cloth was torn apart, the Poison Skull Frog suddenly felt dark in front of his eyes. It felt a pair of hands like iron hoops, grabbed its head and pressed it down. Rocks roll. The Poison Skull Frog was like a rag doll, and was held by the firestorm beast without any resistance. It used its body as a plow, and just plowed a long gully on the field, forcibly. And from the halftime anger to the alloy wall on the edge of the field. Boom! The violent shaking made the audience above the wall feel shaky and could not help but let out bursts of exclamations. For many viewers, this year's league competition is really exciting. First I experienced a cracking of the corridors, and then I felt an inexplicable sense of oppression that made people chill, and now I have caught up with a wave of shaking. My dear, it's not even before the semifinals. It's already so exciting. It's the final. I'm afraid it's not life-threatening. Opening square bracket. 10 afraid. JPG. And just when people sighed at the super spec power performance shown by these new monster newcomers this year. In the field, in the corner. The 5 internal organs that were struck by pure brute force were displaced, and the almost unconscious poison skull frog suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from the top of his head. That feeling was like a circle of burning red cauldrons. The iron is constantly tightening the hoop inward, causing the frog to die. Whoa, whoa, the poison skull frog let out a tragic cry of pain, and the body was constantly struggling like an electric shock. His eyes suddenly opened angrily. At this very moment. The firestorm beast, which was always staring at the poison skull frog, suddenly glared at the poison skull frog. 4 eyes facing each other, in the dark and cold eyes, an invisible wave spread towards the poison skull frog's wide eyes. Deep, these terrifying eyes were reflected in the depths of the poison skull frog. Stare. Moment. The poison skull frog's eyes suddenly turned upwards, the foam in his mouth was surging, his limbs were paralyzed, and he immediately lost consciousness. The firestorm beast then released its claws and let the poison skull frog's head fall to the ground with gravity, slowly stood up, and gave Agent a thumbs up. Mission completed. Hey Tilda. On the podium, Akin immediately responded with the same posture. Well done. 9. Then. The poison skull frog can't fight. The winner is Ajin from Rui Town in the Chengdu area. The referee Caesar's voice resounded through the field, announcing the result of the game. And Jin, once again restored a hearty smile, waved his hands to the cheering audience in all directions, and even called out the 2-tailed monster who lost the first battle, and performed a set of miscellaneous. Well, it's a real social bullshit patient. Interesting. What is this kind of punishment? In the stands, Baizi's eyes were on the fallen poison skull frog and fire beast, his eyes pondering. With irresistible violence and power to plant the seeds of fear into the opponent's mind with the help of staring tricks. I am afraid that from now on, this poisonous skeleton frog will never be seen again. The law goes all out to fight. Even, one's strength is basically 10 to 7 or 8. Because it is equivalent to being artificially pressed by a timid characteristic by the firestorm orcs, and if it is stimulated a little, it may flee without a fight. But its level of the king level is still solid. No injury or disability. As Zhuoxing of the associate faction, the only partner who has devoted countless efforts to it, is obviously impossible to give up easily. Because without the poisonous frog, he will even lose the capital to start from scratch. Go. As such. Or, Zhuoxing can only go all the way to Hei to rescue the poisonous skeleton frog. But this is equivalent to a demon, and it is difficult to get better if you don't get down on the firebeast directly, and there is a dead end. Again. While trying to cure the poisonous frog, looking for new elves. The energy will inevitably be scattered, and under the lack of resources, it will inevitably be unflattering. In the end, it can only be left to the public. P.S. I made a small change in the last chapter, you can refresh it to see. Where Xiaomao tilde 1 hollow down pointing triangle 1 tilde tilde. 367. Why are you playing Russian nesting dolls? Seeking all. But speaking of it, Jin should also be the first guy to expose the ace, right? Baizi touched his chin and whispered. Guys, in his mouth were of course those monsters, who were still hiding and tucked away. Like green. The expression is arrogant and uninhibited, saying that Xiaomao can see the unevenness of the world, and even use the potential result. Just take out a wind speed dog of the peak of the king. What about fooling the ghost? This kind of strength is indeed very strong in the eyes of ordinary people, but if you put it in Qinglu's hands, don't say anything about the trump card. I'm afraid this wind speed dog can't even get in the main team. Tisk tilde. One by one, all ghosts and ghosts. Baizi, how is it? Isn't my Bakutaro strong? The familiar and hearty voice sounded, and Baizi turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. In the direction of the entrance, a Jin, who looked harmless to humans and animals, was walking quickly. It's very strong. Baizi nodded with a smile, but he didn't slander in his heart. The strength is very strong, but I am afraid that it will fall into the eyes of those guys. Now, I am afraid that it has been researched and targeted, right? G tilde. Are you happy? Stupid kid. Shaking his head secretly, he cast a pitiful look at Ah Jin, who was dumbfounded in front of him. The corners of his eyes, however, swept away to the curtain of light that no one could see. Open black lens bracket race. Fire beast close black lens bracket. Attribute, fire. Characteristic, fire. Level, champion beginner, level 70, 5/100ths. Potential, quasi-god, extreme. HP, 78, attack, 84, defense, 78, special attack, 109, special defense, 85, speed, 100. Skills, Spitfire, Dash, Euroball, Impact, Stare, Smoke Screen, Spark, Flash of Electricity, Flame Wheel, Rounding, Rolling, High-Speed Star, Charged Flame Attack, Puffing Smoke, Burnout. Close black lens bracket. Item, Momentum Towel. After carrying it, even if it is subjected to a move that may lead to near death, sometimes it can only survive with 1 horsepower. Open black lens bracket status. Perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. One of the fire masters who took over the destiny, the qualifications of the race king are only 1 line away. Compared with ordinary fire beasts, they have extremely strong close combat ability, but they use this to hide the rage flames can pour out all the energy levels in the body in a very short period of time, causing a nuclear explosion like flame shock. Compared with the firestorm beasts, which are good at special attack, the ability of close combat is quite excellent, but under the excellent close combat ability, there is a special attack like a sinking boat hidden. Good guy. Why don't you play Russian nesting dolls with me? Sure enough, 1 by 1, no one can really underestimate. Return your sight to the field again. Ah Jin, the 5th placed top 16 player, soon ushered in the 6th game after qualifying. Civil War, from Fengyuan. Saying, Civil War, is because both sides in this match are from the Fengyuan area, and they are both trainers from the same session who never set out from Baijun. They are called Yongquan and Yeyui respectively. Yu tilde. Baizi felt that the name sounded familiar, and in the blink of an eye, the album, like memories in his mind were flipped through. Emerged in. This trainer from the Fengyuan area is in the original book, Ash's formidable enemy at the silver tournament in the city capital. The two sides met in the quarter-finals, and staged a double power duel between the Flaming Chicken and the Ash-breathing dragon. In the end, the Flaming Chicken won the game and successfully advanced to the semifinals. However, because of this fight, he was seriously injured and did not participate in the final. In the end, Yu lost in the semifinal. Soon, the double convenience in the field started a battle. Perhaps due to the familiarity, the two fell into a close fight at the very beginning. The first 2 games ended in a draw. The third game. Yu didn't go beyond Baizi's expectations, and what he took out was the Ace Flame Chicken in the original book. Level 44, the middle level of the gym. From this point of view, it can be seen that the appearance of Baizi made Xiaoji the strength, at least the strength of the fire-breathing dragon, is far superior to the original period. And what his opponent Yongquan released was a giant swamp monster with a similar level of Fengyuan water elemental royal family. In terms of attributes, Yongquan has the upper hand, but Yuyu's flaming chicken has a very strong tenacity. The giant swamp monster that the other party dominates all the way. At the end of the game, although there is a clear gap compared with the previous monsters, in terms of level, this kind of evenly matched game is far more exciting than the previous crushing, and the audiences naturally also received warm applause. Yu won the 6th place in the top 16. The 7th game that followed was a bit lackluster. Both sides. One is a passerby named Aluo, and the other is a character who appeared in the theatrical version of It's You, Cross. That little fat man's strongest King Nito was just entering the elite level, and he didn't know how he managed to break into this tournament. And Cross is obviously completely superior to the other party, and he simply completed the sweep with only one of the 3 flaming roaring tigers from the fire department in the Alola region. Seriously, Cross is a genius among his peers. But the front pile is a showdown between legends and unknown elves, monsters who have mastered inexplicable coercive potential, and a super rookie who has the main force of the championship within a year of debut. The battle between Yu and Yangquan's rivals was also evenly matched, and the struggles of various tactics and perseverance were dazzling. By contrast, in this battle of Cross, except for the elf flaming roaring tiger he appeared, which made people shine because of its rarity, that battle was completely set off like a rookie pecking at each other. Moreover, it's still a crushing battle between rookie chickens that can't be seen at all in level and brilliance. The audience can still applaud piecemeal, which is already a lot of face. In the arena, as the winner, Cross listened to the sparse applause that soon disappeared, his face gloomy. Although he understands why. But such a scene is like a silent mockery to Cross, who is arrogant and conceited, a self-proclaimed genius, and inspired to become the strongest trainer. With money, okay, damn it. But no matter how unwilling it is, this gap-like emote still makes him feel powerless. More, the goal that he insists on in his heart has been shaken uncontrollably. In the face of this level of monsters, is it really possible for him to become the strongest trainer? On the stand. The sharp-eyed Jin saw the other parties change, and said casually, that guy named Cross seems to have lost his temper all of a sudden. Bai Zi shrugged, but did not speak. To him, this young man named Cross is just a passerby with a name in the theatrical version. Whether he is decadent or not, it doesn't matter. P.S. The main picture of fire in all dynasties. 368. I'm used to it. Please ask. As night fell, today's last 16-strong Axis race was held as scheduled after the dinner at the beginning of Wadang. The 2 sides of the battle are the last 2 quasi-king trainers on the bright side of this conference. One is from Binhai City, Shanao area. He is good at electricity-type elves. Because of his gorgeous fighting style and handsome appearance, he has the title of Shining Star in the local area. Gym trainer at Binhai Gym, Youngtaime. Abu, Denji. To be honest, this is the first time a gym trainer has participated in a regional competition like this for rookies. Although in terms of age, not a violation of the electricity times to be stuck before the age of 25. And his opponents are from the Yulong clan. Baizi found that the trainers of the Yulong clan especially like cloaks as decorations, and Yulongdu is like this, the gymnasium of the Yanmo Taoist in the city. The trainer Yulongchun is like this, and the same is true for the Yulongting in front of him. All covered with a black cloak lined in a different color. Soon, the game begins. Perhaps stimulated by the previous monsters, Yulongting released his main trump card as soon as he played. This year's 280 games are really out of specification. Even with the natural arrogance of the Yulong family, Yulongting has to admit, unless the next competition system is all too strong, compete, to make those monsters consume each other. Otherwise, he might even be in the finals. But the loser is not the loser, even if there is no way to win a good place in this grand event, but at the very least, you must show the style of the Yulong family and leave your name. Unfortunately, the 2 remaining mini dragon elf eggs from my cousin's 2 Huck dragons, I'm afraid I missed it. Yulongting lamented in his heart. As a member of the Royal Dragon clan, needless to say, he is naturally a proper dragon cancer patient. The reason for participating in this competition is precisely for the mini dragon elf egg of the champion's parent provided by Yulongdu. Actually, if it weren't for Yulongdu's strong pressure, the younger generation of their Yulong clan would probably come out in full force. He was able to come to participate in the competition, that is, he passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals, and before several powerful enemies of the same generation rushed back, he was able to suppress the trainers of the same age in the clan, and then he obtained the qualification CFED. With the appearance of Kuailong, the audience immediately cheered and applauded warmly. Thanks to the reputation of Yulongdu, his ace Kuailong is extremely famous in both Guandu and Guandu. The star elf, Yulongting, is also considered to be loved by the house. Calm down, if the next draw is better, it's not that there is no hope of advancing to the finals, or even. Yulongting exhaled slightly, and after stabilizing his mind, he stared at the harmless Raichu on the opposite field, his eyes resolute. First of all, win this game first. But sometimes, some things, always backfire. Raichu, 100,000 volts. Chewy tilde. Jumping and jumping, a familiar lightning flashed all over the lovely Lichiu, turning into a golden thunderbolt and hitting the Shishi blue bird that couldn't dodge in midair. The outside is baked with a transparent electric. With a whimper, his body suddenly crooked, and his eyes fell from the air in circles. Come back, Tanabata blue bird. On the podium, Yulongting took the blue bird back into the Pokeball before it fell to the ground and caused secondary damage. He looked at Raichu, who was just panting slightly, with a bitter corner of his mouth. Just such a Raichu, his three strongest dragon-type main forces hardly caused any substantial damage to the opponent, so he was pushed out of the team. Bluebird has lost the ability to fight on the Tanabata Festival. The winner is the electric player from Binhai City in the Shanao area. In this game, he has seen a lot of dark horses, and he has long been surprised. Simply put, he's used to it. This guy. Yulongting turned his aggrieved gaze to the opposite side and bowed politely. After taking back the elf, he slowly walked towards the blonde young man. The Quasi-Celestial King. The Quasi-Day King can push the team without injury. His three dragons are the main force. This guy called Dionji must be Hidden King level. On the stand, Baizi touched his chin and murmured the thoughts in Yulongting's heart. When this Raichu defeated the fast dragon with a big advantage, he noticed something strange. After investigation, it was as expected that at level 61, he had reached the first level of the king. However, Baizi was not too surprised by this. He has some images of this Yongdai girl. Ah, Denji still has some images. After all, Chong is so similar to Hokage 4th Megami Fung Minato that it's hard not to make people remember it. As the owner of the electricity department, he is a good friend and a strong enemy with the current god of fire, the god of fire, Day. Day has repeatedly praised his close friend in public, saying that he is an excellent trainer far better than himself. In the past, most people only thought that this was Day's respect for his friends. It seems now. It's possible that it's true. After Dionji won the 8th place in the top 16, today's game came to an end temporarily. The audience left in an orderly manner. And several commercial streets outside the venue suddenly became lively. Baizi also took advantage of the free time to enjoy the two-person world with Rusum and I. Yayi was pulled by her friend Tuzi, and Xiao Huang also wanted to accompany Alice on the street. The friends of these two little girls seem to have misunderstood him, and they always look at him with precaution, as if they are some man-eating main rock werewolf. The world has misunderstood me a lot, but I never justify it. 1 and GT winking face. P.S. I feel like this is a bit difficult to write. It is too complicated. I am going to sum up the top 16 in one sentence and go straight to the quarterfinals. Pokemon Heroine Pictures of Past Dynasties. 369. The first game of the quarterfinals, Xiaohuang vs Ilan. Next day, the second half of the round of 16 began. Compared to the first half, the gold content of the players in the second half is actually not low, but it is really meaningless to play. The first game, the Field of Water, the winner is Aowen, an elite high-level trainer. And his opponent, a female player named Marna, is not only a little weaker, but her elf attributes are severely restrained. She is a trainer specializing in water, and Aowen specializing in electrical system. This battle perfectly showed everyone what is called a geographical advantage. With the help of the conductivity of the water field. Obviously the difference in strength is not too big, but Aowen just relied on a lightning beast with the characteristics of a lightning rod to stage 3, electric fish and water, in a row. At the end of the fight, the female trainer named Marna was completely beaten and collapsed, and she ran down crying. According to the introduction of the narrator Caesar, the two seem to be still lovers. However, Baizi estimates that after this game, there will be 2 more single dogs in the world. Gratifying, congratulations, congratulations. This is to say that the first game is not good at its own level. The next 7 games. It's just a race against a clumsy one. This bad guy was brought up by Alice. As the top 3 in the qualifiers, she, Xiaohuang and Dacto, who had been eliminated, were already very eye-catching. Especially after the qualifiers, although Dacto, the legendary trainer, attracted 99% of the attention, he was the 2 people who climbed to the top of Silver Mountain earlier than Dacto. Xiaohuang and Alice were still secretly watched and observed by many trainers. After all, in the Battle of Elves, information search is also an important part of it. Xiaohuang is fine. Except for the Archaeopteryx bird and the giant steel snake given by Baizi, and an elf overlord who actively follows the elves in her hands, the level of the other little guys is generally not too high. Bureau. As long as it doesn't hang up, the performance is not really eye-catching. It's Alice. In the preliminary round, it was obviously very strong, but in today's second round of the top 16 competition, I actually took out a crustacean that has not evolved into its final form, and a carapace. The trainers who are close to the gym level at most have fought back and forth, and finally won the difficult good guy. Is this taking the top trainers who are watching the game for fools? So, in the third game, Crimson used a high-level gym Heracross to destroy all the opponent's elves in the jungle field with rich field experience. In the fourth game, the Crystal used an early-level gym Kwai Quan Lang to fight and retreat, grinding to death the opponent's 3 elves. Then the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Except that Xiaohuang was really calling out Xiaolada, Pikachu and Ba Dahu to play 3 rounds with his opponent. The rest included Tuko, Ailan, and Fenglu, the granddaughter of the current owner of the Fukioshi gym in the Hezhong area. All of them chose to hide their strength and completed the difficult push with 1 versus 3. To be frank, can see that Baizi is powerless to complain. Is this called hidden strength? I'm afraid it's not a fool. If you hide it, be serious, why do you have to push the team? Or, this is called hiding, but not completely hiding. Tisk, the goddamn desire to win. Baizi shook his head, tisk tisk tut in his mouth, to say that in these few battles, I am afraid that Xiaohuang, who is the most simple-minded and did not play the slightest scheming, is the real, hiding clumsy, success. Because without giving buff power of Viking, her main battle spirits are indeed at that level. Even from a critical point of view, Xiaohuang really used his full strength. So, Baizi is really looking forward to it now. Who will meet Xiaohuang? This is a negligence. I'm afraid it will be beaten by our healer. Open black lens bracket expect. JPG close black lens bracket. October 22nd. In the morning, 9:30. At this time, in the Bayan venue, the crowd was surging, and the auditorium was enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Many people are talking, discussing, and predicting their favorite players. I don't know which 2 people will be the first to appear. Sitting slumped on the sofa in the private players' lounge, Baizi, enjoying the Geely egg massage, looked at the huge display screen hanging from the ceiling, waiting for the result of the grouping. He already knew the method of drawing lots last night. It was more retro. Manually drawn. ... Ask for flowers. As the first round of the opening quarter-finals, it was naturally drawn by the well-respected Dr. Damu. I can tell. Dr. Ogi was a little nervous. Baizi could probably guess that Dr. Damu was afraid of accidentally drawing out a civil war in a real new town. Soon. As Dr. Damu stretched out his palm like an opaque square box and took out 2 pieces of paper, Baizi also sat up slightly. Dr. Ogi's expression was visibly loose, but slightly tangled. And with the end of the first round of draws, On the big screen, the two contestants in the first round of the top 8 competition. The boy with a blue woolen scarf with an indifferent expression, and the girl with a bright and pure straw hat. At the same time. 0. The font at the bottom of the screen was also read out by the narrator Caesar. Quote. The first round of the quarterfinals will be contested by Ilan from Mier City, Carlos region, against Xiaohuang Daijoban Lilac from Junqin Town, Kanto region. Ilan vs Xiaohuang. Oh. Baizi sat up straight, and couldn't help sighing. I didn't expect that unlucky guy to be Ilan. Interesting. Fufu, come back first. With a high-spirited look on his face, Baizi got up immediately, and after taking the auspicious egg back into the Pokeball, he walked non-stop in the direction of the competition venue. No one knows Xiaohuang's strength better than him. After all, Xiaohuang never hides anything from him. For the atavistic ancestor bird with tough characteristics alone, even Baizi himself would have a headache for 3 points to deal with it at the same level. Plus, Xiaohuang's opponent is Ilan again. Such an interesting battle, he is not going to stay in the lounge to watch the video director. Of course, it is fun to go to the scene to watch the battle. P.S. The effect of the characteristic tough, when the health is halved, the value of physical attack and special attack will be doubled. Beg. 370. Ilan, I will take it. At the same time. In the player lounge in the Southern District, the straw hat girl with a golden ponytail caught her breath and sat up slightly. Despite months of adventures and several battles, Xiaohuang's shy temperament has not changed or grown much. The moment I heard the announcement, his expression was still somewhat involuntarily nervous. Am I the first? Xiaohuang pinched the corner of his clothes, and his appearance was no different from the little white rabbit who was about to break into the wolf's den. Maybe. Only in the battle with full concentration can she shine in a different way. On the side, Alice, who was squeezed into a lounge with Xiaohuang, thought so. But soon. She calmed her mind, patted Xiaohuang on the shoulder, and encouraged, there is no need for Xiaohuang to be nervous. With your 280 level, there is absolutely no need to deceive this guy. Saying that, Alice did not know where to find a small book with a simple style, opened a page 3 or 2 times, and held it in front of Xiaohuang. Hey Tilda, look at it. Alice pointed to the stickman with a dog ring around her neck on the page, and said, I have observed and analyzed the previous battles of this guy named Alan. The guy also hid his strength in the 32-16 in the last game, but the things exposed still can't escape my eyes. Come on, let's talk as we walk. Alice's expression was obviously a little smug, and while pulling Xiaohuang out of the lounge, she continued, first of all, the elves that this guy has exposed for the time being are Bandera, Ma Sniper and Metal Monster. Being able to raise 2 quasi-gods, and it is also the most expensive gold-swallowing beast among the quasi-gods, it can be seen that this guy must have no shortage of resources. But I can see that these 2 quasi-gods haven't been well trained, and the strongest one is the magpie. However, the play style of that magpie was cultivated for the purpose of being a scout. So, I concluded that the guy named Ilan must still have the elf as the ace and the main attacker who has not come out. And about the way this guy plays. Alice took a breath, the corners of her mouth raised, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth, but in her eyes, the usual naive expression had long since disappeared, looking forward to brilliance. I'm all too familiar with this way. It's completely influenced by the long-term combat practice in the wild. Use a ferocious and oppressive offensive to disrupt the opponent's hands and feet to find the wrong way. If you miss the gap, you will kill with 1 hit. Faced with such a guy, you should disrupt his rhythm with a more violent attack, attack against attack, and control the rhythm in your own hands. Saying that, Alice clenched her small fist and waved it twice towards the air in front of her. Attack on attack. This is indeed a coping method in line with Alice's style. She really did not hide her secrets. She had finished all the intelligence and tactical thinking she had collected, and told Xiaohuang all of it. Soon. When the two reached the end of the corridor, Alice stopped, gave Xiaohuang a thumbs up, and finally confirmed, "Have you memorized everything I said?" Tilda. Xiaohuang nodded obediently and was very moved. "Thank you, Alice sauce." Hey, Alice wiped her nose. "Xiaohuang, you have helped a lot, these are nothing, come on." "I will." Xiaohuang replied solemnly, and then slowly took a deep breath. Stepping forward, at the moment when the cheers from the arena and the light of the sky shone on her body, she suddenly recalled what Baizi once taught one by one. Faced with aggressive and slamming players, the most important thing is to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. As the saying goes, the easiest way. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So, are you going to take a roundabout strategy? It depends on the choice of the elves on both sides, as well as geographical factors. The young man didn't finish his words, leaving enough space for independent thinking. Seeing the girl tilted her head in confusion, she immediately smiled and rubbed the other party's small head with a soft golden ponytail. As this moment when the warm sun casts. Tilda. The girl suddenly spit out her sweet tongue, and Hongxia's lightly dyed cheeks showed a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, Alice, sure enough, I still think Brother Baizi's method is more suitable for me." On the other side, in the separate lounge in the North District. Call. After hearing that her opponent was Xiaohuang, Ilan's tense expression suddenly loosened. He followed Carlos' famous evolutionary doctor, Dr. Bretano, to study and practice as an assistant since he was a child, and then joined the core group of the local economic oligarch, Vladali. Graduate school. Professionally trained and long-term employed by Fradali, helping him travel around the world to find and challenge powerful super-evolutionaries. So experienced and seen. Although Ilan's eyesight is not as good as the monsters that cannot be described by common sense, such as red, green, and green, but generally judges the threat of his group of guys who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. To a certain extent, it can still be done. Some of the black girl named Alice, with a cold red face, the three girls named Crystal and herself, should belong to the upper rank. And Aowen, Tuzi, Fenglu, and Xiaohuang, their strength is much inferior. No matter who these four are against, he is sure to win. Especially this girl named Xiaohuang. The command tactics are indeed imaginative, but the immaturity of the performance is obvious to all. Speak up. She should be the youngest among the contestants, and in the second half of the top 16, the only trainer who doesn't know her hidden strength. With various thoughts, Ilan unhurriedly checked the battle elves, then got up and left the room and walked towards the venue. The lion fights the rabbit, also using all his strength. Not to mention, without making 4.3 use the main force trump card, he is also limited in being stronger than this little girl. Naturally, he is the first to be steady and choose the strongest holding main force. It didn't take long. Ilan also passed through the corridor and arrived at the noisy venue. The moment he stepped on the podium, he unconsciously touched the super ring worn on his left wrist and set a buff in his heart. Although some bullied the small, I won the victory of this game. P.S. Ilan must win. Solid JPG. 371. The first-generation Insect King candidate in Xiaohuang's hands. The first game of the quarterfinals is between Ilan from Mier City in the Carlos region and against Xiaohuang from Junxin Town in our Kanto region. The commentator, Caesar, held the information card and sat down to give a brief introduction before the game. It is worth mentioning that the players who met in these two competitions are all teenagers and girls under the age of 20. Player Alan is only 19 years old. It is said that he is a famous super progressor in the Carlos area. The messenger. Forgive my ignorance, I haven't found any consultation on the Super Evolution Messenger, but I think Alan Player will let us have a glimpse of it in the game. Of Super Evolution, or Mega Evolution, has not been fully deciphered and proven in Carlos until now. Except for a small number of users of Mega Evolution, they are basically in a situation that is rarely known. And the information barrier between the Wizard World regions is serious. Located in Guangdu, It was all too normal for Caesar not to know. Moreover, as a commentator, he is not a research scholar, so he naturally won't get to the bottom of it. As soon as he turns his words, he guides him to Xiao Huang. And Xiao Huang's player is younger. According to the data, he is less than 13 years old this year, and he is the youngest player in this conference. Wow! Caesar's words aroused bursts of exclamations and encouraging applause. Indeed. Less than 13 is amazing. You must know that with the appearance of monsters, legendary trainers, and gym owners, the gold content of this silver conference is rising. Many people have even used it to benchmark the world championships that have gradually become popular recently. One thing to note about this is that children under the age of 12 are not allowed to independently hold and accept elves. Those over the age of 12 and under 15 also need the guarantee of a guarantor before they can independently hold them. No doubt. Xiao Huang's guarantor is naturally Dr. Damu. After exclamations and applause, Caesar also sighed. Speaking of which, this rare event has really emerged many outstanding young trainers. Among the top 16, those over 20 years old, yes, there are only 4 of them. As a rookie trainer who debuted for less than a year, half of them are. I really have to sigh in my heart. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves cough. Thinking that one of the 4 kings of Kanto and the champion of Shanao were all present, Caesar quickly stopped talking. But this remark really aroused the resonance of the audience and even the audience in front of the screen. Before the conference, they all thought it belonged to those in their 20s, and their strength was basically replaced. Young trainers battlefield. Result. The majority of the qualifying players turned out to be rookie trainers. The topic is a bit off topic. Caesar, as a commentator and referee, saw that the atmosphere of the scene had been highlighted, and immediately raised the flag. Please choose the players from both sides to play the elves. Xiao Huang and Ai Lan each took out a pokeball and held it in their hands. Immediately after, with the order of the referee Caesar, the 2 threw their pokeballs almost simultaneously. First is Alan. Deformed from the luxurious ray of yellow and black balls, is a colorful giant pheasant with a pink crown like a masquerade mask on its face. 2 slender flying feathers hang down the back of the head, the green belly fades, with gray-black wings and letter-like tail feathers, making this bird of prey soaring at high speed in the air look handsome and stylish. Proud pheasant. This is a rather rare bird sprite, mainly distributed in the northeast and northwest of the Uzhang region, and is known for its outstanding durability and flight ability. And the strength of this proud pheasant of Ai Lan is also quite good, and it is obviously one of the main forces in his hands. Proud pheasant, beginning of the King of Heaven, level 60, 3100s. Has the arrogant pheasant already reached the Heavenly King level? On the stand, Baizi's expression was slightly dumb, but thinking about how Ai Lan in the anime used his main ace, the fire-breathing dragon, to overthrow the guise of the 4 heavenly kings of Carlos one by one. It's not beyond love. But the elf released by Xiao Huang made him slightly startled. I actually used this guy in the first game of the quarterfinals. Voodoo tilde. What caught my eye was a moth-like elf, with blue eyes and a pair of red tentacles surrounding its cheeks. The body is plump but not bloated, the upper body is surrounded by a circle of white fluff, and there are 4 petite tentacles, the middle part of the abdomen is black and knotted, the outside is light blue, and its back the minister has 3 pairs of orange-red wings, which represent the sun, and black spots representing sunspots on the outside of the wings and abdomen. The overall image gives people an intuitive sense of the majesty of the Holy Spirit. Vulcan moth. It contains terrifying flame energy, symbolizing the sun, and was regarded by ancient people as an elf sacrificed by the incarnation of the sun. It is also a sleeping elf discovered by Xiao Huang inadvertently in the underground ruins of the Viking forest. After being awakened by the power of Xiao Huang and Vivian, this Vulcan moth, who was suspected of being an ancient overlord, took the initiative to follow Xiao Huang and became the strongest special attack fort in her team. Open black lens bracket type. Vulcan moth close black lens bracket. Attribute: insect fire. Characteristic: body of fire. Level: Heavenly King Advanced, level 68, 81/100ths. Potential: quasi-god. HP: 85, attack, 60, defense, 65, special attack, 135, special defense, 105, speed, 100. Exclusive skill: Dance of Fire. Skills: Butterfly Dance, Sparks, Energy Storage 280 Flame Attack, Flash Charge, Flame Vortex, Silk Spinning, Storm, Insect Resistance, Blood Sucking, Insect Sound, Hot Wind, Big Character Explosive Flame, Sunny Day, Jet Flame. Close Black Lens Bracket. Genetic Skill: Harden. Status: Perfect. Law Comprehension: Fire Element 2.5%. Introduction: one of the candidates for the first-generation Insect King of Victory who once set foot in the realm of quasi-gods. His long-term sleep has made his strength not an inch, but he still has the actual combat that is enough to rival the champion elves. Level Close Black Lens Bracket. Insect King Candidate: Insect King. Vizzy's eyes flickered. This was the third time he had discovered this special term. Value: the King of Stingrays. Heracross, the heir of the second Worm Prince. As well as the Vulcan Moth, the candidate of the first-generation Insect King of Viking, in front of me. To be honest, Vizzy's desire to explore as a trainer has been completely whetted. However, now is clearly not the time to pay attention to this. Because of the battle on the field. Already at this moment, it unfolds suddenly. 372. A spiderweb-like moth. Vulcan Moth. Looking at the scorching heat in the field, the Vulcan Moth that twisted the air into a ring, like the insect of the sun, Ilan's face was slightly condensed. The Vulcan Moth is a rather rare species of elves, and its cherished degree is known as the nickname of the insect, quasi-god. In terms of the number, it is almost comparable to the common lower-rank legends. If it weren't for a deck, the champion of the United States now, if the elf represented by him was the Vulcan Moth, I am afraid many people would only regard it as a legendary that does not exist. Pass. However, Alan is naturally familiar. Or to put it another way, he has a fairly intuitive understanding of the power of Vulcan Moth. Because he had traveled in the United States area and was looking for a super evolution messenger to challenge. He happened to meet a deck, who was fishing leisurely, when he was passing through the Performer Street of United States Route 5. The most inspirational, he was delighted to see the hunter, and immediately stepped forward to challenge. Result: suffered a fiasco. And the elf who gave him that fiasco without fighting back was the Vulcan Moth. Vulcan Moth is a dual insect fire type, and it can be seen from Attic's Vulcan Moth that this is a large-scale AoE artillery elf that is good at special attack. However, it is not slow, and its special defense is also very good. One and the other. Its weaknesses should be physical attack and defense and physical strength. However, in melee combat, you need to be careful about the almost substantial heat, armor, around it. The characteristic, is it the body of flame. Although full of confidence, Ilan did not relax his vigilance at all. Not to mention the evaluation with the champion's hand, he launched a strong attack right away. Proud Pheasant, use the divine bird to slam. Cuckoo Tilda. The arrogant pheasant hovering in the sky moved when it heard the sound, its wings spread and folded, and under the energy of the flight system, it turned into a layer of blue energy to cover the whole body, and attacked directly in the direction of the Vulcan Moth. And go. The body has not yet arrived, but the predation power of the birds in the sky has already pressed against the Vulcan Moth, which is standing still in the void, without any visible mountains and dew. The momentum of its impact is like a diving supersonic fighter. Pull out the long gas explosion, tail flame. The momentum is amazing. In an instant, he had already dashed in front of Vulcan Moth's body less than a few meters. Looking down from the sky, the arrogant pheasant wrapped in the blow of the divine bird was like a triangular arrow. The tail flame is like a long handle. It's almost like a huge powerful spear pouring down. The Vulcan moth under the power of overturning is like an ant. But in the face of this astonishing blow, Vulcan moth's expression remained calm. Even among the blue cross worms, there was a trace of contempt that was deeply hidden. Until a little red light gathered from the top pair of worm wings on the Vulcan mountain. But right now, Vulcan moth, use the butterfly dance to avoid tilde. Xiao Huang's crisp instructions came. Vulcan moth's smooth body is almost visible to the naked eye, and then the 3 pairs of red insect wings with black spots suddenly shake, shattering, and the almost invisible fire energy factor is flying little by little. The Vulcan moth was at a critical moment. Quickly completed the fall of the wings, flapped the wings lightly and swirls up. With a rather graceful posture, he avoided the rapid blow of the arrogant pheasant, and followed the air that penetrated down. Strong, long spear, with a little scale powder, flying around to complete the butterfly dance skill. The red light flickered slightly, and Vulcan moth's special attack, special defense and speed were all strengthened. Wow! This picturesque scene made everyone watching the game couldn't help exclaiming, and Caesar, the interpreter of the referee, muttered to himself subconsciously, "It's so beautiful, it's like watching a top-level gorgeous competition." But compared to the focus of ordinary people, the top trainers who were watching the game saw other things. Crushing. The red eyes in the corner narrowed, and after taking a deep look at Xiao Huang, who is harmless to humans and animals, he slowly spit out 2 words from his mouth. And Pikachu on his shoulder nodded, and directly understood the meaning of the words of his taciturn trainer. Based on combat experience alone, that proud pheasant was completely fired. The god moth crushed not even the slag, and it was not on the same level at all. And just next to another fence not far from his area, Qinglu, who was holding a note, also raised his brows. This level of skill connection control. As expected of the former quasi-god overlord, the skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Bai Zi, who is sitting cross-legged on the ceiling above the arena, sighed slightly. And, you've been tricked. And on the field. Cuckoo. As soon as the hit was missed, the arrogant pheasant, who was already full of self-esteem, suddenly looked shocked and angry, and there was an inexplicable anger in his heart that rushed to the top door. Under the stimulation of anger, he forcibly twisted his body without slowing down, and scratched a long mark of more than 10 meters on the ground. Figure is reversed, and it pierces the cloud sky. Again, it strikes directly in the direction of Vulcan moth. Shenbird Slam 2.0. Became. There was a little slyness in Xiao Huang's eyes, and he ordered again. Insect chirping. Spinning silk. Hum _ The high-frequency and silent sound of insect chirping suddenly spread and turned into ripples, causing the arrogant pheasant to look painful. Due to the anti-energy substances on its body, it reduces the special defense of the proud pheasant. Proud pheasant, avoid it, use feather dance protection, feather perch. Seeing this, Ailan quickly spoke up and quickly issued a series of response instructions. But, cuckoo. The arrogant pheasant seems to have completely ignored any instructions. His eyes are red, completely ignoring the typhoid fever and weakening brought about by the insects. He does not dodge or avoid, so he continues against the sound waves. Dash up. What's the matter? Ailan's pupils shrank, staring at the red eyes of the arrogant pheasant. This is a state of chaos, anger. It's an angry fan. As her heart skipped a beat, Ailan clarified the reason. Is it the powder sprinkled when I use the butterfly dance skill to evade the blow of the divine bird? The answer is right. But unfortunately, it's too late. In the field, the arrogant pheasant, whose trajectory was completed with money, became a straight line and rushed straight into the insect net woven by Vulcan moth. The wings are made, like a borer caught in a cobweb. Big character explosion. It was in the crisp sound of Xiao Huang's following. Voodoo tilde. Without the power to resist, the proud pheasant, who is pulled back by the touch of the Vulcan moth, ate a big flame bombardment at almost zero distance. Sip. In a sudden explosion, it was shot directly to the ground, and a huge scorched black pit with a diameter of about 20 meters was bombarded. And the arrogant pheasant, whose body was carbonized and almost completely devoid of feathers, lay on its back in the middle, losing its breath. Smash it. P.S. Xiao Huang Saigao. 373. Alice, after all, it was the wrong payment. Please order all. Looking at the charcoal grilled chicken in the pit with no feathers, Ailan was speechless and silent. Be confident before the game. On the field, they were crushed by the opponent's command and skills. Especially when the opponent was just a little girl under the age of 13. Now recalling what he said before, don't blame yourself for bullying the small, he felt a little embarrassed. Seriously. Ailan's mentality has not collapsed at this time, it can really be regarded as mental toughness. Otherwise, when ordinary people encounter such a strong front-to-back comparison, in all likelihood, they will be a little suspicious of life. Being slapped on the ground by the back waves, especially by the inconspicuous back waves. If you are a person, you have to leave Namen for a long time. Especially. I'm only 19 years old, this, back wave, came too suddenly, too anxious. Ailan, who has always been introverted, couldn't help but sigh. The arrogant pheasant cannot fight. Caesar, the referee, hurriedly announced the result of the interlude, and reminded, please replace the elf with Ellen. And Ailan sighed lightly, restrained her thoughts, and was about to put away the arrogant pheasant. Voodoo tilde. In the field, after defeating the arrogant pheasant, Vulcan Moth immediately fluttered its wings and came to the commanding station 280 where Xiao Huang was located. Xiao Huang was obviously taken aback for a moment, and the innocent words immediately spread throughout the venue along the loudspeaker device. Are you saying that the opposite side is too weak and doesn't need strategic instructions? The venue fell silent for a while, and the needles could be heard. This. On the other side, even hearing it from Ailan's temperament, he couldn't help but turn dark. But lose a game first. In particular, the decision-making, strength and skills shown by the opponent in this game have indeed completely defeated him and the arrogant pheasant. Alan, nothing to say. But next second. Under the gazes of everyone in the venue, the ponytail girl wearing a straw hat seemed to have just reacted, and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Then he hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. In a hurry. Xiao Huang didn't even know how to explain it. Just when she was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. Little Yellow. The familiar shouts full of vitality came from the sky. Xiao Huang raised his head, and his face suddenly became full of energy. Alice. I saw that Alice did not know when, and had already rushed to the self-destructing magnetite under Caesar's foot as the referee's commentary, with the microphone in her hand and her foot on Caesar's back. Waving one hand, he said loudly, there is no need to apologize on the field, the winner is the king. If you kill him, it's over. At the foot, there is also a vague male voice. Oh, hey, I have an old waist. Competition, little ancestor, let go of your feet and let go of your feet. Xiao Huang, 1. The venue was silent at first, and then there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, what's this player's name? It's too fun. Boogie Island. I remember her name as Alice, from the land of dragons in Hejong. You guys, do you understand sisterhood? PFF'd. And what she said is right, the winner on the field is king, no matter if that little sister can really understand the words of Huoshinmo, or the spirit of the youth, but I have to accept admittedly, the game just now was really beautiful, especially the butterfly dance, it was simply beautiful. There are many words upstairs, and what you say makes sense. +1. +2. +10,086. The audience's discussion did not capture Xiao Huang. Although Alice's performance eased her nervousness, it also made her shy and subconsciously want to find a place. Hole in. But this is the time. Because of the angle. She raised her head to look in Alice's direction, and just saw the familiar figure sitting on the ceiling behind Alice. Brother Bai Zi. The moment he saw the other person's figure, Xiao Huang's heart, CFED, suddenly calmed down. The delicate and small face suddenly raised a big smile. This angle. Alice, who was in between the two, naturally saw it, and she thought she was smiling at herself, struggling to draw a hand from the restraint of the two alliance staff. It was difficult, but extremely firm. Gave a thumbs up to Xiao Huang, and my heart was excited. Sure enough, the progress and encouragement of my future dragon master has been conveyed. The sun shone, and Alice's sturdy dark face was covered with a layer of greenery. On the other side, the playing field, the canyon field. Ailan, who did not take the opportunity to sneak attack, only released the second group of generals as the finale when Xiao Huang refocused on the arena. Roar. In the high-pitched sound of the dragon's roar, the light flashed, and a bipedal flying dragon with wings on its back, a long tail burning with fire, and an orange-red body fell heavily on the top of the rock on the side of the canyon field. This elf is exactly the three fire lords in the Kanto region, and it is also the most famous and popular fire lord in the entire elf world. The fire-breathing dragon. Same. It is also the main force of Alan. Among the three participating elves, the remaining Commander Cleaver and the Proud Pheasant have similar strengths, and their attributes are restrained by the Vulcan Moth. In addition to the mobility gap on the ground. Once on the field, it is very likely that Vulcan Moth will kill a living kite by flying in the air. Therefore, in order not to waste his combat power in vain, Ailan has only one choice. To take out the trump card in advance. Did you finally take it out? On the ceiling of the venue, the corner of Bai Zi's mouth, who was sitting cross-legged on the edge, was slightly raised, and in his eyes, an unseen brilliance suddenly flashed. In the next second, the data panel of this fire-breathing dragon is easy for the eyes to show one by one. Race, fire-breathing dragon. Attribute, fire flying. Characteristic, fire. Level, Heavenly King Advanced, level 68, 5100. Potential, Champion. HP, 78, Attack, 84, Defense, 78, Special Attack, 109, Special Defense, 85, Speed, 100. Skills, Jet Flame, Steel Wing, Dragon Claw, Explosive Flame, Lightning Fist. Prop, Fire-Breathing Dragon Mega Stone, X. Open Black Lens Bracket Status, Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. A fire-breathing dragon with excellent qualifications, numerous super evolutions, its dragon body is far superior to its peers, it has strong resistance and wear resistance, and it is good at close combat. 374. The Sea of Fire overturned, and the destroyed island. Please complete the order. Heavenly King high rank. Bai Zi touched his chin and muttered to himself. The strength of Ailan's fire-breathing dragon did not exceed his expectations. After all, it is the main ace of the ace that can compete with the four heavenly kings of Carlos one-on-one. With such strength, it can't be considered high at all. But think about it. The four heavenly kings in the Carlos area are almost the same as some gym owners in the Kanto area. For them, the four heavenly kings and even their trainer status cannot be regarded as masters. Not to mention Pacula, the Fire King. She was a journalist on the surface, but secretly she was a member of the Flame Team, a local dark organization in Carlos. Moreover, it is still a member of the senior level. The remaining Water King Zimi is a famous chef, the Steel King Yan Kai is an avid knight, lover, and the Dragon King Dorasena, who belongs to Sharona's hometown, is a novelist. Speak up. The champion of the Carlos region, Ka Luna, is also an actor in his own job. Tisk tisk tisk, what is this called? It is called complementing each other. But even so, they are still capable of winning the title of the four heavenly kings in the Carlos region. Its strength itself has been corroborated by the side. In the positive super evolutionary duel, Ailan can rely on the super fire-breathing Dragon X and the ace super water arrow turtle of the Water King, Zemi, to be evenly matched. This is enough to verify the strength level of the fire-breathing dragon. I just don't know how the evolution of using keystones and megastones will increase strength. Between thoughts. In the field. Ilan learned the lesson of the previous game, and did not try to attack directly. Fire-breathing dragon, air slash. Roar tilde. In the passionate dragon roar, the fire-breathing dragon fluttered its wings, and when its wings swayed, countless translucent energy air blades flew out, covering the whole body of the Vulcan moth in the other half. Dao Dao Chi blade is like a waning moon, turning into an overwhelming rain of guns and blades, covering the entire half of the court. Face this. The Vulcan moth just fluttered its 6 wings slowly. Immediately. A scorching wind pressure suddenly appeared out of thin air, advancing forward like a gas-transforming wall, and collided with the rain of air blades that flew towards it. Hot air. Puff puff puff. It was like a hail of bullets covering the sea, and the air blades generated by the air slash were constantly thrown into the range of the hot wind, but without exception, they would be scorched and blown up if they advanced only 3 feet. There were bursts of energy smoke. Next second. Puff underscore 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 underscore. As if the brocade cloth was torn, the fire-breathing dragon with a faint green glow had somehow broken through the air wall formed by the hot wind, concealed by the smoke. With almost dispensable burns on the body surface, it galloped forward like a cruise missile, waving the energy armor claws wrapped in bright green, and cut towards the chest and abdomen of the Vulcan moth. Quote. Hold on, dragon claw. It was only at this moment that Ilan's command voice came from afar. Combos is indeed clever enough. First, use the long range skill air slash to create an energy smoke screen to obstruct the line of sight, and then take the opportunity to tear the wind wall with dragon claws. Culling is coming. At this moment, the huge energy armor claws that suddenly swelled to a radius of 3 meters whizzed past, directly smashing the blow of Vulcan moth. Huh. Ilan's expression froze, instantly recognizing him as a stand-in, and reacting immediately. Leave the spot and attack with wings. Ho tilde. The fire-breathing dragon moved when it heard the sound, and its wings, which were shining bright white, waved greatly, and while flying, it protected the main part of its body under the wings. But the expected attack did not occur. The fire-breathing dragon left the place very easily, and, according to the shadows on the ground, he and Ilan discovered the traces of the Vulcan moth almost in no particular order. High in the sky. Because I don't know when, one after another scorching red light shone down from the sky, steaming and distorting the air of the entire arena. Quote exclamation mark. Ilan suddenly looked up, her pupils shrank. Only see. Under the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, a 6-winged insect and beast danced along a mysterious trajectory in the sky, and the flames flew. And with the dance, the invisible heat wave seemed to materialize, twisted into a ring, and wrapped the stagnant Vulcan moth. It was like the incarnation of the sun. The screen freezes. Just this moment. The security device at the venue suddenly rose like a stress, and Ilan's scalp burst, and almost instinctively sensed something wrong. What? Ask for flowers. The word, what's going on, hasn't had time to say. Red cloth, exuding flames. Like rolling clouds, like waves of flames, the sea covers the whole sky. It was as if the river was overturned. With the momentum like falling down, it poured down turbulently. Boom, This downpouring sea of flaming flames came so fast and hastily that the fire-breathing dragon didn't have time to react, and was completely swallowed up by the running current that covered the audience. The entire site was shrouded in a wave of flames like liquefaction. 0. The tidal wave surged. All around, the honeycomb-shaped energy shield encompassed the arena, and the safety device that was enough to resist the champion's full blow trembled uncontrollably. In no time. Click. Small but gradually clear cracks began to appear on the surface of the shield. The audience in the front row, not far from the shield, was suddenly in a cold sweat. The noise gradually rose, and the panic atmosphere gradually rose in the hearts of the audience. Fortunately, this liquid flame wave soon rolled up the tornadoes as if they were being pulled, gradually gathered up and climbed up, and was engulfed by the Vulcan moth. At this moment, the canyon site has already turned into a glazed flat ground. The only raised charred carbon-like substance is the fire-breathing dragon that was almost cooked and smelled of meat. The metal neck guard at the end of the neck had already melted away, leaving only a mega stone that rolled to the side. It turned out, Ilan, whose palm is already on top of the left wrist keystone, has a sluggish expression. Is this a loss? He didn't even use the super evolution as a trump card. Alan only felt dizzy. Chest tightness. That feeling, almost suffocating. Bagging. 375. The final charge, Xiao Huang advanced. The trend of the battle is almost no different from the previous one. Both the arrogant pheasants and the fire-breathing dragons, who were the strong attackers, slammed into each other, and their power was amazing, but after 1 or 2 rounds of alternation, they were instantly killed by the Vulcan moth. If you insist on saying anything different. That is. The Vulcan moth in the first game and its trainer have a tacit understanding, and the elegant and meticulous strategy makes the opponent overwhelmed. And this one. It is simply and directly. Violence. The extreme high temperature that is enough to trigger the safety device, and the condensed flames that condensed into a liquid, gathered like the tidal waves of the sea of fire that overturned the Tianhe, so that everyone present couldn't help but think about it now. He subconsciously held his breath, his mind was agitated. Buru tilde. In the field, restraining his power, the Vulcan moth looked at Xiao Huang like a worm. That look, clearly like, 297, and then. Look, what did I say? A guy of this level doesn't need strategy and command at all. And it didn't take long. On the spectator stage of the venue, there were still sparse voices of disbelief, which sounded from all corners and gradually turned into a noisy wave. So strong. This Vulcan moth is really strong. It's like the incarnation of the god of fire. Indeed, when that fiery attack fell, I almost thought I was going to be roasted. This year's Silver Mountain Alliance Conference has shocked the eyes, and there are too many unexpected players. Bai Zi, the legendary trainer who swept him away. The grandson of Dr. Damu, the young man who is suspected of holding the championship, and the little yellow in front of him. Seriously, now it's even a championship battle, or a legendary showdown. I'm not surprised. Haha, it's really dizzying. I feel that every battle is a subversion of my knowledge and common sense. I wouldn't believe a little girl less than 13 years old if I killed it. It's a champion-level safety device that can shake the upper limit. But it's really cool to watch. The fare is so worth it. Agreed, but it's not good for the heart. At least I'm heartbroken several times a day. As for the agitation before the video and on the internet, I won't say much about it. Pretty much the same anyway. Basically they are all similar size, and discussions about Xiao Huang and her Vulcan moth. All in all, in this battle that has not yet ended, Xiao Huang and Vulcan moth have already attracted countless fans. And look inside. After a brief silence, Kona's expression was a little dry, and he turned to look at Dr. Damu, whose breathing was stagnant, and confirmed. Dr. Damu, that Vulcan moth is really. Dr. Damu naturally knew what Kona was asking, and after a while, he put down the teacup, and then slowly said from his mouth. Yes, that should be the key to the quasi-god, the law of the fire element. The power of it. Sharona on the side is completely empty. Destroy it, hurry up, I'm tired. In the field. Megastone handed over by the staff and took her partner back to the Pokeball for a while, took a deep breath, after the referee's flag was waved down again. With a trembling palm, he took out the last Pokeball and threw it on the field. Come with me, let's go to the end. With a low murmur, the light shines. An armor was draped, and the waist, the top of the head, the elbows, the legs and the feet were covered with blades, and a humanoid elf like a cherry blossom general appeared in the field. A fierce and decisive aura spreads all over the body. This is exactly an evil plus steel attribute slashing commander. The game begins. Voodoo tilde. The Vulcan moth waved its 6 wings and sprinkled countless pillars of fire, turning into a wall of flames and pushing and bombarding Commander Chopping in the opposite half. Up. Facing the wall of fireworks with nowhere to escape, Ilan murmured softly, faced the Vulcan moth, and issued an order to charge. Shadow tilde vital. Yeah. In the face of the fire energy that restrained himself, Commander Cleve, who carried Ilan's last intention, was not afraid, and slammed into the wall of fire pillars in a nearly suicidal attitude. Poof, underscore. Clear burning sound. But then, 0.8. 5 feet, 6.1. 0 inches 9, 7. 8. 2, open black lens bracket, ling, long. Close black lens bracket. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Accompanied by a tragic roar, a slashing commander with a feeling of melting on the body's surface abruptly squeezed out from the gap in the wall of the fire pillar. With an indomitable determination to move forward, he pulled out the only intact right arm from his arms. The blade was rendered, and the dark malice was attached to it. Leap up. Slashing in the direction of the Vulcan moth. Shadow vitals. But the 6 wings spread out, and the scorching wind pressure pushed forward out of thin air. With a Commander Chop, who was decisively advancing, was shot into the ground. Next second, the silent and high-frequency sound of insects burst out from the mouth of Vulcan moth, directly defeating the last will of Commander Chop, who was struggling to get up again. Commander Cleaver can't fight. Player Ilan's 3 elves are all incapacitated. The winner is Xiao Huang from Junqian Town, Kanto. Lost. With a wry smile, without going to stop the referee's sentence, Ilan retracted the commander of the Chop and Cut and said, "It's hard work." The winners enjoy cheers and applause, while the losers can only retire. It's a pity. Above the ceiling, Bai Zi, who had stood up at some point, shook his head regretfully. He didn't even guess that this battle would end in this way. He originally wanted to see the super-evolutionary form of the fire-breathing dragon and its boosting effect. Unexpectedly, under the pressure of Vulcan moth, Ilan didn't even have a chance to open his trump card, so he was directly knocked out. However, 4.3. Ellipsis. Recalling how Ilan knew that he was going to lose, but still launched the final charge with Commander Chop, Bai Zi couldn't help chuckling. As a trainer's will, it's quite reasonable. Speaking of which, I still have a Mega Evolution Stone of the giant gold monster in my hand, and it's time to find the quick key stone. Bai Zi muttered. Wow, underscore. With a burst of cheers and applause, on the huge screen in the venue, the first top 8 players were officially born. Open black lens bracket 1 small yellow, on behalf of Jobin Cloves. Close black lens bracket. 376. The society is dead. Please complete the order. After Xiao Huang's successful promotion, he did not start the second round of the quarterfinals as scheduled, but welcomed the engineering team directly under the alliance, and began to renovate the venue and safety devices. Strengthen. This time, Bai Zi also saw the progress of the alliance's construction. Strange power, old construction craftsmen, and grounds such as Digger Rabbit and Little Fist Stone, rock spirits, and various black technologies. In just over half an hour, the roaming arena took on a new look. And safety devices. According to the introduction of the narrator Caesar, it has also been replaced with an energy-absorbing transformation grid shield independently developed by the Malakoman Group in the Kalol region. Speak up. The Kalol region is also the most special one of the subordinate regions of the Elf Alliance. As the president of the Alliance branch, Luaz is also the chairman of the Malakoman Group, the largest local economic oligarch in the Kalol region. Organize bosses against regional villains, such as Team Rocket and Team Galaxy, and he is also Screen team, with a very evil name. 25 according to Bai Zi's understanding. It was completely formed by a group of local trainers and residents of Jonpin Town, headed by Nizi, the head of the gym hall in Jonpin Town, Molly's crazy support gang. Its purpose, in fact, is quite simple. Just like sending a message to Mary, who can surpass her brother Nizi to become a champion. To this end, they would occupy hotels, snatch vehicles, and whenever Marley fought, members of the Shout team would quickly arrive on the scene. The man holding a vuvuzela, the woman holding a Lee-like banners cheered her up, and even shouted and cheered in battle to distract her opponents. To be honest, Bai Zi couldn't understand the brain circuits of the members of the Shout team at all. Because such an approach, although not to mention whether it will have much impact on Mary's opponents, just for Mary herself, it also requires considerable endurance. You think. Suppose when you go out, you follow a group of parents, relatives and friends, and everyone praises, "My son XX has the appearance of a great emperor," how do you feel? Anyway, when Bai Zi thought of such a thing happening to him, he immediately shuddered. Society died. Amen. Bai Zi pretended to be compared to a nondescript Christian prayer. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little pity for this little girl who had never been masked. Ah. On the southwest side of the venue, Mary, who was sitting in the corner, sneezed for no reason. She was eating dessert in her arms. Morabik, who was inexplicably similar to Pikachu, was startled. Garden cake suddenly fell to the ground. MOBA tilde. Stab, _. The electric arc flashed out from the electric sac on his cheek, and Morabik suddenly burst into tears. Suck tilde Mo-chan. But soon, it took out 2 new pieces from its invisible belly pocket, sniffed, turned around and handed one piece to its trainer, Mary. Thank you tilde. Mary rubbed the top of the little guy's head, took it, and threw it into her mouth, chewing while mumbling, "Brother won't talk about me again." Really? Ah. Mary sighed, life is not easy. In the field. After the construction team left, soon, the big screen began to select the players for the second quarterfinals again. However, after dozens of seconds, the screen flashed, divided into 2 halves, showing the contestants in this field. Electric Times vs. Little Crazy. The level of electricity is no longer a password, and his starting pioneer is still the chubby, harmless Raichu. And his opponent this time, Xiao Kuang, is said to be the famous Furui Control in Chengdu. Cough, I won't go into details about this. Interested friends can go and find him his autobiography, The Legend of Mad Sky, you can tell at a glance. Let's just talk about strength. As a veteran quasi-king powerhouse, this trainer named Xiao Kuang is impeccable in terms of tactics, adaptability and elf strength. He is obviously the top one below the Heavenly King level. In particular, the "he" that he showed in the battle with his own spirit was very moving. Dianji's Raichu had the advantage of the level, but he still took the opponent's self-destruction and 2 consecutive hits, forcing Dianji to expose the second main force, Rentgen Cat. However, that's all. Next. The serious electric time has no room for the other party to play at all. Directing the Rentgen Cat to directly set a set of staring plus crazy volts, and neatly took away the only distance from the king. The Dream Demon, who was separated by a line, won the second qualification to qualify for the top 8. The third game of Green vs. Cross. Forest Site. The scene can be said to be horrific. Because Qinglu actually put a Mu Shugong, the initial form of the grass family in the Fengyuan area, and only said, "Fight according to the training plan," then sat down directly with cross-legged, holding the notes began to defiantly write and draw. This arrogant performance, not to mention the audience, even Dr. Damu in the observation room was a bit sour. Cross is naturally furious. Then, relying on the terrain and the harassment tactics sent by the guerrilla warfare, the most elite beginner Mu Shugong directly swept the entire team with a 1v3. After the war, Cross was almost visibly grayed. Poor. After this battle, 297 doesn't know if Cross can continue to pursue the dream of being the strongest and go on the road of a trainer. But this has nothing to do with Bai Zi. Since ancient times, it has been dangerous to travel with wealthy and noble people. Similarly, living in the same era as these monsters is the sadness of all other trainers. And in the same way, apart from these monsters with the same opening and hanging, there are fewer and fewer existences that can bring him to fight with all their strength. I'm already, a little bit can't wait. Above the ceiling, Bai Zi stared at him, put away the notes and the pokeball, turned and walked away, the greenish green, tugging at his collar as if it was hot. Also at this time, Qinglu, who had almost stepped into the corridor, suddenly turned his head, his gaze was like electricity, and it shot directly at the ceiling. Eye to eye with Bai Zi. The unbridled smile slowly rose from the blue and quiet face, the right hand clenched a fist, the thumb stretched out from the neck and slowly slid, and the lips moved slightly. Silent. Waiting for you. Subsequently, he turned around and quickly disappeared at the entrance of the corridor. P.S. Miss Mary is here. 377. The Real Hero, Bai Zi vs. Ah Jin. After the blue and green qualifying, the fourth game was Alice against a gym-level passerby player, and the ending naturally had no ups and downs. She was swept by Alice with a Carapace Dragon 1v3 and won. Fourth qualifying spot. Then the fifth game was played by Crimson against Yu. It is still the gym-level Heracross in the top 16, and it is still a 1 vs 3 under tactical crushing. Crimson, who had qualified for the fifth qualifying round, was also placed on the key watch list by other groups of players who didn't pay much attention to it. On the one hand, this taciturn young man with simple and succinct instructions, his ability to adapt to battle is too fast. That trainer named Yu's command level is also quite solid. The difference in the strength of the elves between the two sides is not much different. But from the beginning to the end, there was not even a chance to successfully implement a tactic, and it was completely seen through. That, first reading, ability is definitely not something a gym-level trainer can have. One more. Level, 46 to 47. Seeing that after Heracross defeated the Flaming Chicken, the level of the data panel jumped directly, and the corner of Bai Zi's mouth twitched slightly and stroked his forehead, sure enough. Originally, he felt that when Heracross was fighting, the aura fluctuated a bit obviously. After being swept away by the power of Bai Zi, he found an incremental increase in his level experience. Breakthrough in battle, the more you fight, the stronger you become. This kind of ability is no different from fighting monsters to improve experience. What is it called? A person who fights, you can directly, a person who upgrades, 1. Secretly slandered. And just when Bai Zi complained. In the sixth game of the quarterfinals, the two sides of the battle are Tuko, a rookie trainer from Wamu Town in the Hejong area, and, also from the Hejong area, the successor of Fukiyoshi Gym, Fenglu contestant known as, the Girl Soaring in the Sky. A brief introduction by Caesar, accompanied by the referee and commentator. One left and one right. In the corridors on both sides, a beautiful girl with beautiful appearance walked out from each other. The one on the left is wearing a peaked cap, slightly curly light brown ponytail with long hair, shawl, and hot pants, full of self-confidence. The penetrating child of the letter style. On the other side, the right side corridor. With a bright red head and long and short hair tied with a windmill headdress, Feng Lu, dressed in a pilot's uniform with a solemn expression, stepped onto the podium. This is the spirit of the military. As soon as Feng Lu appeared on the stage, his condensed military aura immediately caught Bai Zi's attention. Didn't pay special attention before. But now, the future owner of the Fukio Gym, doesn't seem to want to be a family child like an ordinary, inheritance school. The breath that is unconsciously revealed now is not an ordinary joke. What gold can have? It's interesting. Bai Zi lightly smiled and touched his chin, his eyes wandering slightly. In the audience, there was a burst of warm applause and cheers, and even faint whistles. It is understandable that although Tu Zi and Feng Lu are not very old, but without exception, temperament and appearance, even in the elf world where handsome guys and beauties get together, are at the forefront. Although the elves are fighting, strength and blood are the eternal themes. Fighting between the beautiful girls obviously touched the G-spot in the hearts of some audience members, and made these guys couldn't help but surging. Bai Zi. At this moment, Lai Kong's cold voice suddenly came from Bai Zi's ears. The little girl below has a god on her body. God. Bai Zi couldn't help raising his eyebrows. God. This is a title that only a few of the sacred beasts and superiors, and even legends, deserve to have. Like the Sitterland mentioned by the wind speed dog when he took over the duty of burning, and the Darkrai from Dacto, although they also have the nicknames of Fire Steel God and Nightmare God, but with the pride of Lai Kong's eye, such a guy is probably not enough to be called a god. But divine beasts each have a mission. Except for special beings like Bai Zi Fengsu Dog, it is basically impossible to recognize and follow humans. And the superior, or the top legend. Bai Zi subconsciously turned his attention to 2Z on the other side. According to the black and white plot of the game, she is one of the heroes recognized by Hejong Sangyong, and the second act of the special anime short drama, Gotcha. In the 25th anniversary commemorative anime, Plan, she is a trainer who holds Reshiram and Bright Stone. So, is that the one on the left? Bai Zi's eyes were calm, staring at the girl who was overflowing with a small smile, and asked softly, "Can you tell who it is?" "Not sure, but I can feel the hot fire factor fluctuations." Fire element. Bai Ziwei's blue pupils turned, looked at the girl with an inexplicable meaning, and muttered to himself, "A real hero." And at the same time, on the field, with the rise of the compound court, the referee gave an order, and 2Z and Feng Lu threw the poke ball in their hands almost at the same time. The light shines. Left _ An elf that looks exactly like Zubaji in Journey to the West appeared in everyone's eyes. Its neck was surrounded by flaming flames. The main tone, raised black eyebrows reveal a mighty and rough feeling. The King of Yanwu. The final evolutionary form of the Hejong Fire Department Yusanjia, has excellent fighting ability, and its beard-like flame is the embodiment of spiritual concentration. Level 63, the middle level of the king, and the gap between the monsters is still not small, but compared to her little friend Mei, she is already a real martial arts faction. On the other hand, what Fenglu released on the opposite side was an Archaeopteryx with a level of 46 and a high-level gymnasium. The gap between the two sides is too big. Although Bai Zi could see it, Fenglu seemed to be repressed and carried some kind of emotion in his heart, and the three flying elves sent out one after another were also surprisingly resilient. But even if the Archaeopteryx resists the weakening of its weak characteristics with its will, the warrior eagle sheds its blood in the sky to gain its fate, and the dancing swan disregards the graceful use of air superiority to carry out long-term water system trick bombing. But still failed to win the final victory in this tragic tug of war. Or, if it wasn't for 2Z's unintentional inflicting heavy damage on the opponent and appearing to be somewhat constrained, Fenglu would not be able to last for such a long time even if he had the air superiority. At the end of the game, 2Z successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Game 7. Crystal vs Hisoka. Perhaps infected by Fenglu's will to fight, Crystal finally showed a little bit of housekeeping skills in this game. The Kuaiquan Lang who appeared on the stage was as fast as electricity, and his fists hit the opponent's vital energy node. So much so that Hisoka, who played fairly well in the last match, was completely like a third-rate boxer who was played with applause by top boxing champions in front of Crystal. One after another, hit without the power to fight back. It should be said that he is the one who captured it. This insight into the weakness of Nuo Zhao is really shocking. Bai Zi sighed softly. Then, he cast his eyes to the audience seat below, jumping up and down, ignoring everyone's gaze. Only the last slave left in the quarterfinals. And he and Ah Jin are the only two top 16 players who have not yet played. Therefore, the final top 8 spots will naturally be decided between the two of them. Looks like that guy Akin is very excited. Seeing this, Baizi couldn't help but chuckle. And follow. Boom. Taking care of himself, he was doing the pre-match preparations, and Akin looked very impressive. The lights indicating the arena lit up, and on the big screen, which was divided into 2 halves, the final makeup photos of the last 2 contestants suddenly appeared. Baizi vs. Jin. 378. The operation that makes the audience bewildered. Welcome to the last big Axis game of the 16T08 Silver Mountain League Conference. The 2 sides of the battle are Baizi players from Junshin Town in the Kanto region. And, from the neighboring city Akin from Wakaba Town in the capital area. It is worth mentioning that both Baizi, who made an amazing appearance in the opening match, and Jin, who showed overwhelming strength in the round of 16, only debuted this year. Rookie trainer. So it's going to be a bloody showdown between genius and genius. Not much to say. Now, players from both sides are invited to enter the arena. Following the narrator Caesar's enthusiastic speech, Baizi and Akin walked out of the corridors on the left and right sides respectively and set foot on their respective battle podiums. All of a sudden, the sound of cheers resounding through the sky surged from all directions of the auditorium of the venue. The sound was like a tidal wave, and Baizi even had the illusion that the air was shaking with it. Such enthusiasm is obviously not difficult to understand. Although this year's Silver Mountain Alliance Conference brought together quite a number of top-level trainers, the really popular players, in addition to the opening game at the beginning, either they are hiding, or they simply cannot meet the same powerful opponents. They open their cards and fight with all their might. The 2 powerhouses compete, although one of them will inevitably withdraw from the field and stop at the top 8. But it is precisely because of this that we can see the predictable and heart-warming fierce confrontation. Click, _. After the 4-piece alloy steel plate receded, the competition field between the 2 slowly rose. In the circular field with a diameter of several hundred meters, lush forests spread throughout the field, and there were 297 rivers about 10 meters wide. The site is cut off from the middle, and the distribution of large and small tributaries spreads all over the trees. In addition, there is a tortuous sheep intestine trail, crisscrossing with the main trunk of the river, running through the left and right, east and west, just under the podium where Baizi and Akin are standing. It looks like a composite venue of water plus forest. Then, the referee Caesar looked around and saw that both of them had already picked up the elves and held them in their hands, and immediately said loudly, "Please both players, make sure to play the elves." Hey tilde. Akin seemed to be impatient, and when the referee sounded, he immediately threw the pokeball in his hand. The light shines. A gray pictographic elf with a body as tall as one person and short hooves appeared in the field. The black, armored back armor extends to the long and curled nose and tail, with a pair of curved gibbon teeth that look very dangerous. This is a male armor. I didn't expect it to be Dunjia. Baizi's expression was slightly blue. As a physical attack and defense, Dun armor was very good on land and heavy tanks. Once it rolled, it would be very difficult to deal with. Not to mention, this armor of Ajin obviously worked hard on rolling. Race, Dunjia. Attribute, ground. CFED. Open black lens bracket characteristics, strong close black lens bracket. Level, Peak of Kings, level 69, 85/100ths. Potential, King of Heaven. HP, 90, Attack, 120, Defense, 120, Special Attack, 60, Special Defense, 60, Speed, 50. Skills, Rolling, Flaming Teeth, Lightning Teeth, Cornering, Stomp, Screaming, Rounding, Malicious Pursuit, Beating, Magnitude, Earthquake, Ultimate Impact, Spiral Ball. Genetic Skill, Mount Taishan pressing the top. Status, Perfect. Introduction. Naturally fond of hurricanes, Dunjia has a natural sense of direction and balance. After special training and strengthening, he is already familiar with rolling tricks. Are you familiar with it? He pondered in his heart, but Baizi didn't hesitate at all, and immediately threw the pokeball in his hand. Blue-white rays flickered. Landing. It turned into a cute elf with a petite body and 2 pairs of rabbit ears. Boy Tilda. The creamy scarf and the big fluffy tail are as cute as a young fox. It's Evie. The entire venue was almost silent as time suddenly stagnated. Then he couldn't help but make a little noise. No one would have imagined that in the face of Ah Jin, a strong enemy who had already shown his impressive strength, Baizi would choose an viewable, unevolved type as the starting vanguard. Except for the opener though. Baizi used a flaming monkey that was suspected to be a new army from the preliminary round to this match to 32-16. Qingwu even played the initial battle of the 3 families in the top 8 competition not long ago. But even a fool can see the difference between cross and akin. According to the analysis video of the famous combat power commentary blogger, The Bronze Alchemist, 1 by 1. First of all, from the video playback, we can see that the power of this firestorm beast is almost substantive when it comes out. Attention, it is the substantiation of the momentum. Firestorm. This circle around the body is vague, like something like an aperture. Old viewers will be familiar with one thing if they have watched the full-scale commentary of the Tianwang contest I did in the previous episodes. Elves and even trainers at the level of the kings are all familiar with it. There is an inexplicable sense of existence. If you watch the battle on the spot, you can even feel the faint suffocation under the atmospheric pressure. This is the power of the king. Close black lens bracket. So, what does it mean when the momentum goes further and becomes substantive? To explain another thing, the safety device used in this competition is of the same level as the Heavenly King competition, which can completely prevent the battle of the Heavenly King and the blow of the champion-level elves. But you didn't see it. The moment the firestorm beast exploded its momentum in the video, the safety device almost produced a stress response, and this translucent shield phantom is the proof. Did the old friends who watched my video commentary feel a strong sense of sight? Yes, it is precisely with the last Kanto Heavenly King contest as the challenged Lord Longshudu. After the Tyrannosaurus was released, the stress response of the safety device was generally the same. Close black lens bracket. Actually, there are also aspects of the physique and expressiveness of this firestorm beast. This is a bit meant to reveal other people's trump cards. Up Lord, I am a person with professional ethics, and I have never done pre-war disclosures. I will ignore the behavior of the bottom for the time being, and I will make a separate issue of Firestorm Beast later. Close black lens bracket. Back to topic. Based on the above 2 points, Master Up can completely infer that this fire beast is 99%. A champion level elf. Close black lens bracket. Above. Oh, finally, please one click 3 times, and Xiaohuang YYDS. V. Well, you can ignore the last sentence. After all, from the name, you can know what this Up Master is. Just talk about this explanation. Not only the popular video content with millions of online likes and coins. Moreover, this crown-ranked copper alchemist is also regarded as a top-level Up Master with a wide range of knowledge and a fairly fair and accurate assessment of combat power. The vast majority of people are still convinced of his predictions. Not to mention that the video that was on the hot search last night was liked and supported by the certified V Yulongdu in the early morning. This time, Ah Jin's Firestorm Beast equals champion level, which is equivalent to being directly recognized by the official top champion. And, in the face of such a well-recognized rookie monster who has set foot on the champion level, Baizi doesn't need to fight Pharaoh Murad. What is it to send an Ibrahimovic who has not even completed the evolution? What the hell? This choice. Not to mention the audience at the scene or in front of the video. Even the 3 people including Dr. OGI in the observation room, and the other top 8 players in various areas of the auditorium who are closely watching the arena, can't understand it at all. 379. They're hidden cards. I was underestimated, Ibrahimovic. Baizi touched the tip of his nose and chuckled. Actually, If it is the previous Ibrahimovic, even Ibrahimovic who returned to Junshin town was indeed not enough to deal with Dunjia, whose strength had reached the peak of the Heavenly King. After all, in that time travel through time and space, Bai Zeping had a few months less accumulation than these guys. However, Ibrahimovic has a unique advantage that all other elves, even legends, do not have. As far as I know, they have evolved as many as 8 times. To know the evolution of elves can be called a kind of transformation from beginning to end, from inside to outside. In terms of strength level alone, every evolution is a leap, level upgrade. Ibrahimovic can be done 8 times. When he was in Junshin town before, Ibrahimovic's adaptability to the evil attribute had begun to take effect, and then relying on the power of the evil law of Zoroark's active spillage, he was working for Shaoji's fire-breathing dragon. On the eve of the training camp, he had completely mastered the transformation of evil attributes, and was successfully promoted to the king level. After, Baizi had a whim, since Zoroark can help Ibrahimovic to adapt to the evil attribute factor faster, then, as the top legend of the fairy system, King Shang, if assisting Ibrahimovic to cultivate the fairy what about sexual resilience. The result is, King Shang is worthy of being a first-level god among the top legends. With only a simple attribute scour, in half a day, Ibrahimovic not only took a train to quickly master the attributes of the goblin, he even improved to several levels in one breath, and almost caught up with Laplace, who was holding the end of the 6 elves in Baizi's hands. That's it. It is the result of Baizi and King Shang, in order not to pull out the seedlings to encourage growth, but to concentrate their efforts and gradually progress. Therefore, Ibrahimovic's strength is completely enough to match this armor. Open black lens bracket race. Ibrahimovic close black lens bracket. Attribute, general. Characteristic, danger prediction, Monty. Level, Heavenly King Peak, level 69, 2100ths. Potential, champion. HP, 55, attack, 55, defense, 50, special attack, 45, special defense, 65, speed, 55. Exclusive skill, multi-attribute evolution, mastered attributes, electricity, fire, water, fairy, evil. Skills, desire, help, scream, crash, tail wagging, sand splashing, lightning flash, round eye, high-speed star. 100,000 volts, flash charge, water cannon, malicious pursuit, demon the wind of essence. Genetic skill, see-through. Item, spar pendant remaining superpower, ice, grass. Status, perfect, ice attribute adaptability 25%. Introduction, talented, with unique genes that can adapt to various environments, has fully adapted to electricity, fire, water, fairy, evil, energy factors of 5 attributes, can be used in Ibrahimovic and free conversion among the 5 attribute evolution forms. Boy tilde. In the field, Baizi's teasing telepathy came from his ears. Ibrahimovic rolled his eyes obscurely, but his expression and posture became more delicate and immature. With a pair of big eyes that are moist and buoyant, there are 3 parts of ignorance, 3 parts of innocence, 3 parts of longing and 1 part of fear. Looking at Dunja, who was ready to go on the opposite side. Suddenly, a pink full moon flashed from his pupils. Coquettish. Oh tilde. In an instant, Dunjia felt a trance, as if he was suddenly in a pink environment, which made him unconsciously relax his vigilance. And the next second. Boy! Ibrahimovic's expression suddenly changed, and after retching with disgust, the small mouth opened, and a huge water ball that was swirling and condensed appeared in front of its nose. With a sudden nod, the huge water ball selected like a vortex shot out suddenly, turned into a thick water column with a diameter of 3 meters, and charged towards the dazed Dun armor. Water cannon. This set of combos can be described as very concealed, fast and urgent. And Dunjia, as a pure ground elves, is twice as weak as water, and faces the water cannon skill that can be called a big move. If this is a real hit, it will definitely not be good. Sure enough, this little guy is not weak. Facing this, Ah-jin not only did not panic in the slightest, but instead commented in a leisurely manner. Then he turned his wrist and slammed the elf billiard cue into the floor of the podium. Thump, underscore. Crisp sound. Next second. Doonjia seemed to have received some instructions. Although his eyes were still hazy, his body moved spontaneously. ... Ask for flowers. The long nose wrapped in thick flesh armor rolled up, directly wrapping the curled-up body. In an instant, a gray-blue sphere was formed. It became round. Poof, underscore. The water cannon came in an instant, and the strong water pressure was applied to the shrunken dun armor almost in an instant. Oh. Doonjia, who was directly awakened by the strong current, was about to subconsciously resist. Followed by thump, underscore. The crisp knocking sound resounded in my ears again. Oh. The armor also moved with it, and rolled back directly in the direction of the impact of the water. Skill, roll. It's like riding a boat. Doonjia actually used the impact of the water cannon to roll and jump up, and after crossing the water, he bounced to the ground and rolled again. His eyes were red, and he rushed in the direction of Ibrahimovic. In this way, it is no different from an honest person who was deceived by a scumbag. However, I issued the command with the sound of the club hitting the ground. This method really gave me a very strong sense of sight. Baizi stared at the elf billiard ball that Akin was holding. Rod, without thoughts surging. And opposite. Interesting, to be able to use a water cannon of this level. Obviously the only water skill that Ibrahimovic can learn is to ask for rain. Sure enough, my idea is right, this guy Baizi is very strong. And at this moment, Baizi and Ah-jin looked at each other almost in a heartbeat. Bar, X2. Eyes almost as real as they collided in midair. Next second. Doonjia, corner bump. Ibrahimovic, the water's tail. Let me see what kind of secrets and trump cards this guy hides. P.S. In the following chapters, I will put the various forms of Ibrahimovic tilde begging. 380. Ibrahimovic, it's time for the world to witness your uniqueness. Following an order from the two of them. In the field. Doonjia is like a chariot running on Nagano, as fast as a roulette wheel, rolling to the edge of the riverbank in no time, and leaping up with the momentum. Next moment. The retracted algae teeth suddenly unfolded, and under the wrapping of general energy, they turned into two curved teeth. With the sharp turn of the body, they turned into blades, tearing the air, and facing the opposite side of the river. Ibrahimovic slashed away. In the face of the majestic attacking Doonjia. Ibrahimovic did not show weakness. Stab, underscore. Stepping lightly on all fours, the shreds of electric light were wrapped around, and Ibrahimovic's small figure was like riding a wind and thunder. Fluffy tail tip from a point in the channel. Slam, la. He pulled straight out a long water-shaped tail that looked like a mermaid, and lashed out towards the dun armor, which was swirling in the sky. Sip. I. Dull, 297 inches was accompanied by a deafening explosion. The energy impact of the peak of the king swept through the fields, and the river below was turbulent in all directions. The trees in the ground also turned out layer by layer, and were then bent and swayed wildly. Half empty. After a short stalemate, in terms of brute force alone, Ibrahimovic was indeed not the opponent of Doonjia, and the Doonjia that was cut down by the rotation quickly pressed against the tail of the water, constantly twisting in the direction of its body. Come to kill. The actual combat experience is still lacking. Deep in his heart, Baizi immediately reminded, don't use brute force, avoid the front, and use malicious pursuit to send it a ride. Boy tilde. Ibrahimovic hummed twice, but he was also obedient, and the tail of the water suddenly supported, and let go to the left with the help of the gap between the breaths. At the moment of passing by, the left leg covered with black mist suddenly kicked in the direction of the rotation of the armor. Malicious pursuit. One hit. The speed of Doonjia suddenly increased, but it was also forcibly changed direction, heading straight towards the river below. The sound of sip was shot down into the river. Catch up, the tide is spinning. Bayezid's order followed. Boy tilde. Ibrahimović immediately turned around and followed the direction of Dungia's falling into the water, followed by a fierce man. Soon, the originally undulating river water suddenly gradually rotated counterclockwise, turning into a circle of eddy currents. And it became bigger and bigger, and gradually separated from the river, turning into tornado trend. It's another skill that Ibrahimović is basically impossible to learn. Agent's eyes flashed. He felt that the answer was getting closer and closer to him, and his expression became more and more excited. Dungia, high-speed rotation. Spiral ball. Use full speed for me. In Bayezid's shrunken pupil light. Hum _ Like the humming vibration of the air, the swirling waterspout was almost stagnant for the naked eye, and then suddenly burst open. Among the scattered splashes, the armor that almost turned into an afterimage burst out of the water, spinning at an extremely high speed. Then, like a tragic fall, it smashed towards the river below. Tread. Boom. Rolling plus high-speed rotation plus spiral ball. This stomping blow under the triple force is almost a destructive force of a huge move. The water surged into the sky, and the entire field vibrated as if it were about to overturn. The violent smoke and water spray completely obscured the center of the entire venue, and the mixed wet soil that flew out spread all over the venue. The dust and smoke dissipated. The center of the nearly 10-meter wide central river has been completely cut off by a huge pothole. The depth is more than 10 meters, and the bottom of the alloy steel plate can be seen faintly spinning like a top, surrounded by small puddles with potholes. But Ibrahimović has disappeared. Caesar's astonished shout rang out in the venue. Good. Whether it is gradually calming down, the river that was cut into two sections, or the pits of all sizes, there is no Ibrahimović figure. As if, in the previous blow, he turned into a beast. Animal powder. Impossible. Ogden denied this possibility at the first time. That Ibrahimović was no weaker than his Dumbo armor at all, and even if he ate all that blow, he wouldn't be beaten to death. At most, there is a question mark on whether it can be directly killed in seconds. Therefore, the biggest possibility is, the other party is hiding. So, where is the other party hiding? Cardiac reversal. Moment. Ogden only felt a lightning flash across his mind. He suddenly raised his head, looked at Bayezid, and laughed loudly. Water cannon, tide whirl. Such a smooth water trick. You're only Ibrahimović. I am afraid that the use of water skills is far better than the general water elves. Guess it. Bayezid raised his eyebrows slightly. And then, I'm thinking, since your Ibrahimović is beyond common sense and has the ability to operate the water attribute similar to that of a water elf, is it possible that it also has the special ability of a water elf? Bayezid smiled without saying a word. This is not a guided battle, and he has no habit of explaining tactics to his opponents. But obviously, even though Bayezid didn't say a word, Ogden's expression became more and more certain. As far as I know, the body cells of water spirits are very similar to water molecules, so they are often hidden in rainy days. If it is present, it can be integrated into the water, and it can achieve the effect of stealth. Hey tilde. The words came to an end, the corners of Ogden's mouth raised, as if he unconsciously moved the elf billiard cue. The palm of his hand suddenly clenched, and he waved, forcing it out for me. Use rolling. Squeak, _ In the sound of tire grinding asphalt road, the blue smoke rose, and the armor suddenly reversed the direction of rolling like a drift, and flew into the air. Spin. Rolling plus high-speed rotation plus spiral ball. The super-speed rotation that dissipates the surrounding air into a mist makes the armor in midair change its orientation instantly. It turned sharply in midair, and strangled toward an inconspicuous puddle next to the muddy road. Bayezid's eyes narrowed. Intuition. Do not. So sure. It's scent detection. It was so. The reason for talking to me so much is not to verify, but to cover up the small Action 4.3 work that conveyed instructions to Dungia, right? The photo album memory in his mind was frozen on the finger movement of Ah Jin hitting the elf cool cue. The corner of Baizi's mouth raised a smile. This guy is really a little cunning. Is it unavoidable to make Ibrahimovic not react in time? But this fighting method of avoiding head-on conflict is just what Ibrahimovic, an acting enthusiast, likes to pass away. It doesn't mean that it really doesn't have the ability to fight with Dunjia in close quarters. Ibrahimovic, it's time for the world to witness your uniqueness. Baizi suddenly shouted in a loud voice.